Chapter 1 Misunderstanding. In the morning, during the third class period, the language teacher stood in front of the blackboard, the chalk in his hand, brushing the details of the content of the text of the Lanting preface. Today is already Saturday. According to the relevant arrangements of the school, there will be a big break on the last Saturday afternoon of every month, and then back to school on Sunday afternoon. As a result, there were already not many attentive listeners in the classroom. Almost all of them were talking to each other, discussing whether to go home or go out for a walk in a while. Lin Jia had a metaphysical novel on his desk, and was reading it with great interest, when a small note appeared in front of him, from his classmate Yuan Ling. He opened it and took a look at it, and there were 2 lines written on it. Same table, is Songbin in the same dormitory as you? There was a playful ghost face at the end. Lin Jia sat near the back door of the classroom, his eyes looking forward to the diagonal part of the classroom where the most handsome boy in the class was sitting. He picked up his own pen and wrote a sentence. No, he's from the dorm next to us. What's it going to be? Hooking up with a kaiju? He drew the same smiley face, only ugly and lewd, and the note was thrown back. Yuan Ling is very pretty, about 6 or 7 points level. Development is also very good. Body concave and convex. In the past days can play with a few naughty boys in the back row of the classroom to go together. Also not in a variety of meat and vegetables paragraph. So, Lin Jia dared to joke so. Lin Jia just read no more than a few lines of fiction. The note was once again thrown in front of his eyes. He was a little annoyed inwardly, but still endured the patience to look at a few eyes. There was a line written on it. Songbin, what kind of girl does he like? Come on, if you really want to know, go ask him directly. Lin Jia whispered. But, Songbin has a ton of girls around him. I'm really shy, so do me a favor and go ask. Yuan Ling could see Lin Jia's impatience and continued. After the big break is over and you go back to school, I'll buy you something delicious. No, Lin Jia directly refused and lowered his head to continue reading the novel. In the classroom, the front and back part of the class was completely 2 worlds. The students who studied well were placed in the front seats by the teacher. It was the ones in the back who didn't like to study. He was not in the same league as the little white guy, and he didn't have much contact on a daily basis. At this time, he also looked clearly. Yuan Ling seems to like that little white boy a little bit, although he is not able to fish this nest, but also cannot be sent to the mouth of other people, so certainly will not help. Lin Jia refused. Yuan Ling grabbed his clothes and shook them around, begging in a good voice, and gave a whole lot of promises. In this situation, Lin Jia became more and more furious, and didn't speak in a nice manner. If you really like him, then write a love letter. Why are you pulling at me? We do not engage in but, I don't know how to write it. You help me. Yuan Ling's eyes were a little nervous as she was poked in the heart by someone else, but she quickly smiled again and narrowed her eyes. After saying that, she put her hand on the side of Lin Jia's thigh and touched it. Her smile was extraordinarily beautiful, like a sly fox. Having been at the same table for the past 2 months, she had long since gotten a clear picture of Lin Jia's weaknesses, fear of others tickling, but also afraid of being molested. The effect was remarkable. Lin Jia quickly made a big red face. A hot gas surged in his belly, rushing straight upwards, and in an instant, he became short of breath, cursing a few times in his heart while moving away from Yuan Ling's hand. Success! I can help you write. Then you have to do what you just said. I want to eat small fry for a week. Unable to resist Yuan Ling's soft grinding, Lin Jia finally compromised. There was a small fry restaurant in the school, specially for rich students to eat. Each dish in there was $20 at the bottom. Lin Jia only had 100 yuan living expenses for a week. For him, it was still tempting. However, every time he thought of writing a love letter to a boy, his heart was very wrong, and he always felt like vomiting. Lin Jia held a ballpoint pen in his hand, and after a few turns, he began to write. Yuan Ling hadn't just said that he had to have Songbin's consent before he could treat himself to a meal, so just write a few sentences. Almost. Lin Jia lowered his head and was writing energetically, but he didn't realize that danger was approaching step by step. The language teacher had gotten down from the podium and was walking towards him step by step. The language teacher had graduated from graduate school less than 2 years ago, with a pair of black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, her hair in her ears, and a very quiet look. If he changed his clothes and walked around the campus, he was no different from a normal college student. Therefore, no one in the class was afraid of her. She walked over step by step, leaned over to look twice, and asked, Lin Jia, what are you writing? The voice was light, but it carried an unkindness, and Lin Jia was instantly startled, hastily throwing the letter paper into the desk with a speed comparable to lightning before raising her head and looking at the teacher with a playful expression. Teacher, I'm mimeographing an ancient poem. Lin Jia blurted out a random lie, but inside, he was extremely flustered. He also didn't hope that this level of lie would be able to fool the teacher. His mind was spinning fast. He had been thinking about how to escape this. in case he let the teacher search out that letter. His modesty would be shattered. Lin Jia moved suddenly. The teacher was startled, subconsciously took a step back. Cold face. Stand up. Go to the back. Teacher. Actually, it's really nothing. Lin Jia's words of explanation were half said before the language teacher opened her mouth to interrupt him, then grabbed his clothes and pulled them to the side. Leaned over and took out the letter paper that had just been half written from his desk, and looked at it for a couple of moments. The classmates noticed the bustle over here, dozens of pairs of eyes looking at Lin Jia together, murmuring. Everyone was ready to gloat. Song Bin? Is that the student in the first row? The language teacher looked at Lin Jia with confidence, his voice subdued. Tisk, I can't believe you have such tastes, that you write love letters to boys in class. As soon as the words fell, the class was in an uproar. Song Bin was dumbfounded. The surrounding students are taking turns to interrogate him, but the vast majority of people are in a row can look down Lin Jia. He hated to find an eggshell to drill in. Damn, lost people to the grandmother's home. Buddy really do not engage in. Lin Jia's face shifted in color, and he very much wanted to open his mouth to tell the truth. But when he saw Yuan Ling quietly handing over pleading eyes behind his teacher, he instantly softened his heart. After hesitating internally for a moment, he still didn't confess Yuan Ling and took the blame himself. Why don't you make a sound? If there's a problem with your sexual orientation, you must go see a psychiatrist earlier. Otherwise, it's over if you develop into homosexuality. The language teacher was not a few years older than her students, and she occasionally read romance novels, and had some knowledge in this area. Before this, she had also caught a few early romances and hadn't seen a few love letters, but it was really the first time that boys and men wrote love letters to each other. So, she forced a smile and said a few flirtatious words. As a result, as soon as she opened her mouth, there was once again a roar of laughter from the class. Chapter 2, Bubbles in the Brain. Lin Jia's face was like a ripe red apple as she tried to argue. Teacher, Song Bin is a former junior high school classmate of mine. She's a female and is now in another school. Alright, the more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. The language teacher gave a fake fierce glare and reprimanded. If you have that effort, put more effort into your studies. I understand. Lin Jia hung his head and returned to his seat, glaring angrily at Yuan Ling beside him. It's all your damn business. I'm now the laughingstock of the whole class. Sorry. Yuan Ling apologized in a small voice. Then one couldn't help but laugh out loud again. There were tears in his eyes. He just looked up and saw that Lin Jia's face had darkened before he stopped laughing. I'm sorry. I didn't know that the teacher would come down to the podium. I just focused on the song and didn't see it. That's the end of it? There has to be a moral damage fee. Lin Jia was furious, almost squeezing the words out from between his teeth. How about this? I'll treat you to half a month's worth of stir-fry. Even if you sleep with me for half a month, it can't possibly make up for my trauma. Damn it, this time I've lost my face. Lin Jia's eyes swept over the waves in front of Yuan Ling's body, and he wanted to say a few more words, but didn't dare to open his mouth. Yuan Ling was smart. She could see the little boyish thoughts in Lin Jia's eyes, and with a very bright smile, she raised her eyebrows and said, I'll sleep with you for a month. Can you stand it? After a few very ambiguous jokes, the two had no more grudges. Lin Jia's skin was as thick as a city wall, and furthermore, he wasn't really a fag, so he didn't care much about the matter, and the final agreement was very flattering to him. In addition to a week of small fry, Yuan Ling also gave a new promise, promising to send him a new Xiaomi cell phone. Her family ran a cell phone store and didn't care about this amount of money. Besides, when he had a cell phone, Lin Jia wouldn't have to climb over the wall to go to the bookstore to rent books every day, which was great news for him. The class bell came to his ears. After one more class, school would be over. Lin Jia was in a wonderful mood. Even though countless classmates came over and joked with him, he disliked them unconvincingly. He was just about to go to the restroom to take a piss when, just then, Song Bin suddenly came over. Lin Jia, come here. There were a few rotten girls in the classroom, and when they saw this scene, they murmured, crap, together. Lin Jia, do you have a bubble in your head? In the corridor in front of the classroom, Song Bin looked at Lin Jia's eyes in exasperation. He was very angry that Lin Jia had written him a love letter in class and was caught by the teacher. Even though he had once used the word asterisk 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 to joke with others, it was only when it all really happened that he realized how serious things were, and news traveled fast. Just now, after class, Song Bin's girlfriend from his junior year, who he was dating, sent him a message, only for the other person to hang up the phone in a huff before he could explain himself. Lin Jia was completely unaware of these things, and said in an awkward voice, the love letter is not what I want to write. It's my deskmate who likes you and asked me to help her write a love letter. Don't believe me, you can go and ask. That's none of my business. Song Bin raised his hand and pointed at Lin Jia's face, almost touching his nose, and said threateningly, before the end of the school day today, You have to explain the matter to our classmates, or else you'll wait for me. You'll have a hard time after school. After saying that, he glared viciously and angrily turned around to walk away. Lin Jia was very annoyed at being threatened like this. In fact, he genuinely wanted to talk to the other party properly. After all, the impact he brought to the other party. But he didn't expect that this guy was so rampant that he threatened to this extent. Thinking of this, he faced the direction Songbin left, ripped open his voice, cursed, pretend to fart, then I'll wait. If you're so damn capable, you'll beat me to death. Bleeping dog, success. Since you're asking for it, then don't regret it. Songbin turned back his head and put down harsh words, then turned around and walked into the junior year's teaching building. Because of her good looks, coupled with a decent family background, she was very familiar with the few school bullies in the school. Looking for fights, and blocking people after school was even easier. If it is a single physical, Lin Jia is not afraid of Songbin. After all, this guy's skinny arms and legs, not much meat, really do it. Lin Jia a person to beat down 3 no problem. But this little white man and the juniors several female gangsters relationship is good. Always play together. If the gang of juniors really find to block people, things will be difficult to do. The bell rang. It was study hall. Yuan Ling knew that Lin Jia might get beaten up after school. Her voice apologized. Sorry, tablemate, I'll go find some people for you too. Come on, if you have the time, you'd better explain it to her. Lin Jia replied with a muffled voice. The two of them discussed for half a day, then came up with a method. After school in a while, Yuan Ling was in charge of going to the entrance of the school to see what was going on, and if there was no one there, he would come over and call him, so that it could be safer. Lin Jia had also been in a fight, but this time he was being beaten up by a one-sided group, so it was inevitable that he would feel nervous in his heart. He looked up at Songbin and saw that this guy was also staring at him. Dead eyes met, and the smell of gunpowder was extremely strong. There were still 15 minutes to go before school ended. Songbin took leave to go to the restroom, and before he left, he glanced in Lin Jia's direction, his eyes carrying a wave of laughter. Then, he never came back. Lin Jia was very clear that this guy must have gone to step on the spot in advance, but he didn't worry too much. This group of people didn't dare to make a move in the school, and if the situation wasn't right, they would just nest in the dormitory for the day. The school bell finally rang. Lin Jia and Yuan Ling left the classroom from the back door at the same time. Yuan Ling asked in a low voice, if I remember correctly, you go home by the west gate, right? I'll go there first, so go wait for me at the technology building gate. The school gate is in the southeast corner, but also the main gate. A road outside the gate. Turn east and walk 50 m. There is an intersection, casually to a neighborhood. West up the slope there is a north-south asphalt road, where there is a bus stop. When going home, Lin Jia must go to the west gate, take the car to save time. In this way, the two moved in two directions. After Lin Jia left the school building, he changed to wait near the technology building, and it wasn't long before he saw Yuan Ling smilingly running over, the thing in front of her jumping around in a blood-curdling way. You should quickly go through the west entrance. There's no one there. After Yuan Ling said this, he left first. Lin Jia arrived at the west entrance and looked around. Just like Yuan Ling had just said, there were many parents picking up students around, and a whole bunch of cars parked on the side of the road. But obviously, there was no sign of Big Three's gang. He darted out of the gate and ran all the way to the bus stop, not afraid to get on the bus. But the bus had already left. The next bus didn't show up, and he stood on the side of the road, anxiously looking at the various vehicles that sped by. Chapter 3. Physical changes. The idea in his mind was simple. Even a cab would do. But it turned out that the cabs in the past were full of people. At this time, a sharp and powerful running movement came from behind Lin Jia, and when he looked back, he saw Songbin with a group of people behind him hurriedly running towards the bus stop. There were a total of 7 or 8 people, each of them raging and looking intimidating. Damn, the chase was pretty fast. Lin Jia was sure it was too late for the bus. Running through the middle of the road, constantly running to the west. There was an urban village near there. The terrain was cumbersome, so maybe running a few laps would be enough to get rid of the people. Lin Jia, don't run! Songbin shouted angrily, his feet flying after him. Originally he brought more than 10 people, squatting at the school gate, but waited for half a day and did not see anyone, so he brought 7 or 8 people to take a look at this side of the west gate, encountered a classmate, and asked only to know that Lin Jia has already gone to the west. The pattern of the urban village is complex. The size of the bungalows are all, like a spider's web, like messy. Lin Jia ran east and west, and took a stick from the woodpile to defend himself. He is familiar with the terrain of the village. The problem is that behind him a few people have been chasing. There is no way to pull away from the distance. One of them picked up a brick and smashed it in his direction. Lin Jia didn't pay attention. The brick happened to hit his back heel. Sharp pain came from the bottom of his foot. he almost fell to the ground. Just at this time, 7 or 8 people behind him quickly caught up and surrounded him. Run ah! How come you're not moving? Songbin was exhausted and had been gasping for air, holding his hands on his knees with arrogant eyes. Lin Jia's corner heel was hurting. His hands were holding his stick. His eyes were nervous as he looked at these juniors. So the guys were only 2 grades higher than him, but more mature, taller and stronger. The gang were all breathing heavily, cursing ferociously from their mouths. But because of the stick in Lin Jia's hand, no one rushed up. Originally, everyone named a freshman boy was easy, so they didn't bring a steel pipe. And someone said, running pretty fast throw the stick in your hand aside, or I'll hit you with a stone. The village road is not the same as the asphalt road. All kinds of stones are everywhere. Lin Jia's heart tightened as he swung the stick in his hand and hissed and cursed, "Get aside!" Just as the 2 people on the left backed up, he forced himself to endure the pain and quickly ran away. Due to being too scared to stimulate his body's potential, both sides just chased after each other for a long time. The guys from the junior high school broke down someone else's vegetable garden fence. Some people had wooden sticks, and others threw stones. Lin Jia was not lightly beaten. His body was very painful, but he was not a good person. He swung his stick and hit Songbin's face. Songbin's face immediately has to bright red blood marks. Songbin was hurt in the face. He hated Lin Jia even more. Go! Must cripple this guy. To the side of the Jingguan Bridge, Lin Jia has little strength. Finally surrounded by cars and people in the center. Severely beaten. Full of black and blue. The clothes on the body is also tattered. In these 10 minutes, many passers-by clearly witnessed the violence, but no one to help. This gang of juniors was afraid to beat Lin Jia out of the problem. Before finally stopping, Songbin covered his face with one hand, his hands full of gas, and said hatefully, "Throw the person off the bridge, and treat your brothers to dinner later." Grass. Songbin, if you don't beat me to death today, you're giving me a chance to retaliate. Lin Jia, nose bleeding, raised his head full of indignation to look at Songbin. Is to help the same table wrote a love letter only, even to classmates under the dead hand. Still crazy. Around a few people and kicked Lin Jia several feet, grabbed his limbs, directly moving Jin Guanqiu above thrown down, splashing a big splash. All of them then left. Only then did everyone leave. The Jingguan Bridge was in the shape of a stone arch bridge. Underneath there was a very clear stream, but due to the fact that in the last few years there were often people throwing garbage into the river water, it had already turned into a black stinky ditch. Lin Jia struggled to get up from the black silt that reached his knees and climbed up the bank with great effort. Then he sat on his butt on the river bank. Just now he accidentally choked on the sludge in the river water. His stomach turned over and he kept dry heaving non-stop. Just now there were a lot of wounds on his body, now being soaked in sewage, just like salt in the wound, really dying of pain. Lin Jia's heart was getting hotter and hotter, and his wounds were getting more and more painful, secretly cursing, "Nima, Songbin, if I don't tear that face of yours apart, I'll damn well have the same surname as you." At this time, there are 2 old men carrying small stools in their hands. Just from the bridge, saw the river bank sitting a young man with dirty clothes, came over to look at a few eyes, and saw that people are still moving. One of them asked with concern, "Young man, how are you?" "Thanks to the 2 grandpas, I'm fine." Lin Jia braced his strength and finally stood up, walking shakily, showing a smile that was worse than tears to the 2 oldest grandpas, thinking to himself that society wasn't so bad. At least there were people who cared about him. Covered in sludge and with dirty clothes, Lin Jia jerked his pants leg up, ready to go home and change his clothes, then take a shower. He was just about to part ways with the 2 old masters, but as a result, he hadn't gone far, when one of them opened his mouth and called out to him, saying, "Young man, there's a wound on your leg. It's still bleeding. Did you scratch it just now?" Lin Jia leaned down and took a look at his leg. There was no red blood. Immediately afterward, he twisted around to look at his leg's stomach, and he saw a dark purple worm on his right leg's stomach, and the blood was left from his calf's stomach, extending all the way to his heel. What was even more frightening was that he didn't feel any pain at all just now. What the hell is this? Lin Jia was so scared that he felt a chill on his back, and hurriedly squatted down and pinched this worm to pull it out. But until then, he finally realized that the bugs have been drilled into the flesh, and the skin is slippery. There is a layer of mucus very much like glue. No matter how hard it cannot come out of the grip. After seeing it, the man in the back came over and said, "This thing is a locust. Can't pull it out. Shoot your leg and stomach." Of course Lin Jia recognized locusts. When he was a child playing by the river, he could often see, but obviously, this one is not quite the same color as the other ordinary ones. The back of the ordinary locusts appeared dark brown. The front is orange, but this one is like purple grapes on the back, and still ripe kind. In front of the milky white color, there is a dense small red dots. Could it be that it was a mutated variety? But the situation was critical. Lin Jia couldn't think too much and did what the grandfather said. He used his hand to quickly slap the vicinity of the wound, but this locust just didn't come out. His hand swelled his leg and stomach. It instead drilled a little bit further inside. Moncler, what should I do? Help me. Lin Jia was scared lightly, speaking voice trembling. Still remember when I was a child, adults once said, locusts into the human body will enter the blood vessels. With the blood flow through the body will be painful. Vaguely remember a family of small children, accidentally bitten by the locusts. The locusts will take the body of this child as their own nest. The result of stomach pain to the hospital. Chapter 4 Super Memory. After the doctor opened the wound, he found the child's stomach full of locusts. The oldest was also very experienced and called out to the other man, Old Lu, give me your lighter. This young man has been bitten by locusts. The two old men, one holding a lighter in his hand and roasting it over the fire. The other made chopsticks out of willow branches and tried to clip them out. After a long time, finally this place should be straightened out. But there is a small round hole on Lin Jia's leg, about the same as the head of the chopsticks, reached out and squeezed, and immediately flowed out purple blood. The situation is not quite right. This locust may be poisonous. Young man, seize the time to go to the hospital. One of them frowned and said. The other person also nodded in agreement and concurred. I've lived near this bridge for over 60 years. I've never seen this kind of locust. A hospital checkup is more guaranteed. If it really is infected with a virus, then give it an amputation. Hearing this, Lin Jia was on the verge of fainting. Damn, today is really evil. Even can meet this kind of thing. He thanked the two old men again and again, ran to the roadside and hurriedly stopped a cab, shouted, Master, quickly go to the hospital. I'm losing people. Lin Jia hurried to the hospital, and when he finished registering, he saw that there were more than 10 people lined up in the hematology department alone. Damn it, is it really necessary to amputate a limb? When Lin Jia arrived at the hospital, he quickly caused a whole lot of dissatisfaction. The clothes he was wearing were even more outdated than the street bums, and the smell was particularly pungent and stinky. The driver who brought him to the hospital took some pity on him for being beaten up like this, and only reluctantly let him get in the car, but also charged him an extra $20. Surrounded by strange gazes, Lin Jia finally reacted to the fact that his current appearance is really not good, and then went straight to the restroom in the corridor, closed the door and began to undress, and then quickly rinsed. Fortunately there is a bar of soap near the sink, to wash his clothes a little bit cleaner. When he washed the bruises on his body, he suddenly realized that a wound on his body had disappeared, only a very shallow red trace. The bruises also became lighter, and could not be seen at all when he looked at it from a distance. What's the situation? Lin Jia lowered his head and looked down. The location on the stomach of the leg where the locusts drilled into, there is only a very small red spot. Reach out and touch. Neither pain nor itch. It is hard not to believe that the silt at the bottom of the river just now can also heal the wounds. Lin Jia scrubbed his clothes with soap, saw a somewhat pale face in the mirror. Half a day did not understand what was going on, but the whole day was bad, but also encountered a good thing. He finally finished washing his clothes. Even if they were a bit wet he put them on his body, then walked out of the restroom and sat down on an unoccupied bench to wait. All the while, he couldn't help but mentally mutter, do I still need to see a doctor? Everything just now was too unbelievable. But in the end, he decided to let a professional doctor take a look at it. That would definitely put his mind more at ease. More than 2 hours quickly passed, and the clothes were already basically dry. A little nurse stuck her head out from inside the hematology department and shouted aloud, Lin Jia, where is Lin Jia? Over here. When Lin Jia heard his name, he immediately left all thoughts of what he had and what he didn't behind, and after answering, he walked into the hematology department with apprehension. The doctor asked a lot of questions, plus a blood test later. The results found that apart from a bit of anemia, everything in the body was normal. Lin Jia is also clear that the reason for iron deficiency anemia is because he used his living expenses to rent novels to buy other things, often steamed buns with pickles, and was relieved. That old man is too bluffing, and said that he wants to amputate a limb. Almost scared the old man to death. Lin Jia walked out of the hospital with a burst of laughter to the sky. Not only had all the wounds on his body disappeared, but he wasn't poisoned either, which was great news. The old unlucky day was over. When Lin Jia returned home, it was already dark. Mom smelled that strange smell on the clothes, nagged a few words, then hurriedly let him take off his clothes, said to wash. He was obedient to take off his clothes, and slipped in to play computer. Lin Jia's family in the suburbs of the city residential district. The father opened a large truck, often go out for several days. Mom operated a small supermarket. Although the family is not rich, but also peaceful and happy. A day's time passes. Lin Jia focus on playing games. The next day at noon we'll have to go back to school. Mom prepared a lot of fruit and snacks, stood in front of the building and watched Lin Jia sit on the bus, Standing in front of the school this time, Lin Jia has some big sickness melancholy. He just helped the table wrote a love letter. The result is a gang of juniors beat half dead, and even let the locusts into the leg. But all of this was a passing cloud. Lin Jia raised his head and looked upwards, and saw 4 big golden letters above the school gate, Zhongbei University. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Song Bin, but a little white boy, you wait for me. You don't dare to get me killed, but I can dare to pit you to death, with a bunch of junior female assholes as your backing. Don't think you're invincible. Just after delivering the fruits and snacks inside the dormitory, Lin Jia suddenly realized that several people in the dormitory were looking at him with a wave of strange eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at? Do I have big rice grains on my face?" "Brother Lin, I just heard rumors that Songbin popped your cherry, but you weren't injured either. Isn't that right?" Little fatty Yang Zhang walked over and looked at Lin Jia for half a day and asked with a smile, Scram, I think it's you who popped the chrysanthemum." Lin Jia was a little angry at being brought up with a sad story. He casually grabbed an apple and shoved it directly into his mouth. "Did Songbin that sand dollar come back?" "I don't know. Just go next door and ask." Yang Zhang was nibbling on an apple. His speech was a bit slurred. Just then, Wei Jian, who was listening to the song on the upper bunk, took down his headphones and gossiped. "I told you earlier, if I knew you liked these, I would introduce my cousin to you. Much more handsome than Songbin. Hurry up and help Lin contact Ah. If he's not satisfied, what if he sets his sights on our dorm room? By the way, I have to wear pants in bed tonight to prevent Lin from coming over." Lin Jia smiled and cursed. These guys really do not have a little sympathy. Just know that here gossip. Lin Jia packed up his things, specially went to the door of the next dormitory to hang around for a while, just to find that Song Bin is not there. May also be afraid that he is looking for revenge. That's why he did not return to the dormitory. "Song Bin, if you have the ability to keep hiding, don't come to school." Lin Jia spat a mouthful of spit, turned around and went back to his dorm room, lying on his bed reading a novel. Zhongbei University as the city's key school, in order to let all the students concentrate on learning, to take closed management mode, every week you can get out of the school gate, comparable to the release of the prison. Lin Jia's grades are not very good. His mom didn't buy him a cell phone, so he can only go off campus on Sundays to rent or buy books, and his living expenses are basically spent on this. If he had a cell phone, things would be a lot easier and there would be more novels to read. After reading the novels for a while, he remembered Yuan Ling. He didn't know if this girl could bring her cell phone today. There was still half an hour left for class, so he could read for a while longer. Not long after, Lin Jia realized something amazing. Chapter 5 word for word. All those stories he had read before. Surprisingly, he was able to recall them all without losing a single word, and his mind was also very clear, as if the 2 veins of the caprices had suddenly been opened up. Could it be that it's still the smelly mud in the river? Very quickly, Lin Jia dismissed his thoughts. After all, that was actually just the treatment bar, not the heavenly elixir. Maybe it had something to do with that magical locust. In the next few hours, Lin Jia asked several other people in the dormitory, asking them if they had seen the locust with a great purple back and a milky white front with red dots. The answer was very uniform. All have never seen. These guys are still thinking, he recently read too many novels, may have hallucinations. Lin Jia was very sure that none of this was an illusion. Even if the locust thing was fake, could it be that the beating he received was also an illusion? This was obviously not true. After all, the entire dormitory now knew that he had been beaten up by Songbin with his men. Maybe that locust was a mutated species that had added some kind of unknown toxin to his body, but the hospital wasn't capable of checking it out. It just wasn't quite clear if the toxin was harmful to the body. He had a lot of things on his mind, so he didn't have the heart to read the novel, and simply hid the book at the bottom of his suitcase to avoid finding it when the homeroom teacher brought someone to routinely check the dormitory. Only then did he leave the dormitory, intending to go to class. When Lin Jia passed by the next dormitory, he glanced inside through the small glass on the door, and saw Songbin packing his suitcase at that moment, joking and laughing with a few others around him, chatting about the very thing he had been beaten up for yesterday. "You guys weren't there. You didn't see how rampant that sand dollar was. Yesterday I brought people to be paralyzed on the ground. The result also said to get me killed. I guess at this time is being hospitalized it." Songbin took out a box of yogurt and shoved it directly under the bed. He also took out the clothes he brought from home and stuffed them into the suitcase while his mouth didn't stop bragging. There is a person in the dormitory who feels that it is too much, cannot help but speak out and say, "Songbin, this is also a little too hard, right? How come we're all classmates? Don't make too much of a scene." "Am I the one making a scene?" Songbin instantly flamed up, spoke in a higher voice, turned his head and asked in a high voice in return. "Yesterday in class, that sand dollar actually wrote me a love letter to be caught on the spot by the teacher. If it was you at the time, what are you going to do? I've now become the object of shame for the entire school." He was very emotional, raising his hand and pointing to the left side of his face, which was very red and swollen. He said, "See, this is what Lin Jia hit. I didn't cripple him at that time, so I've already given him face." Abruptly, a knock sounded. In the next second, the dormitory door was unscrewed. Lin Jia stood in front of the gang with a smile on his face, raised his eyebrows and said, "Cursing me for $10. I see that you're having a good time cursing me. Impossible. Why are you alright?" Seeing Lin Jia standing in front of himself as he was, completely fine, Song Bin's eyes were full of incredulity, asking a question, changing his eyes to fall backward in terror. He remembers clearly, this guy was beaten up yesterday. The result was that he was healed in a day's time. Absolutely impossible. Lin Jia was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. An arrow step rushed forward, flew up and kicked Song Bin's abdomen. Even he didn't have the time to get up. He was slapped 2 more times, a set of actions without any pause. When the beating was over, the other people in the dormitory finally slowed down. The classmate who had just helped Lin Jia put in a good word came up, pulled him back, and advised him a few times. "Forget it, we're all in the same class. What for? He brought 7 or 8 people over to beat me up. Why can't I beat him up?" Lin Jia raised his foot and kicked hard at Song Bin, kicking again before finally stopping his movement. He didn't have much of a family background, so he didn't have the means to lay his hands on him in school. Otherwise, it would definitely be more than that. "Damn you, Lin Jia!" Song Bin tugged on the foot of the bed with one arm before he finally got up from the ground, and instead of fighting back the first time, he hurriedly took out a mirror from the bed and looked at it, and saw that both cheeks were swollen and painful. While covering his face, he said viciously, "Wait, I'm going to find someone to get you killed, or I'll take your last name." Hearing this, Lin Jia was about to start kicking again, but the health member and the military sports member stepped in to stop him in time. The sports member was tall and strong, like a wall, stopping in front of Lin Jia and said, "Lin Jia, have you made enough trouble? Don't make trouble in our dormitory. Go outside and make trouble." Between the words seemingly neutral, the actual action is to protect Song Bin. Song Bin after all, and his dormitory. Lin Jia is ultimately an outsider. Since the sports commissioner had spoken, Lin Jia turned not to make any more moves. Otherwise he would definitely be beaten up by the group here, and that would be bad luck. Lin Jia spat viciously and warned, "Song Bin, if you have the ability to get someone here again this weekend, as long as I get beaten up once, I'll beat you up for a week, or you don't live in school." After saying this, Lin Jia left straight away. As for the curses coming from behind him, he put his left ear in and his right ear out, and in his heart, he had even planned that if Song Bin dared to catch up, then he should beat him up. After getting down from the dormitory building, Lin Jia went to the classroom. At this time, only a small number of students had come to the class, but the good thing was that Yuan Ling had already come over, and also took a modest cardboard box. "This is what I promised you, table mate." Saying that, Yuan Ling smiled with her eyes narrowed into slits, pushed the carton in front of him, and after looking at Lin Jia's body, which didn't have any injuries, she asked, "Didn't run into those guys, did you?" She hadn't learned about Lin Jia being beaten up by a group of people. Lin Jia casually said, "No." In his heart, he was thinking that he had been beaten to death, but he couldn't blame his tablemates for that. After all, that Song Bin guy was incredibly cunning, and even chased after him from the back. Chapter 6. Do we know each other? In the dormitory, Lin Jia stared at the beautiful woman in front of him, really not remembering when he had messed with her. So much so that the other party barged into the boys' dormitory alone in the middle of the night, coming all the way to look for himself. But looking at her expressionless face, as if she owed her a few $100s, it was unlikely to be a good thing. So Lin Jia cautiously tried, "Do we know each other?" "Don't know each other." The beautiful woman responded indifferently and continued, "But you definitely know Song Bin. My name is Jiang Lan. I'm his girlfriend, and I came to find you because I want to resolve the conflict between you two." "Jiang Lan? Song Bin?" Lin Jia was stunned. His mind instantly recalled Song Bin's girlfriend, who was a junior in college, but he had only heard of it and had never seen it. It couldn't be because Song Bin's face was swollen, so he came to look for trouble again, right? Regulating his emotions, he calmly said, "The conflict between the two of us has been resolved. He found someone to beat me up. I also beat him up. It's considered to be even." He paused for a moment, suddenly remembering the scene captured in the grove. He frowned and muttered, "Didn't you guys already break up? What are you still standing up for him for? Who said we broke up?" Jiang Lan, as her name suggests, her face instantly turned cold as she took a few steps forward, looking directly into Lin Jia's eyes, forcing her to ask, "Who did you hear that from?" He said it himself. "Tonight I even saw him cuddling with a girl in our class." Seeing that she didn't believe him, Lin Jia pulled up the video taken in the grove from his cell phone and played it for her to see. The video was blurry, but the sound quality was pretty good. and it played out Song Bin and Wang Wanjuan's conversation word for word, and Liang Li and Zhang Jianjun, a few people, came over to look at it for a few moments, and cheaply laughed as they started to heckle. Lin Jia, you kid is really bad, how dare you play with sneak peeks. Liang Li came over and patted Lin Jia's shoulder, with an accusatory stance. It was clearly me who first realized that girl looked like Wang Wanjun. Okay, you kid sent me back to the classroom and ran off to peep by yourself. Really not enough? Zhang Jianjun was even more exaggerated. He actually blushed when he saw the footage of the two of them kissing Song Bin and Wang Wanjun, and was given a dig by the others. However, Lin Jia noticed at this time that Zhang Lan's face was a few shades more somber than just a moment ago, and her eyes almost spewed fire. How dare she cheat on me behind my back? Zhang Lan gritted her teeth and left a sentence, turned around and screwed open the door, bam on it and left in a huff. She then went to the next dormitory and asked if Song Bin had come back, and was told that he had gone to the infirmary, and soon a whistling sound of cheering a beautiful woman resounded in the hallway. Ha ha ha, that guy is miserable. Liang Li watched the beautiful woman leave and then gloated and giggled. Lin Jia also did not expect such results. Originally his original intention was to use this video as a card, blackmail Song Bin to stop messing around, but did not expect that by mistake it became the iron evidence of the boy cheating, and was also known by Zhang Lan. Look at Zhang Lan that vice to eat people's posture. It is estimated that will not forgive Song Bin. Can imagine that the two will inevitably break out between a big battle. Lin Jia beautifully turned off the video, ready to read a novel on the sleep. Some people are happy. Naturally, some people are sad. At the same time, in the school infirmary, Song Bin was sitting on a chair, grimacing with a pained expression. The handsome and white cheeks of the past had now swollen up more than twice as much. The doctor had just finished giving him medicine, and he was about to call his homeroom teacher for leave to go home and rest for a few days. A handsome man like him who had super high confidence in his image. Naturally he didn't want to show his face as a pig's head all day long. However, only just dialed 3 or 4 numbers. The door of the infirmary was pushed open from the outside. What walked in was a group of girls. The beauty at the head was tall with phoenix eyes. Song Bin hurriedly squeezed out a smiling face and greeted him. Bing bing, sister you, why are you here? The one who came was none other than Zhang Lan. After she came out from the boys' dormitory building, she made a phone call to her close sisters, ready to go to the infirmary together to ask for a statement. Unexpectedly, one phone call stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire dormitory of girls followed her with righteous anger. Oblivious to Song Bin's attentiveness, she stepped forward and snapped a slap, loud and clear, angrily scolding. What are you pretending? Still think I don't know, right? What's wrong, Bing Bing? Why are you hitting me? Song Bin was confused by the slap. Zhang Lan didn't give him any more explanations and said behind her, Sisters, help me beat this cheating of a man to death. A group of girls viciously surrounded up, began to Song Bin punched and kicked. Do not think that the girls hit people do not hurt. That is not encountered underhand ruthless. Among them there is a fat girl with a tough body type, a copy of the infirmary's wooden chair, towards Song Bin's head smashed over, cursing, I already knew that you're a little white boy is not something good, and even the Ice Sisters' feelings dare to cheat. See, I do not beat you to death. The doctor saw this and hurriedly pulled the fight, but was kicked to the hospital bed and threatened. There's no business for you here. Get out of the way. Bing Bing, listen to my explanation. I didn't betray you. Don't fight. Don't fight. Song Bin held both arms in front of him, squatting on the ground and wailing loudly. He hadn't been able to figure out why Zhang Lan would know that he cheated. Did you call Bing Bing? Zhang Lan stepped forward and kicked Song Bin in the face, questioning loudly. Don't you think I'm too old to treat you as a little brother? Didn't you say that you don't want to be with me anymore? When these words came out, Song Bin was completely shocked. This was what he and Wang Wanjun whispered. How could it reach Zhang Lan's ears? However, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore, and quickly begged for forgiveness. Sister Bing, I was wrong. Forgive me once. Forgive you? Even if I forgive a dog, I will definitely not forgive you. Zhang Lan stopped her sister's beating and warned in a cold voice, don't come back to me in the future, or you'll be beaten up once you see me. The group of girls left in a flurry, leaving Song Bin with a head full of blood on the ground, struggling and shrieking. The doctor walked up to help him up with a look of fear, and advised in a serious tone, classmate, stepping on 2 boats is a skill job, so be careful in the future. A farce gradually faded under the night, without stirring up any ripples. Monday morning to raise the national flag, so less than 6 o'clock in the dormitory. Someone got up, and the teeth to bring to the water room to wash. The sound of slippers in the corridor snapping wake up Lin Jia. He looked up and looked out the window. The sky has just brightened up. Confused, he got up and dressed, simply washed up, and went to the classroom with Liang Li and the others. However, until the drill parade, the flag-raising ceremony began. Also did not see the figure of Song Bin. 80% was Zhang Lan packed very bad. Sent to the hospital. Lin Jia heart a burst of dark pleasure. Let you kid again get it. Chapter 7 Examinations. The big break ended, and resumed the boring study life. Such a day is very good to mix. Unknowingly a day passed. In the evening study class, the class teacher came to say about tomorrow's examination. This examination will be in the way of insertion, and the senior students mixed in the same examination room. In other words, half of the class will go to the senior classroom, and the remaining half will stay in this class. The homeroom teacher, in order to save trouble, directly let each table sit on the right side of the students to go out to take the test, and Lin Jia's seat happens to be on the left side, and is not included in this list. Yuan Ling complained with dissatisfaction. Class teacher is so bad. Why don't you let the ones on the left go to other classes to take the test? There is an advantage of taking the exam in your own class, even if you disrupt the order. It doesn't matter. Anyway, they are all acquaintances. It's also more convenient to pass an answer or something. And the invigilator teacher is usually selected from within your own class teachers. Usually not too strict. Lin Jia comforted. Don't complain. With your looks, it would be great if you ran into a senior boy. Just a few sweet words. Maybe they can help you answer the questions. It's more convenient than cheating. Yuan Ling's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "You're so smart at the same table. Then if you're at the same table with a senior girl, can't you also colorfully seduce her? Maybe even solve a lifelong matter, yo. Hopefully, as long as I don't run into a dinosaur." Lin Jia laughed. Although he had memorized all the textbooks in his head, he was unsure, because it wasn't like memorizing formulas and theorems to be able to answer the questions correctly. Maybe he really had to rely on the help of the upperclassmen seniors. As a result, the next day when the exam, Lin Jia was dumbfounded. There were 52 students in their class. Half of them went out and there were still 26 left, but as a result, there were 25 people from the senior class, and after seating them according to their test numbers, there was no one next to him, but the class teacher was the invigilator, and he was sitting right next to him. This made his plan to find someone to help him go completely out of the window, and his heart itched with hatred. How could there be such a way of distribution? Couldn't they find another senior to insert? The exams were held for 2.5 days. The morning language was easily answered, except for the essay where he didn't know how many points he would get. All the other questions were fairly simple. The afternoon of history and politics is also very easy. Lin Jia is confident to get a high score, but the next day's math he was blind. This time to find out that memorization is not everything. Even if the textbook from beginning to end word for word, recite backwards and forwards will not solve the problem. Why do these math problems look so familiar? But why are they so different from those in the textbook? Especially the various sets, functions, and those Abbotsford letters, which Lin Jia recognized individually, but didn't know how to manipulate them together. The class teacher saw him scratching his head in embarrassment and reprimanded him in a low voice. Can't even do such simple questions? Didn't you answer the questions quite quickly in those 3 exams yesterday? Teacher, those are fine by rote memorization, but not the math questions. Lin Jia explained bitterly. Didn't you say you could get top 30? Can you pass with this? The homeroom teacher gave him a blank look and got up to go to the front of the room to make his rounds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Jia secretly stood up and glanced at the exam paper of the classmate sitting in front of him, but unfortunately it was partially blocked by the other person's arm and he was not able to see the whole picture. But this was not bad. Relying on his ability to forget everything, he had memorized the answers to more than 20 questions. He secretly laughed in his heart. Even if brother can't do it, can't he still copy it? The 2.5 days of exams soon came to an end. Songbin was hospitalized due to an injury and therefore didn't participate, making Lin Jia feel a bit sorry for him. He didn't feel sorry for that kid, but he felt that if he got such a good score on the exam and didn't have a competitor, it was like swinging for the fences and hitting the air, with the feeling of being high up and alone. After the test rested for half a day, the next day in the afternoon began to announce the results one after another. Lin Jia heart a little nervous, until he saw the English test paper that 146 points of red high score. The emotion immediately excited. I didn't expect to get such a high score. Lin Jia held the English exam paper and couldn't believe it. The complacency on his face was not hidden, living up to his top student-like demeanor. So complacent, attracted the table Yuan Ling dissatisfaction. Look at Lin Jia, that high score. His own paper but scored 35 points. Reached out and hit him, complained, how do you not send me the answer when the test? Sent you several text messages. Are you deliberately not replying? It hurts. Lin Jia twisted his body and broke free from Yuan Ling's clutches, playfully explaining. It's not that I didn't send it to you. The homeroom teacher was sitting right next to me, so how could I dare to send the answers? It's all an excuse. Yuan Ling beamed, depressed, and cried. Really? I even promised my mom that I would pass this English exam. Looks like I'll be scolded again when I get home later. As the results of each subject were announced, The smile on Lin Jia's face grew. This was undoubtedly the highest in his exam career since he started school. Lin Jia hurriedly took out his cell phone, used a calculator to do some math, and exclaimed, "Wow, the total score is so high. Ah, did you use some cheating method on the exam? Such a high score." Yuan Ling looked at Lin Jia with a surprised look. How she refused to believe that he could get such a high score, and felt that something wasn't right. But when she thought about it, even if she copied from the textbook, she might not be able to get such a high score. Lin Jiaxian raised the paper in his hand and said with relish, "Cheating is outdated these days. Brother found a super memory method that can memorize all the textbooks within a few days. Do you want to learn?" "Bluffing you." Yuan Ling glared at Lin Jia, seeing his eyes moving over his body. With an evil smile on his face, she said vigilantly, "Don't try to hit on my mother. It's impossible to give your body to her. See, you really are evil again. In fact, I only want to." Lin Jia has not finished. Suddenly the class surface uproar. Students immediately quieted down, looked up to see the original as the class teacher to come. Will know the time for the handsome collectively closed their mouths, because the class teacher just stood to the podium, immediately focused their eyes all over. "Okay, everyone be quiet." The students in front passed down the report card. The homeroom teacher divided a pile of 4 paper printed report cards into 4 and handed them out. Afterwards, she raised her voice and summarized, "This exam is your second big exam since you entered school, and according to the rankings of the results of the 2 mapping exams, the one who has made a sudden progress in this exam is student Lin Jia, advancing from the 4th from the bottom to the positive 6th. Applause of encouragement. Chapter 8, Wow. The words just fell. The class erupted a wow sound of surprise. Everyone is talking about it, only because the span of this achievement is really too big. From 49th to 6th, a total of 43 forward. How can not let a person surprised? In front of the attention of the whole class, even if Lin Jia's skin is thick, but also a little shy, quietly put his head down, but this time the table bad, with his arm to corner him a few times, and asked, "What did you just think? It is not very great. How to become an ostrich so weak? Ah." In the front right of the classroom, there is a person very disdainful. "If I take the exam, I can also take the class in the top 5. What is worth showing off?" At this time, Song Bin's face had almost recovered. Only a shallow scar on his left cheek remained. In addition, he had already inquired through the girls in Jiang Lan's class that the reason why Jiang Lan was furious on that day was because he went to Lin Jia's dormitory and saw a video from Lin Jia. Although he didn't know how Lin Jia had accidentally filmed him and Wang Wanjun, he had made up his mind to make sure that this bastard couldn't live a good life. Although fighting wasn't his strong point, connections were sometimes more important than fighting. E.g., Student Council President Yuan Ling looked at her grade, 42nd in the class, and asked Lin Jia in frustration, "Classmate, did you really not cheat? That's not normal. I had my senior sister help me with the paper, so why did I only get such a low score?" "Really didn't. That's something everyone can testify for me." Lin Jia smiled helplessly and consoled, "Maybe that sister you met is also a school slag." After praising Lin Jia, the homeroom teacher began to name and criticize those students who had regressed, especially Wang Wanjun and military and physical fitness member Luan Cheng. One of them had retreated 11 places, and one of them had retreated 9 places, and they were severely criticized. Luan Cheng stood up and argued unconvincingly, "Teacher, those cheating ones got high scores. Of course it will look like we are regressing. Who believes that a person who can't even remember a few English words can get such a proud score as 146? Except for study committee member Huang Jing, who scored 147 in English. Lin Jia was already second in the class. Such an arrogant score did attract suspicion, which also made those students who had regressed in their grades indignant. This bizarre results, not to mention the students do not believe. Even the class teacher and the subject teachers are very skeptical. So she entered the classroom, looked at Lin Jia, as usual, gossiping with the desk, and did not put their minds on the study. However, she personally supervised this exam and sat next to Lin Jia, so it could be said that most of the questions Lin Jia did were passed under her eyes, so there was basically no chance of cheating, even if cheating is not possible. At this time, Songbin stood up and made a suggestion that was very much in line with public opinion. "Teacher, you let Huang Jing and Luan Qing question him in the classroom, so it's clear if he's cheating or not." "Right, this is a good idea." Luan Qing turned her head to look at Songbin, very much a feeling of sharing the same enemy. Other students also followed the coaxing. Only Lin Jia was very angry. Luan Qing, this strawbag, how every time to stand out of the egg inside a bone. Last time he came forward to testify that he went to their dormitory to beat up Songbin. This time he suspected that his own grades were obtained by cheating. The homeroom teacher finally adopted Songbin's suggestion. "Lin Jia, come here for a moment." Falling to the podium without any information, Lin Jia said indifferently, "You guys feel free to ask, other than I'm not good at it." Feel free to ask about other subjects. Luan Cheng looked at Lin Jia with an unfavorable gaze, opened his geography textbook, flipped it randomly, and asked a question in a short while. In which continent is the Amazon River? Amazon River? Lin Jia froze for a moment, quickly searching for this strange name in his mind, as if he had never seen it before. Where is this river? The other students were similar to him. They were all unfamiliar with this name, but they were able to flip through the books. For a while the sound of flipping through the textbooks clattered, more active than studying in class. Luan Cheng looked up at Lin Jia. Provocative meaning in the eyes is very thick. Has been more than 10 seconds. See, Lin Jia is still there in the meditation. Then feel secretly pleased with themselves. Thinking as long as you cannot answer. Cheating reputation even if it is sitting in the reel. Just when he thought that the other party certainly could not answer, Lin Jia faintly opened his mouth. Everyone do not need to look for. In the textbook page 131, the following 4 paragraphs in bold small letters, is about the introduction of the Amazon River, is located in the northern part of South America, is the flow of the world, the largest watershed, the largest tributaries of the river. Once this statement was made, the class clamored in turn to page 131, and indeed saw 4 paragraphs about the Amazon River underneath. But these were extracurricular readings, and the name of the Amazon River was superlative. They marveled at Lin Jia's amazing memory at the same time, but also to Luan Cheng cast a contemptuous glance. With this test, or not even the name of the test to ask questions, is clearly in the other side of the difficulty. No wonder no one in the class know where this river. Luan Cheng was scorned-faced, do not know where to put, but still defiant, turned to the study member and said, you come to the question. Huang Jing was not as shameless as he was, and asked a question in a moderate way, and asked a few questions about the spelling of the language pinyin, and the result was that Lin Jia's answer was completely correct, and even on the first few pages of the textbook was not even close to being correct. This time the students boiled. Memorization to this point, the test of the class 6th place is indeed worthy of the name, if not good at pulling down the total score, maybe even to the top few in the class. The homeroom teacher had the intention to set an example for the students. At this time cleared his throat and educated, you see, right? People Lin Jia students even remembered clearly in the textbook page. To achieve such a good result is as good as a fake. What about you guys? All day long you just know how to talk, eat, pass notes in class, run outside after class, and whine even when gym class is occupied. Can't you learn more from others? Lin Jia snickered in his heart. He didn't do these things less, and no less than others, just because the test scores were higher. It's true that reading is all about grades. He was even thinking of picking one that would maximize his superior talents. Just as Lin Jia was fantasizing about the beautiful life in the upper grades, the homeroom teacher changed the topic and said to him, Student Lin Jia, you've made so much progress this time. You must have some good study methods, right? Share them with everyone? This. Lin Jia grimaced bitterly, his fingers tugging at the corner of his coat, a little embarrassed. Under the class's expectant gaze, Lin Jia didn't say anything amazing, because even he himself didn't know what was going on. Ever since he was bitten by locusts last Saturday, his brain had become particularly good, not by any study method. Therefore, he muttered a few sentences. Even the class teacher who was close at hand didn't hear him, impatiently waved his hand and let him go back to his seat. Finally escaped. Only Huang Jing was upset, her eyes crystallized, moving along Lin Jia's figure until he sat down and whispered with her deskmate again. How on earth did he do that? Why would he even remember the pages of the textbook so clearly, as if he had the entire book in his head? Huang Jing carried a huge mystery in her heart and was ready to find time to discuss Lin Jia's study methods with him. She thought that Lin Jia must be hiding some kind of magical technique that allowed her to memorize quickly. Lin Jia didn't know what she thought, and as soon as he returned to his seat, he showed his original form and whispered something to Yuan Ling. Tablemate, you got such good grades, you have to treat yourself this Saturday. In order to find mental balance, Yuan Ling held the pencil sharpener and placed it between Lin Jia's legs, whispering threats. Is it okay not to treat? Lin Jia was pestered by Yuan Ling and got a bit of a headache. It's not that he didn't want to invite, but he was really shy. He often used his living expenses to buy extracurricular books, and his mom knew more or less about it, so she gave him $100 every week to eat. Today is already Friday. Where is the money to buy a treat? Of course not. Yuan Ling used the tip of the knife to keep gently sliding on his pants, stating the reasons. Firstly, your sister is very upset that you came 6th in the exams. Secondly, a meal is at most $100 or $10. It's too unmanly to be so stingy. And thirdly, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do. The homeroom teacher analyzed the paper on the podium. The two muttered below, but the homeroom teacher just looked at it and did not say anything to stop it. For her, as long as she can get a high score on the test. Anyway, some students will not be able to change their ways and be a new person again if they are managed again. so turning a blind eye to it will be over. Lin Jia was worn out, pulled out a 10 yuan, and 2 1 yuan from his pocket. Playing tricks? I have a total of 12 yuan on me. You love to eat whatever you want to go buy something. All for you. So you don't have money why don't you say earlier? Sister lent you not good? It is said that a poor man raises his son and a rich man raises his daughter. This saying was fully realized in Lin Jia and Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling's family was well off, with 1,000 per month for living expenses, and another amount for buying clothes and doing her hair. She took the crumpled 3 tickets with a smile, organized them neatly, and pulled out $200 bills from her own wallet, handing them back together, saying, "Return it to me when you have the money. This meal is on you." Lin Jia cried and laughed, a little embarrassed to take it, teasingly said, "Is it so cool to rip me off? Aha! We've been at the same table for 3.5 months, and you haven't invited me to dinner yet." Yuan Ling's pretty face was smiling, but she pretended to be very serious, nodded her head, and urged, "Take it quickly. I didn't say that I'd let you return it right away." Chapter 9, Scum. Calculated really. This week Lin Jia ate 5 days of small fry. The same table brush the meal card. Eat that, call it comfort. Just like other small couples. 2 or 3 dishes. 1 person a rice. Face-to-face eating. Chatting. The dormitory that a few guys envious and jealous to death. Straight to call him a soft rice scum. There were even times when Lin Jia thought, shouldn't he take it a step further and simply let Yuan Ling be his girlfriend? Only he felt that eating soft rice was too unprofitable and would be despised. So he only thought about it in his head and didn't put it into action. Falling in love is a very money-burning activity. Just the 400 oceans he has every month. He really can't afford to burn. Lin Jia put away the small thoughts in his head, took the money and said, "This is what you said. I can't guarantee when I'll have the money." Yuan Ling tilted her head, just looking at Lin Jia. After a while threatened, "Look at you, this small appearance is also quite handsome. If you dare to renege on the debt, sister will sell you to the south." In Lin Jia's head full of black lines, Saturday's treat was finalized. After returning to the dormitory in the evening, I didn't expect Liang Li to ask for a treat as well, and with him taking the lead, the others also agreed, claiming that eating the schoolboy's meal was conducive to the development of intelligence. In the end, there is no way. Simply 8 people in the dormitory all go, plus the table Yuan Ling, total of 9 people. Lin Jia touched the pocket of $200 or so. Only bitter smile. "I'm afraid that this money is not enough." Then simply get a piece of beer, to fill them up first before saying, after 4 classes on Saturday morning, finally liberated. A few of the same dormitory afraid of Lin Jia run away. The school bell rang on the gathering over. Yuan Ling looked at so many people, a little unhappy. She originally wanted to go out to eat alone with Lin Jia, but these people are Lin Jia's dormitory diehard. Not good enough to refuse. It can only be admitted. A bunch of people hooked shoulders out of the school door. 8 men and 1 woman. How to see how incongruous. Lin Jia thought last night, took the initiative to propose to eat barbecue, so that it is more cost-effective. But Liang Li and other livestock but yelled at noon barbecue stalls are not open. To go to a product residence to eat a big meal, and finally in Lin Jia to eat a big meal on the threat of can only give up. From Jiangbei University to the south of 700 or 800 meters, turning across the intersection is a commercial street, where a lot of food stalls, all-day barbecue restaurant also has, in line with the principle of proximity. A few people came to a store called 19 Barbecue Store, sat down, ordered a bunch of meat skewers, roasted corn, wings, seafood and other food. In addition, Lin Jia did not care whether a few people drink or not. Let the boss's wife on a piece of beer, exactly 9 bottles, distributed in turn, and threatened, each person a bottle. Who can not finish, who pays the bill? "Ah, you're too black. Schoolmaster Lin, that's right, didn't you say you'd treat us? So you're just going to screw us? You're good friends?" Liang Li said with a disgusted face. "Who's with you?" Lin Jia smiled cheaply and blankly glanced at Liang Li, sophistically saying, "This time we came out to eat because I got the 6th place in the exam, right? You guys came out to celebrate me, so you have to give me some face, right? It's just a bottle of beer. It's not white. Should I pay for it if I'm not so open?" "You should." Yuan Ling was the first one to stand out in support of Lin Jia, not afraid to watch what's going on. Seeing a pair of eyes staring at her, she hastily defended herself. "Don't look at me. I don't know how to drink. That won't do. Nowadays it's all about equality between men and women. We all drink. You must drink more or less." Liang Li twitched his thick and short eyebrows with a bad smile on his face. His eyes kept flinging towards Lin Jia's side, making a wink at Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling quickly understood and said, "All right, then I'll have 1 drink and let my tablemate drink the rest for me." As a result, the two sang in unison, pitted Lin Jia miserably, waiting for the barbecue to be served up one after another. They found excuses to keep pouring wine. Boxing will not be replaced with scissors and rapping hammers. do not know how to do the drinking order, then throw a sieve to bet on the size of the bottle, and in the end, after counting the bottles, Lin Jia drank 4.5 bottles on his own, and if he even counted with the Yuan Lings, it would be more than 5 bottles. This was enough to make Lin Jia, who normally didn't drink, unconscious, but strangely enough he didn't get drunk. Although his face was as hot as fire and his consciousness was a bit confused, he wasn't as drunk as the others. The original agreement was to have 1 bottle each, but when the alcohol went to their heads, they all drank quite a bit. Even Yuan Ling drank more than 1 bottle. Her face was red like a flaming cloud at dusk, and she kept wiping the fragrant sweat on her forehead with a paper towel. In the end, a few people were helping each other out of the barbecue restaurant. Lin Jia went to settle the bill and found that there were still more than $20 left, because of the beer bloating their stomachs. They did not eat much. Hey, that's the way to go. He laughed and pocketed the change, taking a few steps to catch up with the drunks in front of him, yelling, "You guys are going back so early. Ha, why don't we play somewhere else? Play your sister ah. I can't even stand steadily, but also play a fart play." Zhang Jianjun rolled his eyes, was assisted by another person, did not have the good taste to scold. On the contrary, Yuan Ling, because she drank less, took a few steps backward, walked next to Lin Jia, and asked him, "I don't want to go back yet. How about we go to KTV and sing?" Knowing that Lin Jia should be broke, she added an additional sentence. "I'll treat you this time." "No problem. I haven't heard you sing yet." Lin Jia agreed painfully. Liang Li, who was in front, turned back and said, "Where are you going to play? Count me in." In the end, there were only 3 people who went, and the remaining 6 were so drunk that they helped each other back to the dormitory to sleep. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol. Yuan Ling even took the initiative to pull up Lin Jia's hand, said, "My sister-in-law opened a KTV in the development zone. Will not charge me money. He. Feeling the smooth and soft hand in his palm, Lin Jia was dumbfounded for a moment. His brain fell into a state of deadlock. What's the situation? What's going on here? She's not going to fall in love with me, is she? When his brain did not work, the pace of his feet stiffened a lot. Yuan Ling stopped a cab and pulled the fool like Lin Jia into the back of the car. Liang Li had to go to the passenger seat and sit with the driver. Master, take us to the development zone. Landy KTV. Yuan Ling reported the name of the place, and then leaned her head on the back chair, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. But in fact, in her heart, she was cursing Liang Li for being a light bulb. Why did she have to come alone? The effect of the alcohol covered her hot cheeks, but it was still a bit awkward between the two of them. Lin Jia smelled Yuan Ling's hair, and the small fluttering in his heart was like a weed that had been given super fertilizer, growing wildly, and inwardly he was asking himself over and over again, "Yuan Ling likes me? Does she really like me?" Just as he was fuming, the car turned the corner at the intersection. Yuan Ling's head leaned on Lin Jia's shoulder under the effect of inertia, and then rested comfortably on his pillow, and asked in a small voice, "Tablemate, do you like me?" Chapter 10 Moves. This voice seemed like a murmur, but also like a dream, drifting and not quite real. To ask this question, Yuan Ling had put in a lot of courage, yet she didn't get a response for a long time. She opened her eyes somewhat chagrined and with a little bit of uneasiness, staring at Lin Jia with watery eyes, realizing that the other party was looking at herself, her eyes a little red, her breathing gradually becoming rapid and ragged. Suddenly, Lin Jia seemed to have made some sort of determination and answered her with practical actions, lowering his head and imprinting on her lips, simply and somewhat roughly. Yuan Ling did not expect him to make such a move. At first struggling a few times, realizing that she couldn't break free, she slowly became submissive, hotly catering to. Lin Jia laughed lowly for a few moments. His heart shook slightly, making Yuan Ling feel a rare bit of shame. She suddenly came out of Lin Jia's arms, and Lin Jia didn't stop her. He just looked at her so gently. This gaze made Yuan Ling feel her cheeks burning. She forced herself to look back and said, "Lin Jia, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, she got out of the car and turned around to leave. Lin Jia stared at her for a while, and only collected himself after seeing Yuan Ling's cheeks getting redder and redder, and even her earlobes were tinted with a touch of translucent red. Lin, he called out softly. I like you too." Yuan Ling's footsteps lurched. Her mind hadn't even begun to get confused. The sound of her heartbeat first messed up on its own, and subconsciously, she then looked over at Lin Jia, only to see her silhouette in his eyes, and with a panic in her heart, she hurriedly lowered her head and hurriedly said, I'll leave first." After saying that, she quickly ran away. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, and by the time Lin Jia was still planning to say something else, the person had already left him aback. Lin Jia shook his head and laughed a little, letting her go. Only after Yuan Ling had gotten quite a bit farther away from Lin Jia's line of sight did she slow down and launch herself into a daze. Early the next morning, Lin Jia didn't go looking for Yuan Ling as usual, but instead utilized the zombie's psychic ability and went to the martial arts collection building first. The zombie's alien ability allowed Lin Jia to quickly memorize the book on the one-star sword technique in his mind after reading it, and as a martial art, it could only be borrowed by Lin Jia after returning a copy. After Lin Jia returned the one-star swordsmanship, he came to the area of two-star martial arts, blood hidden sword technique. Lin Jia recited the name of the sword technique while searching. Found it. His eyes lit up slightly as he pulled out the blood-hidden sword technique. Lin Jia casually flipped through it, and after realizing that there were no problems, he walked over to the boss at the entrance of the martial arts building and handed him the blood-hidden sword technique along with the token. Blood-hidden sword technique, $10. After the boss deducted the amount from his card, he returned the 2 items to Lin Jia. Thanks boss. After Lin Jia politely thanked him, he took the items and walked out of the martial arts building. He followed the stone path to the Valley of 1,000 Colors, and with a drop, he stepped along the path into a small house that was covered in mist. Lin Jia then sat down cross-legged with peace of mind and began to quietly comprehend the dome pole in the book. Dome has the meaning of the sky, and as a sword technique, Dome Extreme is undoubtedly majestic in its aura, and the power of sharpness contained within it gives it an untamed momentum. Lin Jia kept deducing in his mind. According to my understanding, what Dome Extreme wants to express is perhaps an unrelenting momentum that wants to cleave through the sky. He stood up, but his eyes remained slightly closed, only that his right hand suddenly drew out the cold star sword. Lin Jia's chi condensation duel was running. His spiritual energy came to the sword with the mobilization of his spirit, only to see the tip of the sword suddenly tremble. A white light suddenly slashed out, chopping to the boundary of the house, but was absorbed by the vague mist. He frowned. Not quite right. Lin Jia adjusted the angle of his sword, and between his spiritual energy movements, he chopped out a white light once again. Bear! An extremely blazing white sword chi crossed in mid-air, and between its momentum and sharpness, it vaguely carried some hegemony. It's still a bit short. Lin Jia chopped out several more dome poles in succession, and it was only until the last time that he opened his eyes. That's right, only to see Lin Jia step forward, his wrist slightly exerted, and between the slight shaking of his sword, a dome extreme once again slashed out, this time straight into the sky. Stabbing hiss. The dome extreme tore through some of the mist in the air, but between the flow of the mist, it quickly filled the void again, as if it was only treating this as an inconsequential mantra, but it was enough to make Lin Jia's heart happy. Sure enough, it was a wise choice to spend half a month practicing the one-star sword technique, he secretly exclaimed. It wasn't until the sun dipped in the west that Lin Jia stopped practicing the dome pole, and as a result, his sharpness had steadily advanced to 41%. After sheathing his sword, he took out the blood-hidden sword technique from his small Chin Kuan bag. The blood-hidden sword technique was divided into 3 styles. The first style was the blood return, which required 10% of tyrannical power. The second style was the blood hidden, which required 30% of tyrannical power to catalyze. As for the third style, the blood explosion, the tyrannical power was as high as 70%. Lin Jia ignored the latter 2 styles and began to carefully comprehend the first style. This style was not that difficult for the current Lin Jia. What was difficult was the tyrannical power in it. He recalled that when he was at the 3-corpse slope, that extreme emotion that he had deliberately let go of eventually gave rise to that splash of blood color, and when it was used along with sharpness and coldness in the 3 forms chop, the power appeared to be extremely astonishing. But now, as Lin Jia sat withered in the Valley of 1,000 Colors, with the breeze blowing, he only felt that his mind was clear and rational, half unable to restore the emotions he felt at that time. Early the next morning, Lin Jia left the 1,000 Colors Valley with an expressionless face. As expected, the power of tyranny, as an emotional extreme, had no connection with creatures like swordsmen. Since he was unable to perceive the tyrannical power in the Valley of 1,000 Colors, he could only rely on actual combat. Lin Jia rummaged through his mind to find the second change of the 9 changes of the heavenly god. The second change was divided into 2 layers. The first layer required 9 different elixirs. The second layer was even more outrageous. It required 3 different spirit liquids for quenching, and the spirit liquids had to contain special powers. When Lin Jia saw this, he became skeptical about whether or not there would be a future for the 9 changes of the heavenly god. With such harsh collection conditions, he was afraid that he would have to give up halfway through the process. However, he had a backer, and with a turn of his feet, Lin Jia headed towards his father's side. Which 9 are needed? Lin Xian asked after hearing the requirements for the 9 changes of the heavenly god. Lin Jia listed them out one by one. Water cloud fruit, soul infant flower, spring underworld grass, crimson jade flower, earth turbid fruit, jade vine, crystal umbrella fruit, luo drafting fruit, and golden rue flower. Most of them are available in our sex spirit medicine building. Lin Xian said, you only need to find the water cloud fruit, jade vine and crystal umbrella fruit. Lin Jia expressed his understanding. The fruit cloud and jade vine mostly grow in offshore dense forests, while the crystal umbrella fruit is in the abyssal cliff. Lin Xian added, the two places have a majority of second-order zombies, and there are quite a few third-order ones as well, so there's no harm in you practicing with your current strength. Chapter 11 Departure. Lin Jia nodded. By the way, Lin Xian suddenly asked, how long does Lin Jia plan to practice this time? The offshore dense forest and the abyssal cliff aren't close by. A month or so, Lin Jia replied. Lin Xian nodded gently. That's more than enough time. When do we leave? He asked again. Lin Jia thought for a moment. I'll be leaving later. Pay attention to safety. Yes, the child excuses himself. After Lin Jia stepped out of his father's front door, he went back to his own courtyard and started packing. After a few strong clothes, a bottle of antidote medicine, dry food, some spirit stones, and then going to the medicine building to buy some more of the sex bottle of condensation of Bai medicine and a bottle of Peiyuan medicine, Lin Jia officially set off. Only after leaving the sect gate did Lin Jia look back. He did not tell Yuan Ling that he was leaving today, but with Lin Lin's nature, I'm afraid that she had already anticipated it as well. That's why she suddenly thanked him for his company that day, and in her words, the meaning of farewell flowed out extremely clearly. Obviously in this life, she's just a young beauty of a young age, yet she's so intelligent. Lin Jia sighed lightly. How does this make me simply treat you as a sister? These days you smile a lot more than usual. I hope that my company can make you forget your past hurts and troubles for a while. In front of me, just feel free to be a carefree little child. Also, wait for me to come back. It wasn't until after he drove off that Lin Jia temporarily suppressed some of the thoughts in his head as he discerned the direction and began to set off towards his first destination. The offshore dense forest was close to the desolate leaf region. Normally Lin Jia would first arrive at the desolate leaf region, rest for a night and then enter the offshore dense forest the next morning. However, this time he did not choose to do so. The offshore forest covered an extremely wide area, and when he passed by a town in the middle of the journey, Lin Jia parked his car and directly entered the periphery of the offshore forest. The periphery of the offshore dense forest was mostly filled with first-order zombies, which Lin Jia wasn't interested in, as he crossed over a few zombie elephants and continued walking towards the depths of the dense forest. Lin Jia's footsteps lurched and slowed down. He gazed around. Thick ancient trees grew irregularly in all directions, and there were no large zombie figures in the gaps between the trees. He slightly lowered his heart, only to see that in the dense forest, the teenager's pace stopped slightly, followed by a resumption of his previous speed, and continued to walk forward unhurriedly. On the trunk of an ancient tree behind Lin Jia, a brownish-brown viper quietly poked out its snake's letter between the slow movement of its body. Its orange-yellow vertical pupils were grim, and the snake's body did not make half a sound as it crawled on the tree trunk. Seeing that the prey in front of him was unaware, the viper's body slightly shrunk, and then, it instantly catapulted out. Ding! Lin Jiafeng recluse method run under the feet quickly turn, cold star sword steeply draw out, a style of cloud pole in the middle of the chopping out, and the viper in midair wide open fangs came into a close contact. The viper's body without a place abruptly stagnated, followed by the mighty Yunji flying out, only to hear a bang sound. The snake's body on the ground uncontrollably bounced a few times before regaining its balance. Lin Jia stared at the viper with interest for a while, and when he realized that it was only a zombie of the second rank, his long sword was slightly hanging down, and he didn't rush to attack. The viper's body was pressed tightly against the ground. One of its sharp fangs chipped off, while the brown head of the snake was dyed a crimson red by the blood that flowed out of it, almost blending in with the snake's letters that it occasionally spat out. Hiss! The viper let out a hoarse cry, and upon realizing that its prey wasn't attacking again, its retreat slowed down, and it even got the better of it and circled around its prey. Lin Jia faintly smiled, his long sword fiercely probed. Between the operation of spiritual energy, the sharp power abruptly exploded at the tip of the sword, only to see a flash of white light. A style of domineering sword marks that almost shattered space instantly cut out, directly hitting the viper. The viper's body involuntarily shrank. Its orange-yellow vertical pupil flashed through a few channels of humanized panic, and after sensing the might contained in the dome pole, it was even more so as the snake's tail swung and turned to run. But the dome extreme does not give it a chance. White sword light in the air emitted a blazing light, with a mountain of domineering momentum slammed down. The sharpness of the power emitted during is like a spike. The hard brown scales on the viper body is only a little touch, will be disintegrated by the dissipation of the earth. Thorn! The dome extreme mercilessly chopped to the viper's body, countless blood light instantly gushing out, but still cannot block the light of the white sword light. Next to the ancient tree came from an extremely loud sound, that is by the dome extreme chopped out of the half of the snake body's last struggle. Between the flying dust, the scene quieted down, and the viper's body lay broken on the ground, lifeless. Only then did Lin Jia approach the viper with his cold star sword, and after seeing the tragic state of the viper's body in one piece, he secretly smacked his lips. Sure enough, as a dome extreme that can only be activated by 40% of the sharpness power. The strong power is not something that a mere second-ranked, lower-grade zombie can withstand. After picking his longsword and finding an earth-colored zombie crystal core in the remnants of the viper's body, he continued to walk deeper into the dense forest. This time, the first goal of coming to the offshore dense forest was to search for the jade vine and the water cloud fruit, and the second was to hone his strength. But the two were not in conflict. After all, as long as one moves in the dense forest, no matter where one goes, one will encounter zombies that block the way. 3 days later, Lin Jia finally found a zombie with similar strength. It was a second-order middle-grade green pupil tiger. He once met a green pupil tiger outside the Red Mountain. The difference was that at that time he only had a refining realm, and the green pupil tiger did not fight with Lin Jia because there were two cubs around. The green pupil tiger's eyes were cold and indifferent. Its pace slightly shifted, facing Lin Jia, and let out a low roar. Lin Jia had the intention to try his true strength, not retreating but advancing, while running the wind escape method under his feet. A style of cloud extreme instantly chopped out. Roar! The green pupil tiger felt provoked. The tiger's mouth slightly opened. A flash of green light abruptly sprayed out, and suddenly came to its side of the cloud pole touched, only to hear a bang sound. The green light and the cloud pole almost at the same time dissipated. This is in Lin Jia expected. His sharp force full operation, once again still split a cloud pole. Green pupil tiger eyes have anger flashed. Tiger paw abruptly raised. Green spiritual power quickly gathered in the air. Then, a green tiger claw shadow instantly molded towards the cloud pole, and then did not stop, only to see its rear foot slightly sunk. The tiger body suddenly bounced, fiercely pounced towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia slightly condensed, cloud pole in the air by the green shadow instantly grabbed broken. 15% of the power of the blizzard violently run open. Wind escape method transported in front of the body, quickly avoided the green pupil tiger's pouncing. Chapter 12, Fighting. The sharp fangs of the green pupil tiger were hidden in its mouth, and its huge body jumped nimbly on the ground, pouncing towards Lin Jia once again, and at the same time, only to see its tiger's mouth wide open. The green light flashed violently, shooting towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's long sword slanted, a style of cloud pole in the middle of the chopping out, stopped the green light, only because of the sword out of the reason. The body is slightly paused for a moment. The green pupil tiger had no mercy. Its eyes were ferocious and its mouth was wide open, this time revealing sharp fangs. Lin Jia frowned slightly, but he did not panic. He quickly switched up the 9 transformations of the heavenly god, only to see that the green pupil tiger pouncing at him suddenly stopped in midair. Its pupils subconsciously widened. A hint of panic and fear flashed through it. It's now! Lin Jia's expression was solemn. His spiritual energy was quickly transported to the cold star sword. The power of sharpness violently erupted. Between the flashes of white light, the dome extreme with the might of wanting to split the heavens suddenly chopped towards the green pupil tiger. The green pupil tiger angrily roared out, but the dome pole has been close at hand. It green light flashes. Body quickly surfaced a touch of green light armor, trying to resist the dome pole. But the power of the white sword chi is extremely huge, only to hear bang a loud sound. The green pupil tiger by this style of dome pole was unable to take precautions to fly to the ground. Dust and earth dissipation. A deep pit as the green pupil tiger pressed under the body. Lin Jia took a few steps forward and saw a pair of bronze bells with big green eyes staring at him. It was the green pupil tiger. The tiger's back was cut with a huge blood-colored wound. Blood gushing out. The wound was deep enough to go into the bone, but it was still standing as it was, and it couldn't tell that it was injured. He secretly smacked his lips, worthy of being a zombie of the middle grade of the second rank. Unexpectedly, this kind of thick skin and flesh. The green pupil tiger let out a low roar. The tiger's paw was violently raised, and the green light shadow instantly took shape in midair, quickly pouncing towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia used the wind escape method to avoid it. The long sword in his hand was raised and quickly chopped down. A style of vault extreme gathered at the tip of the sword, and with his force he swiftly chopped out. The power of the white sword mark was terrifyingly strong. The green pupil tiger didn't dare to receive it, roared lowly, and quickly spewed out a green light from its mouth while its body jumped to the side. The dome pole light rises greatly. The sharpness of the power of the path of contact with the green light will explode. Sharp sword marks instantly cut the green light in pieces, and even the residual force remains to continue to chop towards the green pupil tiger. The green pupil tiger's eyes flashed. Its body nimbly jumped backward, and after staring fiercely at Lin Jia, it instantly turned around and fled. Where to escape? Lin Jia had anticipated this, and the wind escape method was quickly transported under his feet, following the green pupil tigers back to the death. But the speed of the green pupil tiger escaping with all its might was too fast. Even Lin Jia's 15% of the power of the blistering wind Surprisingly, it was also a little less than enough. Seeing the figure of the green pupil tiger getting smaller and smaller, his heart was rarely a little depressed. I should have known that I would have run the 9 transformations of the heavenly god, but if the green pupil tiger is bent on escaping, my 9 transformations of the heavenly god won't necessarily be able to keep up with it. Lin Jia was chagrined in his heart. Compared to a second-rank middle grade, my shortcomings are still too obvious. Lin Jia was all set to give up, but ahead of him, the smaller and smaller figure of the green pupil tiger suddenly stumbled and planted itself on the ground. His complexion was startled, and subconsciously, he looked around, and sure enough, at the end of his sight, behind an ancient tree, 3 figures slowly stepped out. Lin Jia stopped his footsteps from afar, his heart slightly condensed, not intending to approach. The green pupil tiger let out an angry roar. What came to his face was a red-colored blade light, only to see that the blade light instantly chopped into the body of the green pupil tiger. The green pupil tiger's body shape froze, the green eyes of a piece of horror. Then, along with the violent splash out of the bloodlight, the green pupil tiger instantly gray-drooped eyelids, vitality gradually extinct. Noisy. It was only at this point that one of the youths among the 3 figures moved his lips slightly and slowly uttered these 2 words. Lin Jia's complexion went cold, his sleeve swung violently backward, and he turned around and left. Only after Lin Jia's figure disappeared did a slightly longer warrior among the 3 figures say to that youth, "Zhang Fangfan, you're too impulsive." Zhang Fangfan was unimpressed. "Don't worry, senior brother, isn't it just robbing a prey? If he's strong enough, this green pupil tiger won't fall into our hands." Yang Ruoshi sighed. "After all, the other party is from the Night Spirit sect, so you're just not giving face?" Zhang Fangfan used his long knife to pick out the crystal core of the green pupil tiger before grinning. "I only give face to strong warriors. What do you think, Song Weiwei?" The last of the 3 figures was a woman. She nodded as she sniffed. Although the other party is from the Night Spirit sect, but seeing that their prey was taken, they left without even saying a word, so they're quite knowledgeable. Yang Ruoshi shook her head helplessly. "If you guys have the ability to take off the sect's standardized power suits and do this kind of prey snatching thing again, let's see if he looks for you to settle the score." "Words can't be said like that." Zhang Fangfan raised his eyebrows. "The same are the 6 great sect's men. When we meet the prey that crashed into our mouths, how can we let it go? Even if the other party is from the Night Spirit sect, should I, Xian Heavenly sect, be afraid of it? Of course, if the other party is highly powerful and wants to rob my prey, I won't say anything. Afraid only of Euro? Is senior brother trying to talk about the Desolate Leaf region?" Song Weiwei asked. Yang Ruoshi hesitantly nodded. Zhang Fangfan snorted at his words. "He's only at the early stage of the Qi realm. Who can he beat?" Yang Ruoshi's expression was worried, but he was able to chase down and kill a second-stage mid-grade green pupil tiger. Zhang Fangfan glanced at Song Weiwei and saw that she too was filled with helplessness before saying to Yang Ruoshi, "Senior brother, it's not that I'm saying, who hasn't come up from this stage? Is it hard to cross the ranks? Your cultivation is in the middle stage of the Qi realm, and when you encounter a zombie of the upper second rank, you're still chasing after it. It's not the same Euro? Yang Ruoshi was a bit hesitant. "My situation is special Euro? Zhang Fangfan scratched his head in annoyance and sent a pleading look to Song Weiwei. Song Weiwei helplessly spread her hands and began to change the topic. "Senior brother, it's getting late, so let's rest here, just so we can still have a full meal. Euro? Alright." Yang Ruoshi hesitated for a split second, but still nodded sagely and agreed. As the sky grew dark, Lin Jia found a clearing where he planned to rest for the night. The speed is too slow. Whether it's the speed of the chase or the speed of the sword, he thought in a calm mood. 15% of the power of the blast wind isn't quite enough anymore, so I'll have to put some effort into this next. But Euro? Lin Jia pondered for a while. Are the people of the Xian Tian sect pretending to be brainless? Or are they really brainless? For the sake of a mere green pupil tiger, they have to offend me a bit. Do they feel that life is too comfortable and want to make an enemy to find a challenge? I'll make a note of this. In the future, if there is no fate to encounter it, then it's fine not to mention it. But if there is this fate Euro? Chapter 13 Vines. He let out a light laugh. We'll see then. The days in the offshore dense forest passed by especially fast, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to battling zombies and honing his strength these days, Lin Jia was also searching for traces of the jade vine. Jade vine in the offshore forest hidden although deep, but as long as the tail, follow the vine up, find it is only a matter of time. Lin Jia looked at a slightly shriveled ancient tree that was being wrapped in circles by black-colored vines, and the brownish-black vines were showing a touch of jade color. With a movement in his heart, his line of sight shifted downwards, and he saw the brownish-black vines that hid the jade color, lying unobtrusively amidst the clutter of dead leaves and dirt. Lin Jia raised an eyebrow, directly slightly picking the long sword, slightly using some sharp force, easily cut off a branch of the vine. Brown and black vines, only outflow of tender green juice, but did not see the jade color. He had a trace of confusion in his heart, and was about to frown, when the vine that was cut off on the ground suddenly rose up and violently drew towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia was startled in his heart, running the wind escape method to quickly retreat. The cold star sword swiftly slashed, and a style of cloud extreme instantly chopped out. Before the brownish-black vines could fully extend, they were intercepted by a lukewarm cloud, only to see an extremely sharp aura coming from the milky white sword aura, and the vines that were deeply sunk into it were ground to smithereens without any power to fight back. The brownish-black vine on the ground was instantly shortened by a large portion, and it unwillingly drew towards Lin Jia once again, but because of its insufficient length, it only bounced futilely on the dirt. Lin Jia's eyes narrowed slightly, the long sword in his hand shook slightly, and another cloud extreme instantly chopped out. As soon as the brownish-black vine saw the cloud extreme, it hesitated for a moment and still avoided its body, but because it wasn't very decisive, it was still cut off by a large portion of the cloud extreme. Tender green sap flew in the air. The vine did not dare to make another mess. The vine body retreated, intending to draw back. Where to run? Lin Jia's wind escape method was activated and followed closely, while the brown and black vines in front of him slid swiftly on the ground, and in no time at all, they were gone. Lin Jia helplessly slowed down. Cannot keep up with the expected thing? Fortunately, the vines are not smart. Not only the tender green juice flowed all over the place, and because of the reason of escaping too fast, but also the ground left extremely obvious traces of escape. He followed the traces. After about half an hour of chasing, the ancient trees around him suddenly thinned out. Lin Jia's heart slightly condensed, and his pace became a lot more cautious. The front opened up and a jade color glistened in the sunlight. He took a few steps forward and finally saw its full appearance. It was a dry and old ancient tree with vines crawling all over it. The main trunk of the vines was extremely thick, comparable to a tree trunk, and under the sunlight, it showed a crystal clear jade color. The branches, on the other hand, were a dark moist brown color. Countless vines crossed and spread around the ancient tree, and between the ups and downs, it looked like a swamp that wanted to be eaten by people. Lin Jia's afterglow happened to catch a glimpse of the broken vine, which was hidden in its midst. Putting aside the ugly scars, it showed a bit of might. The jade vine required for the 9 changes of the heavenly god was naturally the main trunk of the jade vine, and if he wanted to get it, Lin Jia would have to cross this brownish-black vine swamp before he could do so, so he stopped in his tracks. Is 16% of the power of the blast wind enough? Lin Jia expressed his skepticism. That's right, it was 16%. After the first few days of refining, his blast wind power had risen from 15% to 16%. It was really something to be congratulated. How about euro? Try it first? Lin Jia took a few tentative steps forward, and the dark brown vines on the ground instantly rioted, and vine after vine looked like they had eyes, suddenly jerking towards him with a blistering wind. Lin Jia was flabbergasted in his heart, but in his hand, he chopped out a dome pole without slowing down. Only white light appeared, and 40% of the sharp force violently exploded in the air, chopping the countless vines that were attacking him to pieces. However, behind the vines, countless vines instantly filled in. Lin Jia's complexion slightly condensed, and another dome extreme abruptly chopped out. The power of dome extreme is undoubtedly, it almost splits the impermeable vine attack into a blank space, but compared to the endless vine swamp, this is just a corner of the border. Lin Jia's heart was a bit helpless. He utilized the wind escape technique, and in a few jumps, he took advantage of the blank space created by the dome pole to exit the place occupied by the jade vines, and the vines that replenished from behind also slowly retreated towards the back. The jade vine was a plant, so the shock function of the 9 changes of the heavenly god was useless against it. This wasn't exactly good news, but it couldn't be any worse anyway. Lin Jia thought with an expressionless face as he looked at the vines waving in the sky in front of him, but it wasn't without a solution. As long as his blast wind power was improved, it wasn't impossible to get the jade vine when he was fast enough to avoid the speed of the vines. It's just the power of blast wind euro. Lin Jia was worried for a while. This wasn't a sect, and without the help of the Thousand Colors Valley, it was unavoidable that his realization would be much slower. But on second thought, in the beginning when he was in the body refining realm, there was also no Thousand Colors Valley. What was the power of blistering wind? The power of sharpness? What should be embodied was not embodied as usual. How is it that with the Valley of 1,000 colors, the realization of the body instead began to be tied up? Is it because with shortcuts, one doesn't want to follow the right path? He secretly woke up. The brownish-black vines in front of him were still swinging around, and as Lin Jia watched, his heart suddenly stirred. This seems to be a natural ground for practicing body techniques? He observed thoughtfully for a while. His footsteps suddenly stepped, and the wind escape technique instantly operated. walking into the attack range of the vines without flickering or avoiding. Bang! The brownish-black vines that had been slowly rolling around in the swamp suddenly rose up, and a dozen of them were like poisonous snakes that wanted to be eaten by people, and they all drew towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's heart was flabbergasted. The wind escape method was instantly executed, dodging this wave of attacks without a second's notice. But in the next second, countless more vines quickly rose up from the ground, stabbing at him with biting wind whirlwinds. Lin Jia tightly tensed his face, not daring to be slow. His long sword subconsciously drew out. A sword mark containing a domineering momentum instantly cut out. It was precisely the dome pole, only to see the dome extreme flung out from the tip of the sword. After contacting the brownish-black vines, the sharp force of 41% instantly erupted, and in the blazing white light, the second wave of vines that rushed up were cut to pieces by the sharp force. The brownish-black vines that were cut off one by one were scattered into the vine swamp by the impact of Dome Extreme's tremendous power. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Then, like the surface of a lake being disturbed by a small stone, ripples appeared, only that the water became a vine swamp, and the ripples, it became a treacherous desire to cover the sky. All the brown and black vines. Chapter 14 Attack. Lin Jia looked at the third wave of vine attacks that covered the sky above his head, and in his heart, he said that it was not good, and he quickly gathered all the blast wind power in his body and transported it on top of the wind escape technique that had never stopped, and his body fiercely retreated towards the back. But this time the attack was not as good as the last time. Even though Lin Jia had already withdrawn from the edge of the vine swamp, hundreds of brown and black vines were still chasing after him. Lin Jia suddenly braked and stopped in front of a thick vine that suddenly slapped on the ground. Dust scattered underneath the vine, and the ground was slapped with an indentation that was visible to the naked eye by the tremendous force. Lin Jia quietly swallowed his saliva. If he just did not stop in time. Although the thick vines didn't hit Lin Jia's figure, they were extremely deadly and intercepted his path. And at the back, hundreds and thousands of brown and black vines weaved a layer of black net, bombarded down towards Lin Jia. Under the front and back attack, Lin Jia could not retreat. Boom! The sound caused by the vines was extremely loud and amazingly powerful, and the already sparse ancient trees here were broken by a dozen or so due to the indiscriminate attack of the vines. It seems that because of the venting over the reason, the branches of the jade vine also slowly calmed down the anger, only to see several vines a branch of the draw away. The dense network is slowly thinning. The dust gradually dispersed. The ground appeared a big pit. Inside the ground appeared a big pit. Inside empty. It wasn't until peace was completely restored somewhere to the east of the offshore dense forest that Lin Jia emerged from behind a tree trunk that had previously fallen to the ground with a loud crash. He took a few steps forward, looking at the dents in the ground and secretly smacking his lips as he said, "If it wasn't for the timely breakthrough of the power of the blast wind, the current me would have become one with the land. This power is afraid that it's not much better than the full force strike of a second-rank upper-grade zombie." However, Lin Jia stroked his chin. The power of the blast wind has crossed over from 16% to 19% in one go. At this speed, a few more times like this, wouldn't it all surpass my sharp power of 41%? His eyes unconsciously looked in the direction of the jade vine, and he was a little foolish inside. When I first broke through the Chi-Si realm, I had 10% of my blistering wind power, and after that, although I had participated in the Thousand Colors Valley and practiced in the Three Corpses Slope, my focus has always been on my sharpness power, and my blistering wind power has only just managed to reach 15%. This time, when I came to the offshore dense forest, I felt the inadequacy of my stance, even though I had some realization, but if I want to make a big progress, I still need to grind water, and I didn't expect to come across such a treasure like the jade vine. Lin Jia thought of this, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Indeed, there is a great opportunity between life and death. 10% 99 fast 20% of the power of the blistering wind, almost to be compared to the power of darkness that Jiangja majored in. Before he could float for long, the cold and unfeeling reason splashed a bucket of cool water extremely quickly. It's just that the accumulation has been exhausted. The progress after the power of blistering wind will be slowed down, and the wind escape method needs at least 30% for its minor success. Lin Jia pressed his temples. If I want to get the jade vine, I'm afraid that 20% of the power of blistering wind is not enough. I can only hope that my 2-star Earth-grade wind escape technique can be as effective as it should be. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Right, he thought uncertainly. Although the power of the blistering wind had been comprehended to 19%, Lin Jia didn't rush to the jade vine to find a draw. Instead, he found an open space and started practicing the wind escape technique. The wind escape technique was still a bit far from becoming a minor success, but after the 19% of the power of the blistering wind was fully adapted in the wind escape technique, it would also make progress in his strength. The goal of the second cultivation group is the second grade of the middle stage of the Chi-Si realm. That is, the strength to be able to individually decapitate a second-stage middle-grade zombie. Lin Jia recalled, when I faced the second-rank middle-grade green pupil tiger, my strength was at an upper hand. It just wasn't overwhelming. The first reason was because the Dome Extreme couldn't deal fatal damage to the green pupil tiger, and the second was because the speed couldn't be compared to the green pupil tiger. And now, the power of the blast wind is almost close to 20%. My strength should also be able to barely reach the level required by senior sister Yi. Thinking like this, Lin Jia instead began to pay attention to the sword skill aspect. Although the dome pole is strong, it's still not powerful enough. It's just that the last style of the four-pole sword technique, the tie pole, requires 70% of sharpness, so I'm afraid that there's no hope for a short period of time. Lin Jia thought of the three-form slash again. I thought that back in the Three Corpses slope, I was also the one who had used the three-form slash. And now, he sighed, I hope that by practicing the blood-hidden sword technique without interruption, the tyrannical power will accumulate into a tower. On the second day, Lin Jia quietly returned to where the jade vine was again, the brown and black vine swamp still swaying irregularly, inexplicably looking somewhat eerie under the large dark clouds. Lin Jia stepped in. The vines at the very edge looked like they had been instantly flicked on and off, abruptly slapping towards Lin Jia, who quickly utilized the wind escape technique and started dodging within a very small area. Seemingly because Lin Jia did not return the favor, most of the vines were still swaying quietly in place, and Lin Jia was happy to do so. The wind escape technique still progressed fast in actual combat. Yesterday, although he had already adapted to 19% of the power of the blast wind, there were still flaws in many parts of the execution, and now, while dodging the attacks of the vines, Lin Jia was satisfied with the little progress of the wind escape technique as he realized the progress of the wind escape technique. This is the correct way to open vines. Lin Jia's footsteps were light. As he became more skillful in the wind escape technique, dodging became easier and easier. It's just that the speed of the vines is a bit slow. What should I do to increase it a bit? Lin Jia's afterglow skimmed over the leisurely swaying vines next to him, and with his right hand placed on the hilt of his sword, he began to calculate the power of the martial art. Dome pole is too strong. No. Cloud Extreme and two-form slash are also a bit over the top, but the one-star blast wind sword technique is again a bit too weak. This jade vine is calm now, but when it launches its might, it is estimated that it can battle with an upper second-rank zombie. As Lin Jia thought about it, he thought of the first style of the blood-hidden sword technique above the blood return, because I haven't realized the tyrannical power. The blood return is also just a flowery style, but with my spiritual power from the early stage of the Qi High realm holding me up, the power isn't too weak, so it's feasible. Lin Jia nodded to himself, then he looked towards the vines on the side. His right hand abruptly drew out the cold star sword, and a style of blood return that emitted a pale light instantly chopped out. Only heard a thorn sound. The brownish-black vine was cut open. Dark green juice flowed out in a stream. Vine swiftly was angered. Will quickly out of the original comfortable environment, violently towards Lin Jia draw. Lin Jia not surprised but happy. Wind escape method in the foot, slowly adapted to the sudden increase in pressure of the vines. After a while, Lin Jia repeated the same trick and continued to invite new vines in, until the sky will be dark. He walked out of the vine swamp, found a safe place, began to rest. Chapter 15, Good Results in Battle. The results of today's battle are good. Lin Jia was satisfied in his heart. The wind escape technique had already kept up with the progress of the blast wind power, and he hadn't yet fully digested the epiphanies from the last breakthrough of the blast wind power. In today's honing, it had been refined again, and he believed that it wouldn't take more than a few days for the power of blast wind to stabilize to 20%, and by then, it would be a new light. The desolate leaf region, near the offshore dense forest, many Qi High realm and God condensation realm warriors like to come here to practice, and with the discovery of several spirit mines in the last few years, this place became more and more lively. Boss Zhou, young Master Yang Qini is back. An underling with a delighted voice pushed open the door of the great hall and reported to an elder inside. Oh, why is Yi's son back? The elder raised his head at the words, and although it was a doubtful question, his tone carried some surprise. Outside the door of the great hall, the slender and handsome young Qini walked quickly towards the elder, and he called out joyfully, Grandpa! The elder subconsciously smoothed his white beard, revealing a kind smile. His eyes looked at young Qini with concern, and he began to chatter. Why did Ear come back all of a sudden? How are you doing in the sect? Did you encounter any unhappy things? How's the food? Young Qini laughed helplessly, but still obediently answered one by one. After Boss Zhou had asked enough uninterested questions, young Qini's words changed before he started talking about the main event. Grandpa, Deacon Lu said that Boss Li wants to ask you to fetch a few poison dragon grass, and specially asked me to come and make a trip. Speaking of this, Yang Qini's expression was a bit puzzled. Poison dragon grass is only a 2-star elixir at best, So if there is a shortage of it, it would be fine to send out a quest. So why do you want me to come to you, Grandpa? It's not like the offshore dense forest is rich in poison dragon grass. Boss Joe sniffed thoughtfully, and his hand stroking his beard slowly stopped. Then his deep eyes suddenly lit up and he began to laugh cheerfully. Young Chini looked confused and anxious, and couldn't help but ask after him, Grandpa, what exactly does this mean? It was only then that Boss Joe began to explain in an unhurried manner. Bosley isn't asking for the poisonous dragon grass. He's sending you over. Ha! Young Chini had a confused look on his face. A spirit mine was discovered in the Desolate Leaf region in the past few days, and all the major clans wanted to get a piece of the pie. But the warriors of the condensing spirit realm and above refused to lose face because of it. So they set the rule that the descendants of the Chi-Hai realm would take part in the competition to decide on the distribution of the spirit mine. However, Boss Joe sneered twice as he said this. But what? Grandpa, you quickly say it. Seeing that Yang Chini was genuinely curious, Boss Joe drank a mouthful of water before continuing. Due to the war with the Xiantian sect some days ago, all of us bosses were away from the Desolate Leaf region. And so when we came back, we had already become the last group of forces to only learn of the existence of the spirit mines. In the meantime, other forces had long since negotiated the terms of the distribution of the spirit mine, and even some of them were so fast that they even deployed Chi-Hai realm warriors, and we are slow step by slow step. When we really figure out the situation and want to go back to our clan to call for Chi-Hai realm warriors, we were obstructed by several other forces, which put us in a weak position. After hearing this, Yang Chini's face showed a few moments of anger, but was more puzzled. But even so, we chased after them quickly. It was always too late, right? They are just blocking. How can they block when their legs are long on them? I'm even here. You are already familiar with the Desolate Leaf region. Even if you encounter an accident on the way, you can avoid it and rush in a different way, while others may not be able to do so. Besides, I don't intend to transfer Chi-Hai realm warriors from the clan. Yang Chini frowned. Why? Boss Joe patiently explained. Quite a few of the warriors from this sect have been sent out to find fault with the Tianji Hall, which is why we lost out on the discovery of the spirit mine. Moreover, this spirit mine incident is considered a counterattack by the Tianji Hall in conjunction with several other forces. Since several other sects are going to such great lengths to make a fuss over the distribution of the spirit mines, the underlying implication is that they have no intention of meddling in the affairs of this sect and the Tianji Hall. In the long run, this is undoubtedly beneficial to this sect. That's why it's sufficient to appropriately back off on the distribution of spirit mines. Yang Chini was filled with incomprehension. What kind of reasoning is this? If I take the time and effort to mobilize Chi-Hai realm warriors from this clan because of this allocation of spirit mines, not to mention whether the warriors will be able to reach the Desolate Leaf region, even if they reach it just like you, if they lose the match, won't it be a wasted effort? And if I save this effort and use it elsewhere, I can completely recapture this loss from the rest of the Desolate Leaf region. Boss Joe analyzed with gusto. Moreover, after they snatch the profit of the spirit mines from the mouth of this sect, they will back down a few points elsewhere. And when this sect finishes cleaning up the Tianji Hall, there are ways for me to overthrow this unfair distribution of the spirit mines, and I'll make money anyways. Of course, this also has the meaning of the patriarch in it? Patriarch chief? Young Chini was confused again. Did patriarch chief say anything to you, Grandpa? Boss Joe's face, which had been in the midst of his excitement, suddenly became helpless, knocking Young Chini's head with a bit of hatred. Didn't Bosley ask you to come? Young Chini shrunk his head, his expression still puzzled. Bosley is the boss of the Spirit Pill House. What does he have to do with the patriarch head? And wasn't I sent here because I'm your grandson? Boss Joe sighed heartily. Only letting you come alone is the meaning of the spirit mine distribution as it is. Moreover, as we all know, Bosley's meaning is the sovereign's meaning. Oh, Young Chini suddenly realized. Grandpa means that Bosley and Patriarch Chief are from the same faction. Boss Joe sniffed and turned his back in a pale manner, shaking his head and sighing as he walked towards the outside of the hall. Rotten wood. Grandpa, wait for me. Am I right? Yang Chini hurriedly chased after him, and after seeing that Boss Joe did not answer, he simply gave up on the question. He only looked around, and only after realizing that there wasn't much, did he pull on Boss Joe's sleeve and ask in a low voice, "So Grandpa, what faction are we in?" Only then did Boss Joe glance at Yang Chini and asked in return, "What do you think?" Yang Chini's eyes rolled before he quietly said, "I hope it's the faction of Patriarch Leader. After all, Patriarch Leader is so powerful." When he said the latter, Yang Chini's face was filled with admiration. Boss Joe smiled and did not say anything. Yang Chini did not quite understand, tugged on Boss Joe's sleeve, and tentatively asked, "Grandpa, what do you mean euro? Boss Joe didn't answer this question, but only mildly exclaimed, "Grandpa is old. In the future it will be the world of you young people. What is the meaning of this Grandpa, you don't fight confused eyes euro 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 euro? Ha ha, the little one thinks for himself euro 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 euro? Chapter 16 Injuries. Somewhere in the east of the offshore forest, there is a dry and old ancient tree. The fragile trunk of the ancient tree by the jade rattan circle by circle strangulation. From a distance, then to say that the crystal clear jade rattan attached to the ancient tree. More like the ancient tree trembling survival in the jade rattan in the cracks. Ancient tree side, covered with jade vine branch. That branch is mostly brown and black. The wind blows, undulating, like the black swamp that chews people want to eat. Only this swamp, but there are a few puddles of not very obvious green. A closer look, only to find that the green around the accumulation of a section and a section of brown and black vines. And that green juice, it is from the section of the vines flow out. A few more brown and black vines fell from the air to the ground, and the tender green sap gushed out, soon covering the original green color on the ground. Looking towards the sound, it was only then that he realized that there was actually a warrior here in the large vine swamp. That warrior did not look very old, but the martial arts that he chopped out was extremely powerful, only to see the long sword in his hand swiftly swung, between the tip of the sword shining, a black and a silver, two kinds of sword-ons crossed out, and instantly chopped off the branches of the vines. After that, the black and silver sword-on's residual force has not yet disappeared. The wave of the back of the leisurely vines also suffered. As the two-shaped chop dissipated, the number of vines attacking the teenager increased by many more, but his expression remained calm. Dozens of brown and black vines were like cold vipers, stabbing at the teenager from different directions, and with a flash of clear wind under his feet, his figure changed instantly, easily dodging the strike. Afterwards, his long sword was slightly angled, and a half-crescent-shaped sword-on was quickly chopped out. The white light in the center of this sword-on was translucent, but the side was coated with a layer of zombie strange blood color. Once it chopped into the brownish-black vines, it would cause a wound that was almost like a waist cut, and it seemed to be extremely sharp. This person was none other than Lin Jia. When Lin Jia saw the wound caused by the blood return, he couldn't help but frown and then stretch. He thought, although the power of this blood return is really impossible to look at, but at least a little bit of tyrannical power has appeared, isn't it? After all, the main purpose of his cultivation of the blood collection sword technique was for the tyrannical power. What increased the diversity of the sword strokes were all secondary. Lin Jia comforted himself with this in his heart. To be honest, from the blast wind sword technique to the four-pole sword technique, he had always practiced smoothly, and even with the wind escape technique, he hadn't encountered much difficulty because of the advancement of the blast wind power. But now, this blood-hidden sword technique actually made Lin Jia feel frustrated for the first time. It was really rare. So why is there a tyrannical power in the three-form chop? Lin Jia couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it anymore. After all, right now he had more important things to do, such as fetching the main trunk of the jade vine. He glanced at the glistening jade color on the dry ancient tree in the distance, then calculated his position, then realized that he had now traveled 5/10 of a mile. The surrounding vines were still continuously attacking Lin Jia. Lin Jia sighed in his heart. The wind escape technique was utilized underneath his feet. He turned around and walked towards the outside of the vine swamp. When he arrived outside the vine swamp, dozens of vines intended to disperse sparsely. Lin Jia suddenly turned back, the long sword in his hand swiftly crossed, the body of the spiritual power operation, a style with almost to split the dome of the sky of the blazing sword suddenly chopped out, rushed straight into the depths of the vine swamp. The sharp force of 40% of the dome pole instantly erupted. Like a sun, the domineering and unreasonable sword light shot around, nearly wiping out the brownish-black vines in the outermost part of the vine swamp. The vine swamp instantly rioted. Densely packed vines rose up into the sky, weaving a large net in the air, violently pressing towards Lin Jia. As for Lin Jia, after launching the dome pole, he quickly utilized the wind escape technique and ran towards the distance without looking back. It wasn't until the movement on the eastern side of the offshore dense forest slowly calmed down that he quietly approached the jade vine again. It's true that as soon as I use the dome extreme, the jade vine will riot because it senses the threatening aura. And if I don't use the dome extreme and only rely on the wind escape technique, I don't know how successful I will be in getting close to the main trunk of the jade vine. Lin Jia pressed his temples and made a detailed estimation. The power of the blistering wind has finally been realized to 20%. If I put up 12% of my concentration, it is reasonable to say that this level of the wind escape technique is enough to use. Just, what if there is an accident? If the journey goes smoothly and I finally get the main trunk of the jade vine, but then I am in the center of the vine swamp, how should I come out? It would be best to come out quietly, but even if I cut a few branches, it would cause the entire jade vine to riot, let alone the main trunk. However, there's almost no time left. Lin Jia narrowed his eyes. At that time, Zhang Jia and Su Xinxiu had an appointment to compete in a month and a half. I stayed at the sect for half a month. The remaining month has now passed a third of the time. the jade vine is not in my hands, and there is still no sign of the fruit of the water clouds and the fruit of the crystal parasol, so this can't be good. However, after observing over the past few days, I did find that the jade vine prefers sunlight, and every night, the branching vines will be quite sluggish. Lin Jia weighed his options and made a decision. Then let's go fetch the jade vine tonight. As the sky grew dark, Lin Jia stood on the outskirts of the vine swamp with his sword, quietly observing the movement of the vines. He raised his head and looked at the sky, and after realizing that it was about time, he threw 2 Pei Yuan medicines that could restore his spiritual energy towards his mouth. Wind, hidden in form, hidden in shadow. The breeze flickered, a figure swayed leisurely, and in a few jumps, it walked into the vine swamp. A few brown and black vines seemed to be awakened, and with a twist of their branches, they drew towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's long sword was in his hand, but he didn't activate his sword moves. His pace was light, relying on 20% of his wind power to quickly approach the main trunk of the jade vines. The brown and black vines didn't care much about this seemingly unthreatening little bug at first, but as Lin Jia got closer to the jade vine, until he reached 3/10 of the distance, the brown and black vines gradually began to stir up. An endless number of vines crawled from around Lin Jia, carrying creepy moving noises, silently stabbing towards Lin Jia in the darkness of the night. Lin Jia was still quite light, his sword light flickered slightly, and a few light poles of pressure force chopped out, only to see a shimmering light suddenly flashing in the darkness, but very quickly, it was obliterated in the vine swamp. Countless vines violently lunged at Lin Jia, while Lin Jia relied on a gap cut by the light poles to avoid the attack without a sound, escaping from the gap and continuing to set off towards the main trunk of the jade vines. The vines slowed down for an instant. Some stopped pursuing because the distance was too far, while others, still tirelessly probed towards Lin Jia. 4/10, 5/10, 6/10. Lin Jia raised a breath. Here the vines circled more intricate. Countless brown and black vines waved their thick trunks, bang bang towards Lin Jia. He didn't dare to slow down. 40% of his sharpness power was fully utilized, and his light pole instantly chopped out, stepping out of the brownish-black swamp to make a path. Chapter 17, Aggressive Fighting. 8 out of 10. 9/10. Closer, Lin Jia felt his heartbeat accelerating. By this point, the vines had vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It was clear that every attack they sent out was enough to decapitate Lin Jia's demonstrated strength. But why had he actually managed to make it this far? However, that was as far as it went. Dozens of deep black vines suddenly lashed out, violently jerking towards him with extremely strong sonic sounds, while around him, quite a few slender branches transformed into poisonous snakes, stabbing towards him in batches, and in the distance, more vines were sticking to the ground and crawling sinuously. Lin Jia had a slight regret in his heart. The best case scenario would be for the vines to riot after he got the jade vine in his hands, but right now the main trunk of the jade vine wasn't too far away. So let's charge. Lin Jia had a decision in his heart. The speed of his feet steeply increased by a degree. After dodging the thick vine swipes, his long sword slightly slanted, and a cloud extreme instantly chopped out, breaking through the countless poisonous vines that were ushered in front of him. He fully operated the wind escape method, extremely fast approaching the main trunk of the jade vine, and at this moment, the surrounding brownish-black vines completely awakened, countless branches scrambling towards him. Lin Jia's heart was slightly tight. Every turn, every detail fought to achieve the extreme. Between the wind and lightning, it was even closer to the distance between him and the main trunk of the jade vine. At this time, the vine's attack had become airtight. The pure body technique had gradually become weak, and extremely quickly glanced at the distance of the pale ancient tree. He no longer hesitated. The cold star sword swung violently. Between the first appearance of the sword's aura, a style of blazing white light containing the desire to split through the vault of heaven's momentum fiercely chopped out, directly hitting the countless vines in the rear, like water added to a frying pan. The countless vines instantly boiled up, and the vines that had been cut by Dome Extreme were quickly covered by a more dense brownish-black color, and with a chilling wind sound, like the dome of heaven pressing down on the top of the sky, they covered towards Lin Jia. The east side of the offshore forest sent out a loud sound. The old ancient tree was affected by this blow. The already dry branches and leaves were even dropped to very few, and Lin Jia did not know when he stepped on the tree trunk. Hand up, sword fall, quickly chopped down a section wrapped in the trunk of the ancient tree. Crystal clear jade vine trunk, palma catch, immediately put into the waist side of the small Chinkuan bag. Bang bang, bang bang bang, countless brown and black vines instantly rose up from the ground, driving the sound of the wind like a creepy roar. Wave after wave of madness pumped on the pale ancient tree, making the already fragile ancient tree even more like a heavy burden. Lin Jia grabbed the ancient tree, and between a few jumps, he barely managed to stabilize his balance between the branches and trunk of the ancient tree. Looking at this scene, his expression slightly condensed, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, it's really crazy. This ancient tree is the habitat of your main trunk. The night was even darker. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to not be able to bear to see this scene, half covering it to reveal a sliver of moonlight that shone in the vine swamp next to the ancient tree. Where is this still a swamp? Countless dark vines intertwined and circled in the air. Hissing sound, like the prelude to the god of death waving his scythe. The vines wriggled and formed a huge black shadow, under the hidden moonlight, like a demon whispering in hell. Put. The moonlight hid in the dark clouds, and incidentally obscured the way out of the swamp. Lin Jia leaned low against the shaking ancient tree, his face sullen. Sure enough, the worst has happened. With a violent swing, the vine demon directly split the fragile ancient tree. Lin Jia didn't dare to stay when he saw the situation. His figure scurried in the air. His long sword stood in front of him, and subconsciously sent out a dome extreme. Dome pole blazing like the sun, can be reflected in front of the body of the vine demon, but it seems extremely small. Only to see its torso does not flash not to avoid. Interlaced vines actually hard to withstand this blow, and its torso bottom wriggling, such as the choice of people want to eat like a beast towards Lin Jia over. Lin Jia used the wind escape method to stabilize his body in the air. Seeing that the dome extreme did almost no damage to it, his heart was cold, and he hurriedly wiped his feet and fled in another direction. Sneak away, sneak away. Damn it, Lin Jia actually heard the jade vine demon's roar, and he thought he must have been hallucinating. But countless vines suddenly sprang out from under his feet, like hellish severed hands, trying to pull Lin Jia's feet. The wind blew even more violently, like a female zombie in the fall tempting the heart. Come on, come and play. Lin Jia's heart was filled with a vicious chill. The cold star sword instantly chopped out a few poles of light, splitting the vines at the bottom of his feet, and at this moment, not far ahead, the countless vines suddenly increased, and the pooled branches and trunks formed another black shadow, blocking Lin Jia's body. A burst of laughter came. The black shadow of the vines swayed with the wind, like a huge slap that could slap down at any time. Lin Jia let out a low curse, and his wind escape technique was quickly executed, avoiding the vine shadow in front of him by a fraction of a second. Only heard a loud bang. The ground quickly cracked. A big pit was clearly visible in it. No one thought that the ground, which had been covered by the jade vine for countless years, would actually see the sky for the first time because of this vine slap. And what was even more unexpected was that the next moment, this land was crumbled to pieces by the palm. As soon as the vine slap in front landed on the ground, it immediately transformed into a strand of poisonous snakes, spitting out green juice and crawling towards Lin Jia, while the vine demon figure in the back was unceasingly, and was rapidly approaching Lin Jia. So, vine this kind of thing euro? With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, Lin Jia simply stopped dodging. His face was grave, and after quickly weighing the pros and cons, he decided to strike towards the vine demon at the back. Success or failure is here. Lin Jia's front was filled with countless leaps and bounds of vipers, and his back was filled with hideous demons, and he was in between, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The breeze blew, and the corners of his clothes were lifted up. The space seemed to be quiet for a moment. Lin Jia's throat not slightly moved, swallowed a cultivation drug, only to see a flash of blood color in his eyes, and then his right foot suddenly stepped forward, the long sword slightly slanting, countless spiritual energy contained in the tip of the sword, along with a brilliant to the extreme sword on violently chopped out, straight towards the vine demon. This sword light is extremely harsh. Silver and black sword intertwined flashes, and among them, a touch of blood slowly revealed the figure too. Three shape chop suddenly glow. Silver, black and red three sword light indistinguishable, catalyzing the power of the three shape chop even more on a higher level. In the dark night, a light suddenly flashed. The sound of the wind was harsh. The moon also quietly poked its head out. The vine demon figure suddenly stalled, and a cloud of silver, black and red interlaced sword awnings was flashing in the center of the torso, and time seemed to have slowed down at this moment. Lin Jia, however, was unable to separate his mind to see the result of the three shape chop. The Peiyuan drug was nourishing the scarce drug field in his body. He was barely running the wind escape technique, and between the swings of his longsword, he was retreating backwards while relying on the sharpness of his 41% sharpness to intercept the painless and senseless mind poisonous serpent. Chapter 18, Holding a Grudge. Until the bang sound came from behind him, Lin Jia realized that his forehead was already densely crawling with fine sweat, and when the wind blew, it was cool and penetrating. The medicinal effect of the cultivation drug is amazing. The spiritual energy in his body has recovered 30%. See the back of the vine demon powerless to fall to the ground. Lin Jia suddenly jumped. The tip of the sword light flashes. A type of dome pole instantly chopped out, hit the vine demon's torso like a well. The vine demon slightly stiffened, and then could no longer support its body, and the countless vines quickly collapsed as they pulled away. Lin Jia was really relieved at this point. He no longer stayed. The wind escape method was in full operation, and ran straight toward the far side. If things ended here, Jiangzhou would not have so many grievances when he recalled it. As the sky dawned, the offshore dense forest gradually woke up, and somewhere in the east, a teenager who was running wildly in hundreds of flying brown and black vines behind him added some vitality to the dense forest in the early morning. Luckily, I have 2 Pei Yuan medicines in my mouth. Lin Jia celebrated in his heart, glanced behind him at the branch of jade vine that was still chasing, and silently advised in his heart, "Hold back on chasing me. Isn't it good to go back and rebuild your swamp base?" But this jade vine seemed to be exceptionally vindictive, chasing it from midnight to dawn. Even if it cut off its own branches, it wanted Lin Jia to taste the consequences of offending it. Seeing that the day is getting brighter and brighter, the vine seems to have finally chased enough addiction. The speed slowed down. Lin Jia also saw the situation is also relieved, barely squeezing the spiritual energy in the body, the wind recluse method to raise the speed again. A few moments later, he finally shook off the vines, to see that the place where the line of sight is a peaceful, and only then relaxed. Lin Jia found a safe place and started to run the qi condensation decree to recover his spiritual energy, and only after his dry qi slowly recovered 30% of his spiritual energy, did he open his eyes and took out the map to recognize the direction. As the saying goes, we share the same blessings, we share the same difficulties. I don't know if Jiangzhou will ask me to recommend a place for him to cultivate again after he's eaten the sweetness of the wolves. If he asks, I think that jade vine is very good. Oh, I can't believe we've already reached the outskirts of the offshore dense forest. Lin Jia glanced backward, thinking that some things didn't need to be rushed, and came to a decision. Since we've already arrived at the entrance, let's go to the desolate leaf area for a day of cultivation first, and then go into the offshore dense forest tomorrow to look for the fruit cloud. Lin Jia touched the small qiankuan pouch on the side of his waist and revealed a smile. He had already collected the chopped-off section of the jade vine into the pre-prepared spirit pill box. Although the time was late and the jade vine had lost some of its medicinal effects, it was almost considered as a drop in the bucket compared to the medicinal power that was left behind by it itself. It seems to have ended up with a big guy. The teenager walked towards the desolate leaf district gate under the light of the rising sun, and seemed to be muttering something in his mouth. In the desolate leaf area, Night Spirit Sect Branch Hall. In a hall, there were 2 people sitting on the end. One had a handsome appearance and was younger. It was none other than Yang Qini. The other had somewhat white hair and deep eyes, and although he was slightly older, he had a straight back and appeared to be in high spirits. Are you sure you want to participate in this spirit mind competition? Of course, Yang Qini said firmly. Does Grandpa not believe in my strength? Ha ha, if has the heart, then come and participate. Boss Joe stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Grandpa, don't worry. Will definitely live up to Grandpa's expectations and compete for a good ranking for this clan. Yang Qini's expression was confident, and when he said this, he even clenched his fist to show his determination. Elder Joe smiled without saying anything. Oh right, Grandpa, how many people from this clan are participating in total? Yang Qini suddenly asked curiously. Together with you. Boss Joe counted on his fingers before extending the index finger of his right hand. Ha! Yang Qini's eyes widened. Grandpa, don't lie to me. Adding me is only 1? Not even the warriors from the sub-temple. Doesn't that mean you don't intend to participate in this spirit mind scramble at all? Nonetheless, Boss Joe shook his index finger. Several bosses and deacons from our sect's branch hall will naturally go. Yang Qini's expression was skeptical. You guys are going to participate? Decaying wood. Boss Joe knocked Yang Qini's head. We're going to be the judges. Ahem. Yang Qini rubbed his head awkwardly. I didn't think of it for a moment. Report. Boss Joe collected his expression. What is it? A power-suited young man quickly stepped into the hall, and with a slight salute, he began to speak. The Xin Tian sect's most recent walkers outside include Zheng Fengfan, Yang Ruoshi, and Xiao Lin of which Zheng Fengfan, Yang Ruoshi is in the middle stage of the Qi High Realm, and Xiao Lin is in the early stage of the Qi High Realm, in the Tianji Hall. Li Xiao, Lei Zhanchuan Stop. Boss Joe listened impatiently. You can see them all in tomorrow's match. There's no need to say anything. Yes. Seeing that the youth hadn't left after finishing his words, Boss Joe's face revealed some doubts. Is there anything else? Yang Qin also looked over curiously. The youth hesitated for a while before speaking. Early this morning there was a teenager who came in from outside the desolate leaf area, wearing the very same sex standardized power suit. Oh, Boss Joe became interested. Continue. That teenager's cultivation is the early stage of the Qi realm, but the breath around his body is quite solid. His waist is equipped with a long sword that has a grade, and he also carries a small Qiankuan bag with him, and by the looks of it, it's not a mediocre generation. When did get the small Qiankuan bag? Boss Joe suddenly looked at Yang Qini and asked out loud. Yang Qini thought for a moment. Grandfather, I came out of a secret realm when I was in the middle stage of the Chi-Si realm, and was rewarded by the sect for my outstanding performance. Boss Joe became energized after hearing this, his eyes burning as he stared at the youth and asked, "Came out from the offshore secret forest?" "Precisely." A brilliant light flashed in Boss Joe's eyes as he muttered to himself, "This is a coincidence." He stood up and pondered for a moment before suddenly saying to the youth, "Quickly go and invite that teenager to come to the branch hall." "Yes." The youth saluted, then continued, "There is one more thing." Boss Joe helplessly rubbed his wrist and sat down. "When will you break this habit of popping words out one sentence at a time?" The youth's face remained unchanged. "I don't know." "Never mind. Speak, what else is going on?" "Outside the branch hall, there are Fallen Cloud Sect's men begging to see the boss," the youth said. "Oh?" Boss Joe was a bit puzzled. The Falling Cloud Sect did not set up a branch hall in the Desolate Leaf region. What are they doing here? Could it be that they went to the offshore dense forest to practice and encountered some difficulties? On the contrary, Yang Chini's eyes lit up when he heard the name of the Sunset Cloud Sect. After thinking for a while and not coming up with a clue, Boss Joe then saw his grandson's indisputable appearance and sighed helplessly before saying to the youth, "Invite the guests of the Falling Cloud Sect in." "Yes." The youth led the order and finally excused himself this time. The sun above the Desolate Leaf region slowly sloped to the west, and it was nearly afternoon before Lin Jia came out of his room in the inn. "Shao Air, serve a few small dishes." "All right, guest." Chapter 19, what is it? Rinjia casually found a seat and began to wait up for his lunch. "Ah no, dinner. This sleep was quite heavy. It's afternoon when I got up, but my spirit is recovering well. After we finish eating later, we'll go inquire about the location of the fruits and clouds, and by the way, we can take a turn around the Desolate Leaf district, then set out into the offshore dense forest tomorrow." There were very few guests at this point in time, so Lin Jia's meal was served very quickly, and it wasn't until he had eaten a 7-minute full meal that Lin Jia was satisfied and slowed down. Is this man coming towards me? How come the power suit he's wearing looks a bit familiar?" Lin Jia put down his chopsticks and looked towards the visitor. "Good day downstairs." The person who came was a young man with a polite demeanor. "Can I sit?" Lin Jia's face did not move and nodded slightly. Only then did the youth sit down. The two of them were silent for a while. The youth suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Is it someone from the Night Spirit Sect downstairs?" "Isn't it downstairs?" Lin Jia asked back. The youth smiled a little. "I am the deacon of the Night Spirit Sect's branch temple in the Desolate Leaf region. I came today to ask for something." "Oh?" Lin Jia listened with interest. "What is it?" The youth saw that he didn't reject it right away, and his heart slightly loosened a few points. "It's like this." The youth's face was slightly positive. "A spirit mine has recently appeared in the Desolate Leaf region, and each sect has set rules for the matter of spirit mine distribution, namely sending out Chi High Realm warriors to compete in a match, because the sub-temple doesn't have enough manpower, and also seeing that downstairs came into the city this morning, I hope that downstairs can help to participate in this match." "Sick and desperate?" This thought flickered in Lin Jia's mind. "Why did you pick me?" Lin Jia asked with interest. The youth's tone was sincere. "I saw that downstairs had an extraordinary demeanor, and came out from the direction of the offshore dense forest, so I boldly guessed that downstairs' strength was certainly not weak, and solidly gave birth to the idea of inviting downstairs to participate in the tournament." Lin Jia lightly laughed. "When is the match?" The youth was slightly happy in his heart. "It's tomorrow morning." "This is a coincidence," Lin Jia murmured under his breath. The youth froze. Why did this statement have some DJVU? Lin Jia thought for a moment and asked, "Only one day tomorrow?" "Yes." The youth came back to his senses and immediately answered, "That would be fine." Lin Jia then nodded and agreed to participate in the tournament. The youth stood up with a slightly happy expression. "Downstairs, we will move to the branch hall for these 2 days, just so that we can also communicate with a few other warriors." "Good." Lin Jia nodded slightly and got up to go back to the inn to pack up his things before following the youth towards the Night Spirit Sect's branch hall in the Desolate Leaf region. In the hall of the branch hall, Yang Chini stood behind Boss Joe, and in front of him, several young girls dressed in light pink power suits were standing fixedly, with one of them, who was slightly older, talking to Boss Joe. "This time, I also have to thank the Sunset Cloud Sect for their assistance." The young girl smiled at his words. "There is no need for you to be polite, boss. Before I came, the elders of the sect had specially instructed me. Besides, I brought them originally to practice, and the tournament is also a good opportunity to sharpen. And I also have to thank boss for allowing us to participate. It's just that our strength is not good. If we lose in the tournament, I still hope that boss won't mind us losing face. Ha ha, you guys are willing to come and help our clan in times of distress. How is our clan an ungrateful generation?" Boss Joe stroked his beard and laughed cheerfully. The young girl then laughed as well. "By the way," the young girl suddenly looked up as if she remembered something and asked, "Does boss know the specific strength of the other sect's warriors?" Before Boss Joe could reply, Yang Qini at the back's eyes lit up and quickly answered. In the Xian Tian sect, Zheng Fengfan, Yang Ruoxi is in the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm, and Xiao Lin is in the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, in the Tianji Hall. Li Xiao is in the late stage of the Qi-Si realm, and Lei Zhanshuan is in the early stage of the Qi-Si realm. Euro? This one is? The young girl listened to Yang Qini finish before asking softly with a smile on her face. Yang Qini scratched his head in embarrassment. My name is Yang Qini, late stage of the Qi-Si realm. The young girl's smile deepened a lot. Hello, my name is Zhang Yulian, also in the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. One by one, she began to introduce the young girls at the back again. Luo Lingyu, Luo Chaoyu, twins, both in the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm. Mu Zishi, early stage of the Qi-Si realm. Yu Tong, early Qi-Si realm. Greetings, boss, the several young girls said in unison. Boss Zhou smiled and nodded his head. Right at this moment, two silhouettes walked outside the hall. Boss, it's already been invited. The youth was the first to speak out. Oh, Boss Zhou subconsciously looked towards the youth's side, only to see the other party dressed in light blue standardized power suits, with a handsome face and an ancient expression. Seeing Boss Zhou looking at him, he greeted him without being overbearing. Hello boss, I am Lin Jia. Boss Zhou's eyes lit up indeed. He is a young man. After exclaiming, he suddenly noticed Lin Jia's surname. The surname Lin was not a common surname, especially in the Night Spirit sect. It seemed that only the patriarch had the surname Lin. Boss Zhou's expression moved slightly as he thought of this, and he suddenly opened his mouth to test the waters. How has my father been doing recently? Lin Jia was stunned inwardly. This boss and his father knew each other? He did not show any doubt on his face. He just calmly replied, everything is fine. Boss Zhou could not see the slightest information from Lin Jia's face, so he could only suppress the speculation and curiosity in his heart. Nodding slightly and skipping the topic, the process of the two talking drew the attention of some teenage girls next to them. Yang Qini was puzzled in his heart. Grandpa actually knows this Lin Jia's elder? How come I didn't know that Grandpa still had friends with the Lin surname? The thoughts in the minds of several young girls from the Sunset Xia sect were also roughly the same as Yang Qini, but that was in addition to Mu Zishi and Yang Lian. Long time no see. Senior Pan. Yang Lian's expression was joyful as she spoke out in greeting. Mu Zishi, on the other hand, looked fixedly at Lin Jia for a while before saying softly, Senior brother Lin, long time no see. The other few young girls of the Sunset Cloud sect? Lin Jia's eyes moved backward before he saw these two acquaintances. Senior sister Yang Lian Yan was the one he met when he was searching for hidden mushrooms in the Tranquility Mountain range at that time. Mu Zishi, on the other hand, was a bit earlier, having met them in the fledgling club. Ha ha, I didn't expect you little guys to know each other. Boss Zhou stroked his beard and said with a smile. The corners of Lin Jia's mouth rose slightly as he nodded to Mu Zishi before saying, I've met a few times before. Elder Zhou smiled without saying anything, and seeing that the several teenage girls seemed to have something to say, he planned to leave first. Yang Qini, entertain the guests. Yang Qini nodded. Yes. Boss Zhou then left first with the young deacon. Several teenage girls stood in the large hall, somewhat silent. Yang Qini saw this and hurriedly greeted everyone to sit down. Cough. Hello Lin Jia. My name is Yang Qini. Yang Qini scratched his head and greeted in a less than skillful manner. Hello. Lin Jia nodded his head in a friendly manner. Yang Qini put his heart down and began to introduce the other maidens for Lin Jia. These two are twins, Luo Lingyu, Luo Chaoyu, both in the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm. This is Yu Tong, in the early stage of the Qi-Si realm. As for Zhang Yulian and Mu Zishi, you guys seem to know each other, so I won't introduce them. Zhang Yulian smiled at his words. I still need to introduce them. After all, I've only met them once. How can I compare to Mu Zishi's relationship with senior brother Pan? When Mu Zishi heard this, her face turned slightly red and she said in light annoyance, Senior sister Zhang, good. I won't say any more. However, Zhang Yulian glanced at Mu Zishi before muttering in a low voice. I don't know who's been dawdling around the sect all day, thinking about the fledgling Eagle Society. All of those present were warriors, so naturally they all heard Zhang Yulian's whispered mutterings, and Yang Qini and the other few young girls from the Sunset Xia sect had their eyes constantly hovering over Lin Jia and Mu Zishi, and Mu Zishi's face was blushing more and more at the sight. On the other hand, Lin Jia on the side was still smiling lightly, half without the embarrassment of the parties involved. Senior sister, then don't tease Mu Zishi and I. Lin Jia voiced out to solve the problem. Girls have thin skin. Besides, he didn't have any thoughts about Mu Zishi. Naturally, he wouldn't let this misunderstanding progress. Let's talk about tomorrow's competition. A few people regretfully responded. Tomorrow's tournament is divided into 3 matches, which are at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm and the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. Yang Qini began to introduce. Each clan can send 5 warriors for each match. which means that each clan can send a maximum of 15 warriors for this match. Then the Night Spirit sect only has you and Lin Jia, plus the 5 of us from the Sunset Cloud sect. That's only a total of 7 people. Ah? Zhang Yulian asked doubtfully. The tournament is a ring match. Yang Qini explained. The more matches you win, the higher the score, with a ceiling of 15 points. And in the end, based on the statistical ranking of each clan's score, the right to collect spirit mines will be allocated. This was a clear explanation. Lin Jia nodded, but he thought of something else. The Falling Cloud sect seemed to have a good relationship with the Night Spirit sect. His mother had greeted Chun Shujun, and at that time, when he was in the Tranquility Mountain Range, the Falling Cloud sect's senior sisters had invited Lin Jia to practice with them. This time too, the spirit mine competition if only the Night Spirit sect's warriors participated. Looking at the situation, it would be just him and Yang Qini, but the Lakha sect actually took the initiative to come and help. There was no Lakha sect subtemple in the deserted leaf region, and by the looks of it, it was rushing over deliberately. Lin Jia inevitably had some doubts in his heart. He still didn't quite understand the relationship between the various forces up until now, but one thing was clear. The Night Spirit sect and the Sunset Xia sect definitely had an alliance between them, or even closer. So, as long as one is strong enough, it is completely possible to fight 1 against 100? Zhang Yulian broke Lin Jia's contemplation. Yes, Yang Qini affirmed. Since all the major clans would come to participate in the tournament tomorrow, it would be a good time to take advantage of this to see their attitudes and understand the situation. Lin Jia thought without moving. As it was getting late, Lin Jia and the others from the Sunset Xia sect were all taken by the deacon to the Night Spirit sect's branch temple's residence. On the way, Mu Zishi secretly looked at Lin Jia several times, but Lin Jia treated it as if he didn't know about it and walked straight back to his room. He thought, at first in the Tranquility Mountain Range on Mu Zishi's judgment seems to be a bit wrong. This little guy also do not know in the heart in the end what is the mind. However, he didn't bother to think about it. Sitting on the bed, after practicing the Qi condensation decision, Lin Jia began to carry out the Forging Spirit decision. When practicing outside, the Forging Spirit decision was too taxing on his mind, so he generally didn't practice much. Only when he was in the sect, or when he was recuperating in the city, Lin Jia would bring out the Forging Spirit decision. Chapter 20, The Sect. Although the time spent was not as much as the power of sharpness, it was also quite fruitful. The spiritual power in his mind continued to solidify, and he believed that in a few more months, the Forging Spirit decision would be ready for initial cultivation. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Jia came to the main hall on time to gather. After people arrived, several bosses and deacons encouraged everyone in turn with a few words of encouragement, and then the group of people rushed towards the site of the spirit mine competition. The day dawned a little late, the breeze was cold, and there seemed to be frost condensing in the air, but it wasn't real. Some warriors were already sitting sporadically on the spectator seats next to the martial arts venue, and when Lin Jia and the others arrived at this place, a loud male voice sounded like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Ha ha! As expected of the Night Spirit sect, Boss Zhou came prepared. The one who spoke was a stout man who was sitting in the audience. Boss Zhou glanced over and after seeing the other party's appearance, he said with a smile on his face, "Where is the Xiantian sect's thorough preparation?" The burly man was quite thick-skinned and did not care at all about the mockery in Boss Zhou's words, but instead got up and laughed. Boss Zhou has nothing to say. The juniors have also just come to the Desolate Leaf region not long ago, so I hope that Boss Zhou will bear with me if there are things that are not done properly. After saying that, he arched his hand towards Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou's expression was smiling, but the words he uttered weren't too friendly. "You and I are the same boss. I can't afford to take this salute from you." The atmosphere in the air was stagnant for a moment, and a group of people sitting at the very side of the audience had a slight chill in their hearts, subconsciously exchanging glances with the warriors sitting next to them. What the Xiantian sect did was discovered by the Night Spirit sect. Nonsense! Intercepting the Night Spirit sect's warriors on the necessary route to the Desolate Leaf region. You and I, a group of small and medium-sized forces, know all about it, not to mention the Night Spirit sect. But the Night Spirit sect's behavior before didn't look like they had any intention of counting on this matter. Perhaps it wanted to wait until today to make a scene. Isn't this going to be a big deal? Not necessarily. This matters several big sects know. The Sunset Cloud sect and has always been in Night Spirit sect on the same front. This time also came all the way to support. Is not want to use this to occupy the power of reason. In the other sects have no reason to intervene in the conditions of attacking a Xiantianzong surprise. It seems somewhat reasonable. The representatives of the various sects on the far right side of the audience seat had a thoughtful look in their eyes, and their fidgety eyeballs slowly calmed down. Speaking of which, the Blue Star situation has gotten more and more chaotic over the past few years. First, there was the sudden death of the king of Xing's 3 dynasties, then the Thousand Emperors sect's internal turmoil, then the Night Spirit sect and the Heavenly Qi Hall's sudden war. followed by the Xian Heavenly Sect's tit-for-tat confrontation with the Thousand Emperors sect. Now the Xian Heavenly Sect is still trying to cause trouble. Seeing that the Night Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Chi Hall are fighting, they came to step on the Night Spirit Sect again. I really don't know what will develop in the future. Who knows? But the people glanced at each other in silent agreement. As long as we don't mess around with standing in line and keep to ourselves, I'm sure that the 6 great sects won't be able to take out their wrath on us small and medium-sized forces for no reason. Only a few people frowned. But euro. Even so, the Blue Star has only been stable for a few years of work, and now it's going to rise up again? Who knows? These things are not under our control either. Between the eyes of the warriors sitting on the far right side of the audience, there were those who were frustrated and helpless, those who sighed at the world's events, and those who pretended to be calm and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Speaking of which, the burly man suddenly spoke out, drawing the attention of the crowd. His tone was slightly amused. Latecomer had also practiced in the Night Spirit Sect for a period of time, according to seniority, to the point where I still have to call you boss, as senior uncle. Oh, Boss Joe raised an eyebrow, his tone meaningless. This is the first time I've heard of euro. The burly man's smile remained unchanged. The wind is a bit strong. Would Boss Joe like to be seated first? After all, it wouldn't be good to cold to the little ones. In the end, this tournament is their affair. The expression on Boss Joe's face faded a bit. I really have to thank Boss Sher for worrying about this. After saying that, Boss Joe shrugged his sleeves and led a group of people towards the audience seats. The audience seat was indeed much warmer, and after Lin Jia took a seat at the back, he observed his surroundings, only to realize that the audience seat seemed to have been carved out into 6 places, with Shen Tian sect on the first left, Night Spirit sect on the fourth left, and the farthest right being the warriors of various small and medium-sized forces. Yang Qini came over and quietly bumped Lin Jia's shoulder. Hey, Lin Jia, how far do you think you can rank amongst these pre-Chi high realm? Lin Jia spoke in a calm tone. I don't know. You observe first. Lin Jia sniffed, first turning his head to look at the contestant on his right, and then turning around and looking to his left. Near the end of his field of vision, he met a gaze. Lin Jia paused for a moment, then turned his head back without stopping, answering Yang Qini's question. People haven't arrived yet. Yang Qini became helpless, thinking, I also know that people haven't arrived yet, but why don't you answer something related to strength? Lin Jia on this side didn't ask anything, so Yang Qini dawdled and moved to Zhang Yulian's side, wanting to inquire about her strength. On the far left, a few young warriors sitting at the back exchanged words. Zhang Fengfan, that warrior we met in the offshore dense forest has indeed come. Zhang Fengfan glanced towards the Night Spirit sect side, then turned back and said in an unimpressed manner, it's just a pre-Chi C realm, no need to worry about it, senior brother. But euro. Yang Ruwashi's heart wasn't too calm. His intuition told him that this person was not to be underestimated. Zhang Fengfan frowned, annoyed in his heart, and simply avoided looking away, refusing to answer Yang Ruwashi's question. Song Weiwei appropriately took over the topic and politely advised, if he breaks through to the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm, we might still need to pay attention to his strength, but just the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, it's euro. There's no need for that, right, senior brother Yang? Yang Ruwashi was speechless. After a while, a dozen or so figures came towards the audience. Looking at the markings on the power suits, this group of people were none other than the Thousand Emperors sect's people. There were 3 other places that were now empty, and Thousand Emperors sect sat in the third from the left. Then within a few minutes, Tianji Tang's warriors also arrived at the martial arts venue. The Shin Tian sect's boss sure seemed to be very familiar with Tianji Tang, and they exchanged a few pleasantries. Tianji Tang sat in the second left seat. Lin Jia's gaze flickered as he swept the Tianji Tang's Qi High Realm warrior. I want to see what strength the warriors underneath this clan that once assassinated me are. And it was at this moment that a few silhouettes walked towards the audience, and as Lin Jia looked at them, a few doubts arose in his heart. Unsurprisingly, these people should be from the Xing San dynasty. Just why are there so few warriors? It seems like their idea of competing is even less active than the Night Spirit sect. Peace to you all bosses. Xing San dynasty led the way with a female warrior. She had an upright posture and majestic aura, standing there like a long red tasseled weapon. The several bosses of the various clans stood up, and Boss Sher of the Xian Tian clan was the first to smile and ask, how is it that Beauty Xing has the time to come to the spirit mining competition? As this dynasty is tied up in matters, the boss is unable to come to the spirit mine distribution, so Xing Yulan has the audacity to take her place, and I hope you all will forgive me for being much too slow. After saying that, Xing Yulan then faintly gestured to the few people behind her. The few people then each walked towards the bosses of the different sects, handing out a party of wooden boxes in their hands. It's just some trinkets, Xing Yulan explained. I hope you all bosses like it. Boss Joe accepted the wooden box and nodded towards Xing Yulan with a smile. Xing Yulan nodded in response. Xing Sanjiao sat next to the Night Spirit sect, the fifth from the left. Only compared to the other few sects, Xing Sanjiao only had a few silhouettes, sitting alone in the large audience, but it looked a bit miserable. This Xing Yulan is only in the God Condensation realm. Right, so why are the bosses of the various clans treating her quite politely? Yang Qini asked suspiciously. Lin Jia heard it and also silently looked over. Zhang Yuelian smiled and instead spoke about her identity first. This Xing beauty is not an ordinary warrior, but the personal guard of the current crown prince of Xing San dynasty. Precious identity? Luo Lingyu, Luo Chaoyu asked together. Not only that, her strength is also extremely impressive. Zhang Yulian suddenly asked a question towards Mu Zishi. Senior sister Mu, you are the first amongst our sisters to sense the special power. Do you think it's difficult to challenge over steps? Mu Zishi thought for a moment, then honestly replied. As long as the martial arts are skillful enough, it's not considered difficult. Then what if it's crossing a large rank? How is that possible? Yu Tong, who was sitting beside Mu Zishi, subconsciously replied. The gap between a great rank and a great rank is like a mote in the sky. How could it be possible to challenge over a great rank? Yang Qini agreed. I'm at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm, but when I encountered my senior brothers and sisters at the God Condensation realm, I also felt hopeless. Mu Zishi gave a slight lurch and thought of someone who also had the strength to challenge beyond the grand ranks. However, Zhang Yulian's words interrupted Mu Zishi's thoughts. Although Xing Yueran's cultivation is at the condensation realm, her strength is far beyond that. According to rumors, Xing Yueran has a battle record of having killed a spirit release realm. No wonder, Yang Qini suddenly realized, Grandpa was only at the spirit release realm as well. Words can't be said like that. Zhang Yulian retorted slightly helplessly. There's also a huge gap between the spirit release realm and the spirit release realm. Xing Yuelan has killed spirit release realms, yet she can't say that she can kill all spirit release realms. But Zhang Yulian's tone had some laughter in it. This is also enough to make the bosses of the various clans look at Xing Yulan evenly. Alas, I don't know when we'll be able to reach this realm. Luo Lingyu, Luo Chaoyu both sighed rather discouragingly. It's better to take the path at hand first. Zhang Yulian helplessly shook her head and lectured. Got it. Senior sister, in the audience, Beauty Xing, since everyone has arrived, let's begin, Boss Sure said. Xing Yulan nodded her head, then got up and walked over to the tournament stage and began to introduce the rules. This spirit mining tournament takes the form of a ring match, and is divided into 3 rounds, namely, the early Qi-Si realm, the middle Qi-Si realm, and the late Qi-Si realm. Each clan can send a maximum of 5 warriors per round. The first person on the martial arts stage automatically becomes the ringmaster, and the warriors from the remaining clans are the challengers. If the ringmaster succeeds in guarding the ring, the challenger is eliminated. If the ringmaster succeeds in guarding the ring twice in a row, the ringmaster can designate another fighter from their clan to succeed the ringmaster, and the ringmaster rests. If the ringmaster fails in guarding the ringmaster is eliminated and the challenger becomes the ringmaster. If the ringmaster manages to win 5 times, the tournament ends, and the ringmaster's clan accumulates 5 points, while the remaining clans receive 3 points, 1 point, and 0 points, respectively, based on the number of matches won. After the 3 rounds of the tournament, the scores will be settled, and the sect with the highest score will receive 50% of the right to distribute the spirit mines, the second place will receive 30%, the third place will receive 10%, and the remaining sects will distribute the remaining 10% on their own. After the introduction of the rules, the first round of the ring match, starting from the early Qi-Hai realm, the audience seats were noisy with voices, and many warriors were discussing something in low voices. Cough, be quiet. Boss Joe stood up and slightly raised his volume. Seeing that the Night Spirit sect's crowd's attention was focused on them before he spoke out and named a few people. Lin Jia, Mu Zishi, Yu Tong, you 3 go. Chapter 21, go for it. Lin Jia nodded slightly, and when he saw that Mu Zishi and Yu Tong had already stood up, he raised his feet to walk towards the outside of the audience. Senior sister Mu, senior sister Yu, cheer up. Luo Lingyu, Luo Chaoyu whispered to the 2 of them to cheer them on. Mu Zishi's expression was calm, but it was Yu Tong who tensed her face and nodded solemnly. Cough. Yang Qini huffed, unwillingly withdrawing the paw that was about to slap on Lin Jia's shoulder. You cheer too. Lin Jia saw his gaze force Yang Qini's paw back before he shifted his eyes and nodded faintly. Walking over to Boss Zhou, he only saw him smiling with a kind face, gently telling the 3 of them, just do your best. The most important thing is the honing of your own strength. After the 3 nodded their heads in response, they left the audience and walked towards the martial arts stage at the bottom. Beside the martial arts stage, the warriors stood there loosely, mostly in a small circle of 2 or 3 people, but there were 2 places that were extremely noticeable. One was the warriors sent out by the small and medium-sized sects together, a total of 5 people. The other place was Xing Sanjiao's warrior, who stood there alone, looking strangely awkward in comparison to the small group next to him. After the warriors had gathered more or less, Xing Yulan walked over, cleared her throat, and once again came out to announce the rules. This time, the spirit mining competition will take the form of a ring match euro. Also, the 2 matches must not be fighters sent by the same clan. Is that all understood? The crowd nodded in unison. Then, the first match of the first round of ring matches will now begin. The first warrior on the stage automatically became the ringmaster, and it seemed that no one under the stage wanted to be the ringmaster. Senior Lin euro. Mu Zishi called out in a low voice. It seems like no one is willing to go up. Lin Jia smiled slightly. We're not in a hurry. Aha. Yutong glanced at Mu Zishi in a somewhat strange way. After getting along on this journey, she was not clear about the other things, but Mu Zishi's nature of being a man of few words was understood for 7 or 8 minutes. How come she did not know that Mu Zishi still had the habit of talking to people? This side of Yutong hadn't thought clearly. A bold voice suddenly rang out. I'll do it. A slightly naive figure stepped out from the only group of 5 under the stage, striding onto the martial arts stage. Hong Tianchang? Xing Yulan asked. Yes. Hong Tianchang replied respectfully. Xing Yulan nodded slightly, looked at the warriors under the martial arts stage, and said indifferently, Hong Tianchang, ringmaster, 0 wins. This was the meaning of letting the challenger come up to the stage. The first to walk onto the martial arts stage as a challenger was a warrior from the Xiantian sect. My name is Li Xing. He introduced himself. Hong Tianchang scratched his head and greeted him nervously. Hello. Xing Yulan walked to the referee's stage and gave an order. The tournament begins. Ha! The atmosphere on the martial arts stage instantly condensed, as Hong Tianchang clenched his fists and took the lead in launching an attack between bursts of fire. Li Xing's expression also became serious. He instantly drew out the long knife on his waist side. White light flashed. A knife mark slashed out, meeting Hong Tianchang's fist mark squarely. Smoke flew. Both sides retreated a few steps each. Li Xing's expression slightly condensed. Sure enough, the first person on stage has some skills. Li Xing stabilized his pace and no longer stayed his hand. Between the flying of his long knife, the white blade marks abruptly detached from the blade, sharp and swiftly attacking towards Hong Tianchang. Hong Tianchang swayed on his feet, both fists clenched. Fiery red spiritual energy rushed out from his body, only to see a tiger's head silhouette suddenly appearing in the air between the flashes of fist light, fiercely biting towards the knife mark. Ka-ching! The knife mark was sharp, but it was no match for the ferocious tiger head shadow. The firelight was biting cold, and it instantly engulfed the knife mark without leaving a trace. The tiger's head succeeded in one blow, and was even more ferocious. The red silhouette let out a beastly roar, and with its body full of fire, it violently pounced towards Li Xing. Li Xing did not dare to resist, quickly backed up. He dodged the ferocious attack of the tiger's head shadow, while waving out the long knife in his hand, without stopping to split the white blade marks. By the time the tiger head shadow gradually dissipated, Li Xing was already covered in woe. Seeing that his opponent was undefeated, Hong Tianchang revealed a slightly naive smile. Then his fist suddenly crossed, and a red fist mark swiftly attacked towards Li Xing. What do you guys think of this Hong Tianchang? Bossher of the Xiantian sect asked the bosses next to him. The bosses next to him looked at each other before replying. Has the strength to individually decapitate a zombie of the lower second rank. Bossher nodded and suddenly asked, what about Li Xing? The boss who answered revealed a smile that was both awkward and unobtrusive. Li Xing majors in sword techniques, and his power generation phase is inevitable now that he's weaker after realizing the power of the sword. Oh, Boss Sure pursued with interest. Weak to which extent? Boss secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. It's not that the Qi High Realm warriors sent by the sect didn't follow your list. Put it here with Grandpa Me in the shade. Really think that the sect sends you to the subtemple to be the king of the mountain? Although he thought so, the boss's mouth replied, this Li Xing's strength is indeed a bit weak, and I don't know why the sect sent him out. But the other 2 Pre-Qi High Realm warriors are different. Xiao Lin can even single-handedly take on a second-stage mid-grade zombie without losing. He can definitely defeat Hong Tianchang when he goes on the field. Boss Sure then nodded in satisfaction. Boss wanted to roll his eyes again. Who doesn't know that Xiao Lin is your nephew? The battle on the martial arts stage also ended. This battle lasted an unexpectedly long time, although Li Xing could not pass a few moves in the hands of Hong Tianchang, but unexpectedly have perseverance. With a long knife hard to crush the game into a crushing defeat, Hong Tianchang quickly swallowed a restoration of spiritual energy cultivation drug, grasping the time to run the gong method. In passing, in the heart size, Patriarch said is really right. The 6 big sects of the underlings are all zombies. I do not know with this match. I cannot get rewarded. Into the 6 big sects of cultivation. Hong Tianchang, ringmaster, 1 win, Xing Yulan faintly announced. The second person to challenge Hong Tiancheng on the stage was a warrior from the Tianji Hall. Although Lin Jia was quite prejudiced against the people from this sect, he had to say that the opponent still had the most basic strength. Only to see on the martial arts stage, Hong Tiancheng's fist seals were dazzling, the firelight rushed to the sky, and the fierce tiger's shadow attacked fiercely, while the Tianji Hall's warrior, relying on his exquisite footwork, easily defused Hong Tiancheng's attack. Immediately after, the other party's hands together, a gray mist suddenly appeared in the air. As he suddenly flung, the mist surging, with a sticky killing opportunity instantly close to Hong Tiancheng's side. Hong Tiancheng stared wide-eyed, without the power to fight back. He was knocked out by the gray mist, defeated in the other party's hands. This special force, gloomy, extremely well concealed, and with a killing aura if any, seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Lin Jia fell into deep thought under the martial arts stage. It seems like a one-star secret realm euro. Ever come across the three brothers? Their boss's cultivation technique is somewhat similar to this. Chapter 22, Wasted Effort. By the way, what was that big old man's name again? Lin Jia subconsciously rubbed his fingertips together, and was about to think carefully when he was startled by a movement next to him. I want to go up and try. Yutong's eyes lit up slightly with a warlike expression. Mu Zishi nodded, and Lin Jia naturally had no opinion. Yutong's strength was good, and she fought the Tianji Tang warrior on the martial arts stage 50-50. And in the end, with the slight advantage of a wheel battle, she defeated her opponent. However, she didn't get complacent for long before she was defeated by the next warrior on the stage. As time passed, the Night Spirit Sex Yutong was eliminated miserably, and the other sex fighters were also not willing to show their weakness and were gradually reduced in number. So the real name of this ring match is called the Martial Competition Round. Lin Jia sighed in his heart. Indeed, there had been 7 matches so far, and no one had really managed to hold on to victory until the second round. However, this was reasonable. After all, if there was a ringmaster who had won 2 consecutive rounds, he could designate another warrior from the same clan to succeed the ringmaster. No one was willing to let out this kind of opportunity for nothing. So naturally, there would not be anyone who would be ungrateful enough to go forward and give away points. Below the martial arts stage, it seemed that there were also people who were impatiently waiting, only to see Shaolin of the Xintian sect take a step forward, and before the crowd's gazes could turn to him, they were interrupted by a figure. Senior brother Lin, I'll go first. Mu Zishi's eyelashes slightly drooped as she softly said to Lin Jia. Lin Jia returned to his senses for a second and nodded without showing any emotion. The one who was competing with Mu Zishi for the ringmaster was the second warrior of the Xintian sect. The first one, Li Xing, had already been eliminated. However, this warrior's hard power was clearly much stronger than Li Xing, although he was still defeated in the end. Mu Zishi, ringmaster, 1 win. Hearing Xing Yulan's calm announcement, there was some noise under the martial arts stage. We can't let her win the next match so easily, or else she'll have the right to let a fellow clan warrior inherit the ringmaster. That's what the words say, but 30% of the power of soft water should not be underestimated. The warriors whispered. 30% of the power of soft water, coupled with high-grade martial arts, can completely decapitate a zombie of the lower second rank. Of us warriors, if we really want to say that we can securely win, it's only Lei Zhanchuan of the Tianji Hall and Shaolin of the Xintian sect. That's not certain. If Mu Zishi is still hiding her strength, it's hard to say whether she'll win or lose. And that warrior from the Night Spirit sect didn't reveal a bit of news before? If he gives a little bit of strength, this ending euro. According to this, the final winner of the ring match, the Night Spirit sect even has a fighting chance? Some of the warriors under the martial arts stage glanced at each other and spoke in even lower voices. So the Xintian sect spent so much effort beforehand, and in the end, it might have been a waste of effort? Euro. Xiao Lin's eyebrows jumped as he listened from the side, and subconsciously looked at Tianji Building's Lei Zhanchuan's position. Are you sure? Lei Zhanchuan sent a message with his eyes. Xiao Lin's eyes darkened, then, slightly nodded. Lei Zhanchuan had a decision in his heart, and seeing that the warriors around him were looking hesitant, he coughed lightly and then stepped towards the stage. Lei Zhanchuan is actually on. He's a strong contender for the 5 consecutive victories of the ringmaster. He's on the stage now. It's over. The Night Spirit sect is in danger, really refusing to give it a chance at all. Who let that be the euro? Night Spirit sect. Mu Zishi stood on the stage with her sword in hand, her eyelashes slightly drooping as she quietly recovered the spiritual energy she had consumed in the previous battle. And when she saw Lei Zhanchuan walk up to the martial arts stage, she also stopped the operation of her gongfu and waited for the referee's order. Seeing that both sides were ready, Xing Yulan opened her mouth and said, "The 9th match of the ring competition now begins." The corner of Lei Zhanchuan's mouth picked up a smile, and with a wave of his hands, the sky suddenly struck a muffled sound, and then, a deep purple thunderbolt was suddenly seen drilling out of the air, wrapping around Lei Zhanchuan's hands like a spiritual snake. Beauty Mu, then I will not be polite. Before the words could fall, a flash of purple light caused Lei Zhanchuan's figure to instantly disappear. Mu Zishi retreated a step back, her sword slightly trembled, and light blue spiritual energy instantly rushed out, forming a huge wave that abruptly attacked the slanting side. Snort! A deep purple thunder suddenly collided on the giant wave, emitting a piercing sound of evaporating water waves, but the water waves increased instead of decreasing, one tide after another, quickly filling up the gap caused by the purple thunder and growing in strength. Attempting to engulf the thunder, behind the thunder, Lei Zhanchuan's figure gradually appeared. He grinned, the spiritual energy around him steeply flourished. The purple thunder suddenly turned, like a spiritual snake around Lei Zhanchuan. The purple thunder quickly absorbed the spiritual energy around Lei Zhanchuan. Immediately after, the thunder with streams of light tail flung, suddenly turned his head, directly attacked the giant wave. Purple thunder light, fiercely struck on the giant wave. Actually let the blue giant wave's attack can be stopped in mid-air. The air lightning and water splash. The stalemate situation with the giant wave after wave to replenish and be broken. Only to see the huge wave momentum amazing. Purple thunder stagnation in the air. With the gradual engulfment of the blue giant wave, the light of the thunder also gradually weakened, until it was completely buried. A loud explosion suddenly rang out on the martial arts stage. The azure blue water in the air abruptly splashed away. The purple thunder with the aura of dying together, violently exploded through the giant wave. Stump! Mu Zishi and Lei Zhanchuan coincidentally each retreated a few steps, avoiding the fiercely colliding spirits in the air. The smoke and dust faded away, and the purple thunder gradually dimmed, treading on the steps of evaporating water droplets before fading into the air. An even match. This was the thought in the minds of the other warriors. Mu Zishi pursed her lips slightly, then her long sword suddenly stood up, and a light blue sword light instantly chopped out, heading straight for Lei Zhanchuan. Lei Zhanchuan was also not willing to show weakness. Both fists clenched. Fist prints with crackling thunder light fiercely probed out, between the momentum to show the ferocity. On the stage, the match was scorching. Both sides were fighting to face the offense. While off the stage, Lin Jia only then landed his eyes on Mu Zishi. It's hard to say what Lin Jia is thinking in his heart right now. There is some relief, but more is indescribable frustration. He remembered that when they first met at the Eagle meeting, Mu Zishi was still a tender and well-behaved little beauty, and every time she met Lin Jia's eyes, her clean eyes always shone with light, and if Lin Jia talked to her, her eyes would be soft like a ball of cotton. At that time, the ignorant girl did not know what is called to cover up. The thoughts of the heart will also by the eyes leaked out a clean. Lin Jia saw and understood, and then also avoided. This time, Mu Zishi's eyes obviously converged a lot. She is a quiet and silent nature. If the eyes do not leak ideas, the face will always give people a calm illusion. Lin Jia followed through on his idea that the eagle would avoid, and didn't talk too much with Mu Zishi, while Mu Zishi's attitude seemed to follow her unique insights, and in the limited amount of words, maintained a subtle distance from Lin Jia. Chapter 23, Taking Advantage. In the eyes of others, the two seem to have some ambiguous possibilities, but it is more of a gossip factor. Compared to lovers, their respective attitudes make people feel that they are familiar friends, although Lin Jia also thinks so, but because of some previous experience reason. Until Mu Zishi in the martial arts stage because of concentration and cannot be distracted, he began to really mean the first time to measure Mu Zishi, even though it is the power of soft water that he has realized. The sharpness that belongs to a swordsman has gradually erupted in the battle. Lin Jia sighed in his heart. It's just that, soft water versus thunder. It's the other side that has the advantage. The battlefield on the stage was unpredictable. 1 second, Mu Zishi was pressing forward at every step, and the next instant, Thunder Battle Shen began to violently counterattack. Purple thunder power and blue soft water power each accounted for half of the battlefield, and neither side would easily reveal a break. Both sides fought out of the fire, and the battle became more and more scorching. The final result was confusing, and the warriors who watched were unable to easily determine the winner. Lei Zhanchuan really deserves to be a strong contender for 5 consecutive victories as ringmaster. With this kind of strength, he can already barely compete with a second-order mid-grade zombie. Who says otherwise? But Mu Zishi is the one who's even more amazing, right? A swordsman who attacks for a long time is bound to lose, but she found another way to use the power of soft water as the main means of her sword technique, and while taking care of her attacks, it surprisingly also allowed her to greatly enhance her ability to fight in a long-lasting battle. Lei Zhanchuan's martial arts aren't bad either. As a 2-star heavenly product, the Thunder Drawing Decision, when cultivated to its depths, is able to cross the ranks against a condensation realm warrior. Compared to the current battle, I'm looking forward to the battle between the two when they break through to the late stage of the Sea of Qi realm, and both of their martial arts come to fruition. That will definitely be even more exciting. Who said euro? Say that again? Cough. Quickly look at the stage. It seems like there's going to be a winner and a loser. On the martial arts stage, one could only see Lei Zhanxuan's aura storming, and between the streaks of thunder and light, deep purple thunder swiftly ran towards Mu Zishi. Mu Zishi's face was gloomy, but her long sword was still waved without haste. One sword, two swords, the light blue soft water power gathered together, forming a monstrous wave in front of Mu Zishi. Rumble. The thunder light flashed greatly. The appalling sound seemed to have pulled up the dark clouds in the sky, only to see the purple thunder violently smashing into the giant wave. Between the flashes of electricity, the amazing collision set off a wave of air on the stage. Huge wave ups and downs, layer after layer to weaken the purple thunder attack. But this is after all infinite water. There is always the end of the time, only to hear bang sound. Ultimately the thunder is better. For the end of the battle, Lei Zhanxuan, ringmaster, 1 win. It was still that calm female voice that announced the result, and the crowd began to whisper, Mu Zishi lost? Sure enough, it's still Lei Zhanxuan who's better. The Night Spirit sect is in danger. It's not just the Night Spirit sect that's in danger. How much better is your Thousand Emperors sect? Isn't there only one person left? Why are you talking about our Thousand Emperors sect? Aren't the Xin Tian sect in Xingsan dynasty also down to one person? How is that the same? The one left in the Xian heavenly sect is Shaolin, while Xingsan Chao, the person who spoke from the audience, snorted. He's been alone since the beginning. Don't discuss this. It's better to see what they do next. Lei Zhanxuan is already on. If Shaolin doesn't go on, who can stop him among the rest? There's still one more person from the Tianji building where Lei Zhanxuan is from, and if Shaolin goes on, then the outcome of this match is almost predictable. This is a ring match. What makes you lock the victory on these two? Can't there be a dark horse? A dark horse? Ha! It wasn't me who said euro. Look, someone's on stage. Who? It's actually the last warrior from the Night Spirit sect. Is he in such a hurry to be the first clan to be completely eliminated? Maybe people are in a hurry to end the fight. Egu. Lin Jia is in a hurry. Yang Qini, who was sitting at the back of the audience, slapped his thigh violently when he heard the chatter around him, and said to Zhang Yulian next to him full of hatred, when Lei Zhanxuan is consumed by someone else for one more game, won't he have even more of an advantage? That's not certain. Zhang Yulian shook her head. If Lei Zhanxuan wins the second match, he can go off the field and rest. Don't forget that there is another person from Tianji House. That guy isn't famous. Coming up is just giving away points for nothing. If Lei Zhanxuan is smarter, he should keep fighting, and then senior brother Pan goes up and sits back and enjoys the spoils? Don't forget, there's still a Shaolin in the early Qi realm, Zhang Yulian reminded. Yang Qini's expression lurched, then gritted his teeth and started to beep in a low voice. This damn Xin Tian sect, just like that rat's nest of Tianji Hall, neither of them are any good. If it wasn't for the fact that this sect didn't send anyone to euro, Yang Qini was still shattering himself in the audience. Underneath, Lin Jia had already raised his feet and walked onto the martial arts stage. You're here to take revenge? Lei Zhanxuan wrapped his arms around his chest and smiled playfully. Lin Jia glanced at him, his tone flat. I just think that the time has come. Before Lei Zhanxuan could think of anything else, he heard Xing Yulan's voice. The 10th match of the ring competition now begins. Clang! Lin Jia instantly unsheathed his sword, running the wind escape technique seemingly slow but actually fast as he rushed towards Lei Zhanxuan, while his hands were not ambiguous either, only to see him holding a long sword and suddenly chopping it, a stern silver-white sword light swiftly swirling in the air. Then, the sword light attached to the tip of the cold star sword made a turn, and then chopped out with the flinging of the sword body. Lei Zhanxuan looked at the silver-white sword light. His pupils slightly shrunk. He didn't expect Lin Jia to dare to take the initiative to attack. He didn't dare to be careless. His feet pointed to the ground, and he directly retreated backwards. And in his hands also lightning flashed. A deep purple fist seal was pushed out with it. Jab! The deep purple fist seal was unexpectedly fragile. The silver-white sword light chopped it to pieces at the first touch, and attacked the ground where Lei Zhanxuan had just stayed without mercy, carving out a not-so-shallow sword mark. Lei Zhanxuan's face froze. More than 30% of the sharpness. I originally thought that I only needed to pay attention to the warrior from the Sunset Xia sect, but I didn't realize that he was the Night Spirit sect's bottom card. Surname Shao lied to me. When Lin Jia missed with one strike, the Cold Star sword chopped out the second light pole without pause, only to see the silver-white sword on abruptly flash. The small percent of the sharpness power condensed into a thin line, and suddenly scurried in front of Lei Zhanxuan at an unbelievable speed. Lei Zhanxuan was piercing the eyes of the sword on slightly narrowed footsteps once again backward, but the action is not slow. Double fists in front of the body. A thunder suddenly appeared. broke the speed of its fast light pole. Lei Zhanchuan retreated 2 steps in a row, instantly causing the surrounding warriors to clamor. Am I hallucinating? The person retreating is actually Lei Zhanchuan, the strong contender for the 5 consecutive ringmaster victories? He's at a disadvantage? Chapter 24, The Relentless Stranglehold. Lin Jia actually has 30% of the power of sharpness. This isn't the power of soft water. It's actual sharpness. Watch your words, it's more than 30%. According to the gossip, Shaolin's special power has only been realized to 35%. The speaker quietly glanced at Shaolin. Quickly look at the stage. On the martial arts stage, Lin Jia was slightly regretful. It seemed that he couldn't win by using only the light pole. He still wanted to retain his strength and surprise the challengers behind him. However, adding the 2 forms chop should be enough. Forget it, give the opponent face and just use cloud pole. Lin Jia's expression remained unchanged, but the long sword in his hand suddenly slanted, following the force and chopping a beautiful arc in the air. Lei Zhanchuan had just blocked the light pole that was close at hand, and before he had time to catch his breath, he felt a numbing sense of crisis in his scalp. He turned his head violently, and he suddenly realized that a warm white cloud was drifting in on the slanting side. Lei Zhanchuan's eyes stagnated, and he subconsciously pushed the thunder that had just blocked the light pole forward. The purple thunder made a crackling and violent sound in the air. With a swing between its tails, it rushed towards the cluster of clouds. The white cloud, however, did not flash or evade until it collided with the thunder, revealing its sharp fangs. Ka stinger. Lei Zhanchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, only to see that in the air, the originally tame white cloud suddenly erupted, and the sharp force inside was like an executioner, and was mercilessly strangling the purple thunder. Piece by piece, the thunder was engulfed by the clouds, emitting a crisp and ear-piercing bursting sound. As for the owner of that thunderbolt, his body stiffened as he looked at the long sword that was slanted at his neck at some point. The back of his spine cooled to the bone. Lin Jia, ringmaster, 1 win. The cruel and merciless pronouncement caused Lei Zhanchuan's body to tremble for a moment, and Lin Jia retrieved the cold star sword, looking at Lei Zhanchuan's dumbfounded expression with interest. Lei Zhanchuan snapped back to his senses and stared at Lin Jia dead in the face, his throat dry, unable to believe that he had lost just like that. So caught off guard? So euro? Easily? His thunder-drawing decision was a 2-star heavenly martial art, but he couldn't actually barricade himself against a piece of cloud chopped out by the other party? You euro? Hiding your strength. It's you who are too weak. Lin Jia's tone was sincere. Lei Zhanchuan was infuriated and stumbled, glaring at Lin Jia before his gaze shifted slightly and turned to the bottom of the martial arts stage, cutting at Shaolin of the Xin Tian sect viciously. You wait for me. Lei Zhanchuan voicelessly expressed his resentment. Shaolin coughed lightly and awkwardly averted his gaze. No matter where he was, lying about the military was a thing that was criticized by his teammates, although he didn't know beforehand that Lin Jia's strength was actually so strong. This euro? Seconds. Young Qini in the audience opened his eyes wide in sight and surprise. Rounding up, Zhang Yulian nodded in agreement. It wasn't until Lei Zhanchuan stepped off the martial arts stage that the crowd clamored in an afterthought. Winning euro? 1, just this? Ha ha, this isn't it, the dark horse is here. This is also too sudden of a defeat. Lei Zhanchuan hasn't even begun to exert himself yet. You've used the thunder drawing decree, and you're telling me you haven't even started yet? Did you poke yourself in the eyes just now? You euro? No fighting is allowed in the audience. Now I'm more curious about who's going to be next. Shaolin. It seems like he's the only one who can fight. Not really euro? Quick look. Someone from the Thousand Emperor sect is on. This one's a bit of a spectacle. Whoever loses which clan will be the first clan to be completely eliminated. Lin Jia looked at the warrior from the Thousand Emperor sect who walked onto the martial arts stage and smiled slightly. The warrior's heart flinched and he was on alert. He still remembered how Lei Zhanchuan lost just now, but he was different from Lei Zhanchuan. So far, 10 matches had been played in the ring, and in those 10 matches, no one had won 2 matches in a row, even Lei Zhanchuan. This was a magic spell and the rule of the tournament, and he was the one who enforced it. He is the one who enforces this rule. That's right, he's a gambler. The first full elimination of the Thousand Emperor sect was his bet. What if? Alternating silver and black sword awnings flashed on the stage, and a figure was sent flying out in a sorry state. Lin Jia, ringmaster, 2 wins. The warrior from the Thousand Emperor sect grayly descended from the stage. This wave euro? This wave of betting went the other way. Now there's good news and bad news. What's the good news? The Night Spirit sect only has 1 person left, Lin Jia, and even if he wins twice, he doesn't have any warriors that can be replaced. Euro? And the bad news? We still don't know. Until now, Lin Jia's true strength. The third fighter to take the ring was a fighter representing a small or medium-sized power. Lin Jia, Ringmaster, 3 wins. Lin Jia shook his head slightly. He should have known that he would have used the blood return of the blood-hidden sword technique and added some proficiency. There are now 4 players left on the stage. 1 from the Tianji Hall, 1 from the small and medium-sized forces, 1 from the Xing San dynasty, and the Xin Tian sect, Shaolin. It's over. The Night Spirit sect is going to win. Is this person really playing a ring match? How come we haven't even seen it being consumed? Maybe it's because the opponent lost too quickly. Where's Shaolin? There's always hope for Shaolin. 35% of his special power. Look, Shaolin is up. Shaolin's eyes were heavy as he stepped onto the martial arts stage and stared at Lin Jia, saying, "You're strong, but I'll be stronger." Lin Jia raised his eyebrows slightly. Pre-match trash talk? Most young people will always have unrealistic fantasies about themselves, but there will always be a small number of people who can do what others can't. Shaolin retorted in a condensed tone. The 13th match of the ring competition will now begin. Shaolin's expression was solemn as he suddenly pulled out a leaf from his sleeve and put it to his mouth. Sound? Lin Jia didn't rush to attack. He wanted to see if this Shaolin could make him use his full strength. Woo woo! Several invisible ripples appeared from the leaves around Shaolin's mouth, and Lin Jia concentrated, relying on the still not-so-solid spiritual power in his mind that was cultivated by the forging spirit decision to perceive his surroundings. Snort! Lin Jia's eyes twitched as he lightly swung the longsword in his hand. A ray of sword aura flickered at the tip of the sword and happened to hit an invisible ripple. Ding! Ding ding! In mid-air, the invisible ripple emanating from the leaf was blocked and broken by sword light after sword light. The sound waves that could usually trap a second-stage mid-grade zombie were actually unable to cause Lin Jia the slightest bit of trouble when they arrived here. Is it merely like this? Lin Jia's heart was slightly suspicious, seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time. Shaolin's heart sank, so he simply stopped blowing, clamped the blade onto his fingertips, and while the sound wave was still in progress, he abruptly flicked out the blade and attacked Lin Jia's throat. Lin Jia's complexion moved, his pace slightly retreated, and a style of light pole intermittently chopped out, blocking the blades that shot out. Dang! The light pole and the blade collided, emitting a crisp sound like jade colliding with stone. Taking advantage of the blades swirling in the air, Shaolin flung out his sleeve, and 8 identical leaves floated in the air, echoing the first one, forming a subtle aura. Chapter 25, Unwilling to Back Down. The blades that fought against the light poles seemed to have received some sort of boost, and suddenly shook, emitting a faint fluorescent light that touched the light poles and instantly disintegrated them. Seeing this, Lin Jia's eyes narrowed slightly, and his sword abruptly turned, cutting out 9 light poles extremely quickly, one by one corresponding to the leaves in the air. Shaolin's spirit focused, and 8 leaves moved with the wind, assuming a special shape in the air, while the remaining one, with a subsequent flick, a deep green ripple visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in front of the 9 light poles, shattering them all. In the next moment, Shaolin once again controlled the blade to pluck the leaf formation, and another even thicker dark green ripple attacked in front of Lin Jia. Lin Jia ran the wind escape method to pull away, and with a smooth chop of the cold star sword, a warm white cloud appeared in the air and slammed into the dark green ripple without avoiding it. Prick! The two collided to produce an extremely ear-piercing sound. The green cloud had changed shape. Countless tiny sword awns erupted out, poking it like a hedgehog, while the dark green ripples were not willing to back down, pitted like a corn gnawed by a child. The green hedgehog and the green corn each ran out of spiritual energy after exhausting each other. This style, evenly matched. Shaolin saw that his green ripples actually did not produce an advantage, and his heart sank again. In contrast, Lin Jia was relaxed. The power is good, but it's only good. Lin Jia's figure moved slightly. 20% of his blast wind power was transported in the wind escape method, and he passed through the 9-leaf formation extremely quickly. His long sword waved in the air, and his sword cut out, disrupting the layout of the leaves in a hard way. Shaolin busy to stabilize the leaf array. Green ripples again by the leaf array dial out. Not yet attacked Lin Jia, was a cloud pole after the first to come to block the way. Lin Jia, the wind recluse method quickly swept close. The tip of the sword flashed. Silver and black intersection of the two-shaped chop suddenly chopped out. This strike directly forced Shaolin face door. Shaolin heart slightly chaotic, want to manipulate the leaf formation back to protect, but feel the blade is trapped in a quagmire. Even by a sword blade disturbed chaos. Fortunately, he still had a piece hidden in his sleeve. Just see Shaolin fingertips move. A leaf blade will appear in front of him. Dark green like with the influx of spiritual power and deeper. C2 shape chop has been close at hand. Shaolin no longer store power. Backhand will throw the leaf blade out. Shaolin's eyes lit up slightly. Blocked? A slow cloud suddenly appeared on Shaolin's side. The sharpness of the power erupted steeply. A burst of stinging pain made Shaolin's eyes widen violently. Before he could return to his senses, a valiant warrior figure appeared in front of him. Xing Yulan held the green-colored cloud, and with a slight force, the cloud quickly burst like a punctured balloon. Only then did Shaolin take a step back with hindsight. His left hand subconsciously touched his forehead, and a stabbing pain came, only to realize that his left arm had long been bloodied, and his forehead, too, was covered with dense cold sweat. The cool wind blew, all the leaves in the air lost control and all fell to the ground. Shaolin's eyes were empty, and he staggered back another step. Lin Jia, ringmaster, 4 wins. Xing Yulan's calm voice rang out from the martial arts stage, and Shaolin closed his eyes, dropping his left arm to pick up the blades scattered on the ground. Unfortunately, Lin Jia handed Shaolin the 10th leaf, his eyes distant. You belong to the majority after all. Shaolin's fingers trembled as he stumbled off the martial arts stage. The warriors in the audience cheered as an afterthought. Yang Qini slapped his thigh violently and said to Zhang Yulian with a face full of excitement, "Steady, steady," and the surrounding fighters were not shy to discuss. This Lin Jia, where the hell did he come from? You're asking me? I want to know too. But hey euro. Certain people gloated and laughed. The Shin Tian sect and Tianji Hall have been plotting for so long before their match, and this ring match has only just begun, and all of their efforts have been undone. How wonderful. Someone sighed tersely. Don't be complacent. Lin Jia only has 4 wins now, and there's still one more match to go. There's only one Tianji Hall warrior left, one representative of the small and medium-sized forces, and one Xing dynasty warrior who remains undefeated in a single battle. As for the Shin Tian sect, oh, Shaolin has already reunited with his fellow contestants. How wonderful. Who euro. Pa. In the audience, at the Thousand Emperors sect, a warrior celebrated in his heart. As long as I'm eliminated early enough, the final death decision won't be my turn. And the atmosphere under the martial arts stage was indeed a bit gloomy. The remaining warrior from Tianji Hall was depressed. The seated player Lei Zhanchuan had been eliminated long ago, and he had come to participate in the tournament purely for the sake of practicing. Then, since he was just playing as soy sauce, in the final deathmatch that gave away points, it would be better to quietly be a background plate. And when he returned to the sect, although he had no merit, he had no faults. The Tianji Hall fighters didn't have any thoughts. The small and medium-sized power representatives didn't dare to act rashly, although it was because Lin Jia was too strong. But in the final round, if they dared to go up and still dare to lose, they'd be waiting to go back to the clan to sit on the bench. This was called political sensitivity. The representatives of the small and medium-sized forces released themselves, so when there was silence under the martial arts stage for almost 10 minutes, it was still Xing dynasty's warrior who had the most sacrificial spirit to walk out. Good brother, I will definitely burn spirit stones for you on this day next year. Mr. Soy Sauce of Tianji Lu and the representatives of the small and medium-sized forces simultaneously sighed in relief and made a silent promise in their hearts. Xing Sanchao's warrior didn't know about all this for the time being, and he hadn't planned on going on, but just letting go. He thought of what senior sister Xing Yulan had said when he was at the sect. You're the penultimate winner of this introductory competition? The introductory competition was a competition for fighters who broke through the Qi realm within 3 months of Xing dynasty, and Xing Yuan was unfortunate enough to have broken through the day before the introductory competition. Euro? Yes. Hello senior sister, I am Xing Yuan. Come with me, there's a mission assigned to you. Euro? Yes. Xing Yuan was panicking inside. No one had told him that the last place in the introductory competition would actually be sent a mission. Don't panic, it's just to take you out for some practice. It's not a big deal. Calendar Euro? Practice? Xing Yuan's eyes widened. Wasn't this kind of good thing always exclusive to the warrior who came first in the competition? Or is Euro? The penultimate first is also the first. Before Xing Yuan could figure it out, he heard Xing Yulan's flat reply. This time practice, watch and listen more. The bosses say you're smart, so hopefully your smarts will allow you to learn something. It was only afterward that Xing Yuan learned from his young companion Xing Mai, who was traveling with him, that this practice was not something to be proud of. It's to participate in the Arable Leaf region's ring competition. As for why we were chosen as the bottom few, it's probably because senior sister Xing Yulan thought we were thick-skinned enough. After Xing Yuan snapped out of his memories, he saw that there was still no movement around him, so he suddenly decided to go up to the ring for the match. Quickly look, Xing Yuan is on. Xing Yuan slashed up with his sword. Xing Yuan fell. Chapter 26, Something's Wrong. Xing Yuan walked down the martial arts stage peacefully, and when he passed by the referee's seat, he saw senior sister Xing Yulan nodding her head imperceptibly, and Xing Yuan's heart stabilized. His guess was correct. The monarch of this dynasty had suddenly died some years ago. The crown prince had not yet grown up, and this time, He had discovered a spirit mine in the desolate leaf region. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble and disputes, Xing Sanjiao decided to push out the spirit mine benefits, but he didn't expect that the final result of the various sects' deliberations would be a ring match. As the discoverer of the spirit mine, Xing Sanjiao had to participate in this ring match, but he couldn't perform too well, so he picked them, the bottom few, to participate, and even the boss sent the slightly weaker condensation realm senior sister Xing Yulan. At the beginning of the discovery of the spirit mine, Xing Sanjiao pretended to inadvertently leak the news in the desolate leaf region, and when the bosses of the Night Spirit Sect subtemple had something to go out for, a few other forces teamed up to block the news. Xing Sanjiao went along with it and didn't intervene because he didn't want to cross swords with the other sects while his dynasty was weak. As for Xing Cun, he also knew that he was only participating in this ring match as a mere formality, and had all intended to stand under the stage until the end of the competition. Only by some mischance, the last match actually had room for him to play. Senior sister Xing Yulan had presented the major power bosses with gifts before the start of the tournament, and among them, the Night Spirit Sect's boss Zhou had the friendliest attitude. This isn't right, Xing Cun thought to himself. This wasn't the normal attitude of a power that had been screwed over by Xing San dynasty and the other clans in conjunction. Furthermore, the desolate leaf region is in the jurisdiction territory of the Night Spirit Sect. Do people really not know what's happening here? There was also senior sister Xing Yulan, as the personal guard of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Her identity was by no means as simple as just an ordinary Xing San dynasty god condensation realm warrior. There were even stronger political colors on her. For example, for the Xing San dynasty that is in a weak position looking for an ally Xing Cun was shocked by his own conjecture, but the more he scrutinized it, the more it made sense. So they all refused to go on for fear of being chastised when they return. But I'm different. I might be complimented for giving away this point. Besides, originally I couldn't beat it. After the quick battle, Xing Cun received another affirmation from Xing Yulan, and while his heart was greatly settled, he couldn't help but have some worries about the future. So my Xing San dynasty has already weakened to such an extent that I actually need to look for allies already? Night Spirit Sect Is the Night Spirit Sect reliable? Xing Cun couldn't help but look towards the stage. The Night Spirit Sect warrior with an excessively calm expression. Lin Jia, ringmaster, 5 wins. On the referee's seat, Xing Yulan calmly announced the results. This ring match ends. The Night Spirit Sect has won 5 consecutive victories, earning 5 points. The small and medium-sized forces won a total of 3 games. Ranking second, earning 3 points, Xian Tian Sect. Tian Ji Tang won a total of 2 games. Ranking third, earning 1 point, the rest of the sects have 0 points. This result was beyond everyone's initial expectations, not to mention that the Night Spirit Sect only brought 2 of their own warriors to the ring this time, and one of them easily won 5 consecutive matches. The Xian Tian Sect and Tian Ji Tang were too arrogant, and each sect only sent 3 people, actually letting the small and medium-sized forces that sent a full 5 people take second place. The representatives of the small and medium-sized forces were overjoyed at the thought of those 3 points. Hey, let me tell you, Xian Tian Sect and Tian Ji Hall actually only won 1 game in this ring match. Those small and medium-sized forces all won 3 games. Did you hear? In the ring match just now, Xian Tian Sect and Tian Ji Tang didn't fight as well as the small and medium-sized forces. Shoo, you know, the Xian Tian Sect and Tian Ji Tang are weakening and can't beat the fighters from the small and medium-sized forces anymore. The rumors spread more and more outrageously in the desolate leaf region, but the Night Spirit Sect's crowd in the audience was overjoyed. Lin Jia, well done. Yang Qini was joyfully filled with excitement. Senior brother Pan is as awesome as ever, Zhang Yulian exclaimed from the side. Mu Zishi, on the other hand, watched Lin Jia walk step by step towards the Night Spirit Sect's side, and suddenly swayed a little. Her thoughts drifted away, and she thought of the time when she was at the Eagle meeting, when Lin Jia had also won the title with such a cloudy demeanor. Mu Zishi realized that whenever Lin Jia stood on the stage, he would always be excessively dazzling. She had thought that she had noticed Lin Jia in a small competition at the Eagle meeting because he was powerful and selfless and humble, but after returning to the sect, she realized that she had thought wrong. Why would she suddenly pay so much attention to Lin Jia, wanting to be comforted by him when she was injured, wanting to be praised by him when she won, and when it came to the time of separation, surprisingly refusing to look him in the eyes, while her heart was filled with joy when she was reunited? It wasn't until she unintentionally saw a playbook that she realized that this situation could be described by one word, and that word was called love at first sight. Mu Zishi's eyes glowed as she thought of this. Senior Lin, she smiled softly at Lin Jia. Congratulations, you took first place again. Lin Jia raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing that it was Mu Zishi, he peacefully obliged. You did great as well. Mu Zishi's eyes were lightly soft. her smile unchanged from before. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Lin Jia nodded with a light smile. Ha ha ha, Lin Jia, good performance. Fought for our night spirit sect. Boss Joe laughed brightly. Lin Jia was not arrogant. It's all what I should have done. Seeing this, Boss Joe stroked his beard even more smilingly. By the way, he asked, pretending to be offhand, I saw that you were swimming in the ring just now and did not use your full strength? Lin Jia speculated for a moment and nodded without moving. Boss Joe's smile deepened. As you know, this sect has fewer warriors to send out, so naturally, it's even more important to let each player get a full workout. Lin Jia deeply agreed, following Boss Joe's words downwards. I've also stayed in the Preachy High realm for quite a long time. This is indeed a bit bullying. Then Euro? Why don't you try your hand at the Mid-Chi C realm ring? Boss Joe sounded like he was joking. Lin Jia's mouth revealed a smile. Then Euro? How about trying? Good. Boss Joe smiled broadly and quipped. Worthy of being a warrior of my night spirit sect. Just try it. Yang Qini stared with wide eyes and a question mark on his face. Not Euro? He tried to stop the sudden whimsy of the two. Lin Jia is only at the early stage of the Chi C realm. What's wrong with the early stage of the Chi C realm? Can't you be able to challenge over the ranks? Boss Joe's smile grew smoother as he waved his hand and said with a bold voice. Later on, Lin Jia and Luo Chaoyu will go together to participate in the next middle stage of the Chi C realm ring. It's decided. Yang Qini inwardly, my grandpa has been shrewd for so many years, and one day, he finally went crazy. The second round of the ring match is about to begin. Please ask the warriors in the middle stage of the Chi High realm to gather around the martial arts stage. As Xing Yulan announced, 3 silhouettes walked out from the audience. Chapter 27, Unconscionability. Luo Lingyu pulled Luo Chaoyu to Boss Joe's side and glanced at Lin Jia with a skeptical tone. Do you really want to go? Lin Jia's face was calm. Give it a try. Euro? Alright. Luo Lingyu nodded gently. Then let's go. The three of them no longer stayed and lifted their feet towards the martial arts stage. Yang Qini looked at Zhang Yulian. Who Euro? Not say something? Zhang Yulian's sight began to wander. Euro? Don't look at me. Boss Joe looked at Lin Jia's back, stroked his beard, and sighed in a slightly unnoticeable way. Surname Pan? I hope you're really as confident as you've shown and bring us some surprises. As Lin Jia's trio stood at the bottom of the martial arts stage, the originally whispering voices in the audience instantly grew louder. I admit that Lin Jia has a bit of strength, but this round is a mid-Chi High realm ring match. What's a pre-Chi High realm like him doing here? Sure enough, young people nowadays, they're too arrogant. To be honest, I don't think highly of him, even though it's not that difficult to challenge him across the ranks. But don't forget that his opponents are also talented henchmen from the major clans. Indeed, even if Lin Jia can fight against a second-rank middle-grade zombie alone, he's still only on the same level as Song Weiwei of the Xin Tian sect and Xing Mai of the Xing San dynasty. Where did he get the confidence? Not only the people in the audience were puzzled, the fighters beside the martial arts stage were also filled with puzzlement. Zheng Fengfan glanced at Lin Jia and laughed out coldly. Unconscionable. Haven't you learned enough from the lesson in the offshore dense forest at that time? It's best not to let me meet you. Song Weiwei didn't pay much attention to Lin Jia. She noticed Yang Ruwashi's frowning expression. Senior brother Yang? You're worried about Yifeng from the Thousand Emperor sect? Yang Ruwashi shook her head slightly and opened her mouth to speak, but then she stopped raw as if she thought of something. Song Weiwei was a bit puzzled, then thought of something and didn't pursue the matter further. As for the audience, Xian Tian sect's boss Shi was pulling Shaolin and reprimanding him. You're so frustrated after losing just one game. The same Pre-Chi High realm. Lin Jia dares to go on. Why don't you dare? Shaolin's face was expressionless. Uncle is right. Boss Shi snorted coldly. When you return to the sect, go to the Broken Cliff by yourself and practice for a month. Euro? Yes. On the side, Boss Joe saw the scene and shook his head slightly and unnoticeably. However, Boss Shi's afterglow had been observing the surroundings, and after catching a glimpse of Boss Joe's small action, he suddenly turned his head with a smile and asked, I wonder what Boss Joe has to say. Boss Joe smiled and stroked his beard. I find it interesting to see Boss Shi mentioning his nephew. I think you're not only noisy, there's something wrong with the way you educate your children. I think back in the day, I used to get along with my grandson this way too. Not me. I wouldn't have reprimanded my grandson like that. After your guidance, Boss Shi, I'm sure Shaolin will definitely achieve something in the future. How can things above the sound rhythm be forced out just by forcing them? You still want your nephew to become successful in this way? Dream on. Boss Shi didn't believe in such polite words. Compared to my unlucky nephew, your clan's Lin Jia has an unlimited future. I can educate my nephew however I want. What do you care? And you still have time to mock me here? When Lin Jia loses miserably later, let's see where your old face is going to go. Boss Joe's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone still smiling. It's not a good thing for the little guy to be too confident. It's just right that this time he'll be sharpened, so that he'll know that there are people outside of people. Boss sure snorted coldly in his heart, but on his lips, he said, Boss Joe is too modest, compared to those few indisputable underlings of my clan. I am on the contrary more optimistic about Lin Jia. Boss sure is really polite. Then I'll take Boss sure's good advice. Boss Joe laughed out loud. Boss sure's face was expressionless. The first match of the second round of the ring now begins. The first person to take the ring was a representative of a small or medium-sized power, and his opponent was a warrior called Zhou Yi from Tenji Hall. It had to be said that Lin Jia's heart suddenly had a bottom after watching this match. Zhou Yi, ringmaster, 1 win. As Xing Yulan's calm announcement rang out, the representatives of the small and medium-sized forces left the martial arts stage with a loss, while Zhou Yi stood on the stage. His gaze swept across the surroundings, stopping at the Xian Tian sect player. Zhang Fangfan, dare to go on? His expression was like a smile, and his tone was provocative. The surrounding sights instantly looked at Zhang Fangfan, who blushed red at the strange gazes, and a ball of fire violently sprang up in his chest, lifting his foot and about to go up to the martial arts stage. Seeing this, Song Weiwei hurriedly stopped the impulsive Zhang Fangfan and looked towards the stage, somewhat embarrassed. Senior brother Zhou? A cold smile floated at the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth as he replied, personal vendetta. Song slightly froze, followed by an expression that became hesitant as if he thought of something, while the force that stopped Zhang Fangfan subconsciously weakened by a few points. Zhang Fangfan smoothly pushed Song Weiwei's hand away, and with a stomp of his feet, he directly jumped onto the martial arts stage. Yang Ruoshi witnessed the whole scene without any fluctuation in his heart, and when he saw Song Weiwei's questioning expression looking over, he retracted his gaze and faintly explained, it's a personal vendetta, but euro. Song Weiwei was displeased in her heart, but she was in the way of Yang Ruoshi's force and barely showed it. Only her tone of voice carried a few points of annoyance. The clan didn't just send me alone on a mission. I still hope that senior brother Yang will take up the responsibility that he should, or else when we return to the clan afterward, how does senior brother intend to explain it to the bosses? The truth. Yang Ruoshi looked calm, because Zhang Fangfan has a violent temperament, makes enemies everywhere, and acts impulsively without considering the consequences. If the sect's mission fails, he takes full responsibility. Song Weiwei gritted her teeth. Senior brother Yang is taking himself off the hook. Yang Ruoshi gazed at Song Weiwei and smiled faintly. It wasn't my business, whether it was Zhang Fangfan's use of force and feuding with others before, or Zhang Fangfan's disregard for the overall situation and going on without authorization just now. He didn't have me, his senior brother, in his sights. Besides, I've persuaded what I should have persuaded. What did senior brother advise? Song Weiwei's eyes flamed. Wasn't it senior brother who was indifferent just now? You were the one who was stopping it just now, and you couldn't even stop it, let alone me, a senior brother with no authority to speak of? Besides, I'm sure the bosses will be clear-eyed and understand my plight. Yang Ruoshi spoke in a leisurely tone. Besides, when Zhang Fangfan was building up his enemies before, weren't you also pouring oil on the fire and acting as his accomplice? Now you've got the time to waste on me? It's better to save your energy and see how you can explain it to the bosses back home. Song Weiwei had a jolt, and a few touches of panic rose in her heart. Yes, if Zhang Fangfan was punished, she would inevitably end up being implicated. In the past few days, she has been acting towards Zhang Fangfan, and the two of them have not been united to anger Yang Ruoshi. If something happens, Zhang Fangfan will not be able to protect himself, and she will not be able to please both sides. Thinking about this, Song Weiwei began to reflect for the first time, whether her cleverness had harmed herself. Chapter 28, The Absence of One. Previously, when she watched Zhang Fangfan's unreasonable snatching of other people's prey, she felt that Zhang Fangfan was strong and powerful, so it was no big deal to do so, and if she had the same strength, she would do the same. But she didn't realize that without realizing it, she had fallen into a fog of complacency. Yang Ruoshi, on the other hand, had thought that he was just a muddle-headed person with empty strength, but he hadn't realized that, staying out of it, he could see it more clearly than anyone else. If I were to take off this clan's standardized power suit of mine and walk outside, who would actually look at me due to my strength? Song Weiwei was deeply struck, and the words she uttered inevitably carried some indignation. Worthy of being senior brother Yang, a late bloomer is different. Yang Ruoshi's calm expression ruptured slightly, her eyes becoming a bit cold. I'm humble because I'm aware of the fact that there are people outside of people, but that doesn't mean I'll have the kindness to tolerate being ridden on top. The sound of the two arguing was a bit loud, causing sideways glances from the surrounding warriors. Yang Ruoshi gathered her composure and looked away. Song Weiwei didn't want to be made a fool of and shut her mouth as well. On the stage, once Zhang Fangfan and Zhou Diao exchanged blows, The smell of fire spread across the martial arts stage in an instant. The two fought fiercely, neither one refusing to lose the upper hand at first, and Lin Jia watched with great interest from the stage, and summarized his strength in passing. Light pole and cloud pole are completely sufficient to deal with opponents at the same stage, and for this kind of overstepping, it's up to dome pole and triple form chop. The dome pole is extremely powerful, and when it comes to hard encounters with a zombie of the middle second stage, it will also have a slight upper hand. As for the three-shape chop Lin Jia fell into reminiscence. Back then, when I first used it at the 3-corpse slope, it was able to kill a second-rank upper-grade hell demon dog. Although it was a sneak attack, but it also shows that the 3 forms chop is a threat to even late-stage Chi High Realm warriors, and for a match to be won, martial arts, combat experience, and warrior rank are indispensable. The first two are fine, what's missing is the warrior rank. Warrior rank is mainly reflected in 2 aspects. One is spiritual power, and the other is physical quality. My spiritual power is 1 step weaker, which can be made up by using 41% of the sharp power. As for physical quality, when facing a warrior in the middle stage of the Chi Si realm, the Heavenly God 9 transformations and 20% of the blistering wind power should be able to do the same. It was this point that Lin Jia was unsure about. The power of the 3 forms chop was enough, so by all rights, he should be able to kill an upper second rank zombie alone. But the truth was that the 3 forms chop couldn't attack the enemy at all. At that time in the 3-corpse slope, if it wasn't for the hell demon dog being held back by Chen Chuyun and him taking advantage of surprise, the 3-shape chop falling short would have been the norm. A small child with a big knife still can't beat a bare-handed leader, because no leader would be dumb enough to watch a big knife slash at him without dodging. Physical strength, reflexes, etc. were all factors, so if this was a late Chi High Realm ring match, Lin Jia would not have volunteered to come up and take a beating. But if he was in the middle of the Chi High Realm, with his current strength, he could still look forward to crossing only 1 step. Lin Jia looked at the martial arts stage, empty eyes gradually solidified, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up a touch of curvature, as if in a careless light smile. Only the wind blew. That touch of curvature was quickly smoothed out, so that people wondered just now whether it was a blurred vision, and only mistakenly saw that scene. Pre-Chi High Realm to participate in the ring match of Mid-Chi High Realm. Based on what? On the basis of birth? That's a joke. Based on talent? Excuses. Based on your high-star martial arts? Who doesn't? Oh The warriors of small and medium-sized forces didn't have it. Yang Ruoshi silently withdrew his gaze and looked toward the martial arts stage, only to see that on the martial arts stage, Zhang Fengfan's long knife slashed, red-colored spiritual energy instantly erupted, and a style of blade marks fiercely chopped towards Joey, and Joey was not willing to show weakness. The small knife in his hand flickered slightly. The dark gray spiritual energy was viscous and bloomy, just like a swamp, stopping the red blade mark and slowly swallowing it. Seeing this, Zhang Fengfan snorted coldly. Sculptor's skill. His long knife was angled in front of his body. His left foot suddenly stepped forward. Crimson spiritual energy instantly surged out, and as the knife fell, the crimson blade light fiercely flourished, slashing towards Joey with unrivaled blazing intensity. Joey's expression was slightly condensed. The small knife was slightly withdrawn. His footsteps moved, and his figure staggered, dodging this style of blade light in between. Nothing more than that. Joey stood aside and sneered. Before his words fell, a dark-colored mass of fog suddenly appeared beside Zhang Fengfan, instantly putting Zhang Fengfan at a disadvantage. Zhang Fengfan could not retort in time. The long knife in his hand was swung violently. The red spiritual power with firelight then dispersed the dark mass of fog. However, Joey had already started his stance, taking advantage of Zhang Fengfan's difficulty in defending himself. He probed the knife in his hand out at a tricky angle. Even though Zhang Fengfan's spirit was tense and he tried his best to dodge, his left arm was still cut by Joey's knife. Zhang Fengfan's brows were furrowed. His heart was even more annoyed. He didn't believe that Joey, who was still his defeated general a few months ago, was now able to fight back and forth with him. If not for the fact that Joey had used his tactics and suddenly attacked him when he was talking to him. You really have a big heart, and now you're actually running away from God? Although Joey was smiling, his tone was extremely grim. He no longer stayed his hand, while the small knife was swinging. His left palm instantly probed out. Dark spiritual energy was hidden in this style of palm imprint, twisted and blurred. Zhang Fengfan involuntarily retreated several steps. Forehead is full of cold sweat, face but still not willing to show weakness. The long knife swung out of the strong wind sound. Sound, once again towards Joey attack. Joey just smiled coldly. Just now the dark palm print suddenly twisted out of the air, abruptly slapped towards Zhang Fengfan. Time seems to stop for a moment. Then, Zhang Fengfan flew out of the air. Zhang Fengfan's eyes widened as he planted his body with a thud sound. his vision reversing and staying in the sky. But Zhang Fangfan only felt extreme pain on the side of his waist, his fists clenched, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And then, he heard Xing Yulan's voice, "Zhou Yi, Ringmaster, 2 wins." Zhang Fangfan's eyes went black and he fainted on the stage. The battle ended too suddenly, and even though Yang Ruoshi had expected it, he still sighed in his heart after actually seeing Zhang Fangfan fall and lose so cleanly at the hands of Zhou Yi, who had a personal grudge against him, being stepped on by an opponent who had once been a defeated opponent. The prouder one's nature, the worse it felt in one's heart, and Yang Ruoshi knew that all too well. "I'll help him back to the audience stage to rest. You stay here, Euro. Yang Ruoshi let out a light sigh and walked towards Zhang Fangfan, who had fainted on the martial arts stage. Song Weiwei's eyes were complicated, and she opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Yi had 1 or 2 consecutive victories. This was good news. According to the rules, he could replace the warrior from the same clan on the stage to extend as the ringmaster. However, this was also bad news, because Tian Jitang had only sent 2 warriors to this ring match, and besides him, there was another warrior left who had come to practice. Chapter 29, Jumping at the Chance. Now Zhou Yi had 2 choices, rest and let the practicing fighters come on stage, continue, either win 5 consecutive matches in one breath, or give away the victory in the next round due to physical exhaustion. Zhou Yi chose to rest. He was not as relaxed as he looked when dealing with Zhang Fangfan. Even if he could use the medicine to restore his spiritual energy in the ring, he would not be able to return to his best condition when the next match came. Besides, no one would want Tian Jitang to continue to win in the next match. Unfortunately, for some fighters, practicing meant the equivalent of playing soy sauce. In the face of Tian Jitang's replacement, the slightly serious atmosphere under the martial arts stage was instantly pacified, and Luo Chaoyu was a bit eager to see this. "Sister, I'm going up?" Luo Lingyu gently nodded her head. The third match of the ring competition now begins. Luo Chaoyu, Ring Master, 1 win. The fourth match of the ring competition now begins. Lin Jiao watched clearly from the sidelines. Luo Lingyu, who was his sister, didn't have the slightest intention of worrying. Could it be that Luo Chaoyu is eliminated? Yang Yu becomes the ring master. 1 win. Very unexpected? Luo Lingyu suddenly asked. Lin Jiao looked at Luo Lingyu and thought about it. It seemed like how to answer wasn't quite appropriate, so let's change the topic. You don't want to go up and try? Luo Lingyu shook her head slightly. I'm not as strong as my sister. Oh, Lin Jiao appropriately cupped her, allowing her to continue on. The martial arts that my sister and I cultivate are special, and the 2 of us together will have greater power. Luo Lingyu stated objectively. A solo match will not do much to sharpen our martial arts. Lin Jia nodded. Luo Lingyu thought for a moment and added. It's not that it's not useful at all. It's just that my sister is better at martial arts and I'm better at being quiet. This was not quite the right thing to say. Lin Jia thought to himself. With his relationship with Luo Lingyu of a few meetings, she was a bit too detailed in what she said. Pausing for a moment, Luo Lingyu offhandedly gossiped about other people. Among the people who came out to travel this time, senior sister Mu Zixi temperament is somewhat similar to mine. Lin Jia raised his eyebrows, seeing Luo Lingyu's intentions. Just don't know if it's her own gossip, or someone That colorless, serious little guy, finally couldn't help but want to inquire about the news. Thinking of this, Lin Jia smiled in his heart. This was not like Mu Zixi character. Thinking of the fun, he intentionally missed some footage when he spoke. Mu Zixi likes quietness? I do think that she has the sharpness of a swordsman in her bones, and when she gets stubborn, she has a unique personality. Luo Lingyu listened more and more confused. Mutual favor? Or Simply appreciate? But Song Weiwei, Ringmaster, 1 win. Referee Xing Yulan's voice came from the martial arts stage. Someone from the Xian Tian sect? Then I'll go up and try my hand. What did you just say? Lin Jia saw that Yang Yu of the Thousand Emperors sect had lost, and the winner was Song Weiwei of the Xian Tian sect, so he had a mind to go up to the stage. Nothing Luo Lingyu shook her head and watched Lin Jia walk onto the competition stage. On the competition stage, Song Weiwei's face was a little unsightly when she saw that it was Lin Jia who walked up. Not only her, the expressions of the warriors of the various clans under the stage also vaguely revealed disdain. Preachy High Realm, May. However, the surrounding spectators were watching the fun. All of them opened their eyes wide and gloated. Just watch, Lin Jia will lose miserably. I rather think that Song Weiwei will bring a surprise. Whoever wins is very talkative. Whether it's Song Weiwei who simply defeats Lin Jia and makes his opponent recognize reality, or if Lin Jia succeeds in his challenge across the ranks and rides on the head of a mid-chi high realm warrior. It's all very interesting. When you say it like that, I'm kinda looking forward to what's going on. Right at this moment, the referee Xing Yulan's announcement rang out. The sixth match of the ring competition now begins. Lin Jia's face was calm, and with a clang, he drew his cold star sword. Seeing this, Song Weiwei snorted coldly. Her body swayed, and between her fists with dark green spiritual energy suddenly attacked towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia swung his long sword. Pure white spiritual energy was contained in the tip of the sword, and a warm and gentle cloud instantly appeared in front of Song Weiwei. The cloud was seemingly harmless, floating in midair without slowing down, and when it collided with Song Weiwei's dark green spiritual energy, the sharp force of 41% suddenly erupted, and the intense strangling intent provoked Song Weiwei's eyebrows to jump straight up. This lukewarm cloud was actually in a stalemate with her spiritual power. Song Weiwei took a deep breath and withdrew the contempt in her eyes. Her hand's spirit power rose greatly, and a dark green vine silhouette suddenly condensed, flinging itself straight at the cloud pole. Although the cloud pole was sharp, it was first consumed by Song Weiwei's spiritual energy, and then hit squarely in the center by the strong vine shadow. Appearing a bit shaky, the vine shadow didn't stop and hit the cloud pole again. With a bang sound, the cloud pole instantly disappeared. The vine shadow was not yet finished. The dark green spiritual energy flourished at the same time, swiftly attacked towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's expression was unchanged. He activated the wind escape method, and easily dodged the ferocious vine shadow. It's not polite to come but not to go, Lin Jia thought, and his long sword slashed in the air, drawing a blazing white light from the top down, which was extremely overbearing, with a sharpness that almost broke through the sky and fiercely chopped towards Song Weiwei. Song Weiwei hurriedly controlled the vine shadow to resist, but the vine shadow was like a sinister species that saw the holy light, instantly melting like snow, and didn't resist the dome pole in the slightest. Song Weiwei was horrified and quickly retreated backward, but Lin Jia pressed forward and chopped out another dome extreme, blocking her path. Song Weiwei's figure twisted slightly, relying on a green armor that was already cracked to barely resist the dome extreme's attack, but her figure flew out backwards involuntarily. Before she landed on the ground, Lin Jia's figure swayed. 20% of the power of the blast wind was contained in his feet, and the tip of his sword trembled, pointing diagonally at his opponent's neck. That was the crisp sound that the cold star sword made when it suddenly stopped in the air. Song Weiwei's figure fell to the ground in a sorry state, and above her, a dazzling white light glittered, and when the long sword slanted slightly, Song Weiwei saw her own reflection on the sword. Euro, I lost. Song Weiwei twisted her head away, her voice extremely unwilling. The audience was silent for a split second, and then, instantly, there were overwhelming calls. Who didn't like a tournament that succeeded in a cross-step challenge? Lin Jia let out a low laugh and sheathed his sword. Only this laughter sounded like mockery in Song Weiwei's ears. No matter how she heard it, she was in a trance for a moment, and in her heart, she suddenly thought of Zhang Fangfan. Even if he didn't lose to Zhou Yi, he can't avoid this battle, right? I just don't know. Is he stronger? Or is Lin Jia Euro? As Song Weiwei staggered off the stage, Lin Jia slowly and methodically took out a Peiyuan drug and swallowed it. Chapter 30, The Ring. This scene made some of the fighters underneath breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if Song Weiwei lost. What I was afraid of was that Lin Jia was fighting in this ring just like he did in the last round of the ring match. It was just a matter of not being able to force out his full strength, and he couldn't even use much of his spiritual energy. But now that he had taken all the Peiyuan medicines, it seemed that Song Weiwei still had some strength. The words were so said, but after the warriors' eyes met, they were a bit speechless again. How is this like they are challenging over steps? In the end, who is the middle stage of the Qihai realm? How do you say this round? Is Song Weiwei too weak? In the Night Spirit Sex audience, Yang Qini narrowed his eyes and asked Zhang Yulian next to him. Zhang Yulian huffed. Don't ask me. I don't know. That means Lin Jia is too strong. Yang Qini nodded to himself. Then his mind turned, suddenly thinking of something. The smile at the corner of his mouth slowly widened. Do you think that if Lin Jia were to take 5 consecutive victories in the same way he did in the last round, destroying the world, would that group of people's expressions be wonderful? Yang Qini nudged towards Shen Tiansek's side. Zhang Yulian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't keep making me laugh. Watch the ring match properly. Yang Qini squeezed his eyebrows for a while. Roger that. On the martial arts stage, Lin Jia felt that the spiritual energy in his body had gradually filled up, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Dome Extreme's power is great, but it's just a little too spiritually taxing. However, it's fortunate that we can use the cultivation drug. Realizing that it was almost time, Lin Jia looked down at the martial arts stage and found that although the warriors underneath were whispering, none of them had gone up to the stage. Perhaps Lin Jia's eyes were too contemptuous. The fighters instantly became foolish, and in the end, it was Zhou Yi of the Tianji Hall who couldn't help himself first, and took a step towards the martial arts stage. Zhou Yi's strength is much stronger than Song Weiwei. I don't believe Lin Jia can still win. That's true euro. But euro. That's what the words say. The 7th match of the ring competition now begins. With the sound of Xing Yulan's announcement, the atmosphere on the martial arts stage was instantly tense. Both of them did not speak nonsense, and Zhou Yi was the first to attack. Only seeing Zhou Yi flinging his left hand, a round of dark gray spiritual energy balls then suddenly came towards Lin Jia, while holding a small knife in his right hand. His figure faded, hiding into the shadows. Lin Jia's spirit was concentrated. The cold star sword was instantly sheathed. The tip of the sword flashed, and the cloud pole then appeared warmly in the path of the dark gray spiritual energy ball with a sharp force of 41%. With a muffled sound in the air, the cloud pole and the dark gray spiritual energy ball annihilated at the same time. And at the same time, Zhou Yi's figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Jia. Lin Jia's long sword was slightly angled, narrowly blocking Zhou Yi's stabbing knife. And then, a dome pole violently erupted. The aura that almost tore the sky apart lifted Zhou Yi back a few steps, and there was a ticking sound followed by Zhou Yi. Zhou euro. Zhou euro. Zhou Yi is injured? Zhou Yi touched the corner of his mouth. A flash of bright red appeared on his fingertips. He was silent for a moment, and with a flexible turn of his wrist, he suddenly retracted his small knife, only to see his body should have some convergence of the sharpness but suddenly burst out. Strong light piercing the eyes, printed to Lin Jia's eyes, but the opposite of the dark color. With one of the same attack, there is a gloomy sticky palm print. Lin Jia's heart was tight. The wind recluse method was instantly used, retreating towards the back, but the palm print was like a hawk of ants, passing on a great threat. At the moment of crisis, Lin Jia didn't care about hiding his strength. Between the swinging of his long sword, the black and silver sword awnings intermingled in the air, while in the very center, a dark red shadow slowly but firmly haloed out. This is euro. The gloomy palm imprint was quickly dissolved by the three-colored sword awnings, and before Zhou Yi's shocked expression could be retracted, he was caught by the three-colored sword awnings, only to see the three shape chopping like a gorgeous swimming dragon, soaring in the sky one moment, and swiftly appearing in front of him in the next moment. Zhou Yi's figure was violently sent flying out, cutting a wretched trail in the air, and before he could stabilize himself, he was approached by another sharp sword aura. It's hard to believe that the winner on the martial arts stage only has a cultivation level of Qi High Realm early stage. The difference of one order, like a rift valley, is not just a figure of speech. In the end, Zhou Yi just gave Yang Ruoxi a helpless look and retreated. Yang Ruoxi pursed her lips. There were times when a premonition coming true didn't make people feel wonderful. In the audience, the chaotic sounds of discussion couldn't be stopped for a long time. That three-colored sword on is comparable to the full force of a second-rank upper-grade zombie, bubbling after the horse. Go cool off on the side. While on the stage, Lin Jia was a bit uncomfortable. The last fight seemed to be devastating, but it was already the result of the bottom card. Without the three forms chop as a safeguard, when facing the strong enemy behind, he could only compete with his combat experience. However, what was there to fear? Lin Jia had won 2 matches in a row, but did not choose to replace him, leaving Luo Lingyu alone and dumbfounded under the stage. This time on the stage was a warrior from a small or medium-sized force. The two of them fought on the stage extremely stalemate. From time to time Lin Jia chopped out a cloud pole to give pressure, secretly but quickly in the recovery of spiritual energy, adjusting the state. Only after feeling almost done did he end the battle with a dome pole. The expressions of the players at the bottom became even more gloomy. To fight a player whose strength was ranked in the middle of the pack, who didn't even need to use the three forms chop, doesn't this mean that apart from that little bit of spiritual power disadvantage, all other aspects had been leveled by Lin Jia? Then when Lin Jia broke through the middle stage of the Qi Si realm euro, how is this possible? Someone asked out of breath. Just with that 40% more than sharp power, some people only managed to reach it at the late Qi Si realm. The 9th match of the ring competition, Lin Jia vs Yi Feng, will now begin. Lin Jia stood on the stage with his sword, and his blood, which had just calmed down not long ago, slowly boiled up again. In the last match, it wasn't that he didn't want to play a crushing game, but his spiritual energy was limited, and he was afraid that if he consumed too much, this match would be dangerous. And compared to the process, he was more interested in fighting for a good ending. Both sides do not have any nonsense. Yi Feng long sword aslant, spiritual power, a style of red blade instantly split out. Lin Jia condensed, wrist suddenly flicked, the tip of the sword white light slightly flashed, the domineering dome pole instantly knit up. The blazing dome pole and the red blade exploded into a brilliant fireworks in the air. The flying dust had not yet landed. Clanking sound of collision came out from the martial arts stage. Lin Jia long sword in front of his body, and his opposite, a silver scimitar red light flooded, violently pressed down. Lin Jia does not flash not to avoid. Condensed chi decision full operation. Cold star sword sharp. Actually hard annihilation of the scimitar on the red light. Feng's expression became more and more serious. The hands of the scimitar suddenly slanting, with a surprise angle suddenly stabbed at Lin Jia. Silver light brilliantly. Lin Jia in the back of the knife to see his own pupils with a cold aura. Cold star sword in the air cut through the arc of a curved moon. Black and silver sword-ons crisscrossed. Tyrannical power flooded with red light. The three kinds of sword-ons are not divided. Abruptly from the tip of the sword out of the shape of a swimming dragon. The long tail swung. Instantly Feng flew out. Chapter 31 Unburdened. Dust flew on the martial arts stage. The dust gradually dispersed, but Feng was nowhere to be seen. Just then, Lin Jia suddenly felt a touch of coolness from his back, and with a shock in his heart, he immediately bowed down and dodged the machete coming from behind in the nick of time. One strike did not succeed. Feng still wanted to chase after him, but he was pulled away by Lin Jia using the wind escape technique. Lin Jia's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the strand of hair hanging from Feng's scimitar, but the beating of his heart slowed down. His complexion was slightly cold as he crossed his long sword. While his spiritual power flourished, a beam of red-colored firelight sprang out from the sharp sword. The red light slowly condensed in the air in the shape of a sword mark. The sword mark was red and black. The firelight was like raging blood, bizarre and vicious. While below the sword mark, a silver and a black two sword-ons trail as soon as they appeared. They were quickly engulfed by the red light, only to see that the red sword mark suddenly glowed brightly, swiftly swallowing towards Feng with a roiling ferocious on. This style Euro. Feng gulped violently, his stance being energized by 200% in an attempt to avoid the puddle of red light. However, the three forms chop dominated by the tyrannical power was no longer as gorgeous and leisurely as it was before, but changed its appearance, turning into a horrifying tyrant based on blood. There was another loud sound on the martial arts stage, and this time, Feng did not dodge it. He collapsed to the ground, a flower of blood exploding from his left arm, and as the dust settled, referee Xing Yulan appeared in front of Feng and faintly announced, Lin Jia, ringmaster, 4 wins. An uproar came from the audience. This was the first time the referee had interfered in the matter of the match, but the one who was sheltered was Feng, who was in the middle stage of the Qi Hai realm. The strength of your clan's men is truly not to be underestimated, the Thousand Emperors sect boss said smilingly with Boss Zhou. Feng was one of the Thousand Emperors sect's men. Were those words a compliment to Lin Jia? If it was, there was no need for you to say it. Boss Zhou secretly rolled his eyes, but on his face, he smiled and stroked his beard without saying anything. On the other side, the Tianji Hall's boss frowned and suddenly turned to Xin Tianzong and asked, Boss sure, Yang Ruoshi isn't on yet, right? How about it? Are you sure? Boss sure sank into a scowl and didn't answer. The Tianji Hall's boss inwardly laughed. Fortunately Zhou Yi had challenged Zhang Fangfan due to a personal vendetta, and Tianji Hall had won 2 matches. So even if the Night Spirit sect's Lin Jia had taken 5 consecutive victories, with all the other sects only having 1 win, they, Tianji Hall, would still be able to secure second place in the score rankings. Anyway, the Tianji Hall people had already been eliminated, and the Tianji Hall boss continued to ask without any burden. Lin Jia is only an early stage of the Qi Hai realm. Is Yang Ruoshi okay with this? Yang Ruoshi's strength was between Lei Zhenchuan's and Lei Zhenchuan's at best, so how could he be okay? Although the pressure came to the Xian Tian sect's side, Boss sure smiled instead. From the beginning, I was more optimistic about Lin Jia, and sure enough, he deserves to be the champion of the Eagle meeting. Even if he's only at the early stage of the Qi Hai realm, he's also initially showing the stance of a young eagle, and it won't be long before he'll surely become a great man. Lin Jia's sect that organized the Eagle meeting was the Xian Tian sect. The Tianji Hall boss quietly watched Boss Sher's shameless boasts there. A touch of gratitude flowed out of his heart. Fortunately, the last game of the ring saw the unreliability of the Xian Heavenly sect, allowing Joey to backstab before it was too late. Really want to go down with the Xian Heavenly sect in an alliance, for fear of losing money to the crumbs left over. Boss Sher really has a good eye. I only thought Lin Jia would be a dark horse, but I didn't expect Boss Sher to think that even Yang Ruoshi couldn't beat him. Well, at least it took so long to prepare Euro. Boss Sher choked and coughed. Who would have known that a Lin Jia would pop up before the tournament started? However, since the Tianji Hall had already torn its face and put this matter out in the open to talk about, then he wasn't polite either. It's no better than your clan. That said, Lin Jia is so outstandingly talented. Your clan Euro doesn't have any ideas? The Tianji Hall boss's face flinched, and subconsciously looked around, realizing that quite a few lines of sight were drifting towards this place, and one of them was extremely sharp, and it was none other than Night Spirit Sect's boss Zhou. I am the boss of the 6 great sects. How could I do such a thing as framing my juniors? The Tianji Hall boss's expression immediately became filled with righteous indignation, like a sophistry after being wrongly accused. In the beginning, It was our clan's unintelligent subordinate who was compelled by this junior and dared to frame the 6 clans. Not to mention you guys, even when I heard it at that time, I also didn't dare to believe it. Where did he get the guts? This boss must not allow anyone to destroy the friendship between the 6 great sects. If that henchman is under my door, I will personally clean up the door and give you all an explanation. The Night Spirit sect's boss Joe laughed. It's a pity that henchman was under your sect, but you have a heart but no power. The Tianji Hall boss's expression became even angrier. Even if you're the patriarch, you can't harbor sinners. Your clan is good at everything, but Euro? Boss Joe shook his head. Too much murderousness. I think your patriarch handled it just fine. Exiled to the frontier. Ha! As soon as these words were said, the air froze for a split second. The warriors in the audience didn't dare to utter a single breath. And in the end, it was the organizer, Xing Sanjiao, and the Xian Tian sect's boss Shi who eased the atmosphere together. The Tianji Hall boss secretly wiped his cold sweat, thinking, finally, this has been muddled through. This matter was only understood by the patriarch and a few of his close associates at first, and it was only after they were approached by the Night Spirit sect that they, the bosses, realized that such a big thing had actually happened in the clan. A deliberate plot to murder the Night Spirit sect's men. What the hell was going on in the sovereign's head? Well, we are originally from the assassin's background, so we did it, and turned around and actually bailed out the person who went to assassinate him. What's wrong with throwing them out? Do we have to fight with the Night Spirit sect? And the Night Spirit sect, who were the murdered men? It's worth you guys making such a big deal out of it. However, Tianji Hall boss thought of the explanation of the sovereign. Assassinate the Night Spirit sect warriors in Xiantian City, using the most covert means of Yellow Sorghum Dream, which also allows the Night Spirit sect to avoid the Xiantian sect. To find the Tianji Hall this mastermind, Tianji Hall boss thought here. Motionless look at the Xiantian sect stone boss a glance. Heart a burst of regret. Outrageous. Too outrageous. How come the Xian Heavenly sect wasn't framed for this? Otherwise, this time in the ring, why would the sect need to find helpers? Although his mind was filled with these types of thoughts, the Tianji Hall boss still smiled and responded as Boss Shi discussed the battle on the martial arts stage again. Extremely true. What Boss Shi said is extremely true. Boss Shi laughed and thought to himself, I don't know what kind of goods your Tianji Hall has, but what's a mere allocation of spirit mines? As long as you don't make a mess at the next Eagle meeting, everything will be fine. The two people who were harboring evil intentions glanced at each other and coincidentally revealed a false smile. Below the martial arts stage, the warriors were at a standstill for a long time, and in the end, it was Yang Ruoshi who took the stage. Chapter 32 Huge Backlash. My name is Yang Ruoshi. Lin Jia. I'm sorry, Yang Ruoshi sighed slightly, for what happened earlier in the dense forest. Lin Jia looked indifferent. It's none of your business. Yang Ruoshi shook her head and stopped talking. Second round of the ring match. 10th match. Lin Jia versus Yang Ruoshi, now begins. This time it was Lin Jia who took the lead in the attack, only to see his toes pointing, his figure instantly fading, while at the same time, the Cold Star Sword followed the pace and drew a bright arc in the air, and between the flashes of white light, the sharpness of the force was contained in the dome pole, fiercely attacking Yang Ruoshi. Yang Ruoshi drew his weapon, which was a long weapon. The long weapon was sharp, and as the earth-colored spiritual energy surged, it formed a thick wall of earth in front of him. The dome was extremely blazing, but it suffered a muffled loss when it met the plain, uninteresting wall of earth. 50% of sand power. Lin Jia wrinkled his eyebrows. Yang Ruoshi was actually this tricky. Seeing that the earth wall didn't move, Lin Jia unbelievingly chopped out another dome pole. Only this dome pole path once touched the earth wall. It ended up with the same result as the previous style. The earth wall flew sand surging, like falling into a mud pool. Slowly but surely, the dome pole would be worn out. It's useless. Yang Ruoshi murmured. It's my turn to attack. Before the words fell, Yang Ruoshi's long weapon suddenly swung. The earth-yellow spiritual energy particles were clearly separated and danced with him like wind and sand. The long weapon fiercely crossed. The wind and sand rushed to the sky, and even vaguely formed a yellowish, misty tornado. The vortex was getting bigger and bigger. Luo Lingyu and the others under the stage could feel a suction force from a long distance away. Not to mention Lin Jia who was close at hand. Lin Jia didn't dare to slow down, while the tornado hadn't yet completely formed. His sword flashed, and a three-shaped chop quickly slashed out, attacking Yang Ruoshi in the middle of the tornado. However, once the three-form chop fell into the tornado, it was like a lost lamb that was blinded by the wind and sand and slanted to the side, hitting the open space on one side with a bang. Lin Jia's heart sank for a moment, watching the tornado take shape. All he could do was find a safer place to hide, but the martial arts stage was only so big. Where could he hide? Yang Ruoshi was in the center of the tornado. Although he was staring at Lin Jia, his pupils were filled with clear yellow, his long hair was flying, His expression was indifferent, just like the desert god of death, only to hear his mouth murmur, "It's over, put." Yang Ruwashi's brow plummeted in discomfort. A splash of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the bright colors in his pupils ruptured. It was the backlash of a sandstorm that was too great, but it was limited to that. He no longer delayed. His long weapon suddenly swung. As the tip of the weapon suddenly stopped, the sandstorm suddenly surged towards Lin Jia with the wind and sand in the sky. The wind flew wildly. The cold star sword actually made an unbearable sound in the wind and sand. Lin Jia frowned tightly. His spiritual energy was running at full strength. The silver, black and red three sword on suddenly sprang out, trying to block the wind and sand from surging. The wind and sand became even bigger. The silhouettes could no longer be seen on the martial arts stage. Lin Jia was in the middle of it. The wind escape method could not be utilized at all. And the three forms of chopping, as early as the moment it first appeared, it was swarmed by the riotous wind and sand, and died without a trace. Lin Jia moved a step with difficulty, helpless in his heart. Could it be be defeated like this? I'll just end here? Lin Jia could barely see in front of him anymore. A gust of wind and sand came. He was easily thrown into the air. His head and feet turned upside down. A large yellow fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Jia flew out like a kite with broken strings, and the next moment, that fist suddenly appeared behind him again. But why is it so unwilling? Being in the middle of a sandstorm, Lin Jia had long ago been unable to see the color of the sky. Was it blue? Or black? Lin Jia going to lose? In the audience, Yang Qini clenched his fists, hating that the person competing on the field was himself. And off stage, no matter how much resentment Song Weiwei had towards Yang Ruwashi before, at this moment, she had to admit that she wasn't as good as Yang Ruwashi, and neither was Zhang Fangfan. At the referee's table, Xing Yulan narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured under her breath, "Wait 3 more seconds. 3, 2 On the martial arts stage, a different color suddenly appeared in the yellow sandstorm. It was the color silver. The silver light slowly spread. At first it was just a starburst. The next moment it became a river of oceans. The arc gradually appeared. In the sandstorm, a bright silver curved moon vaguely appeared. Lin Jia's body was churning. The sea of qi was above the sea, and that acupoint that had been opened up in the clear pool of spiritual springs in the one-star mysterious realm was put to use for the first time. The same three-shaped chop, after being tempered by the sword qi in the acupoint, what came out was actually a curved moon. Although the moon was hazy, its rising momentum was irresistible. The wind and sand, no matter how strong, would calm down one day, but not the moon, which would always be there. Yang Ruwashi is in the center of the sandstorm, powerless to watch the round of curved moon gradually appeared, and then slowly rise. The next moment, the sandstorm is like a punctured balloon, violently burst, flying sand gushing, but no longer into the climate. Still lost. Yang Ruwashi's heart suddenly flooded with a fierce pain. His arm trembled, and his long weapon fell to the ground powerlessly, and before he had time to react, his thoughts suddenly sank, and he was pulled into the darkness, and he fell into a coma. The wind and sand subsided. The two on the martial arts stage a trip to a station, lying face as white as paper, long weapon inserted in his side, the side of the blood spilled on the ground, standing also covered in a mess, cold star sword pestle on the ground, tenacious support above the faltering body. The crowd saw the ending and almost lost their voices in shock. Is this really just a mid-Chi realm match? Someone's voice was hard and asked a question that everyone wanted to ask. 1. Xing Yulan recited the last number silently and looked at the scene on the stage, slowly exhaling a breath and utilizing her spiritual energy to carry her voice far away. Lin Jia, Ringmaster, 5 wins. In the audience, the Thousand Emperors Sect's boss came over to talk to Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou, was this what you expected? Boss Zhou first arranged for his grandson to help Lin Jia back, and after hearing the Thousand Emperors Sect's boss ask, he immediately collected his worried expression, subconsciously stroked his beard, and his aura became inscrutable. On the other side, while Xing Yulan was announcing the results, Yang Ruwashi was helped up by the Xian Tian Sect's warriors, while Yang Qini and Luo Lingyu also helped Lin Jia back to the spectator stand together. It wasn't until Lin Jia was seated firmly in the audience seat that he shook off his numb right hand. Luo Lingyu was extremely witty and stepped aside, allowing Mu Zishi to come to the front. The second round of the ring match is over. The Night Spirit sect has won 5 consecutive matches and gained 5 points. Senior brother Lin, are you alright? Mu Zishi asked softly. Tianji Hall won a total of 2 matches and ranked second, earning 3 points. There's nothing wrong. Lin Jia revealed a smile and calmly reassured. Chapter 33, Score First. Xian Tian Sect. Thousand Emperors Sect won a total of 1 game and ranked third, gaining 1 point. That's good. Mu Zishi looked at Lin Jia's somewhat trembling right hand and replied in a low voice. 0 points for the remaining sects. With the end of Xing Yulan's announcement, Mu Zishi lowered her eyes and did not cover her hand after all. As the third round of the ring was about to begin, Yang Qini rubbed his hands together in excitement, his fighting spirit high. It's finally my turn to go on. He walked over to Lin Jia's side and stated confidently, Lin Jia, don't worry. In this ring match, the Night Spirit sect will be number 1. Lin Jia smiled gently, looking forward to your performance. Seeing Yang Qini and Zhang Yulian walking towards the martial arts stage, Lin Jia also slowly collected his expression. Against Yang Ruoshi to win, mainly relying on that silver moon, the original 3-shape chop after the tempering of the sword chi, it would actually show the shape of a silver moon. However, the silver moon secret technique was a 3-star martial art, so why was it able to be used at this stage? Lin Jia frowned in deep thought. The name of a technique suddenly flashed in his mind. His expression lit up and he instantly relieved himself. Yes, I should have thought of that. The second stage heavenly grade forging god decision, which is a weak grade. Father said that after I experienced the yellow sorghum dream, my mental strength had already increased. Not to mention that I had eaten the hidden mushroom afterward, coupled with the refining of the forging spirit decision. Being able to use the 3-star secret technique seems to be a logical thing. The mental power was molded when I was in the middle stage of the Chorun Chi High realm. I won't be too much later. Lin Jia couldn't help but reveal a smile as he thought of this. Really think I would just bet on it. However, it's also been a while since we parted ways on the last 3 corpse slope. I don't know how Chokwon is doing lately. Kind of euro? Miss her. Lin Jia's afterglow sweeps over Mu Zishi, who is seriously watching the battle on the martial arts stage. Hesitates for a moment, but still doesn't ask. Forget it, let's see if there's a chance to see her next time. Or euro? Send a message? Most of the exchanges here used letters, with only a change in the means of transportation. After Lin Jia had made his decision, he began to close his eyes to recuperate. It wasn't that he didn't want to watch the bout on the stage, but the last battle was too much of a stretch even if he won. It was good to see the advancement of the 3 forms chop, but he couldn't pin his hopes on epiphanies every time. He couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't okay. Next to him, Mu Zishi was not too comfortable pinching the corner of his coat, and only after seeing Lin Jia close his eyes did he relax and begin to concentrate on the match on the stage. Yang Qini was already on the stage, but his strength was somewhat unexpected. Even his grandfather, Boss Zhou, did not expect that his grandson's strength would be so strong. 1 win, 2 wins, 3 wins. It wasn't until the 4th match that he was slightly held back, only to see Yang Qini holding a long sword. With a slight flash of green light, a cheetah shadow then suddenly appeared in the air, pouncing on Li Xiao of the Tianji Hall. Li Xiao waved his large sword. The mark of the sword was overbearing, blocking the cheetah's attack in the nick of time. But Yang Qini was not a good fighter. The air was filled with green light. The cheetah's silhouette shook violently, and then exploded. Between the agitation of spiritual energy, Li Xiao's figure was thrown by the airwave, and then collapsed helplessly on the ground. When it came to the last match, the aura on Yang Qini's body became more and more agitated, and without a doubt, the Night Spirit sect once again won 5 consecutive matches, and gained the first place in the scores of this ring competition. No one had expected that the 3 ring matches would end unexpectedly similarly. All of them were won by the Night Spirit sect's warriors who had won 5 consecutive victories. One must know that of all these sects, it was the Night Spirit sect that had spent the least amount of effort. But why did it end up with the most rewards? Night Spirit sect, with a total score of 15, ranked first, and will account for 50% of the spirit ore distribution in the future. Tianji Hall, total score 7, ranked second. Future spirit mine distribution will account for 30%. Xian Tian sect, total score 5, ranked third. Later on the spirit ore distribution will account for 10%. Both Tianji Hall and Xian Tian sect had only won a small game in the last match, but the other sects were even worse, not even coming close to winning a single game. Thus, Tianji Hall and Xian Tian sect ranked second with only 1 game win, earning 3 points. The other sects had not won a single game and accumulated 0 points. Small and medium sects, 3 total points. Thousand Emperors sect, 1 total point. Xingsan dynasty, 0 total points. All 3 sects share the remaining 10% of the spirit mines. After Xing Nuo briefly announced the results of the distribution of the spirit ore, this ring tournament also officially ended. Boss Zhou was smiling from ear to ear all the way, and even took the initiative to go up and greet the Xian Tian sect's people in a good mood when he saw them. Boss Sure. Ha, welcome to the desolate leaf region. Boss Sure paused for a moment, watching Boss Zhou dejectedly leave, his face filled with obscurity. The new official had 3 fires. How come the first one burned on himself? After returning to the Night Spirit sect's branch, Boss Zhou coughed lightly and began to discuss the rewards. This time, we also have to thank the Sunset Cloud sect for their help in the ring. The arable leaf district's land is small and there's not much that can be taken. So let's all just accept these few spirit herbs. After the words, a young man came out with several jade boxes and handed them one by one to the people of the Sunset Cloud sect. Zhang Yulian was a bit surprised and quickly waved her hand. Boss is polite. We weren't able to help much in this ring match. It's good that boss doesn't blame us for being abrupt. How can we still dare to receive gifts? Boss Joe had a disapproving look on his face. Whether we can help or not is one thing. Whether we are willing to help or not is another. A few worthless spirit grasses are just a few plants. The little ones keep them. Consider them as a bit of a gift from me as an elder. Zhang Yulian saw Boss Zhou's firm demeanor. Only then did she take the jade box from the youth's hands. Her tone of gratitude. Elder's gift dare not be resigned. I'll thank Boss Joe here for the sake of all the senior sisters. Ha ha ha. Boss Joe stroked his beard and said with a smile, there's no need to be polite. If you encounter any trouble near the desolate leaf region, feel free to come here. Zhang Yulian replied with a smile. Definitely. Only after dismissing the group of men from the Sunset Xia sect did Boss Joe turn his head and gently look at Lin Jia and Yang Qini. The rest of you are all family members. Do you have any rewards you want? Ha! Yang Qini fondly retracted his eyes from the direction Zhang Yulian had left and replied somewhat absent-mindedly, Grandpa will arrange it. Boss Joe hated the iron and knocked on Yang Qini's head, saying, decaying wood. Yang Qini instantly came back to his senses, and seeing Lin Jia's smiling face, he hurriedly covered his head and complained in a muffled voice, Grandpa, I'm the one who got the credit. Boss Joe shook his head helplessly, then said to Lin Jia, how about this? Open the door to the treasure vault of the branch hall. You guys go in and take whichever one you want. You pick two. Yang Qini picks one. How about this reward? Lin Jia had won 2 rounds of the ring, and Yang Qini had won 1. So this arrangement made sense. Lin Jia had no objections. All listened to the boss's arrangement. Chapter 34, Fruit of the Water Cloud. The sky will be dark. The 2 meritorious officials are a little tired, so they intend to rest for a night, get enough energy, and then enter the treasure house tomorrow. The next day, underneath the Night Spirit Sect subtemple, with a rumbling sound, the door to the treasure house was opened. Wow! Yang Qini looked dazedly at the hall full of exotic treasures, his mouth almost watering. 3-star top-grade spirit weapon Qing Xian halberd, 3-star top-grade spirit drug Yuan breaking drug, 4-star mid-grade spirit weapon Yin Yang whip, 4-star mid-grade fire spirit liquid. 4th-ranked mid-grade spirit weapon Chaotian stick. Seeing how excited Yang Qini was, a few black lines crept up on Boss Zhou's forehead. On the contrary, Lin Jia was much calmer. However, what Boss Zhou didn't know was that the reason Lin Jia was so calm was because when he looked at this hall full of treasures, he didn't actually recognize many of them. This euro. This euro. Yang Qini's footsteps suddenly paused for a moment, pointing at the ancient ring in a stuttering tone as he asked, empty euro? Space ring? Seeing Boss Zhou nodding, Yang Qini's eyes emitted a green light and was already drooling. I want euro. I want this. Knock. Boss Zhou knocked Yang Qini's head again. Know what it means to live within your means? Can you use this if you pick it? Dang. I don't care. I want it. I'll take the ring. Seeing this scene, Lin Jia shook his head with a smile, and when he turned his head, a flash of translucency was suddenly reflected in his eyes. Deep inside the treasure house, a plate of jade was filled with spirit liquid, and in the spirit liquid, a translucent white branch suddenly moved and slowly climbed out of the jade plate, followed by a strangely shaped elixir carefully poking out its body. Lin Jia was attracted by the elixir and walked over. The elixir was less than a foot tall. Half of its body was immersed in spiritual liquid. The vines were crystal clear, and 3 or 4 translucent spiritual fruits were hanging from it. The elixir wasn't afraid of people. Seeing Lin Jia carefully placing his hand on the jade disc, it humanely crooked its vines and then wrapped around his finger. Lin Jia only felt a wave of coldness on his fingertips, and the translucent rattan was a little slippery, like a mischievous little snake. Water cloud fruit? Precisely the water cloud fruit. Boss Zhou smiled as he introduced. Don't look at the low grade of this spirit medicine. Its spirituality is not small. Perhaps it was Boss Zhou's low grade that stimulated the water cloud fruit, which suddenly drew out a vine from the jade disc and violently flung it towards Boss Zhou with splashes of water. Boss Zhou easily defused the attack, then helplessly said to Lin Jia, see, it's still naughty. Lin Jia laughed a little. By the way, boss, can I pick this water cloud fruit? Seeing Boss Zhou's stunned expression, Lin Jia added, it's just a fruit. Boss Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and stroked his beard. Don't look at this little guy as mischievous, but if we really want to give it away, we old guys are still quite reluctant to give it up, but if it's just one fruit of the water cloud, it's perfectly fine. You go ahead and pick the second one. Boss Zhou rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the jade tray. I'll help you pick the water cloud fruit. Lin Jia nodded gently. Thanks, boss. seeing that Boss Joe was busy doing battle with the water cloud fruit, and Yang Qini was staring at the space ring obsessively, with a lesser spiritual treasure introducer. Lin Jia could only go through the motions and look at the eye candy. The small Qianquan bag is enough for me at the moment, and the weapon has the cold star sword. So what exactly do I choose for this one? Lin Jia stared at the wide array of treasures and fell into deep thought. It would be great if I had the crystal umbrella grass, with all 3 types of elixirs gathered together. I can go straight back to the sect to cultivate the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. But as he looked around, he didn't find any trace of the crystal umbrella grass. What's this? It's quite bright. Lin Jia squinted his eyes and walked over, targeting a colorful spirit bead. You want to pick this? Yang Qini suddenly came over and asked with a mysterious face. Lin Jia nodded cautiously. Do you know what this is for? Lin Jia was silent for a moment and was about to open his mouth when Yang Qini interrupted in a breath. It is an auxiliary formation tool connecting the beads through spiritual power supplemented with specific elixirs to concisely set up the formation using a convenient method that is easy to understand. It's simply a necessary spirit bead for killing and setting fires and traveling at home. I'm done. Lin Jia silently turned around and looked at Yang Qini. Ahem. Excuse me. Yang Qini turned backward and left with the same hand. In the end, Lin Jia chose the water cloud fruit and this spirit bead, and Yang Qini. He was joyfully looking at the spatial ring on his finger and letting out a laugh comparable to that of a demented man. After returning to the hall of the Night Spirit Sect's branch hall, Boss Joe said to the two of them, both the spirit bead and the spatial ring require spiritual power to be activated, so don't use them before the two of you break through the condensation realm, especially you, Yang Qini. Stop giggling, giggle. Yang Qini immediately brought the spatial ring with him to put his hand behind his back and collected his smile. He was afraid that Grandpa would suddenly come up with, come on, ear. This spatial ring is of such a high grade that you can't use it for now. Let me save it for you first. Hiss. Yang Qini shivered and crushed this horrible thought. The spirit bead is a formation aid, and its usage is also very simple. First activate the spirit bead with your spiritual power, and then set up a specific elixir. But there is one thing to be aware of. Even though the spirit bead has a large spirit formation engraved in it, it's still more suitable for small formations such as phantom formations. Seeing Boss Joe getting more and more energized, Yang Qini hurriedly stopped. Grandpa, Lin Jia is only in the early stage of the Qi realm right now. What's the use of you talking so much? It won't be forgotten after a while. Besides, these introductory spirit beads have it all in them. Okay, Yang Qini, you've gotten better. You think I'm a nagging old man? Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Lin Jia coughed lightly, interrupting Boss Joe's already clenched fists. Boss, the ring match is over, and Lin Jia is planning to leave. Boss Joe froze for a moment, then reacted and laughed. I almost forgot. You were pulled here temporarily. Lin Jia smiled and nodded. Then where do you plan to go next? I've also lived for so many years. I might be able to say a few words when I come across one I understand. Boss Joe asked with concern. I won't hide it from Boss. I'm planning to go to the Abyssal Cliff to look for the crystal umbrella grass next. Oh, Abyssal Cliff? Boss Joe thought for a moment, and with a probe in his palm, a token suddenly appeared on it. Not far from the Abyssal Cliff, there is a city called Ancient Abyssal Village. A few days later, there will be an auction held there. This token is the Night Spirit Sect's admission ticket. Take it and go in. There may be crystal umbrella grass in the small trade fair inside, which is more probable than looking for crystal umbrella grass in the Abyssal Cliff. Lin Jia froze, and before he could react, Boss Joe shoved the token into his arms. This Aya Lin Jia. Just take it. Yang Qini laughed from the side. I won't lie to you. Grandpa has dozens of this kind of token in his hands. They're all given by our Night Spirit Sect's men when they break through to the God Condensation realm and want to go out and make a name for themselves. Chapter 35, Cultivate Well. That Thank you, boss. Seeing that Yang Qini's expression did not look like a fake, Lin Jia simply stopped being polite and accepted the token. Elder Joe stroked his beard with a smile, appreciating Lin Jia. Go, be careful on the way. Lin Jia smiled and answered, turning to leave. Seeing Lin Jia's silhouette getting smaller and smaller, Yang Qini also withdrew his gaze and looked at Elder Joe. Grandpa, I should go too. Any plans? Boss Joe sat down and poured a cup of tea. Yang Qini scratched his head. I have an appointment with Zhang Yulian and I plan to go to Windy Rosian Mountain to practice. Windy Rosian Mountain? Rather quite suitable for you. Right. Ha. Go straight back to the sect after leaving Windy Rosian Mountain. Boss Joe sipped his tea. There's no need to come over again. Go back and tell your mother that I'm having a good time. Let her not worry. No problem, Grandpa. Here, take this and pass it on to Boss Lee of the Spirit Pill House when you return to the sect. Just say that there's no more poison dragon grass, only this. Boss Joe handed over a wooden box. Yang Qini flipped it over to look at the wooden box and asked curiously, wasn't this given by Xing Sanjiao during the ring match? What's inside? Some song sheets. Ah, song scores? What's the point? Yang Qini looked puzzled. Boss Joe let out a low laugh and got up to walk to the back. It's not much use. But who made these things Boss Li's favorite? Yang Qini scratched his head. Why would Boss Li's heart's desire be known to Xing Sanjiao? No, it should be. Why would Boss Li's favorite be Xing Sanjiao's music score? This is the relationship between Euro. The more Yang Qini thought about it, the more confused his head became. However, seeing that Grandpa had no intention of talking about it any further, he also had the sense not to ask any further questions. After leaving the Night Spirit Sect subtemple, Yang Qini headed towards the north of the Desolate Leaf region, where he and Zhang Yulian and the others had arranged to meet. As the breeze blew by, downstream Tong, a hand of the Sunset Xia sect, kicked the stones under his feet and then raised his head. Senior brother Yang is here. Yuton's eyes lit up. Senior sister Zhang, everyone has arrived. Let's set off. Zhang Yulian turned around with a smile on her face. You're done with things? Yes. What about Senior Pan? Zhang Yulian glanced at the overly quiet Mu Zishi and pretended to ask without thinking. Hey, Lin Jia, he left just now. When the group of people from the Sunset Xia sect heard this, they looked at Mu Zishi in unison. Mu Zishi was dumbfounded and was busy looking at Yang Qini. Ha, where did it go? Zhang Yulian asked helpfully. It says it's going to Gu Yuan village. Right, people should all be at the gate by now. Yang Qini replied. So fast. Zhang Yulian was a bit surprised and looked at Mu Zishi, but she saw that Mu Zishi just pursed her lips and then turned her head away. Yang Qini explained, which is as far as the entrance to the ancient Abyss village. I'm talking about the Desolate Leaf district. Did he say anything then? The person who asked this time was Luo Lingyu. A euro? Yang Qini scratched his head. Thanks euro? Boss? Zhang Yulian lightly kicked Yang Qini, which is what we asked. Seeing Yang Qini's confused look, Zhang Yulian stroked his forehead and set the record straight. Did Lin Jia talk about us? To be precise, did he euro mention Mu Zishi? This euro? Yang Qini looked at Zhang Yulian and then at Mu Zishi, suddenly coming to a realization. Oh, no. Euro? This is Zhang Yulian. Euro? This is Yuton. Luo Lingyu. Luo Chaoyu. Euro? This is euro? Senior sister. Mu Zishi's tone was light. There's no need to ask. How can that be? Zhang Yulian disapproved. How can there be a reason to just leave without saying goodbye? Yang Qini suddenly had a bright idea. You can go to the front gate and look for Lin Jia. He shouldn't have gone out by now. The eyes of the people of the Sunset Cloud sect lit up and hurriedly urged Mu Zishi with their eyes. Mu Zishi was shaken by the look. Go quickly. Lin Jia shouldn't have left by now. Zhang Yulian's eyes glowed and her tone was urgent. Euro? Seeing this, Luo Lingyu directly put her hand on Mu Zishi's shoulder and said softly, if you don't go someone will be gone. Mu Zishi's head exploded, and before she had time to react, her feet subconsciously took a step forward. Go! We're here for you. Zhang Yulian encouraged from behind. Mu Zishi turned around, her eyes a little sour. Thank you senior sister. Go! I don't know which part disobeyed the command first, right leg, the left leg, or euro? The heart? Anyway, from 1 step, 2 steps, to running up, it was only a matter of moments. Today's wind was very soft, blowing on the face, almost making it impossible to feel, so when Mu Zishi began to regret it, the person had already run to the entrance of the Desolate Leaf district. Lin Jia euro? Mu Zishi looked around and muttered, already euro? Gone. Her eyes were a bit dumbfounded, looking at the big 3 words Desolate Leaf district on top of the sign. She suddenly wanted to cry a bit. Day. Phew. Mu Zishi? Lin Jia drove this car and saw Mu Zishi actually staying alone at the gate with a surprised face. You euro? Alone? Mu Zishi's eyes were a little blurry as tears flashed in her eyes, but as she looked at Lin Jia's figure, the corners of her mouth suddenly curved slightly and she smiled. The gentle sunlight shone down, reflecting in Mu Zishi's pupils as if they were glowing. Waiting for euro? Senior sister. Mu Zishi blinked her eyes and put away the smear of wetness. Yes? Lin Jia looked around and frowned lightly. How could I let you wait alone? After saying that, he simply got out of the car and walked over to Mu Zishi's side. I'll accompany you. Mu Zishi smiled again, setting off her elegant and soulful face even better. Senior brother Lin. She spoke softly. I recently have been practicing properly. Is that so? Lin Jia walked with a smile. That's very good. Oh, aha. Mu Zishi's face was soft, but her fingers were tightly pinching her sleeves, unable to let go. The breeze blew by, and the two were silent for a while. Pan euro 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 euro? Mu euro 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 euro? Lin Jia smiled somewhat helplessly. You speak first. Mu Zishi pursed her lips, and when she opened her mouth again, her voice was somewhat muffled. Senior brother Lin. I euro 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 euro? Knock knock. Knock knock knock. The sound of her heartbeat grew louder and louder, almost covering her voice. Mu Zishi's ears grew redder and redder. Her fingers clenched tighter and tighter, but her voice grew lower and lower and more inaudible. Wheel euro 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 euro? The breeze blew by, and Mu Zishi heard her own voice. I seem to euro 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 euro? Looking in the wrong place, Lin Jia was silent for a while before saying, It's okay. Senior Lin, you set off. You don't need to accompany me. Mu Zishi raised her head and smiled softly. Okay? Lin Jia silently swallowed it and said with his mouth, Good. I'm leaving. Lin Jia rolled onto the car and headed outside. Mu Zishi waved goodbye. Aha! Looking at the increasingly distant figure, Mu Zishi was a little stunned as she put her hand down and dropped it to her heart. Chapter 36, The Auction. Senior Lin. I euro 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 euro? Like euro 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 euro? You. Luckily, he didn't say it. Why euro 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 euro? Not say it? Go. The car drove faster and faster, and only after the shadow of the Arequipa district was already out of sight did Lin Jia gasp and slow down the speed. Mu Zishi, definitely not a sister. Lin Jia gritted his teeth a little. This guy actually hid such a big surprise. He didn't even know whether he should be lucky or helpless. Fortunate that Mu Zishi hadn't said the words that followed after all, but helpless as to why she had thought of that sentence. As soon as he heard that classic beginning just now, pause. Lin Jia's scalp was about to explode. But even if Mu Zishi said the words that followed, he would 100% reject them. Why? This little guy's feelings were too sincere, and even if he accepted it because he couldn't bear it, he would definitely fail later on. Lin Jia treated his feelings as a spice. Mu Zishi wouldn't. Unlike Chun Chuyun, she was too sensible, and it wasn't certain who would fail who when she got to the back. Thinking of this, Lin Jia sighed helplessly. Fortunately, when he participated in the ring yesterday, he didn't ask Mu Zishi about Chun Chuyun. In the future, we must keep our distance from Mu Zishi. Lin Jia made a decision in his mind. Definitely, not far from the Abyssal Cliff, there is a city called Ancient Abyssal Village. Dusk had already passed halfway. Lin Jia silently looked at the gate in front of him, and thought to himself that he might have some misunderstandings about not far. It had been 4 whole days since he left the desolate leaf region, running all the way, only resting for one night in the eastern desert on the way. Lin Jia was inevitably a little tired, so he planned to enter the ancient abyssal village first, and then inquired about the news of the crystal umbrella grass. Why were there quite a few warriors standing noisily at the gate? Why didn't they go in? Stand still. Idle people are not allowed to enter during the auction. Ha! Lin Jia looked at the lanky warrior who stopped the car with a puzzled expression. Why can't you enter during the auction? The warrior's face was extremely fierce, dressed in black clothing, staring at Lin Jia without a word, with no intention of explaining. This warrior's strength had the condensed spirit realm, and around him, his companions were in groups of 4 or 5, stopping anyone who wanted to enter the ancient abyss village at the entrance. Lin Jia looked behind him. The closest place to the ancient abyss village was the eastern desert land, a 2-day journey, and his heart was rarely a little annoyed. Anyone who was exhausted and was stopped when they were ready to take a rest would be upset. Why can't we enter? In previous years, when the ancient abyss village held auctions, there wasn't this ban either. These people of ours aren't idlers. They all have serious business to do in ancient abyss village. Right. Our caravan is here to deliver the subsequent goods from the ancient abyss auction, and we're not allowed to enter? The chief has said, no personnel are allowed to enter. Otherwise, don't blame the outside for being impolite. The warrior who spoke was dressed in black and had a stern expression. The pressure of a god condensation realm warrior was released, and many people subconsciously retreated a few steps. Right at this moment, the door suddenly opened and a middle-aged man stepped out. The man wore a long red uniform, and when his hand slightly pressed down, the people outside the gate were instantly silenced. Chief, the armored warrior who had just spoken walked quickly to the side of the red-clothed man, whispering something under his breath and occasionally sweeping his eyes over the troublemaking merchant team beside him. The man in red glanced at the merchant team and nodded slightly. The leader of the merchant team's face went white when he saw the red-clothed man's indistinguishable eyes looking over. Guest Minister Gua, are you sure you're not mistaken? In the merchant team, the man surnamed Gua wiped the cold sweat from the top of his head and said to the merchant team leader, would I lie to you? I had the honor of meeting this chief once. He is definitely at the spirit release realm. After the armored warrior reported the situation, he stood aside, and the crowd saw this and quieted down. Everyone, the man in red suddenly spoke out. I understand everyone's eagerness to enter the ancient abyss village, but I won't hide it from you all. the auction's merchandise had a bit of a problem last night. Among them, the 3-star top-grade yuan-breaking drug disappeared for no apparent reason. It was stolen. Yuan-breaking drug. It's the yuan-breaking drug that can help the condensation realm break through the spirit release realm? Yes. The man in red nodded solemnly. These words instantly stirred up a wave of shock in the surroundings. Guo Keqing looked towards his merchant team leader, his heart beating wildly. This auction actually had yuan-breaking drugs. It would be fine if it was just stolen. But we found out that the person who stole the yuan-breaking drug was from an unknown origin, and actually had the shadow of Red Island looming over him. Red Island! Hakiai's eyes snapped open. His heart was horrified. The yuan-breaking drug would actually have a relationship with Red Island. No wonder the ancient Abyss village would have tightly closed its gates. If they let that thief get away, wouldn't it be an obvious slap in the face of the 6 great sects? Guest Minister Gua, what do you know? The merchant leader asked cautiously. Hakiai shuddered and hurriedly looked at the man in red, and only after realizing that the other party wasn't paying attention to this side, did he quietly say, do you know why there are so few, or rather, nearly none, high-ranked loose cultivators? The other party shook his head. More than 10 years ago, it was in the middle of a chaotic world, and various forces were constantly fighting, and many clans and families were removed because of this. But because they weren't driven to extinction, there were quite a few fish that escaped the net. They were accustomed to being powerful. They didn't have the guts to take revenge, and being alone, when they saw the weak ones, they started to Jin captivate and burn and kill, and did no evil. Hakai thought far away, falling into memories. At that time, not to mention small merchant caravans, even for big merchant caravans like ours that have big mountains at their backs, as long as there weren't strong warriors here, they dared to rob them. There were even quite a few people who took the risk and specialized in intercepting and killing the potential juniors of the clan families. That's breaking the back, but the various clans are busy fighting for territory and don't care about that at all. That group of people became even more rampant after they hooked up with Tianji Hall. Back then, not to mention the Qihai realm, even if they broke through to the God Condensation realm, not many of their juniors dared to come out and practice. Because of this, the Heavenly Mechanics Hall grew rapidly, and all the major forces avoided it. At that time, there was a saying that was extremely famous, that it was better to move the Night Spirit sect, and the Fallen Cloud sect, and the King, Xingsan dynasty, than to mess with the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity. However, that was only a moment of prowess, and after the world settled down and the 6 great sects were completely formed and began to liquidate, the high-ranked loose cultivators were all packed up and thrown to the Red Island. It was said that they were allowed to go to Red Island to start over, and it's unknown how many people died on the way. That's not right. The leader of the merchant caravan looked puzzled. If they were liquidated, why would the Celestial Mechanics Hall still be a part of the 6 great sects? That you don't know. Haxigwa let out a low laugh. Back then, the list of loose cultivators was handed over by Tianji Hall personally, and even the liquidation of the loose cultivators was Tianji Hall's idea. That's why now, high-ranking loose cultivators are almost extinct, and the low-ranking loose cultivators that are still around have no power or influence, and if they want to make a breakthrough, they either have to join a family or a clan, or, on their own initiative, travel far across the ocean and head to the Red Island. Chapter 37, Silence. However, this place, Red Island, has always been a place that only enters and exits. Guahak looked at the man in red at the entrance of the ancient Abyss village with a puzzled expression. Why did he come out this time? The red-clothed man's expression was serious. Regarding this incident of the yuan-breaking medicine being stolen, we have unanimously decided to block the gate until the person is uncovered. If you all have urgent matters and must not enter the ancient Abyss village, then camp here and wait for the gate to open. After the words were spoken, it instantly provoked a wave of complaints, but once they thought of the strength of the man in red, they couldn't say anything to refute it. Seeing the crowd quiet down, the man in red nodded and was about to turn around when a fierce-looking armored warrior suddenly came forward. Chief, it was taken out by a warrior in the early Qihai realm. The armored warrior handed the man in red a token, his eyes inquiring. Night Spirit Sect. The man in red slowly read out the words on the token before asking. It's that little guy wearing the Night Spirit Sect's standardized power suit, isn't it? What does he want? Just saying that he came to participate in the auction. The man in red thought about it and returned the token to the armored warrior, instructing on his lips, Zhao Yu, you arrange the person to the ancient Abyss auction and take more care of him euro. After respectfully sending off the man in red, Zhao Yu walked over to Lin Jia, returned the token to Lin Jia, and said, you come with me. Lin Jia received the token, nodded, and drove this car to follow behind Zhao Yu. Just now, he was all set to leave the ancient abyssal village and go to the abyssal cliff to look for the crystal umbrella grass. Only when his eyes turned, he suddenly thought of the token given by Boss Zhou of the branch temple, so he tentatively took it out from the small Qin Kuan bag. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Yu saw the token, his eyes changed, and after saying to Lin Jia to wait a moment, he walked to the man in red to report. Some people noticed Lin Jia's movements, but when they realized that the two did not move towards the entrance of the ancient abyss village, they withdrew their gaze. The two walked around the city in silence until late at night, when Zhao Yu stopped at a place. Who is it? A voice suddenly came from inside the city walls. Zhao Yu. So it's Deacon Zhao. The city wall slowly twisted, revealing an iron door. Zhao Yu pushed open the iron door and led Lin Jia inside. Crunch! A dozen of bright eyes stared at the visitor, putting Lin Jia down straight away. This one is? Someone asked. Someone from the Night Spirit sect, here to participate in the auction. Zhao Yu spoke succinctly, and after his words, he intended to leave with Lin Jia. It was at this time that a loud bang came from not far from the iron gate. Zhao Yu's eyes stared and subconsciously touched the longsword on his waist side, intending to go forward to support him. Deacon Zhao, you still have people with you. Zhao Yu froze slightly, came back to his senses, glanced at Lin Jia, hesitated for a moment, and still stopped in his tracks. You, come with me, and you, Zhao Yu, why are you here? Just in time, you're also together. There was a group of figures running in the back. The captain was picking people out in a loud tone, and when he saw Zhao Yu, his expression was clearly surprised. Zhao Yu was speechless. I have important matters to attend to. What important matter? Can it be as important as the matter at hand? Euro? I need to settle someone. Who is it? Where are you going to settle in the middle of the night? Everyone looked at Lin Jia. The captain also looked over. After seeing Lin Jia, his eyes immediately lit up. Might as well let him follow along, and then settle down in the morning. There's still the car. It's just right to requisition it all together. You banded nature. Zhao Yu grumbled with his mouth, but in his heart, he was moved, and in the end, he couldn't stand the captain's loud voice, and decided to go and take a look. You follow me closely, Zhao Yu said to Lin Jia. Lin Jia nodded helplessly, and his body began to move out of the way. The explosions had long since stopped, and when Zhao Yu and the others arrived here, a spirit release realm chief was staying there with his hands behind his back. Chief, a small team of 18 people. Due to the reason that the side gate needs to be guarded, only 4 people have been transferred, plus the 2 people and 1 horse that passed by, a total of 24 people. The captain reported seriously. That leader didn't turn around, but rather turned his back to the crowd and directly began to arrange the tasks. Those in the Qihai realm stay. The rest are divided into 3 squads. 1 squad will patrol the surrounding area, and the other 2 squads will go to a few other trade streets to investigate. The enemy may be in the spirit release realm. Pay attention to the distance. Yes. The captain left with a dozen people while the remaining few joined Zhao Yu in checking around for traces of explosions. People from the Night Spirit sect? That leader suddenly asked. Yes. Junior Lin Jia. Surname Pan? No Lin Xian? Lin Jia froze and didn't answer. That chieftain suddenly turned around and smiled faintly. Looks like it's an acquaintance. Only to see the other party's face crawling with centipede-like scars, his eyes staring at Lin Jia with crimson redness, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing wider and wider. Then, the expression suddenly twisted. Puddles of black silt overflowed from the centipede-like wounds, quickly corroding the entire face, and his body melted like silt, forming a vortex, like a giant mouth of the abyss, violently covering towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's eyes were horrified, subconsciously wanted to draw out the cold star sword, but found that the sword was tied to the scabbard and did not move at all. Right at this moment, a red light suddenly shot from behind the silt, like a sharp sword, violently stabbing into the top of the silt. The silt instantly went limp and landed softly on the ground, while at the same time, the space around Lin Jia shattered inch by inch like a spider web, revealing a large group of warriors outside. It's an illusion. Lin Jia shook back to his senses. Are you alright? Zhao Yu's anxious voice rang in Lin Jia's ears. Lin Jia shook his head. It's fine. There really is a problem. That true chief, dressed in gray, stared tightly at the puddle of silt on the ground and suddenly asked Lin Jia, what did you just see in the illusion? Lin Jia wrinkled his eyebrows. A man with a face full of scars who turned into silt. The gray-clothed man looked grave and muttered. Did he really break through to the spirit release realm? Can I take a look? Lin Jia asked suddenly as he looked towards the sludge at his feet. Zhao Yu froze and rushed to stop. Lin Jia Yu euro? Can. Seeing the chief open his mouth, Zhao Yu closed his mouth. Lin Jia squatted down, his brows furrowed, and his fingers probed up towards the silt. Voodoo. As soon as Lin Jia's finger trail touched the silt, it was surrounded. The gray spiritual energy in the silt was extremely boiling, and instantly it was about to wrap around Lin Jia and suck him towards the ground. Lin Jia used his sword as a finger, and the sharpness of the power abruptly emanated, shattering the silt, and then running the chi condensation decision, completely breaking free from the silt. Sure enough, euro? If he said that the spiritual power of the Tianji Tang warriors he saw in the desolate leaf area before only felt familiar, then now that he saw this silt, Lin Jia could be certain that this was basically the same root as the spiritual power of the three brothers bosses he encountered in the one-star mysterious realm. Combined with the words Guahaki I said at the gate, Lin Jia had reason to suspect that the two were connected. What did you discover? Chapter 38 Unusual Attention. Lin Jia thought a lot for a split second. Then without a word, he flipped out one of the feats in his small storage pouch that had been sealed and dusted for a long time, put it aside, and took out the token given by Boss Joe of the Desolate Leaf region. I participated in a tournament in the Desolate Leaf region a few days ago, in which the spiritual energy of the Tianji Hall warriors was somewhat similar to this. Oh, is that so? The gray-clothed man glanced at the token. His tone was skeptical, but in his heart, he was a little disappointed. Did he still expect a Chi-Hai realm to be able to see something? That's just it. You go back first. The gray-robed man waved his hand, allowing Zhao Yu to take Lin Jia away. Matters involving the spirit release realm. It was better not to let the little guy from the Chi-Hai realm get involved. As the sky dawned, Zhao Yu brought Lin Jia into the ancient abyss auction and arranged the people properly before turning around and leaving. While Lin Jia lay on the bed in the guest room of the ancient abyss auction, he yawned and fell into sleep. In ancient abyss village, at the entrance of a large hall, the gray-clothed man who had just returned from the trade street was about to push the door when he heard two tit-for-tat voices in the hall. Qi Ping, you don't want to spit blood. Ha, a weak heart? Yang Mao's behavior is upright. This matter is in no way the work of the Tianji Hall. Back then, when that group of loose cultivators were captured, you guys said the same thing to them. Qi Ping's expression was mocking. Yang He's expression stiffened. Then he said angrily, because of this, it's even more impossible for Tianji Hall to release that group of loose cultivators. There was a bit of truth in this statement. It was at this moment that the door to the Great Hall was pushed open and a gray man walked in. How is the situation? Someone asked. The gray-robed man shook his head. The trade street's a front. The gray-robed man glanced at Qi Ping. There was a little guy from the Night Spirit sect passing by when that front made a move. Qi Ping frowned. Finish your sentence. I stood guard there for half a day. Nothing moved until I finally extinguished the front. But when that little guy from the Night Spirit sect came, an illusion was immediately activated. The little guy from the Night Spirit sect? A man in red suddenly spoke out. Isn't his name Lin Jia? Holding the token of Boss Joe of the Desolate Leaf region? Surname Pan? Qi Ping's heart fluttered. Yes, the gray-clothed man affirmed. That's a coincidence. The person was released into the city by me last night. The man in red smiled. His strength is only at the Qi-Si realm. It seems that loose cultivator has quite a deep hatred with your Night Spirit sect. Qi Ping glanced at Yang He and snorted coldly. Just a rat in the gutter. Yang He's eyelids jumped. Surname Qi, you Euro? Well, did the two of you run from the eastern desert land to the ancient abyss village to continue quarreling? It's not easy to call a truce for a while. The first order of business is still to pull out that loose cultivator first. The man in red said while making eyes with the man in gray. Yes, the man in gray immediately agreed. Qi Ping and Yang He shut their mouths, and the main hall finally began to discuss business. The sun was blazing outside the window, and Lin Jia rubbed his eyes to wake up, since he was staying in the guest room of the ancient abyss auction. When Lin Jia left the room and walked along the stone path towards the front of the courtyard, he came to the hall on the first floor of the ancient abyss auction. The hall was decorated with various kinds of spirit medicines and drugs for the usual transactions. There weren't many customers in the hall, so Lin Jia's silhouette stood out. Seeing Lin Jia stop at a place in the hall where spirit herbs were displayed, a young girl immediately came forward. Sir, what do you need? The young girl asked softly, her tone somewhat unusual and respectful. Is there a crystal umbrella grass? There is. Wait a moment, customer. After bowing slightly, the young girl walked towards the other side of the hall and took out a jade box from a transparent cabinet before walking over and handing it to Lin Jia. Lin Jia opened the jade box. Inside it was placed a crystalline light-colored plant. He was a little surprised in his heart. This crystal umbrella grass looked like it was not of low quality. He was afraid that it was almost 3 stars. How many spirit stones? 5 lower-grade spirit stones. Almost 3-star spirit medicine sells for this price? Is it expensive or cheap? Lin Jia was puzzled in his heart, but he just took out 5 spirit stones from his small Qiankuan bag and handed them over to the young girl. Take care, guest. After the crystal umbrella grass was obtained so easily, Lin Jia walked out of the ancient abyss auction and casually settled his lunch, lifting his feet towards the trade street. The trade street was far more lively than the ancient abyss auction, and Lin Jia looked around from time to time, searching for what he wanted. Butterfly flower. Lin Jia's eyes lit up as he walked towards a stall. 3 butterfly love flowers. How many spirit stones? 10 lower grade spirit stones. Butterfly lover's flower was a 3-star spirit medicine. Lin Jia was a little unsure about giving spirit stones, still not knowing what the measure of prices in this world was. Butterfly lover's flower, ah, it's a spirit medicine from Xiantian City, isn't it? A voice suddenly came from beside Lin Jia. Lin Jia was startled and instantly turned around. The person who came was Qi Ping, only to see him ask with a smile. It's not common for warriors to come specifically to buy butterfly lovers' flowers. Have you been to Xiantian City? Although it was a question, his tone was extremely certain. Xiantian City, as the birthplace of Xiantian sect, was quite famous among the warriors. Although Lin Jia had an incident in Xiantian City, but it did not have to be made known to everyone. Qi Ping asked this question inexplicably, then to test Lin Jia, more like a conversation. Lin Jia thought of this, the heart is slightly relaxed, but on the face of some vigilant style. Who is downstairs? Qi Ping smiled slightly. Qi Si is my younger brother. Qi Si is the mother's people, when he also sent Lin Jia to the Night Spirit sect, but he was not moved. Evidence. Qi Ping froze and said, Euro? All surnamed Qi count? The two looked at each other, speechless for a while. Euro? Cough. I heard that last night you fell into the illusion. Nothing happened? With such a self-conscious look, it was not like an illusion. Lin Jia put the slightly cool spirit beads in his arms away, and talked as he walked. You know my father? Qi Ping coughed. Came over here to take care of some things, just happened to hear your name, so I came over to take a look. That loose cultivator? Lin Jia looked at Qi Ping. You also came to ask about the illusionary realm? That's not true. Qi Ping waved his hand. That loose cultivator seems to have a deep enmity with the Night Spirit sect. You can't have an accident. Lin Jia's heart warmed, and suddenly asked, back then, when he liquidated the loose cultivator, did my father take action? Qi Ping froze. The clan Euro? Your father bore the brunt. Euro? In that case, no wonder. Qi Ping looked puzzled, and before he could ask, a book was handed over by Lin Jia. What's this? Qi Ping curiously flipped through it, and after seeing the words in the book, his face suddenly became serious. Where did you get this? From a few loose cultivators in the one-star secret realm. Lin Jia replied indifferently. It should just be a coincidence. Qi Ping speculated and smiled. But Euro? Is the time? Go with me to catch that rat. Qi Ping's spiritual power spread out. In the trade street, countless spiritual power in the air. Among them, an unobtrusive dark gray is bared devouring spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is gloomy and sticky, secretive and corrosive. Found it. Qi Ping's eyes lit up and led Lin Jia towards the corner of the trade street. Upon reaching the destination, Qi Ping suddenly transported a fireball and violently threw it towards a house. Smoke flew away, and a dark gray figure was hidden in the thick smoke trying to escape. Qi Ping sneered. His figure shifted and instantly appeared in front of the gray figure. Fire flashed and a figure fell heavily to the ground. The battle was over before it even started. Qi Ping lifted the gray shadow's Qiankuan bag with a hook of his toes. The gray shadow spat out a mouthful of blood and watched as Qi Ping violently erased the Qiankuan bag's mark of recognition. His head lolled and he fainted. But a god condensation realm. Ha! Qi Ping swept his eyes over the contents of the Qiankuan bag. The yuan-breaking drug is still there. So poor. Ha! Spatial secret skill? No wonder I was able to escape. Qi Ping took out the book of martial arts and shoved it to Lin Jia, smiling brightly. Fair trade. Lin Jia smiled back. Alright, I'm going back to deliver. Qi Ping lifted up the gray shadow and said goodbye to Lin Jia. Well, goodbye. Lin Jia nodded. The city that had been sealed due to the incident of the scattered cultivators' theft came to an end in less than half a day. Guo Keqing froze as he led the merchant team into the ancient abyss village and had not yet come back to his senses. But after hearing the news that the yuan-breaking drug had been successfully recovered and the auction had been decided to be postponed, Guo Keqing's spirit was immediately lifted up. Leader, hey, borrow some spirit stones. On the other side, Lin Jia collected the secret spatial skill given by Qi Ping, and instead of planning to attend the auction, he decided to go straight back to the sect. There were still 8 days before Jiangja's appointment with Su Xinxiu. Why are you running so fast? So anxious to return to the eastern desert land? Qi Ping instead followed directly behind and asked lazily. Yang He ignored him, but his speed slowed down. There was silence between the two for a while, and Qi Ping suddenly asked, aren't you working as a subdonor in Bloodshed Ancient City? How did you transfer to the eastern desert land? Yang He spoke in a light tone. By the order of the patriarch. Qi Ping's complexion was somewhat condensed. Ha, coincidentally, I am also under the orders of the patriarch. Since we are both under the orders of the sovereign, we are each on our own. Why are you putting on such a face? Qi Ping's expression sank. You really want me to make it clear? Seeing that Yang He was silent, Qi Ping sneered. I brought the Brothers of Night Spirit sect to come to the eastern desert to sweep away the Tianji Hall branch and kill and set fire to it. What are you doing here? Simply because of a paper transfer order? It's Euro? Shut up, Yang He, don't get sloppy with me. Yang He fiercely strangled his white-hoofed horse and looked at Chi Ping, his tone sinking slightly. Yes, I knew that the person sent by the Night Spirit sect was you, and after I received the transfer order from the sect master, I still came. Chi Ping, do you think that I deliberately came to get involved in this muddy water? To come against you? You don't have that much faith in my heart. Chi Ping froze, then grew angry. What's the difference between you and going against me? If I don't come, what are you going to do? Kill all the warriors in the Tianji Hall branch? Speaking later, Yang He obviously gritted his teeth. This is a deadly feud. Can you afford the responsibility? But you guys started the matter. Even if it develops to the level of a mortal enemy, there's no room for you to say it's over. Chi Ping went toe-to-toe with him. Chapter 39, Getting Sloppy. Patriarch would never do something without reason. I as a subordinate trust Patriarch unconditionally. Chi Ping snorted coldly. Is your sovereign's reasoning to pick up your old ways? Doing some sneak attacks on people? Patriarch would never do that. Yang He's expression condensed. The Patriarch didn't hesitate to imprison the old hallmaster back then and hand over the list of loose cultivators just so that Tianji Tang could stand in the open brightly. He would never be like that. Chi Ping sneered. But facts speak louder than words. It's you who can't recognize people. Yang He looked over fiercely. You saw it with your own eyes? Although I did not see it with my own eyes. Then shut up. Yang Crane. You seek death. Chi Ping looked angry. But Yang He was angrier than him. Only to see Yang He clang sound draw out the waist-side long sword. Sword tip flash. A sword on violently toward Chi Ping's mount chopped. However, the white-hoofed horse of the third level could not withstand the blow of the spirit release realm warrior. The head of the white-hoofed horse instantly fell to the ground. Blood splattered, and the horse's body weakly slanted to the side. Yang He quickly turned away, leaving Chi Ping alone in the same place. Chi Ping furiously looked at the back of Yang He gradually far away. Mouth angrily cursed, surname Yang. Don't let me catch you in the eastern desert land. Yang He's fell back faster. Chi Ping's angry expression slowly calmed down. Looking at the person who fell in a pool of blood, suddenly sighed, you're back in one piece. But how can I explain to the Patriarch On the other hand, Lin Jia, in order to catch up, hit the note of going straight through the dense forest, but after looking at the red-tailed beast of the second order middle grade not far away, and then looking at a butterfly flower and spirit bead in his hand, he fell into suspicion. Why is my spirit power not following the command? It's obviously just the simplest illusion formation and the materials are there, but I can't make it? Seeing the red-tailed beast's zombie light flourish, its sharp claws fiercely grabbed at Lin Jia. Lin Jia also collected his thoughts and instantly unsheathed his sword. The three-shaped chop was radiant and splendid, stopping the red-tailed beast's attack by a fraction of a second. The clash between the sword and the claws made a crunching sound like gold and stone, but in the end, the three-shaped chop was better, and with a pft sound, the claws of the red-tailed beast were chopped off. The red-tailed beast ate the pain of retreating backward. Lin Jia, but to gain an inch, long sword waving, a dome of extreme chopping out, only to see the tip of the sword flashing, blazing white light such as a guest from the sky, overbearing and forward-looking red-tailed beast chopping too. The red-tailed beast's red pupils had a flash of white light, and then the beast's body stiffened and was chopped in half by the dome extreme. Blood splattered, and Lin Jia's long sword pierced into the red-tailed beast's head, picking out a fire attribute crystal core. After resolving the red-tailed beast, Lin Jia looked at the depths of the dense forest, abruptly sighed, turned around and left the dense forest, intending to make a detour. Luckily, he didn't wait for the auction. Lin Jia, you're finally back. Zhang Jia peeled at the door of Lin Jia's courtyard with an excited expression. Lin Jia looked at the sky. It had just dawned. He had only rushed back last night and hadn't even rested for a few hours before Zhang Jia woke him up. But it didn't matter since the warrior had his spiritual power in his body. How are the preparations? Lin Jia walked out of the door. We'll be competing in the tournament later. Zhang Jia cried out. I'm nervous. You don't see you being nervous in a usual match? This is different. Zhang Jia suddenly raised his head and asked. Lin Jia, you said Stop. Lin Jia glanced at him. Think for yourself. Zhang Jia scratched his hair in annoyance. Lin Jia sighed in his heart and spoke. Zhang Jia, no one cares about what you've been through. They only focus on the results. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Jia froze, then slowly nodded his head. This is an opportunity to prove to them that I believe in you. Zhang Jia's gaze brightened slightly, his smile slowly widening as he wrapped his arm around Lin Jia's shoulders and walked towards the Cloud Cliff, murmuring, I know. The people from the cultivation group all arrived at Cloud Cliff. Yi Qing's expression was slightly sunken, and when she saw that everyone had arrived, she just said, cultivate on your own. The atmosphere of Cloud Cliff was a bit gloomy. Su Han's inquiring eyes looked towards Lin Jia, who didn't move, and looked at Zhang Jia, who was practicing martial arts, and then at Su Xinxiu, who was a bit distracted on the other side. With the sun in the sky, Su Shinchio suddenly stood out. Let's start. Jiangja silently stepped forward, and several other people tacitly left a gap large enough for the two. What's going on? Suhan asked Lin Jia in a low voice. Lu Jinhua also came over. Lin Jia looked at Jiangja and said indifferently, a euro? Appointment with the past. At the front, Lin Qi's face was serious. I'll act as the referee for the time being. For the two of you. 3, 2, 1. Starting now. Jiangja balled up a dark ball in his hand. His figure faded, and his gray figure swiftly split into 5, hiding under the shade of the trees with the power of darkness, almost indistinguishably attacking towards Su Shinchio. Su Shinchio's expression was slightly condensed, her soft sword in her hand. The soft power she had realized after the last group competition was instantly used, forming a transparent wall in front of her body. 5 dark balls touched Su Shinchio's transparent wall at the same time, and there was a muffled sound. Immediately afterward, the dark power contained in the dark balls violently erupted, and with a piercing sound, they pierced through the transparent wall. 5 black shadows instantly broke through Su Shinchio's defenses, and a short blade appeared in their misty hands at the same time, and they stabbed towards Su Shinchio. Su Shinchio's heart tightened, almost unable to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. At the moment of crisis, the soft sword was half bent, and the transparent spiritual energy instantly exploded, and managed to pierce through the 3 silhouettes. Wrong guess. In the shadows, a low murmur resounded in Su Shinchio's ears. Before she could react, the darkness power on the short blade swiftly flung out and ruthlessly struck her body. Violent explosions rang out. Spiritual energy stirred up gusts of air, and amidst the dust, a white light suddenly flashed. It was sword light. Su Shinchio strongly endured the pain in her abdomen. Her soft sword stabbed out at an incredible angle, violently striking a dark shadow. Wrong guess again. Jiangja's low voice resounded once again, and with a flick of his short blade, 30% of his darkness power abruptly erupted, mirroring the spiritual power he poured out. A bat silhouette suddenly condensed in the air. The bat colony let out a shrill cry as the black and heavy spiritual energy floated in the air, striking violently as their reddish eyes stared at Su Shinchio in the dust. The bat silhouettes were like substance. The frightening and dark power of darkness suddenly covered Su Shinchio. Su Shinchio's soft sword waved. Her spiritual power was majestic. The translucent sword light struggled as much as it could, but when reflected in the darkness, it was like a weak firefly, fluttering and flickering, powerless. It was overpowered by the bat silhouettes. Su Shinchio's figure was instantly sent flying out. The soft sword dislodged and crashed into an ancient tree on the side, making a dull sound. Jiangja euro wins. Lin Qi's low announcement came belatedly. Jiangja's figure emerged from the bat's shadow, his face pale but revealing a smile. I won. Chapter 40, Shaking Hands and Making Peace. Jiangja looked at Lin Jia with a little light in his eyes, expressing this message. Great job. Lin Jia smiled and walked over to support him. On the other side, Yi Qing saw Jiangja stumbling as he fell out of the darkness, and just as his feet moved, he was pulled by Lin Qi's sleeve. Go see Su Shinchio first. Jiangja there. Lin Jia. Seeing that Lin Jia had already supported Jiangja, Yi Qing sighed and came to Su Shinchio's side, gently lifting her up and taking out a nimbus drug. Here, heal your wounds first. Yi Qing said softly. The corner of Su Shinchio's mouth was haloed with blood. Her complexion was silent, and after she lowered her head and swallowed the condensed by medicine, she began to operate her gong methods. It's not euro. It's okay. Lu Jinhua and Su Han came over worriedly and asked in a low voice. Su Shinchio leveled down the qi and blood in her body and opened her eyes, revealing an ugly smile. Lin Jia swept his gaze over there and then looked at Jiangja here. Aside from Lin Qi standing still, everyone else was gathered around Su Shinchio's place. Jiangja's original winning mood turned a little frustrated after seeing this scene. I did it wrong euro. Go shake hands. Lin Jia suddenly voiced out a suggestion. Ha? Jiangja froze. Shake hands and go? Although I don't understand it. Euro. Jiangja couldn't help but smile brightly. I'll listen to you. Su Shinchio watched Jiangja step by step, thinking that he had come to taunt. She couldn't help but not look away. But where her line of sight reached, a palm suddenly poked out. Get reacquainted. My name is Jiangja. Su Shinchio tilted her head, froze and looked at Jiangja, suddenly came back to her senses and extended her hand. My name is Euro. Su Shinchio. Yi Qing was most worried that Jiangja and Su Shinchio were still gambling with each other even after the martial arts competition. But now it seemed that the two were getting along unexpectedly harmoniously, thanks to Jiangja taking the initiative to come and shake hands. Jiangja is what nature. She is a cousin. Heart naturally clear. To put it nicely is simple-minded. To put it bluntly is childish. Lin Jia is different, although his temperament is a bit cold, but the mind is extremely mature. To make this kind of decision is not surprising. Jiangja has always listened to his words. The scene becomes a harmonious is reasonable thing. However, Yi Qing suddenly asked, Lin Jia, Su Han, how are you two accumulating? Do you have any problems with killing second-order mid-grade zombies? Can you break through to the middle stage of the Qi realm in half a month? Su Han thought bitterly. Senior sister, I'm not sure. Where's the problem? The zombies. Su Han said. I can only manage to maneuver at the moment. Hurry up and make a breakthrough. There shouldn't be any problem after that. Yi Qing finished instructing Su Han and then looked at Lin Jia. What about you? Lin Jia's expression was flat. I have no problem. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Currently, you can cross-step to kill a zombie of the middle grade of the second stage? Yes. Lin Jia nodded his head. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Not bad. Seeing that Lin Jia had finished speaking, Jiangja also raised his hand to join in the fun. Cousin, there's still me. You? Yi Qing's words lurched. Thinking of the competition just now, she swallowed her words of education and inquired with a normal expression. You're also able to decapitate a second-order mid-grade zombie? I think I'll be fine after I break through the middle stage of the Qi realm. Jiangja's eyebrows flew up. That's good. Yi Qing nodded her head in a pretense of calmness. Don't rush it. Wait until you've accumulated enough before breaking through. Good. Jiangja smiled. What about you two? Lu Jinhua and Su Xinxiu looked at each other when they heard Yi Qing's inquiry, then shook their heads helplessly at the same time. Seeing this, Yi Qing sighed in her heart. Even if they were members of the same cultivation group, some of the gaps in strength had already slowly widened as she looked towards Lin Qi. After Lin Qi received the signal, he opened his mouth and said to the team members, the sect often has all sorts of opportunities to participate in secret realms, and in half a month, there happens to be a secret realm that is going to open. The team members froze in unison. The name of the secret realm is called the Five Elements Secret Realm. It usually opens once a year, and most of the people who go in are in the middle of the Qi realm. What we mean is for you guys to do your best to fight for it, and maybe you'll be able to squeeze in. Su Han sniffed and asked curiously, Senior brother Lin, what are the requirements to enter this secret realm? Naturally there are. Lin Qi said, although it's called the Five Elements Secret Realm, all sorts of special powers are derived within it. If you want to go in, you need to be in the middle stage of the Qi realm for one thing, and the second is for the special power to reach a small level of success. Su Han's eyes brightened slightly. Just a minor accomplishment? This is the minimum standard. When the time comes, there will be a boss to evaluate. All special powers are treated equally, and those with a high degree of comprehension are prioritized. If there are people with equal special powers, they will need to fight against each other and take the one with higher strength. Lu Jinhua sniffed and swallowed his saliva. Seeing that the team members were interested, Lin Qi added, however, in the end, only 10 people will be chosen to participate in the Five Elements Mysterious Realm. How come only 10 people will be chosen? Lu Jinhua's tone was a bit resentful. There are so many warriors in the middle stage of the Qi realm. Those going to the secret realm aren't just from this clan. Yi Qing said, other clans will also participate. I see. Su Han nodded. Seeing that a few people were not too confident, Yi Qing comforted. It's alright, there's still half a month left. Being reminded by Yi Qing like this, several people raised their fighting spirit. Lu Jinhua thought to himself that his special power was still a little bit short of reaching small success, so maybe if he put in more effort in the past few days, he would have stepped over this threshold. On the other hand, Su Han and Jiangja, who came up later, were thinking of having some more physical realization, so that they would be more secure. However, Su Xinxiu's special power had only managed to reach 20%, and she was completely giving up. As for Lin Jia, his thoughts had long since drifted to the second transformation of the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. Alright, everyone go back and cultivate on your own. Gather here in half a month. Our 3 cultivation groups will go together to participate in the selection for the 5 Elements Mysterious Realm. Okay, senior sister. No problem, senior sister. Walking on the road, Lin Jia was a bit speechless as she looked at Jiangja giggling from time to time. What are you so happy about? Jiangja scratched his head. The appointment was €1. Don't you think it's a bit late to be happy? Humph. Jiangja's nostrils turned upwards. This is enough for me to be happy for half a month. Lin Jia waved his hand. Alright, make yourself at home. I'll leave first. Where are you going? Not going to look for you on Ling, right? Jiangja sounded suspicious. Lin Jia froze for a moment and suddenly looked at Jiangja, asking seriously, how did you know? Seeing Jiangja's speechless face, only then did Lin Jia stifle a laugh and talk about where he was going. I'm going to make a trip to my father's place and then break through to the middle stage of the Qi realm. Jiangja rolled his eyes. Fine, then I'll go to Thousand Colors Valley. Let's go. Lin Jia waved his hand and separated from Jiangja. Father. Lin Jia pushed open the door to his father's courtyard and sniffed curiously. There was a strange smell in the air. Chapter 41, Medicinal Bath. Lin Jia is here. Did you find all those spirit herbs? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Naturally. After placing the jade vine, water cloud fruit and crystal parasol grass on the table in order, Lin Jia took out the spatial secret skill from his small Qian Kuan pouch. This is what Qi Ping gave me. We encountered a loose cultivator of the god condensation realm in the ancient abyss village euro. After listening to Lin Jia speak about what happened, Lin Xian casually flipped through the spatial secret technique and nodded his head indifferently. You handled it no problem. As for Qi Ping, although he's a belligerent one, he's too righteous and sentimental. He's not decisive in dealing with things, and he's prone to being soft-hearted. Lin Jia was a little curious as to why his father suddenly talked about this. It wasn't like a mere exclamation. It was more like a mention. What about his brother? Lin Jia followed up the conversation and asked. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a smirk as he continued. Qi sees words, although his character is a bit introverted, but he does things crisply, and even more so, he has the stubbornness of a sinew, and his future path will be a bit better than Qi Ping's. Lin Jia's heart was completely clear. His father was showing himself the way. Lin Xian saw Lin Jia's thoughtful look and nodded his head unnoticeably. It seemed that his own son had indeed grown up. Perhaps, in the future, he should be allowed to have more contact with the sect's affairs, so as to prepare for the future. I've already prepared the other few spirit herbs you need. Later on, I'll put these 3 in, and then I can prepare the medicinal bath. Lin Jia's eyes lit up. No wonder he smelled a strange odor when he first entered. So it was a medicinal bath. Lin Xian picked up the 3 spirit herbs on the table and was about to go into the inner room when he suddenly thought of something and pointed at the spatial secret skill and said, by the way, that style of the Silver Moon secret skill, the Silver Moon, has some connection with the power of space? You can take it back for reference. Okay, father. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Come in with me. Lin Jia sniffed and put the secret spatial skill away, following after his father. In the inner room, a huge wooden barrel was placed, and the sound of bubbling came from the barrel. Lin Xian put the jade vine, heavenly yellow fruit, and crystal umbrella grass in it, and then used his spiritual energy to start steaming the barrel, and the spiritual medicinal water slowly boiled until it burned for an incense stick, and then he stopped. Go inside and cultivate. Lin Xian rubbed Lin Jia's head. I'll wait for you outside. After the door closed, Lin Jia undressed and walked into the wooden barrel, closing his eyes as he began to cultivate the first layer of the second variation of the 9 changes of the heavenly god. The smell around him became even stranger. Lin Jia's nose itched, and as the elixir was slowly absorbed, a strange tingling sensation came from his body. There seemed to be ants gnawing in the flesh and blood. A slight tearing pain filled the muscles. The medicinal power flowed throughout the body as the 9 transformations of the heavenly god, and the senses gradually became hot. The whole person seemed to be burning in a blazing fire, being refined by the medicinal power. Inch by inch, crackle crackle, a crunching sound came from the bones. The color of the liquid in the barrel gradually diluted. The muscles gradually became stiff with the integration of the medicinal power, and then slowly softened due to the operation of the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. Between one stillness and the other, the first layer of the second transformation was gradually cultivated successfully. Concentration resolution in Lin Jia's body. Spontaneous operation. Milky white spiritual energy stored in the sea of qi. With the breath tumbling boiling, a barrier seems to appear in mid-air. Spiritual energy abruptly whistling up, such as the rushing sea without fear of rushing to the place. A muffled sound came from Lin Jia's body. The width of the sea of qi violently increased by a circle. The meridians transported whisks of spiritual energy, gradually replenishing the sea of qi. With the closing of the qi condensation resolution, Lin Jia opened his eyes. Breakthrough. Mid-qi sea realm. Lin Jia's expression was slightly delighted as he lifted his feet and walked out of the barrel, putting his clothes back on and moving his arms and legs. He pushed the door and walked outside, somewhat impatient to try out the strength of the middle stage of the qi sea realm. Come out. Eat first. There was food on the table, and Lin Xian sat with a slight smile on his face as he said. Lin Jia pressed down the thoughts in his mind, his mood regaining its calmness. The moon was deep in the sky, and Lin Jia's mind wandered, remembering his mother. Father, what is mother doing there? He suddenly inquired. Your mother. A touch of tenderness surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. She's doing something amazing. Lin Jia thought of the deep dark hole he saw at that time. Something to do with that giant pit? You saw it? Although it was a question, Lin Xian's tone was extremely certain. Aha. Lin Jia nodded. But mother didn't tell me. Your strength is indeed too weak. If I say it now, I'm afraid you'll feel pressure in your heart later. Lin Jia was not too willing and tentatively negotiated. Disclose a little more or less. It's not impossible. Lin Xian smiled. The spirit mining competition you went to the Desolate Leaf region to participate in before was related to this matter. Spirit mining competition? Lin Jia looked puzzled, not quite understanding. Eat if you can't figure it out. the food is getting cold. Euro. Alright. Lin Jia picked up his chopsticks and absent-mindedly picked up a mouthful of rice. You really can't say? He asked, still undeterred. Eat? After leaving his father's courtyard, Lin Jia walked towards the Thousand Colors Valley. There were still 64 points in the token. It was enough. Still shrouded in thick fog overhead, Lin Jia stood in a clearing in the Thousand Colors Valley and began to cultivate his sword techniques. First executing the one-star sword techniques he had mastered one by one, then the two-star sword techniques, the light pole, cloud pole, and dome pole of the four-pole sword technique, the blood return of the blood-hidden sword technique, as well as the three-star silver moon secret technique's three-shape chop. The spiritual energy of the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm was quite a bit purer and stronger than the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, and Lin Jia skilled himself while thinking about the path afterward. Now the power of the dome extreme should be able to threaten the zombies of the upper second rank. Right. As for the remaining style of Tai extreme, but it requires 70% of the power of the sharpness. I've only comprehended 42% of the power at the moment. I'm still short of a period of work. The three-shape chop was refined by the sword chi in my body, and the chop came out surprisingly in the shape of a curved moon. But father said that the silver moon is related to the power of space, so I'm afraid that the curved moon last time was just in vain. Lin Jia rummaged through the martial arts in his mind regarding the silver moon, and after reading it carefully, he couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. It's really a flowery style. The silver moon style seems to be just a floating and dashing sword stance, but the doorway inside is not small. First, one needs to perceive the three different special powers of sharpness, coldness, and tyranny to a small degree of success, and then start practicing the three-elephant chop. Only after the three-elephant chop has gained a certain level of proficiency and is able to combine and separate the three special forces extremely skillfully can one begin practicing Silver Moon. Silver Moon uses one special power as the main force and the other two as the supplement. Through the refinement of the sword chi in the body, the sword marks that come out of the chopping form a dense and impenetrable net between the crisscrossing of the sword traces, firmly lassoing the prey in the space, so that it can't break free, and has to face up to the power of the Silver Moon directly. Is this kind of potential that closes the perimeter the connection with the power of space? Chapter 42, Secret Space Technique. Lin Jia pulled out the spatial secret skill in the small Qiankuan bag and looked at it carefully. This is a kind of spatial recluse method, mostly used for rushing and escape. Regardless of how well the power of space is mastered, there is a half chance of falling into a spatial rift when casting it. This He rested his mind on cultivating this spatial secret skill. No wonder father said that as a reference. That's just it. Let's try it first. Lin Jia sat on the ground, closed his eyes and began to quietly sense the power of space. Although the Thousand Colors Valley was able to more easily perceive various special powers, there had to be a seedling first. Lin Jia sat quietly for a moment, and with a clear breeze, decided to first study the power of blistering wind and the power of sharpness. 2 days later, Lin Jia walked out from the Thousand Colors Valley. The strength of the middle stage of the Qi-Hai realm had stabilized. The power of blistering wind had been enlightened to 23%. And because of the silver and black sword marks assisting in his mind, the power of ice cold had been enlightened to 24%, and the power of frontier sharpness had also slowly moved to 44%. Of course, if it was just these results it wouldn't have taken a whole 20 points. The biggest gain this time in the Thousand Colors Valley was still that Silver Moon had a frown on its face, just missing the power of space. Lin Jia pressed his temples, feeling a bit dizzy, and when he left the Thousand Colors Valley, 2 people walked right up to him. Senior brother? Ling Xian's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, meeting you in the early morning again. His companion Ji Xiliang also looked over. It was indeed coincidental that these two were the warriors that Lin Jia had met when he first came to the Thousand Colors Valley. Yes, Lin Jia replied with a smile. Ji Xiliang suddenly asked, haven't seen you for a while, you've already broken through to the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm. Ling Xian froze, and only then did he notice the fluctuations in Lin Jia's body as an afterthought. It's only been a short while since I broke through. It's true that you deserve to be in the cultivation group, Ling Xian exclaimed. Lin Jia smiled and didn't make a comment. Ling Xian asked, by the way, since you've already broken through to the middle stage of the Qi-Si realm, will you be coming to the Five Elements mysterious realm this time? Lin Jia nodded. We'll go and give it a try. Good then. Ling Xian smiled. Liang and I will wait for you there. Lin Jia nodded slightly. After parting with the two, Lin Jia returned to the courtyard and began to cultivate the Forging God decree until he was pushing his limits and couldn't hold on any longer before falling back to sleep. In the afternoon, Lin Jia was woken up by Jiang Jia and dragged to the warrior hall. Today's lecture is about the God condensation realm. You can't miss this lecture even if you miss 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Jia spoke with vigor. Lin Jia had a helpless face. The two of them arrived at the warrior hall and listened carefully to the boss's explanation. Alright, that's all for this time. Tomorrow will be the knowledge about spiritual power cultivation. Interested little ones, remember to be on time tomorrow. As the boss left, Lin Jia looked at Jiangzhou expressionlessly, seemingly asking for an explanation. Ahem, I remembered it wrong. Lin Jia sighed helplessly and uncovered the matter. How's your darkness power? Jiangzhou sniffed and shook his head depressingly. My darkness force is progressing quite fast in actual combat, but if I were to sit down with a fixed sense of realization, the progress would be minimal. This time, the 5 Elements Secret Realm is a good opportunity. Lin Jia looked at him. Are you sure? Jiangzhou let out a bitter smile. My darkness power has only just become a small success, and I've made no progress in the past few days, so I'm afraid it's hopeless. What about the middle stage of the Qi realm? Planning to break through in a few days. Jiangzhou replied. Good thing too. Lin Jia thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Why don't you go out and practice some more and step up your efforts? But I don't know where to go. Jiangzhou scratched his hair in agony and looked at Lin Jia. Do you have any other recommendations? If you ask that. Lin Jia paused for a moment. I do have a place to recommend. Jiangzhou's eyes lit up. Where? Lin Jia said slowly. In the offshore dense forest, there is a plant named Jade Vine, and its attack method might be somewhat enlightening to you. In the offshore dense forest? Jiangzhou sighed. No, the time is too short. He suddenly sighed. It's only when strength comes to use that one realizes all sorts of inadequacies. If I had saved some playful time in the past, I might have had a chance this time. It's not too late to be enlightened now. Lin Jia laughed. Yes, Jiangzhou also laughed. That would be best. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to gather at Cloud Cliff. In the past few days, Lin Jia was busy cultivating his spiritual power. Thanks to that time when he listened to his boss's explanation in the warrior hall, many things were enlightened. And by the way, he also exchanged a book of spells about the rough use of spiritual power in the martial arts building. Now he was able to control his spiritual power to probe out of his mind and view his surroundings. He also went to look for Yuan Ling, but she wasn't there. And only after asking his father did he realize that Yuan Ling had been taken by her sister to a 1-star secret realm to practice. The Greenwood Scorpion was placed in the zombie building at Boss Shang's place, and Lin Jia occasionally went to take a look at it, as a way of caring about its growth. On the other side, as the 2-month period ended, the 3 cultivation groups gathered on the Cloud Cliff, and the second group competition was quickly divided into winners and losers. Xia Jin's group. There are 2 people who broke through to the middle stage of the Qi realm, Ma Yang and Su Shi. Yi Qing's group. There were 3 people who broke through to the middle stage of the Qi realm, namely Lin Jia, Su Han, and Jiang Zhe. As for the Moluo group, you also broke through to 2 people, namely Yang Yinan and Zhou Li. After Lin Qi's announcement, Mu Luo and Xia Jin looked at each other before asking, who does this count as the bottom? Cough. Yi Qing let out a low laugh. You 2 are tied for the bottom. You can't count like that. Mu Luo raised his head. Let's go first and see how many people will end up getting in the 5 Elements Secret Realm. Let's go then. Xia Jin was beaming. Let's smash the field. The crowd roared with laughter and headed towards the martial arts hall. The side hall of the martial arts hall was crowded today, with countless Qi High Realm warriors hovering at the entrance. Xia Jin brought a group of people with him and headed inside the side hall without hesitation. Isn't this year's cultivation group? What are they doing here? Didn't notice? There are those who have broken through to the middle stage of the Qi realm. Presumably they are here to participate in the 5 Elements Secret Realm. Someone snorted. How can that be? How can we let these guys who just broke through to the middle stage of the Qi realm take up the quota? Don't we old men want to lose face? Shoo, stop talking big. They're going in. Lin Jia and the others walked into the hall. There were a lot less people inside. 3 transparent orbs were placed in the center of the hall, and there were a few people placing their palms on them. Measuring. Ling Xian, lightning power, 47%. GC Liang, cloud power, 48%. With the 2 proclamations, the surroundings instantly clamored. Close to 50% of special power. This is the level that can be achieved at the middle stage of the Qi realm? Chapter 43, Special Power. Unsurprisingly, these 2 are the highest fighters of the special power for this test. Right, that's awesome. I've always seen the 2 of them at the entrance of the Thousand Colors Valley, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. That said, among the participants of the 5 Elements Mystic Realm this time, the 2 of them are not considered to be the ones with the deepest sense of special power. What kind of gossip do you have? Hush. According to the rumors, there is a person from the Xin Tian sect who has already perceived the special power to 50%. This is also a zombie sin. After Ling Xian and Ji Xilian finished their tests, they walked to the side. The 2 of them saw Lin Jia in the crowd and smiled as they greeted him with their eyes. You recognize? Jiang Jia asked curiously. Lin Jia said in a low voice, we met by chance twice in the Thousand Colors Valley. Jiang Jia nodded in understanding. Alright. Xia Jin turned around with a smile. Those who have broken through to the middle stage of the Chi Si realm go and test. Whoever wants to take the lead. There was a moment of silence from the crowd. Sushi suddenly volunteered. I'll do it. Seeing this, Yang Yinan of the Mu Luo group also followed closely behind. Not willing to show weakness. Sushi, wind power, 35%. Yang Yinan, fiery force, 39%. If Ling Xian and Ji Xiliang had only made everyone sigh in admiration, these two had shocked the crowd. But as the other warriors of the cultivation group came to test, the onlookers realized that there was a reason why they were chosen to be in the cultivation group, not to mention how strong they were. The degree of perception of this particular force almost pulled away from their peers by a large margin. Zhou, gold force, 31%. Su Han, cold ice force, 37%. Ma Yang, Inwood force, 33%. Jiang Jia, darkness power, 31%. Lin Jia, sharpness force, 44%. Hearing the final announcement from the test's boss, the surrounding crowd's numb hearts were once again shocked once more. 44%. This guy is still human. Ling Xian and Ji Xiliang, who were on the side, looked at each other with some surprise in their hearts, not realizing that this senior disciple's special power sense was so deep that it was about to catch up with veteran Chi Si realm midstage like them. There were still some warriors sporadically going up to test in the surroundings, but many people's attention drifted unconsciously to the members of the three cultivation groups. Among them, Lin Jia was especially noticeable. Surprisingly, you've already achieved 44% physical realization. Sushi from Xia Jin's group looked at Lin Jia with considerable pressure. Seeing this, Xia Jin comforted. No need to be discouraged. Your progress is already great. No, Sushi clenched his fists, his fighting spirit full. I can still be even better. As the test came to an end, the boss looked around, cleared his throat, and spoke. The top 9 who have entered the 5 elements mystic realm this time have been selected, and they are Ji Xiliang, Ling Xian, Zhang Wen, Lin Jia, Euro, Yang Yinan, Li Si, Euro. As for the last place, the stronger one will be chosen from the 2 people with the same 37% of special power. Su Han's heart tightened as he heard this. His ice-cold power was exactly 37%. Please ask Wang Wu and Su Han to go forward to the main hall of the competition hall to compete. Cheer up. Lu Jinhua patted Su Han's shoulder. Lin Jia and Jiang Jia also gave encouraging looks. Su Han took a deep breath and walked towards the competition stage in the main hall. After the 2 contestants a boss left the side hall, the atmosphere in the hall quieted down. Someone suddenly voiced out, if Su Han is victorious, wouldn't the cultivation group have entered 3 people? The warriors glanced at each other and fell silent. In the main hall of the martial arts hall, Su Han and Wang Wu walked onto a martial arts platform while the boss stood at the referee's seat and barked out an order. The competition begins. Chapter 44, Competition. Su Han's face was serious. Crystal blue spiritual energy instantly attached to his hands. His palms explored, and a crystal blue palm print suddenly surfaced in the air, attacking towards Wang Wu. Wang Wu coldly grunted. His long knife violently pulled out. A flash of knife mark. It shattered the crystal blue palm print. His knife body waved. Fire-red spiritual energy flashed around him. The scorching temperature almost burned the air. The tip of the knife flickered. The crimson blade cut fiercely towards Su Han. Su Han's hands drew circles in the air. A light blue glossy ice mirror suddenly appeared in front of him, only to see the ice realm suddenly swirled. A blue vortex slowly formed in the center. The vortex rolled bigger and bigger, during which, the icy breath condensed into white mist, violently sprayed out from the vortex. Wang Wu also not willing to show weakness. Long knife instantly split out. Fire-red knife mark domineering and fiery, cut through the air leaving gusts of starfire. On the martial arts stage, the power of cold ice and the power of fire each took up one side. The collision of spiritual power produced muffled sounds, and in the very center, the icy white mist and the crimson blade marks violently collided together. Violent explosions rang out on the stage. Spiritual energy stirred on the stage. White smoke gushed out and filled the air. The surrounding spectators tiptoed anxiously. Who won? Who won? As the smoke cleared, one figure lay helplessly on the ground while the other stood firmly, declaring himself the victor. In the side hall, Jiang Jia stood beside Lin Jia and suddenly let out a laugh. Lin Jia glanced at him, signaling for something to be said. Originally, I thought that I wouldn't be able to go to the offshore dense forest, but now that I have the time, it seems that Yu Tang and I are not destined for each other, Jiang Jia said with a smile. Cough. Lin Jia coughed lowly and said in a serious manner, it's true that there is fate, but I don't know if it's euro. Sinful fate. What did you say? Nothing. Ha. Boss came in. At the doorway, the boss led the way into the side hall, and immediately after him, a slightly distressed figure appeared behind him. The competition is over. The 10th person who traveled to the 5 Elements secret realm this time is Su-han. Applause came from the surroundings. Anyone could tell that Su-han did not win easily, but so what? The applause always went to the victor. The test is over. 10 of you will gather at the Warrior Hall tomorrow morning on time. Now go back and get ready. Yes, the teenage girls answered with loud voices. Only after the bosses left did Ji Qing walk over and pat Su-han's shoulder with a smile, praising. Well done. Su-han scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, Xia Jin, your group is at the bottom. Mu Luo gloated. Xia Jin didn't care and smiled. Then I'll be the one to hand out the rewards this time. There are rewards for members who break through to the middle stage of the Qi realm. He gave each of the 7 members a bottle of Nimbus drug. As for the members who were chosen to enter the 5 Elements mysterious realm, Xia Jin smiled. I have prepared a few spirit weapons. He took out a small knife with a deep and cold aura, a pair of ice silk gloves, a long sword, a pair of gloves, and a set of Zimu Wind thunder beads, one for each person. Choose at will. Wow! All of them are second-order upper-grade spirit weapons. The other members of the cultivation group looked at the several spirit weapons with greedy eyes, and then looked at Lin Jia's trio with envy in their hearts. Yang Yinan practiced boxing. Su-han practiced palmistry. The former took the boxing gloves, the latter took the ice silk gloves, and when Lin Jia was left, he was seen to choose the small knife without hesitation. Xia Jin was a bit strange. He thought Lin Jia would choose the long sword, or that set of Zimu Wind thunder beads, but he didn't expect to take the knife. When Jiang Jia saw Lin Jia's choice, he was slightly stunned, and a thought surfaced in his heart. It can't be for me, right? The rewards were also handed out. Xia Jin and a few group leaders were the first to leave, and the members walked in 2s and 3s towards the outside of the side hall. Here, Lin Jia handed the small knife to Jiang Jia in a flat tone. Jiang Jia giggled. I knew you were giving it to me. Lin Jia laughed. It was hard to let the strength catch up, so don't fall behind again. Jiang Jia hugged the knife and spun around excitedly, patting his chest in assurance. No problem. In Xian Tian sect, Shenli hurriedly left the martial arts building, and 2 people came to meet him. The competition for the 5 Elements secret realm this time is really fierce. Yeah, other than senior brother Yang Ruoshi, who smoothly took first place with 50% of his special power, there were matches happening for almost all of the other spots. It's a pity. Zhang Fengfan was almost eliminated. Ha, that's indeed a pity. But the most amazing thing is still Qi Kong. He only broke through not long ago. Right. I heard that he's in the top 5 of this Eagle meeting. No wonder Those 2 voices were getting smaller and smaller, and Shenli's footsteps slowly came to a halt, his expression somewhat stunned. Has Qi Kong already broken through to the middle stage of the Qi realm? Yet I'm still only Preachy high realm. He sighed and continued walking towards his father, pushing open the wooden door. 2 male voices came from the room. Father, that cultivation group from the Night Spirit sect has selected 3 people into the 5 Elements mysterious realm this time. They almost broke through to the Qi realm at the same time as Qi Kong, and the most powerful one among them is named Lin Jia, the champion of this Eagle meeting. What do you want to say? The slightly younger voice said respectfully. What I mean is that since the cultivation group is effective, then why don't we from the Xian Tian sect try it as well? It can be. Father Shen said indifferently. Put your brother in as well. Shenli froze and violently pushed open the door to his room, flatly refusing. I'm not going. Shen father looked cold. Who let you in? Stay at the door. Shenli wanted to talk back, but when he saw Shen father's majestic and cold expression, his heart went cold for a moment, gritted his teeth, and still returned to the door. Father, Shen Chang. Shenli's older brother stood in front of Shen father, slightly lowering his head. If there is nothing else, the child will leave first. If you are free, also instruct Shenli. I can't teach him. Shen Chang said bluntly. Please father, don't make it difficult for me. Shen father's expression was cold. He is your younger brother. Shen Chang looked resolute. I will always be his elder brother, but I won't teach him unless he first changes his current temperament. Shen father was silent for a while, finally pinched between his noses as if compromising, and waved his hand with a tired heart. Alright, you go out. Let Shenli come in. Walking to the door, Shenli stared hatefully at Shen Qing. I don't need you to teach me. That's best. Shen Chang flung his sleeves and left expressionlessly. Entering the room, Shen father was sitting in front of the table writing something. Seeing Shenli come in, he also just faintly asked, you haven't stayed in the Broken Cliff enough? And your elder brother angry what? Shenli, face cold and hard, did not answer. Shen father looked up and suddenly asked, stayed in the Broken Cliff for 3 months before letting you break through the Qi realm. Can you blame me? Don't dare. Is that so? Even if you beat Qi Kong at the Eagle meeting and now you are being overtaken by him, you don't complain? Chapter 45, Regret? Shenli was stifled in his heart, but he had nothing to say. When Shikong comes out from the five elements mysterious realm, the gap between you and him will widen even more. This is the price for asking me for the drug. Do you regret it now? Shen father asked indifferently. Shen Li's expression condensed and he said word by word, no regret. Shen father laughed back in anger. It's best to be so. Does father still have something to do? If there is nothing, the child will leave first. Shen father coldly laughed, instantly losing his mind of guidance. Go out. Shenli answered and left. Walking on the road, Shenli looked at the sky. His complexion was suddenly a little melancholy. When did the relationship between them develop into what it is now? As if it was, after he started to cultivate. Is this the way of the warrior? Obviously a successful family, but to end up as a loner. Why did it become like this? Would Shen Rui also have this affliction? The next day, at the entrance of the Night Spirit Sex Warrior Hall, the 10 people who were traveling to the Five Elements Secret Realm were assembled. This time, the Five Elements Secret Realm does not only include people from this clan, but also warriors from other clans. There are limited chances inside, so do your best to fight for it without giving face to others. This is a map with the general distribution of the special forces in the Five Elements Mysterious Realm. 1 copy for each person. Thanks, boss. Then, set off. The crowd glanced at each other, their hearts instantly on fire. The leader boss led the 10 people towards an extremely huge flying crane, and as the flying crane took off, the Night Spirit Sex group rushed towards the Five Elements Secret Realm. After about a quarter of an hour, the flying crane began to slowly land. It was a bare hill with a deep spatial gate on it, and a flying crane stood next to it. From the Xiantian sect. Ha ha, Boss Zhang. It's been a long time. You're the one who came to send these little ones this time. It's me. Long time no see for boss you as well. Have your Xiantian sex people gone in already? Half a quarter of an hour earlier than you guys. The Night Spirit Sex leading boss nodded, then said to the little ones, go in. Ling Xian pulled Ji Xilian to take the brunt. Lin Jia and Su Han followed. 10 people stepped into the deep darkness door in turn, and in a short while, 2 flying cranes and the bosses of Xiantian sect and Night Spirit sect were left on the bare hill. As soon as Lin Jia Trail stepped into the darkness, he felt a sky turning upside down, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that he had already entered the Five Elements Mysterious Realm. The sky here was red, and so was the ground. Judging by the map, they should have landed in the Fire Realm. The Five Elements Mysterious Realm was divided into 5 great realms, namely the Gold Realm, the Wood Realm, the Water Realm, the Fire Realm, and the Earth Realm, and the great realms contained countless special forces. For example, in the Water Realm, there was the power of soft water, the power of waves, the power of cold ice, and so on. Senior Pan, where are you guys planning to go? Seeing everyone looking around curiously, Ling Xian turned his head and asked. Lin Jia thought for a moment. I plan to go to the Golden Realm first. Alright, Ling Xian was a little regretful. Then let's all part ways here. Lin Jia nodded slightly. Ah Liang, I'm leaving. Aha. GC Liang said goodbye to Ling and then nodded slightly towards Lin Jia again before rushing off in another direction. Su Han and Yang Yinan also had their own places to go, and the 3 of them parted ways after a brief farewell. Lin Jia followed the map and began to set off. The Fire Realm was extremely hot, rolling huge waves that almost burned the cuffs of his power suit. A few moments later, he saw a few puddles of scattered lava in front of him, with a few bouncing, red-colored carp stranded inside. Lin Jia's complexion was slightly condensed as he drew his cold star sword in his right hand and took a few steps forward. The red-colored carp's rolled white eyes looked over, and its figure surged, and in a flash of red light, it turned into a giant made of fire. The giant let out a low chuckle. His fists clenched, and firelight shot out in all directions, as if it was a meteorite from the sky that instantly smashed towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's sword body crossed, the power of sharpness suddenly erupted, and in a slight flash of sword light, a dome extreme chopped out. The giant quickly shriveled up like a punctured balloon, and as the flames dispersed, it turned back into a red-colored carp struggling on the ground. Lin Jia walked forward, and with a flick of his sword tip, he grabbed the red carp, which struggled unwillingly in his hand, and with a contraction of its belly, its mouth suddenly opened and spat out a beam of magma towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's expression remained unchanged, and the power of sharpness violently erupted, instantly strangling the red-colored carp. The magma that flew in the air had no subsequent support and spilled onto the ground without force. The red carp turned into aerosol and disappeared, after which a red bead appeared in his hand. According to the boss, this thing could help sense the power of fire after swallowing it, but it was only effective in the Fire Realm. Lin Jia also beheaded a few other overly active red carp around him, and found that not every red carp had red beads in them. Will the power of sharpness also have such beads? He couldn't help but look forward to it. As the sky slowly darkened, Lin Jia found a clearing and planned to rest for the night. There was firelight coming from the front. Lin Jia looked up and vaguely seemed to hear the voices of several warriors. His heart stirred, and he immediately activated his wind escape technique and rushed towards there. Only when he got close did he realize that the ones making the commotion were actually acquaintances. Who? Zhang Fengfan turned around violently, and when he saw that it was Lin Jia, his complexion stared and he subconsciously took a step back. Lin Jia, however, looked at the other person and smiled. Su Chao, long time no see. Su Chao breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled. Yes, I didn't expect to run into you here. Su Chao was a friend that Lin Jia had made in the one-star secret realm back then, and this time, they actually met again in the secret realm. In addition to Zhang Fengfan and Su Chao, there is another person next to him. He saw this situation. His heart sank slightly. I did not expect to come to the person actually and the other two are acquainted with. That if the three of them join forces Zhang Fengfan's expression, however, changed, half without the sense of joy of seeing an acquaintance. Su Chao looked at the two people next to him and suddenly smiled. Do you still want to fight with me? The two subconsciously looked towards Lin Jia, but saw that he walked next to Su Chao without slowing down, making his stance clear. While the other saw the situation, his eyes rolled and he suddenly said to Zhang Fengfan, let's join forces? Zhang Fengfan moved closer to the other person as a promise. Humph, 2 against 2. That's fair. Su Chao gave a disdainful laugh. Come on, a quick battle. Lin Jia drew his long sword with a clang, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Zhang Fengfan. Su Chao saw that Lin Jia had already chosen his opponent and asked smoothly, you and him? Lin Jia smiled faintly, a bit of a personal vendetta. Zhang Fengfan's face stiffened. Both sides were on the verge of a battle. Lin Jia swung his long sword lightly, and between the spiritual energy gulps, a style of cloud extreme instantly chopped out. Zhang Fengfan was not willing to show weakness. His long sword was filled with red spiritual energy, blazing with fire, fiercely chopping out a blade aura to meet cloud extreme. The cloud pole collided with the blade. Between the spiritual power stalemate, the first to explode was the cloud pole. Chapter 46 is ours. Be careful. The power of blazing fire has a bonus in the fire realm. Su Chao reminded in a loud voice as he watched out for Lin Jia while his fist seals flew and he fought with the other man. Lin Jia's astonished expression calmed down, and when he saw Zhang Fengfan's rampant expression as he scored a hit, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The cold star sword in his hand instantly flourished with white light. Sharp power infused into the tip of the sword. An overbearing and blazing sword mark slowly surfaced. As the long sword chopped out, the dome pole fiercely chopped towards Zhang Fengfan with a momentum that almost split the firelight. Zhang Fengfan's complexion was horrified. His long sword rose up with firelight and quickly blocked in front of his body, but compared to Dome Extreme's white light, his red-colored spiritual power was somewhat eclipsed in comparison. Explosion sound resounded in mid-air. White sword mark glow greatly. Unstoppable will red light chopped. Zhang Fengfan long knife issued a feeble buzz sound. Body shape shook. Instantly was sent flying out. Zhang Fengfan fell to the ground in a sorry state, his chi and blood tossing and turning. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his palms trembling slightly as he gripped the long knife. A huge wound was drawn out on it by the sharpness of the force. Lin Jia did not pursue any further, but stood still with an indifferent expression, quietly looking at Zhang Fengfan. Zhang Fengfan barely supported his body, his expression somewhat disheveled, and his mouth whispered, I withdraw. After the words, he also no longer stayed, limping away on his long sword. On the other side, Su Chao also quickly finished dealing with his opponents, and only grinned towards Lin Jia after seeing both of them driven away. The fire crystal flower is ours now. Lin Jia put away his long sword and looked towards a clearing that he had deliberately avoided even during the fight, on which a budding elixir was growing, and asked, what's the use of this fire crystal flower? Su Chao's expression was bright as he explained, simply taking the fire crystal flower can only lead to some realization of the power of fire, but if you contain its petals, you can cultivate in the fire spirit liquid. Those two came to fight for the fire crystal flower presumably with this intention. And euro? Su Chao smiled mysteriously. I happened to find a fire spiritual liquid, and now I'm waiting for it to mature. More than that, Lin Jia paused. I'm more interested in knowing how you got here. Su Chao walked to Lin Jia's side and lowered his voice. My grandfather asked for a spot in the Thousand Emperor sect, and I came in together with the people from the Thousand Emperor sect. Oh, Lin Jia looked a little surprised. Your grandfather is related to the Thousand Emperor sect? I don't know. Su Chao shook his head. I haven't seen my grandfather bring me to the Thousand Emperor sect since I have memories. However, Su Chao mysteriously guessed, Grandpa's identity must be very high. Even the boss of the Thousand Emperor sect is respectful in front of him. Maybe euro? Maybe what? Su Chao's eyes rolled around. Maybe my unmasked father abducted the daughter of someone else's Thousand Emperor sect boss euro? Lin Jia was speechless for a while. How did you get this guess? Su Chao said with a smile. You see how it's all written in the talking books. Euro? Well, it's reasonable and convincing. He. What about you? How did you get in? Lin Jia replied, after I left the one-star mysterious realm, I went to an eagle meeting, then I joined the night spirit sect, and I came in with the sect. Yes, Su Chao looked curious. What's it like inside the sect? Is it the same as our cultivation outside? Well, Euro? Lin Jia mused. It's still quite different. It's more peaceful in the sect, not as dangerous as outside. Su Chao nodded and asked again, then do you know about the Thousand Emperors sect? Grandpa never talks to me about this. Lin Jia deliberated for a moment before saying, after the death of the Thousand Emperors sect master, the Thousand Emperors sect seemed to be in quite a mess. However, my father told me that the Thousand Emperors sect was initially a force made by many lineages joining together, and it has actually always been quite chaotic. Is that so? Su Chao looked curious. Right. Lin Jia nodded. But the strength of the Thousand Emperors sect doesn't seem to have been affected too much. I see their warriors walking outside, doing as they should. Unlike the Qing San dynasty, where the same monarchs collapsed, and they're much more restrained. Su Chao nodded, suddenly cheerful again. No matter them, so complicated. The fire crystal flower is going to mature. Come on. The fire crystal flower was quietly rooted on the ground, emitting a light red light. Only its figure swayed slightly, the surrounding aura slowly gathered, and the firelight surrounded the fire crystal flower like a cluster of monarchs, and immediately afterward, the bud began to tremble. Like a slow release, the fire crystal flower's figure slightly stretched out, facing the rising sun. The petals stretched out and bloomed piece by piece. Lin Jia and Su Chao looked at the fire crystal flower fixedly, their hearts inexplicably somewhat shocked. Quickly pick the fire crystal flower. Su Chao suddenly came back to his senses. Otherwise, when its odor spreads out, it will draw the zombies over. After the two exchanged extremely quick exchanges, Su Chao immediately walked to the fire crystal flower, and with a pinch between his fingers, he plucked the fire crystal flower without mercy. The branch of the fire crystal flower trembled, and a drop of white juice flowed out, and after falling powerlessly to the ground, drop, the ground suddenly exploded like a frying pan, and a loud vibrating sound came from the depths. The two looked at each other and turned to run. The land in front of the fire crystal flower suddenly burst open, and a dark red palm was propped up inside, followed by a red giant crawling out of it. The red giant looked at the fire crystal flower that had been pinched off and roared angrily, but Lin Jia and Su Chao had long since left, so it could only throw a tantrum at the innocent ground. On the other hand, Su Chao led Lin Jia towards a volcanic crater. The fire spiritual liquid is in there, Su Chao said, but there are many zombies around, so we have to be more careful. The two of them climbed up the crater and carefully descended down the walls of the volcano. A red wave rose up. Lin Jia's nose itched and he couldn't help but sneeze. Asterisk. Su Chao's complexion changed, pulling Lin Jia to hide in a gap in the rock wall. Ahead, a fire eclipse dragon suddenly flew up from the bottom of the volcano, flapping its wings and circling around the crater, and when it passed by Lin Jia and Su Chao, both of them cautiously shrunk. A moment later, the fire eclipse dragon departed. Phew! Su Chao let out a sigh of relief and explained with Lin Jia, this zombie is a third-ranked upper-grade fire erosion dragon, but although its strength is strong, it is blind. As long as we don't make a sound or release our spiritual energy in front of it, we won't be detected. Lin Jia expressed his understanding, and the two of them continued to walk along the path by the wall towards the volcano. After walking for about half a day, a cave entrance faintly appeared in front of them. Here, Su Chao led Lin Jia inside, only to see that there was a different world on the other side. Unlike the scorching and blazing heat outside, the colors inside were much richer, with several puddles of lava accumulated on the ground, and crystal red ores hanging from the top, emitting a glittering firelight. Chapter 47 Tried and True. The two continued to walk forward, and after passing through the crystal mining area, their vision instantly opened up. A few zombie figures were sporadically lying in front of them, and behind them, there was a pool that was filled with crystal clear spirit liquid, and Su Chao's eyes lit up when he saw it. Is that the place? Lin Jia inquired in a low voice. Right, Su Chao said quietly, we have to deal with these zombies first. Lin Jia swept his gaze across the front and said in turn, two red-scaled beasts of the middle rank of the second order, a fire-spiked snake of the middle rank of the second order, and a red flame tiger of the upper rank of the second order. Su Chao asked, can you handle a second-order upper-grade red flame tiger? Haven't tried. Lin Jia replied honestly. Su Chao's brows furrowed. What then? Lin Jia thought for a moment and suddenly whispered to Su Chao. Su Chao's eyes lit up. Give it a try. Good. Lin Jia stepped back. Su Chao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, worked up his spiritual energy, and abruptly sprang out to attack towards the firethorn snake. The firethorn snake violently opened its eyes and its mouth opened wide, instantly spewing out a beam of blazing fire. Seeing that the strike was not successful, Su Chao immediately retreated, leaving his front fist seal suddenly forward, a red fist shadow steeply slapping onto the firethorn snake. Hiss! Fire Spike Snake was really angry this time. There are still 3 zombies over there. Why did it come to attack it for good reason? When the 2 red-scaled beasts saw the Fire Spike Snake being attacked, their throats let out a hee-hee mocking sound. The red flame tiger was lying on the ground, not even raising its eyes. The reddish pupils of the Fire Spike Snake were filled with anger, and with a swing of its body, it fiercely chased after Su Chao, who had fled. Su Chao nimbly dodged into the crystal mine area, while the Firethorn Snake followed closely behind, its snake letters poking out, spitting out a large amount of fire towards Su Chao's back. Su Chao utilized his body method, quickly dodged the flames, and when he saw the Firethorn Snake's tail fiercely flinging itself at him, he simply stopped dodging, and transported his crimson spiritual energy into his fist, abruptly smashing it towards the snake's tail. The body of the Firethorn Snake stiffened, turning its head in disbelief. Its tiny vertical pupil reflected a long sword, which flashed with white light, hitting its 7 inches. Seeing this, Su Chao grinned. Well done. Lin Jia smiled faintly. The sharpness of the tip of the sword suddenly erupted, and between the agitation of the spiritual energy, it instantly stirred up the lifeblood of the Firethorn Snake. Su Chao's huge fist slammed, and added another punch to the snake's head. The Firethorn Snake's body stiffened, then spread helplessly on the ground. Lin Jia was speechless for a moment as he looked at the flesh and mud scattered all over the ground. You're getting more and more violent. Su Chao was unimpressed. Isn't that how fist technique should be used? Lin Jia shook his head helplessly, and with a single pick of his sword tip, he retrieved a fiery red zombie crystal core and threw it to Su Chao. Su Chao caught it and smiled as he wiped the blood on the crystal core with his cuff. You don't want me to. Alright, the Firethorn Snake has been disposed of. Next it's time to leave the 3 zombies. Lin Jia said. Which one do you choose? The 2 red-scaled beasts or that red flame tiger of the upper 2nd rank? Su Chao thought for a moment. The red flame tiger is also a fire zombie. I guess it can immunize quite a bit against my firepower. It's better for you to handle it. After saying that, the 2 of them walked further inside. 2 red-scaled beasts are lying on the ground to play. See, there is movement. Thought it was the fire-spiked snake came back, but as the silhouette appeared, it was the guy who provoked the fire-spiked snake before. The 2 red-scaled beasts looked at each other and became serious, and the red flame tiger next to them also stood up. The atmosphere became a bit condensed all of a sudden. The battle was imminent. Lin Jia was the first to strike, his longsword slanting violently, and between the flashes of swordlight, he chopped out a domineering sword on. The red flame tiger let out a low roar. The tiger's claws violently raised. Sharp light flashed, violently slapping the dome pole onto the ground, ruthlessly crushing it. No problem, Su Chao asked worriedly as he tangled with the 2 red-scaled beasts. Lin Jia's long sword was angled in front of his body as he said indifferently. Not much of a problem. The red flame tiger shook its claws, only to see a blood scar faintly showing in the depths of its fluffy fur. Its expression scorned up. The tiger's mouth slightly opened as it let out a threatening roar. Unfortunately, Lin Jia did not understand the language of the beasts, and the power of the sharpness was transported to the sword, and another dome extreme chop was sent out. The red flame tiger's body instantly emitted fire. The tiger's mouth opened wide, violently sprayed a mouthful of fireballs. The fireballs collided with the dome extreme, emitting violent explosions, while its body shape scurried, suddenly pouncing towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's complexion was slightly condensed. The wind escape method was operated under his feet, and he instantly retreated. His long sword shook, and chopped out a silver light from the top to the bottom, and immediately after that, the sword body was horizontal, and a black and a red 2 sword-ons followed closely behind it. The 3 sword-ons fused in the air, with the power of sharpness as the leading force, shooting towards the red flame tiger. The red flame tiger let out a low roar, and had no choice but to retreat to the side. Seeing this, Lin Jia's figure swiftly blossomed, and when he reappeared, he was on top of the red flame tiger's head, only to see his sword tip slightly flash. A 3-shaped chop instantly condensed in the air, fiercely cleaved to the red flame tiger. The red flame tiger did not retreat but advanced. The tiger's mouth was wide open, pouncing on Lin Jia. The fishy breath came to his face. In the nick of time, Lin Jia's eyes flickered with coldness, and the 3-shaped chop once again struck the red flame tiger's mouth. This time, red flame tiger body came from a muffled sound. Biting Lin Jia's arm slowly lost strength. Lin Jia saw this. The long sword in its mouth abruptly a horizontal, sharp force erupted. Instantly the red flame tiger body stirred up a bloody mess. The red flame tiger stared at Lin Jia with a deadly stare, but the sharp animal teeth slipped to the side feebly. Lin Jia's other hand grabbed the red flame tiger's ear, and violently lifted it up, dislodging the tiger's head from his arm. He only saw a few small holes on his arm, and blood was dripping out of it. Lin Jia took a Nimbus drug, and the 9 transformations of the heavenly god was in operation. In a short while, the several blood holes had scabbed over. If the second transformation didn't have this effect, he wouldn't have ventured so far. Red Flame Tiger as a second-order top-grade zombie. Strong strength. Although Lin Jia held the 3 forms chop in his hand, not afraid to fight with it. After some entanglement is estimated to be able to win, but Su Chao is still on the sidelines. In order to avoid the night is long and dreamy, or to take a risk, a quick battle is good. Seeing Su Chao still circling around with the 2 red scale beasts, Lin Jia's long sword chopped, abruptly sent out a dome pole. Sword light flashed, instantly cut into the body of a red scale beast. The body of the red scaled beast stiffened and was smoothly sliced in half by the dome extreme. Su Chao saw this. His face was happy. His fist with firelight violently slammed into the other red-scaled beast. After a burst of violence, the other red-scaled beast was also resolved. This fire attribute zombie immunity is too outrageous. Su Chao yelled. If I were to take on other types of zombies, I would never have to drag it out for so long. Lin Jia let out a laugh. Let's pretend you're telling the truth. Su Chao's face reddened. Then he walked directly towards the pool in the corner, saying under his breath, let me see how this fire spiritual liquid is first. Lin Jia also walked over and saw Su Chao pick out a petal of the fire crystal flower and put it in his mouth before stepping directly into the pool. Chapter 48, It's hot. Su Chao sat stiffly into the fire spirit liquid. Then with a trembling voice Lin Jia said, it's also euro. It's kinda cool. You try it. With that, he handed over the fire crystal flower. When Lin Jia heard this, he also picked a petal, held it in his mouth, and jumped into the pool. Puff! Lin Jia felt a blazing fire coming from the soles of his feet. The spirit liquid was extremely hot as it wrapped his body. The pain like being scalded came suddenly. He quickly operated the Heavenly God 9 transformation second layer mantra, and a moment later, after feeling a little bit more comfortable, he shivered and sat down. How is it? Su Chao spoke with a trembling voice. Not bad. Lin Jia replied expressionlessly. Haha euro. Hiss. So hot. So hot. Su Chao hurriedly picked off another fire crystal petal and held it in his mouth. Lin Jia, however, was oblivious to the fact that after sitting in the pool, he closed his eyes and began to transform the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God. The first layer of the second layer of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God needed 9 kinds of spirit medicine as a medicine guide, while the second layer needed to be quenched in 3 different spirit liquids, and only after the completion of these 2 steps would the second transformation be considered a formal cultivation success. Lin Jia had thought that the second layer was hopeless, but he didn't realize that the sect had suddenly opened the 5 elements mysterious realm, where 5 was more than enough. Not to mention finding 3 kinds of spiritual liquid. Lin Jia thought like this while shaking his body, trying to dispel the overly strong burning sensation, but it had little effect. He opened his eyes, and after picking a piece of fire crystal petal from Su Chao's hand, he continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. The second change was running in his body. The magma-like spirit liquid flowed on his skin and was slowly absorbed by his flesh and blood. The blazing sensation seemed to have slowed down a lot. Lin Jia's thoughts were quiet and he fell into cultivation. And on the side, Su Chao also closed his eyes and began to absorb the fire spirit liquid. Time rushed by. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Jia's eyelashes fluttered as he woke up from his cultivation. Su Chao was still in cultivation, while Lin Jia stood up. He could no longer feel the blazing heat of the fire spiritual liquid. He left the pool and walked towards the 3 zombie corpses. He first took out the crystal cores, then he set up a fire and cut some meat, and started to solve his stomach problem. After a while, Su Chao snapped his eyes open, then sniffled. The meat is charred. Lin Jia expressionlessly turned the meat over without saying anything. Su Chao hurriedly stepped out of the fire spiritual liquid, and after using his spiritual energy to finish vaporizing the water vapor on his clothes, he squeezed Lin Jia aside and took the meat in his hands, saying under his breath, I'll grill it. Lin Jia obediently moved to the side, and after looking at it for a while, he suddenly said, your baking isn't very good either. Su Chao laughed, at least I won't scorch the meat. Lin Jia was speechless. Let's eat it alive. What are 2 big old men preaching about? Su Chao handed the meat over. Lin Jia didn't take it. Instead, he took out a few slices of jerky from his small Qiankuan bag and gave Su Chao a portion of it, then started eating it himself. Euro. You have dried food. What's the point of roasting this? Lin Jia also laughed. Personal interest. After the 2 of them finished moving their mouths, they started talking about business. Where do you plan to go afterward? Su Chao asked. To the Golden Realm. What about you? Me? I'd better stay in the Fire Realm first, and after honing my strength, I'll go to the Central Realm to have a look. What's in the Central Realm? The Central Realm is the place where the 5 elements meet. My grandfather said that there might be some not-so-common special forces inside, so if you have enough time, you can go in and take a look. Right. Lin Jia suddenly pulled out a few red beads obtained from killing the crimson carp from his small qiankuan pouch and handed them to Su Chao. This is for you. It's said to be able to perceive the power of fire. Su Chao's eyes lit up. Thanks. Let's go then. The two of them got up, casually tidied up their surroundings, and began to walk out. The two looked at each other in the crystal mine and felt something bad. Isn't that the voice of the fire eclipse dragon? Who messed with it? Su Chao frowned. Lin Jia carefully approached towards the cave entrance, and as he glanced outwards, he saw the fire eclipse dragon that was angrily spitting fire, while a figure was lying on the rock wall inside the volcano. Look there, Lin Jia whispered. Is that a zombie egg he's holding in his hand? Su Chao walked over to take a look and confirmed. It's a zombie egg. Immediately afterward, his expression became somewhat incredulous. You say, what he's holding can't be the egg of a fire eclipse dragon. So bold. It's very likely. Lin Jia nodded to himself. Otherwise, there's no reason for the fire eclipse dragon to be so angry. Su Chao suddenly muttered. If I had known that there were eggs underneath, I would have stolen them first. Euro. Okay, what's he doing? Painting something on the wall? He's starting to move. The roar of the fire eclipse dragon became even more furious, only to see its wings suddenly flap and violently slam towards a wall, the place where the egg stealer had just landed. Lin Jia's complexion turned serious. What he painted on the wall should be something that carries the smell of zombie eggs, although the zombie egg he was holding in his hands had its scent masked, but that must have a time limit. When the time passes, the fire eclipse dragon will definitely follow the scent and find it. Su Chao shook his head uncertainly. He shouldn't find this cave. This cave is still very hidden, isn't it? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the person lying on the wall slowly moving towards here. Su Chao's firelight shook as he stretched out his fist. I'm sorry, brother, but we really can't afford to mess with the third-ranked upper-grade fire eclipse dragon. Wait. Lin Jia frowned. I seem to recognize him. The man climbed quickly, but in a moment, he bent his body into the cave entrance. Lin Jia. Yang Ruoshi was startled by the sudden appearance of two figures in front of her. Why are you here? That's something I should be asking you. Lin Jia looked at the egg in his hand, then at the fire eclipse dragon that was rampaging behind him. His tone was low. As far as I know, you cultivate the power of sand, don't you? Su Chao stood there with his arms wrapped around him, grunting and echoing. Egg thief, hand over the egg. Yang Ruoshi sensed the increasingly hot aura behind him, and seeing that the two were still standing motionless at the entrance of the cave, he helplessly explained. This egg was entrusted to someone, and must not be spoken of outside. Lin Jia stepped out of the way. The fire eclipse dragon is about to find out. How are we going to leave? Yang Ruoshi walked towards the cave and whispered. There's a passageway inside that goes outside. You two come with me. Lin Jia and Su Chao looked at each other and followed. The three of them walked to the fire spirit liquid. Yang Ruoshi glanced at the corpses all over the ground and asked Lin Jia, did you guys kill these zombies? Su Chao interjected. None of your business. Yang Ruoshi smiled helplessly. It just saves effort. After saying that, he walked towards the fire spiritual liquid and put the egg in his hand, only to see the fire spiritual liquid boiling up, slowly submerging the zombie egg. Seeing this, Yang Ruoshi escaped a ring from his small qiankuan bag, and after casting a few seals in the air, the ring dropped a few shimmers of light, which sprinkled towards the zombie egg. Chapter 49 Zombie Eggs. The fire eclipse dragon outside suddenly went crazy and slammed into the area. The cave entrance violently collapsed and a huge head stretched in. The dragon's mouth opened and a blazing fireball was spat out. Lin Jia's eyes glazed over, and before he could react, Yang Ruoshi shoved in a scroll. There's still a few seconds left. You block first. Cold sweat ran across Yang Ruoshi's forehead. Her eyes fixed on the zombie egg in the fire spirit liquid as she said anxiously. The fiery aura of the fireball almost scorched into the human body. Su Chao had a jolt and immediately opened the scroll in Lin Jia's hand, only to see a flash of green light from the scroll. A barrier suddenly appeared in front of the three of them, blocking the fire eclipse dragon's fireball. The fire eclipse dragon let out a low roar of anger. Its body suddenly went out, and then once again crashed into the cave. The ground was crushed by the huge impact and cracked out countless cracks. Lin Jia and Su Chao looked at each other. Su Chao suddenly yelled, "Are you ready yet?" Immediately, Yang Ruoshi's eyes lit up, only to see that the zombie egg was tinted with a shimmering light of stars in the fire spiritual liquid, followed by a light from the ring in his hand, and the zombie egg was taken away. The mouth of the cave cracked wider, and Su Chao could almost see the magma at the bottom of the volcano. Yang Ruoshi put away the ring and ran his palm along the wall, then suddenly pressed down on a concave floor. The wall suddenly revealed a hole. Go! After Yang Ruoshi finished speaking, she took the lead and headed inside. Lin Jia and Su Chao, on the other hand, held the scrolls in their hands while backing up until they went inside the cave entrance. Then they put the scrolls away and violently ran after Yang Ruoshi. At the back, the cave gradually collapsed, and the fire eclipse dragon squeezed in, slamming towards the cave entrance. The door to the cave entrance managed to close at the last second, and with a flash of fire, it stopped the fire eclipse dragon outside. Phew! Su Chao's wildly beating heart slowly normalized, only to find that Yang Ruoshi and Lin Jia were calmer than one another. Jerky. Lin Jia glanced at him and took out a few slices of jerky from his small dry kuan bag, handing Su Chao a slice and giving another to Yang Ruoshi. Su Chao stared intently at Yang Ruoshi, but his mouth vigorously tore into the jerky, saying vaguely, "I need to calm down." Yang Ruoshi took the jerky as well and let out a laugh. Thanks. The three of them walked along the cave towards the outside, and it was only after half a day that they saw light. "You're from the Xian Heavenly Sect," Lin Jia said suddenly. "As far as I know, the Xian Heavenly Sect once started out with the way of the deeded beast." Yang Ruoshi looked stunned. "What are you trying to say?" Su Chao, holding the jerky he had just asked for, also looked over. Although the Xian Tian sect's way of deeded beasts has declined, it's not completely lost, and there must still be people in your sect who are still practicing it. Lin Jia spoke indifferently, but this matter doesn't seem like someone practicing the way of the beasts of deeds entrusted you to look for zombie eggs. It's more like the other party's elders. Yang Ruoshi's expression froze and she paused for a moment before asking, "How did you know?" Lin Jia smiled faintly. "Looks like I guessed right." Seeing Yang Ruoshi and Su Chao's confused faces, Lin Jia began to explain. "Your actions were too planned. Where to look for the egg, how to disguise the zombie egg scent after finding it, how to put the egg into the zombie ring, and how to leave. You knew it all. It's also possible that it was a commission from the other side. How did you think of the elders?" Yang Ruoshi asked. "That scroll, it doesn't look like something the other side can take out. If there is this thing, where to steal the egg can't be done. You have to come to the Five Elements Mystery Realm." Yang Ruoshi sighed. "Indeed, but the other party doesn't know about this. It seems like that guy and the elders are still a bit conflicted. It's hard for your client to be a pain in the ass." Lin Jia smiled and teased. Yang Ruoshi also laughed. "Since you're so smart, why don't you help me out and tell me how to give this zombie egg to the other party? What's so hard about that?" Su Chao poked his head over. "Just force the thing into his arms. She won't take it." Yang Ruoshi shook her head and looked at Lin Jia. Lin Jia said faintly, "Tell the truth." "No way. Euro. Yang Ruoshi sighed. "She'll be even less likely to accept it." "Then there's no way." Lin Jia shrugged. Euro. Fine." There was a sudden commotion from the front, and Su Chao's eyes lit up as he watched and urged, Go. Go take a look." Lin Jia and Yang Ruoshi looked at each other helplessly and followed closely behind Su Chao. When they arrived, it turned out to be Zhang Fangfan fighting a zombie, and seeing that the visitor was Lin Jia again, Zhang Fangfan's face darkened, and he didn't have time to ask Yang Ruoshi why he was here, and turned around and left. Ha, Su Chao laughed. "Looks like he's scared of you." Lin Jia smiled faintly and didn't reply. When Yang Ruoshi saw this scene, she did open her mouth to say a few words, although Zhang Fangfan is a bit more flamboyant in nature and is always prone to offending people because of it, but his nature isn't bad. "You Euro? He robbed my zombie last time. This time counts as me robbing him. It's even." Yang Ruoshi smiled. "Good." After the three of them disposed of the zombie left behind by Zhang Fangfan, they rested for the night, and early the next morning, three voices came. "I'll stay in the Fire Realm. I'll go to the Gold Realm. I'll go to the Earth Realm. Then, goodbye. Withdraw first. Farewell." After the three of them clarified where they were going, they left separately. Lin Jia walked on the road, dealing with the zombies he met while rushing towards the Golden Realm, and it was only after 5 days that the red color on the sky finally slowly dissipated and began to show a golden, piercing color. "Is this the Golden Realm?" Lin Jia exclaimed in awe. Compared to the dark red crumbling land of the Fire Realm, the ground of the Gold Realm was obviously much flatter and brighter in color, as if it had been paved with a layer of golden sand. Around the Golden Realm stood some strange stone pillars half a person high. A gold-swallowing beast was squatting beside one of the stone pillars, furtively observing from left to right, and after spotting Lin Jia's figure, its body suddenly jumped and violently drilled towards the ground. Lin Jia walked towards there with slight curiosity. Certain sense of smell of zombies are much sharper than humans. The gold-swallowing beast stayed there for a long time. Did it find something? The ground was dug out a cave. Lin Jia glanced at it and ignored it. Instead, he used the hilt of his sword to knock on the basalt-colored stone pillar, only to see an extremely crisp dang sound coming from it. The vibration sound in the air stretched on, affecting the other stone pillars around him to emit the same sound as well. Lin Jia sighed ear, did not detect anything to feel bored, then turned away, walked to a stone pillar, but the body shape of a flash, very fast hiding. After a while, the ground poked out a cautious head. The gold-swallowing beast cautiously observed since the surrounding. After not finding other creatures, reassuringly exhaled. It climbed out of the cave, rustling around the basalt-colored stone pillars in a circle, sniffing left and right, and then stopped at a place, sharp teeth in position, violently under the mouth to gnaw up. Chapter 50 Golden Beads. Kaching 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 kaching. The metaphysical stone pillar was like a papier-mâché. A hole was gnawed out by the gold-swallowing beast, only to see that in the innermost part of the stone pillar, a golden bead was embedded in it. Glittering, gold-devouring beast tiny eyes bright, will be keyed out of the beads, but at this time, it suddenly covered the top of the head of a shadow, only to see the wind blowing. A blue-eyed golden eagle suddenly swept past, sharp claws abruptly stretch, will be gold-devouring beast grasped up and flew to the sky. The blue-eyed golden eagle let out a long whistle, grasping the gold-swallowing beast in the air circling for half a day, passing by a place, the claws suddenly loose. The gold-swallowing beast threw down, and its wings flapped, slowly landing on the ground. In front of the plant was the gold-swallowing beast bitten half of the metaphysical color of the stone pillars and stopped. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle retracted its wings, shifted its claws, found a comfortable angle, and began to use its beak to carry the golden beads inside, and the gold-swallowing beast is shrunk into a ball, in midair flying down quickly. At the location is Lin Jia hiding place. Lin Jia see this is to avoid, but a change of mind. The wind recluse method instantly run up, suddenly towards the gold-swallowing beast rushed to. The gold-swallowing beast saw the ground is getting closer and closer. Humane cover the eyes, cannot bear to see the result. Just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared under it, the arm stretched out, caught it. The gold-swallowing beast didn't feel any pain, and couldn't help but open its eyes in confusion, and into its eyes was a completely unfamiliar creature. Lin Jia lifted the gold-swallowing beast's neck, and with a loose finger, he threw it to the ground, and then shook his numb arm in an attempt to ease the impact of the gold-swallowing beast's descent. Luckily, I've cultivated the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. The gold-swallowing beast rolled on the ground, then stood up, tilting its head back to look at Lin Jia with a dull gaze. Seeing that the gold-swallowing beast had no intention of attacking, Lin Jia ignored it and directly stepped towards the bi-eyed golden eagle. Ow! Seeing Lin Jia leaving, the gold-swallowing beast hurriedly landed on all 4 feet and violently pounced on Lin Jia. Lin Jia's footsteps stalled and he looked down, only to find that the gold-swallowing beast was hugging its calf to death, and when he saw his gaze, he even shook his head while hugging his calf tighter. Euro. Lin Jia lifted his leg and struggled twice, but realized that he was completely unable to shake the gold-swallowing beast down, and was somewhat speechless in his heart. You let go. The gold-swallowing beast shook its head violently. Lin Jia stroked his forehead. Do you still want the beads? Woo! The gold-swallowing beast screamed pitifully twice, then shook its head as if to say, you can't beat it. Don't go. The blue-eyed golden eagle was not only an upper second rank, but it was also a flying zombie. So Lin Jia really wasn't sure about it, but there was always no problem with just chasing it away from the land. Lin Jia brought a drag with him, so he simply stopped. His right hand gripped on the hilt of his sword, and the cold star sword was instantly sheathed. The gold-swallowing beast subconsciously trembled, but realized that Lin Jia's sword tip didn't plunge towards it, but instead stood in front of it, pointing straight at the bi-eyed golden eagle. The sword body flashed with silver light. Black sword-ons and red sword-ons were attached to the 2 sides. As the long sword swiftly swung, the 3 sword-ons intertwined together, instantly chopping towards the bay-blind golden eagle. The blue-eyed golden eagle let out a high whistle. Its wings instantly opened, giving up the golden beads that were about to reach its mouth, and fiercely flew into the sky. Although the 3 forms chopped did not hit the golden eagle, it did not reduce its momentum and chopped the metaphysical color stone pillar. The 3 shape chops suddenly erupted. The stone pillar quickly cracked, then instantly exploded. A dozen golden beads burst out, then scattered all over the place. The gold-swallowing beast froze and loosened its claws. Lin Jia sensed that his pace was light, so he dropped the gold-swallowing beast and walked towards the basalt-colored stone pillar. And the gold-tunicating beast froze as it looked at a golden bead that rolled in front of its eyes, carefully picking it up, biting it with its teeth, and after noticing that it was real, it staggered and fainted to the ground. Newt! The turquoise-eyed golden eagle made a spin in the air. Its long wings waved, and violently attacked towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's face remained unchanged. His long sword swiftly swung, white spiritual energy covered the sword, and an imposing dome pole instantly chopped out. The cold star sword collided with the sharp claws of the blue-eyed golden eagle, making a sound like gold and stone, and then, only the tip of the sword flashed with a cold aura, and the sharpness of the power abruptly erupted, cutting out an extremely deep blood scar on the sharp claws of the blue-eyed golden eagle. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle's sharp claws violently shrunk, long whistled out, quickly flew into the sky, blood splattered, haloed out a small puddle of blood on the ground. One of the drops happened to land on the gold-swallowing beast's nose. The gold-swallowing beast straightened up, instantly resurrected, See, the blue-eyed golden eagle woefully escaped. Issued ho-ho scoffing sound. Bishai golden eagle heart is not willing. In the air it turn, once again towards the ground to pounce. This time the target is the golden beads on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Jia slanted his cold star sword, and the dome extreme instantly erupted, chopping towards the biker eagle in the air. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle violently swung around, narrowly dodging the dome pole, and it flapped its wings in the air, not attempting to go down again. As for the gold swallowing beast, when it saw this scene, its tail twisted and it immediately collected the golden beads scattered on the ground. Then it twisted and walked to Lin Jia's side, stretching its claws out as if inviting credit, handing all the golden beads to Lin Jia. Lin Jia let out a low laugh and took some of the golden beads, then kept 3. The gold swallowing beast cocked its head in confusion. For you. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle that had been circling overhead let out a long whistle, unwillingly wanting to charge down again, but found Lin Jia's long sword slightly slanted, silver light flashing, vaguely meaning to attack. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle couldn't help but stumble in the air and stopped trying to come down. The gold swallowing beast joyfully collected the 3 golden beads and dejectedly bounced up on the ground. Still want the golden beads? Lin Jia asked with his head down. The gold swallowing beast nodded vigorously. If you can find a similar stone pillar, how about you share half of the golden beads inside? The gold swallowing beast's eyes lit up violently, drooling at the thought of the golden beads that filled the ground around them. Lin Jia smiled faintly. Let's go then. The gold swallowing beast flicked its tail, landed on all 4 feet, sniffed in the air, and began to lead the way in front. Lin Jia followed behind, while the turquoise-eyed golden eagle kept a close eye on the one person and one beast on the ground, flapping its wings and trailing behind. An hour later, the gold swallowing beast stopped, and the surrounding arcane stone pillars stood like a dense forest, while not far ahead, a fat figure was lying there resting. It was a third-order top-grade zombie urchin pig, and after Lin Jia recognized it, his footsteps lurched and he stopped. The gold swallowing beast raised its head and barked a few times at Lin Jia, then stood up and staggered towards that Yujin pig. Oomph! The ebony pig slumped to the ground and opened its eyes. The gold swallowing beast took out a golden bead from its bosom, then carefully handed it to the Yujin pig. The Yujin pig stuck out its tongue and licked the golden bead away from its paw. Then its tongue explored and went directly deep into the gold swallowing beast's arms and rolled away the other 2 golden beads as well. And by the way, it also coated the gold swallowing beast's face with saliva before it slowly barred its mouth and slightly moved its body. Chapter 51 A Touch of Greed. The gold swallowing beast froze for a moment and wiped the drool from its face before staggering towards the back of the urchin pig. Lin Jia followed closely behind, peacefully passing the urchin pig and coming to the back as well. The Yujin pig yawned, rolled over, looked at the blue-eyed golden eagle in the sky, and then closed its eyes and began to snooze. After Lin Jia and the gold swallowing beast moved away from the Yujin pig, the gold swallowing beast suddenly tilted its head and howled wildly up towards the sky. The blue-eyed golden eagle circled slowly in the air, ignoring it. Seeing that the golden beads were not coming back, the gold swallowing beast began to commiserate and bang its head on a basalt-colored stone pillar. Seeing this, Lin Jia let out a laugh and took out a golden bead, placing it in front of the gold swallowing beast. Here you go. The gold swallowing beast's eyes lit up, and this time, it directly swallowed the golden bead, and then rolled happily on the ground. Alright, let's go find the stone pillar first. Woo! The gold swallowing beast got up with a jerk, then headed deeper into the forest of basalt-colored stone pillars. The further in, the denser the basalt-colored stone pillars became, and the pace of the gold swallowing beast slowed down as it sniffed left and right, pausing and stopping, before finally stopping in front of a basalt-colored stone pillar. This one? The gold swallowing beast nodded vigorously. Good. Lin Jia drew out his longsword, and between his spiritual energy, a dome pole instantly chopped out. A spider web-like crack arose on the metaphysical stone pillar. Lin Jia saw this, and a style of 3-shape chop instantly chopped out, only to see the metaphysical stone pillar violently explode, and a dozen or so golden beads instantly burst out. The gold swallowing beast looked at Lin Jia with starry eyes. Right at this moment, the turquoise-eyed golden eagle above his head suddenly let out a long whistle and circled in the air. Lin Jia froze, and before he could react, he noticed that a ground armor lizard suddenly walked out from behind the basalt-colored stone pillar. The gold swallowing beast's head shrank, and instead of picking up the golden beads on the ground, it moved its feet slightly and hid behind Lin Jia's legs. The ground-armored lizard stared at the golden beads all over the ground, its tiny eyes flashing with a touch of greed. The gold swallowing beast, seeing that Lin Jia had no intention of attacking, anxiously whimpered. Lin Jia narrowed his eyes. His long sword was slightly turned to the side. Spiritual energy was contained in the sword, and a style of cloud extreme instantly chopped out. The earth-armored lizard's back flashed with dark light, easily blocking Lin Jia's cloud extreme. It let out a low roar. Its body rose with dark light, like a cannonball, violently rushing towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia let out a cold snort. The cold star sword crossed in front of his body, and the three-shaped chop was attached to the sword, swiftly flinging it out, hitting the ground-armored lizard directly. The ground-armored lizard did not have time to dodge, and as soon as the three-shaped chopping trail touched it, it instantly exploded, splattering a splash of blood on its back. The ground-armored lizard's expression was fierce, not retreating, but advancing. Its tail swung away, fiercely pouncing towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's expression was slightly condensed. The wind escape technique was instantly activated, lifting the gold-swallowing beast under his feet and retreating back. The gold-swallowing beast crashed into the metaphysical stone pillar behind Lin Jia. The wound on his back burst open, and with a low roar, he once again lunged towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia adjusted his position and slashed a triple shape chop at a tricky angle, hitting the wound on the back of the earth-armored lizard, only to see the wound explode into a bloody mess. The lizard was gasping for air, slowing down its action, and Lin Jia saw this, but he was not spared by the situation. The three-shaped chop chopped out one after another, until the lizard was covered in wounds, no longer able to stand up, before slowing down its attack. Another style of three-form chop made. Sharp sword straight hit the head of the ground-armored lizard. A wisp of blood splash. The ground-armored lizard breath weak, gradually extinct voice. Only then did Lin Jia release the gold-swallowing beast in his hand. The gold-swallowing beast's dripping eyes took a look at the ground-armored lizard, slowly approached, fiercely stepped on the face of a foot, and then quickly retreated. After waiting for a few moments, after realizing that the ground armor lizard did not have the slightest intention of getting up, the gold tunicating beast crossed its arms and laughed maniacally. Alright, Lin Jia took his sword sheath and patted the top of the tunicate beast's head. Go pick up the golden beads on the ground. The gold-swallowing beast nodded obediently and landed on all 4 feet, going to look for the golden beads scattered on the ground. Lin Jia, on the other hand, sat down on the ground and began to recover his spiritual energy after taking a cultivation drug. The ground armor lizard was indeed not easy to deal with. The main reason was that it was too thick-skinned. Even the three forms chop required several passes to see results. Lin Jia examined himself and realized that apart from the dome extreme and the three forms chop, he didn't have any usable moves for a while. Although Silver Moon was strong, it needed the power of space to assist it, and Taiji was even more, needless to say. Even though the power of sharpness had been refined in the 5 elements mysterious realm, it was still a long way from 70%, so it wasn't reliable. However, based on the progress of spiritual power after breaking through the middle stage of the Chi-Si realm, it opened up a path for the 3-elephant chop. The 3-elephant chop used the spiritual power in the Chi-Si as the main catalyzing condition, and through the mobilization of spiritual power, it perfectly fused together the power of sharpness, the power of coldness, and the power of tyranny, 3 different and special powers, to form a sword stance that was extremely powerful. However, it has a limitation. That is, the 3 special powers must reach a small success in order to truly fuse the sword chi in the body into the sword stance. Otherwise the sword chi is exported out of the body without control, and will ultimately injure oneself. The power of sharpness was currently 44%, and the power of ice cold had also reached 24%. And because there was a silver and black sword mark in his mind to assist him, it was only a matter of time before he reached minor success. But just thinking about the power of tyrannicality, Lin Jia started to worry. In his opinion, when Taiji cultivation was successful, the tyrannical power would not necessarily be able to increase from 10% to a small success. As the spiritual energy in his body's Chi-Si gradually became saturated, Lin Jia opened his eyes just in time to see the gold-swallowing beast staying to feed on the bloody mess on the back of the earth-armored lizard. The gold-swallowing beast was gnawing with enjoyment, but when it saw a shadow suddenly covering its eyes, it slowly raised its head and saw Lin Jia's scrutinizing gaze. Naya, the turquoise-eyed golden eagle overhead, had long been craving for it, and seeing that the gold-swallowing beast had been caught stealing food, it let out a sharp mocking sound in the air. The gold-swallowing beast froze and quickly got down from the back of the ground-armored lizard, wiping the blood from its face in the process before pulling out a dozen or so golden beads from its bosom and presenting them all to Lin Jia. Lin Jia's long sword was drawn out. The sword light flashed. A sword slashed out. The gold-swallowing beast's eyes instantly closed. Tears flowed in his heart, but he found that the top of his head was cool. The pain did not fall. The gold-swallowing beast cautiously opened one of its eyes, but he saw Lin Jia's sword body picking, and took the crystal core of the ground-armored lizard out. Keep eating. Lin Jia kept his promise to collect half of the golden beads, then cut a slit on the back of the ground-armored lizard so that it would be easier for the gold-swallowing beast to eat. The gold-swallowing beast nodded with emotion and collected the remaining golden beads in its claws, then buried its head towards the earth-armored lizard and continued to eat beautifully. Lin Jia smiled for a while, then looked up into the sky. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle was circling in mid-air, wanting to fall down, but intimidated by Lin Jia's strength. not quite daring to stroke the tiger's whiskers. When he saw Lin Jia's gaze, the turquoise-eyed golden eagle looked startled, and instantly flapped its wings, and flew towards the sky above. Chapter 52. Be careful. Lin Jia smiled faintly, not caring if the turquoise-eyed golden eagle could hear him or not, and said to himself, remembering that you have done something by alerting the ironback lizard, if there is any leftover of this meat, it will be left for you. The gold-swallowing beast had a surprisingly large meal, and almost ate 2 of its meat before leaving in fulfillment. Let's go! Lin Jia touched the gold-swallowing beast, which was almost rounded into a ball, and gestured towards the depths of the forest of metaphysical stone pillars. The gold-swallowing beast's tail wagged up, then rolled its body directly to hurry up. In the rear, it wasn't until Lin Jia and the gold-swallowing beast had left that the turquoise-eyed golden eagle carefully landed. Its pointed beak opened, and it tore into the flesh of the ground armor lizard quickly and fiercely. 3 days later, the gold-swallowing beast led Lin Jia around the forest of metaphysical stone pillars and harvested quite a few golden beads, but unfortunately, Lin Jia didn't have any sense of the golden force, and these golden beads were almost of no practical use to him. The gold-swallowing beast is full of joy, and the head of the circling blue-eyed golden eagle also ate all the way full of oil. Feel fat a lot. Lin Jia also read in the blue-eyed golden eagle detection has merit on the part, from time to time to give it a few golden beads, used to buy the eagle heart. Buy golden eagle once again reminded the voice. Every time this time, not far ahead will appear a few zombie figure too. This time is no exception. Only these few zombies and the previous ones are a little different. The most obvious is the drawing style aspect. From the fierce beast department suddenly changed to the dorky department. What is it? 3 second order mid-grade quicksilver rats. 2 second order mid-grade crystal sables. Lin Jia muttered, the grades aren't that high, it's just that there are more of them. Seeing the creatures in front of them, the flowing gold rats and the crystal sables instantly stared over with their 5 pairs of eyes, their steps lurching in unison, matching their faces with a sense of cuteness. The gold-swallowing beast looked up at Lin Jia and shook its head, seemingly somewhat intolerant, but the blue-eyed golden eagle in the sky did not have any feelings of pity, sharp claws wide open, waiting for Lin Jia's order, at any time to swoop down. Lin Jia looked at the opposite side of the 5 zombies, but his eyes involuntarily moved to a crystal sable mouth on the debris. Lin Jia did not move and returned to his senses, then beckoned to the blue-eyed golden eagle in the sky, signaling it to come down first. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle tilted its head humanely and landed from mid-air, its wings slightly retracting as it slowly stepped on a metaphysical stone pillar. Whoops! Lin Jia signaled the fragment in the crystal sable's mouth with his eyes, and the gold-swallowing beast wagged its tail before pointing to its own beak. Lin Jia nodded. The gold-swallowing beast raised its head and patted its own chest, then turned around, tail standing on end, and strutted towards the crystal ferret. The 5 zombies were on alert through and through, and the flowing gold mouse bared its sharp teeth and let out a threatening growl. The gold-swallowing beast paused for a moment, pulling out a golden bead from its bosom and placing it on its paw before pointing at the fragment in the crystal sable's mouth. The crystal sable's eyes lit up, stretching out its paw and gesturing a 4. The gold-swallowing beast's eyes narrowed slightly, and with great difficulty, it flashed out a 1 from its pinched flesh claw. The crystal sable shook its head and turned the 4 into a 2. The gold-swallowing beast made a gesture to take back the golden beads in its claws into its bosom, intending to turn around and leave. Seeing this, the crystal sable instantly became anxious, placing the fragment in its mouth on the ground. Ow! Screaming out, gold-swallowing beast lightly grunted, then walked over. Backpaw violently stepped on the debris, moving to his side, before handing over the golden beads in his claws. The crystal sable smiled joyfully as it resulted in the golden bead and showed it off to its companion. The gold-swallowing beast also grabbed the shard and ran towards Lin Jia, jumping up and down as it began to invite credit. Lin Jia smiled and touched the head of the gold-swallowing beast and took the fragments, then gave the little guy 2 golden beads as a reward. And when he saw the bi-eye golden eagle also came over, Lin Jia threw it 1 in his hand. The 5 zombies on the opposite side saw this scene. The flowing gold mouse began to rustle and speak to the crystal sable. The 5 furry heads came together, not knowing what things they were discussing. Lin Jia, on the other hand, carefully rubbed up the fragment in his hand, his spiritual power probing out, slowly probing. Sure enough, it's a fragment of a long sword. Lin Jia's eyes lit up and his heart was slightly happy. After wandering around the golden realm for such a long time, he had finally found something that contained the power of sharpness. Right at this moment, a crystal sable that had just traded fragments with the gold-devouring beast suddenly ran over, and after looking at Lin Jia, it stopped in front of the gold-devouring beast, and began to talk about it with an ow. After hearing this, the gold-devouring beast raised its head and gave Lin Jia 2 whimpers, then pointed at the fragment in his hand, pointed at the crystal marten next to it, and pointed at the depths of the basalt-colored stone pillar forest. Lin Jia's expression stared slightly. You mean, they still have this kind of fragment? The gold swallowing beast nodded. Then euro, go take a look? The gold swallowing beast didn't have an opinion, and the blue-eyed golden eagle spread its wings and ran its beak through the feathers on its back, also without an opinion. Alright, let them lead the way. With a flash of light in its eyes, the gold swallowing beast began to translate towards the crystal sable next to it. After hearing this, the crystal sable turned in a happy circle and ran off to out twice with its little friends, and then the 5 zombies began to lead the way in the front. Half an hour later, a few crystal sables and flowing gold rats glanced at each other, and the flowing gold rats squeaked a few times, making the gold swallowing beast and Linja stop, while they sent out 2 of them to continue towards the shin-colored stone pillar forest. The blue-eyed golden eagle whistled a few times in the sky, indicating that there was no danger for the time being. After a while, the 2 zombies that had just left ran over with a portion of their companions, and they were carrying all sorts of things in their mouths. There were all sorts of debris, mutilated books, strange bottles, and a few broken swords. Linja half squatted down and watched as they placed these things in front of them and casually rummaged through them. In these fragments, some of them do contain special power, but it's too rare. It doesn't even add up to as much as a broken sword next to it, but the broken swords have different special powers. I only felt the power of sharpness in one. Linja pointed at the broken sword with the gold swallowing beast. Squeak! The flowing gold mouse tilted its head and kicked out the shard, looking at Linja suspiciously, as if wondering why he didn't want the shard anymore. Linja stated that he had the broken sword, so why did he need the shard? Unless it was more special. Then picked out a black fragment from the shard. Is there still a broken sword? Linja asked. When the gold swallowing beast heard this, it pointed to the broken sword on the ground and danced around to the many zombies, and the golden mouse's eyes lit up, nodded, and gave a squeak to its companions behind it, and the companions took back all the things Linja didn't need. Among them, there were 2 gold rats that didn't leave. They sat in front of the broken sword and the black fragments, signaling their identity as buyers. Not long after, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the metaphysical stone pillars. This time there were a little more zombies, holding all kinds of broken swords in their mouths. Among them there were also a few, which were actually holding complete long swords. Chapter 53, Instant Collapse. Linja looked at the various kinds of swords in front of him, and with a serious look, he began to pick them out. The power of gold is not wanted. The power of rock is not wanted. The power of ice and cold euro. It's fine. The power of sharpness. Want it. Linjia's eyes were dazzled as he picked. Looking at the long swords in front of him, he kind of didn't recognize the shapes of the swords. After burning incense, Linja finally finished picking. Looking at the rows of expectant eyes on the ground, he smiled and suddenly lifted the gold swallowing beast and said a few words quietly with it. The gold swallowing beast nodded as it listened, then dropped to the ground and began to discuss the price with the group of zombies. It pointed to the piece of debris that was carried out individually and gestured a 1, and the flowing gold mouse cheered. It then put the 2 swords together again and held out a chubby finger. The Quicksilver Mouse and the group of Crystal and Martins whispered, and a Crystal and Martin representative stepped out with an owl. The Tunicate's beard twitched, then drew a very large circle over the sword and a tiny circle over the shard, and spread his hands. The Crystal Sable representative turned his head and consulted with his companions for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Linja smiled and took out a dozen golden beads, placing them on the ground. The transaction came to a perfect end, and the Crystal Sables and the Quicksilver Rats carried the golden beads and the remaining broken swords in their mouths, thrashing about as they walked towards the depths of the basilisk-colored dense forest. After a while, the blue-eyed golden eagle slowly landed on a metaphysical stone pillar beside Linja. Newt, you found their base? The turquoise-eyed golden eagle shook its head, then nodded. Didn't find it, but there is an approximate location? Only then did the turquoise-eyed golden eagle nod its head. Seeing this, the gold-swallowing beast jumped up exuberantly and waved its fat fist. Linja gave the golden eagle and the gold-swallowing beast a zombie a golden bead, and after thinking for a moment, he shook his head at the gold-swallowing beast. There are too many of them, so it's better not to be hostile. The gold-swallowing beast regretfully bit up the golden beads. Rest here for a night first. I'll take a look at these things, Linja said, then sat down beside the broken swords that were all over the ground, picked up one at random, and began to feel it. As the sun dipped in the west, the broken swords in Linjia's hands gradually burst apart and shattered. Then they turned into flying sand and dispersed from his fingertips. He opened his eyes with some regret. Although I have sensed the power of sharpness, because it is a broken sword, it will be annihilated with the slightest stimulation. But precisely because it's a broken sword, the power of sharpness was forced to be exposed, so I was able to successfully sense it. Linja picked up a complete long sword next to him, stood up, and began to practice sword techniques. Unlike a long sword, although it contains the power of sharpness, it is wrapped up in the body of the sword. and it is only when using a longsword to catalyze a sword stance that the power of sharpness is revealed in the air, allowing one to perceive it. After Lin Jia finished making a set of sword strokes, he stopped in place, his spiritual power probed out, his eyes slightly closed, capturing the sharp force remaining in the air, and after a moment, his right hand waved, practicing sword strokes again. The gold-swallowing beast lazily rolled over on the side and continued to snore, while the turquoise-eyed golden eagle stood on the metaphysical stone pillar, quietly combing the feathers on its back. The next day evening, Lin Jia figure slightly move, long sword waving, silver light flash, a dome pole will instantly cut out, only to hear bang sound. The basalt-colored stone column instantly collapsed, dust flying. Lin Jia put away the sword into the sheath. Lin Jia looked to the side. Two golden rats were carrying a broken sword, coming from the depths of the basalt-colored stone pillar forest. A golden bead. Lin Jia handed them the bead and once again obtained two broken swords. After that transaction was completed, there were a few flowing gold rats or crystal sables trading with broken swords one after another. After that, Lin Jia was used to it and looked at the broken swords next to him that were partially missing but immediately added to it with joy in his heart. I wonder how many % of my sharpness can be advanced after completing the realization of these broken swords. After the two flowing gold rats left, Lin Jia continued his cultivation. The gold-swallowing beast had already slept for a day and a night, supposedly digesting some golden beads that it had swallowed earlier, while the aqua-eyed golden eagle was alerting the surroundings, keeping watch for Lin Jia and the gold-swallowing beast. Time flew by, and when Lin Jia finally finished sensing the accumulated broken swords, it was already 5 days later, and as he watched another crystal sable come to exchange its long sword for the beads, his complexion moved slightly, sensing something. Even if there was more stock, it should have been exchanged a few days ago. Lin Jia made some room in his head, which was filled with the power of sharpness, and began to think. When I first met the crystal sable and the gold-swallowing beast, they didn't seem to have just come out of their homes. It was more like they were loaded up and heading for home. Then the question arises, where exactly did these broken swords come from? He crouched down in front of the crystal sable, who saw this and stepped back a bit nervously. Don't be nervous, Lin Jia said in a warm voice. This broken sword of yours is useless to me. He pushed the broken sword back to the side of the crystal sable. Ow! The crystal sable looked at the rejected broken sword and hung its head in some disappointment. However, if you tell me where these broken swords came from, I can give you 2 golden beads. With that, Lin Jia took out the golden beads. The crystal sable cocked its head, not quite understanding what Lin Jia had said. The gold-swallowing beast jumped forward, pointed at the broken sword on the ground, walked around the crystal sable again, then walked in the direction it had come from, and after walking a few meters, the gold-swallowing beast stopped and stretched out 2 fingers. Ow! The crystal sable's eyes lit up and stood up, patting its chest to show that it had no problem. Oh! The gold-swallowing beast jumped up happily. Then let's go! Lin Jia smiled. The crystal sable flicked its tail and didn't care about the broken sword, but began to lead the way in front. It was only a day later that the 1 person and 3 beasts arrived at their destination, and Lin Jia looked at the scenery in front of him with some shock in his heart. The surrounding area had long since lost its arcane stone pillars, and had instead been replaced with long swords stuck in the ground, standing in varying heights in the surrounding area, forming a solemn mound of swords. The turquoise-eyed golden eagle landed and didn't dare to continue flying forward, while the gold-swallowing beast also gulped and stopped in front of the sword mound. Ow! The crystal sable pointed at some of the fragments scattered in the sword mound, indicating that it was from inside that he had found the broken sword. Lin Jia nodded and took out 2 golden beads from his small Qiankuan bag and handed them to the crystal marten, who put them away with satisfaction. He then looked at the gold-swallowing beast and the blue-eyed golden eagle next to him, and after thinking for a moment, he also gave 2 golden beads to 1 beast. Let's separate here for now, Lin Jia said. The gold-swallowing beast hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, and the bi-eyed golden eagle looked at Lin Jia for a moment, and suddenly flew up into the sky, whistling long, as if saying goodbye. Let's go! Lin Jia waved his hand and walked towards the sword mound. The gold-swallowing beast watched Lin Jia leave, and after 2 whines, it also turned to leave. There were all kinds of long swords inserted in the sword mound, and some fragments were scattered on the ground. Lin Jia didn't stop at the periphery, but walked inside. The further inward, the more rare the long swords became, but the aura of solemnity and murder around him became deeper and deeper, and the air seemed to carry some sharpness. Chapter 54, The Power of the Dome Pole. If the sharp power in the broken sword was a trickling stream, then the sharp power here was a long rolling river. Lin Jia took a deep breath, pulled out a long sword, and started practicing swordplay. Only after his mood had recovered to an ancient well did he find a place where the sharpness power was extremely obvious and began to sit down to feel it. What is a sword? A sword is sharpness. Sharpness. A sword is an unstoppable weapon. Yet it is more than just a weapon. Lin Jia closed his eyes and used his finger as a sword. abruptly stabbing into the air. The silver light flashed and struck the ground, cutting out a sharp trail, and the mind was not idle, only to see the silver and black sword mark drag a bundle of light blue tails and spin around, also participating. The sharpness that had reached 47% due to the broken sword embodiment began to progress at a rapid pace as the resonance between the sword mount outside his body and the silver-black sword mark inside his mind. 48%, 51%. As the stars shifted, Lin Jia sat quietly in the sword mound, his eyes tightly closed, barely feeling the passage of time, and by the time he opened his eyes again, he was already unaware of the geometry of the earth. Where is this? Lin Jia opened his eyes, looking at the long sword in front of him that was stuck upside down on the ground. His memory slowly returned. Night Spirit Sect, 5 Elements Mystery Realm, Sword Mound. So wasn't a dream. He stood up, his emotions somewhat inexplicably low. Is this the sword grave? The grave of a sword. And how is it not the grave of a swordsman? Lin Jia raised his head to look at the sky. In the sword grave, one could barely see the golden-colored sky, only a sad darkness. There seemed to be images of Gingoism floating in the air, and in the shadow of swords, accompanied by countless splashes of blood, an iron sword flew out powerlessly and fell to the ground. Are you recounting your past with me? Lin Jia stared blankly at the long sword in front of him, the images of his past life appearing frame by frame in his mind, and then the images darkened and turned into memories of this world. The long sword shook lightly, resounding with a mournful cry, and the hilt swung feebly, suddenly flowing out a few smears of blood, haloing a few shocking traces on the silver-white body of the sword. Dream euro. Lin Jia recited the words haloed out on the sword in a low voice. 1 euro. The long sword trembled and crumbled with a loud bang. Lin Jia's heart flinched and instantly grabbed towards the long sword, but only touched wisps of flying dust that brushed his fingertips and then passed away with the wind. What is this? He subconsciously took a step back, feeling that heavy mist seemed to be hidden in front of his eyes, while the mists tumbled and rolled, vaguely revealing the roiling blood in the sky behind him. Euro. Dream euro. A euro. Lin Jia shivered, and suddenly felt that the surroundings were a bit chilly. Euro. Bang! In the Golden Realm, a teenager's long sword was slightly slanted, and 60% of the sharp power instantly erupted, and between the dome pole flickers, he directly destroyed the second-order upper-grade zombie in front of him. The teenager was none other than Lin Jia. After he left the sword mound, he intended to rush towards the center ground, and midway, he met a zombie, so he stopped to practice. Sure enough, the power of the dome extreme has already caught up with the three forms chop. Lin Jia sighed in his heart. It's just that there's still a long way to go before 70%, and Taiji still can't be practiced. He picked up the crystal core and continued to walk ahead. Suddenly, a bellowing cry came from the distance. Lin Jia's eyes stared. His wind escape technique was activated, and he instantly rushed towards there. Battles that could emanate a commotion in the 5 Elements mysterious realm were almost always related to spiritual treasures. Going there would be no mistake. A moment later, Lin Jia arrived at the mouth of a cave. A figure suddenly stumbled out of the cave. Seeing a figure in front of him, he subconsciously retreated. Lin Jia narrowed his eyes and looked at the blood marks on his body. The wounds were deep and long, as if he had been cut by a sharp weapon. The man saw that Lin Jia had no intention of attacking before he sighed in relief and warned, "There's a madman inside." Lin Jia nodded. That person then covered his wounds and immediately moved away from the cave. Seeing this, Lin Jia's mental power instantly probed out and dived into the cave to observe. There was a pool deep in the cave, which held a golden and gorgeous spiritual liquid, which was reflected in the dark cave and appeared to be exceptionally obvious. Gold spiritual liquid. Lin Jia's complexion moved. He withdrew his spiritual power, and with the wind escape technique running under his feet, he immediately walked towards the cave. Scram! Just as he entered the cave, a bellowing voice suddenly came from his ears. Lin Jia's face remained unchanged. The cold star sword abruptly came out of its sheath. A silver aura flashed across the body of the sword, and a style of dome pole instantly chopped out. Stab! The attacker involuntarily retreated a few steps, looking at the bloodstain on his arm, his expression scorned. What do you want? Lin Jia said indifferently. There's gold spiritual liquid inside. The other party's expression scowled for a moment. That guy said that to you just now? I shouldn't have let him go. Lin Jia euro. There was no point in denying it. Instead, he took out 5 golden beads from his small Qiankuan bag and placed them in his palm. I want to stay inside for a few days. Here's the reward. How about it? The opponent froze for a moment. He had thought that he would have to fight a hard battle, but he didn't expect Lin Jia to be so facetious. My name is Xing Rue. He grinned and took the golden bead, giving up his seat. Welcome, Lin Jia. Lin Jia nodded slightly. The two of them walked inside the cave, and even though it wasn't the first time they had seen the golden spirit liquid, Xing Rui still couldn't help but be engrossed in its splendor, sending out shocks for this spirit that had taken over the creation of heaven and earth. On the contrary, Lin Jia had to be much calmer. After all, it was the power of gold in there. If the pool was full of liquefied sharpness, Lin Jia thought that he wouldn't have acted so calmly. That guy who heard the rewards of the Eagles Club at the beginning and still had no feelings, had already developed into this kind of appearance that would be affected by external objects like this now. Lin Jia lowered his eyes and took a step towards the pool. Xing Rui immediately came back to his senses and pulled Lin Jia back. You don't want to die. Cultivation requires it, Lin Jia said indifferently. Xing Rui was stunned for a split second and let go of his hand. Crackle! Like entering a frying pan, Lin Jia felt his entire body boiling, and the golden spiritual liquid plastered against his skin, imparting the pain of being cut by a blunt knife. With great difficulty, he sat down in the golden spiritual liquid, activated the second variation of the 9 transformations of the heavenly god, and began to cultivate. Xyla! Lin Jia frowned tightly as he endured the pain and continued to cultivate. Xing Rui watched from the shore with a shocked heart. Something as overbearing as the golden spiritual liquid. This guy dared to immerse his entire body in it, even if it is himself. One hand probing down are a bit unbearable. If not so, also not to guard the door to find some passing cultivators to come out of anger. Half an incense stick has passed. An incense stick has passed. Xing Rui looked at Lin Jia still has no intention to get up performance. The more he thought about it, Lin Jia cultivation is not the power of gold yet. He looked at the pool's spiritual liquid whose color was still golden and radiant. His expression struggled, and then he looked at Lin Jia in the pool, and suddenly clenched his teeth and fiercely walked towards it. Hiss! Ouch! Xing Rui's complexion was twisted. His body was like suffering from 1,000 cuts, but he held his strength and sat hard inside, angrily cursing Lin Jia in his heart for not being human, and cursing, he actually felt a little better. Chapter 55, Half a Catty. If you feel pain, you can eat one of the golden beads I gave you to see the effect. Xing Rui suddenly heard Lin Jia's voice, thinking that he was hallucinating from the pain. He turned his head to look, only to realize that he heard it correctly. It was exactly what Lin Jia said. Good euro. He stiffly turned his head and replied with a hard voice, then slowly took out a golden bead and swallowed it, incidentally extinguishing the idea of cursing Lin Jia in order to brace for the pain in his heart. Perhaps it was because of the reason that the first time he came back to life, Lin Jia cultivated the 9 transformations of the heavenly god much faster this time with the spiritual liquid, and after using a few days of effort and feeling almost after the second spiritual liquid was almost cultivated, he planned to leave. Is this the time to leave? Xing Rui squatted on the ground and asked with some reluctance. In the past few days, because of the pain and Lin Jia had established a deep revolutionary friendship, seeing him suddenly leaving, his heart was saddened. Well, the main reason was that without Lin Jia, Xing Rui felt that he couldn't stay in the golden system spiritual liquid. With Lin Jia around, it was good to at least comfort himself that it was okay. This guy was hurting more than you. He was just thin-skinned and refused to cry out. Lin Jia saw Xing Rui's pitiful face and was surprised in his heart, not realizing that this new friend seemed to be somewhat unexpectedly sticky. Euro. There's something, Lin Jia replied with discretion. Can't you delay a day? Can't you stay a little longer? Do you have to leave now? Lin Jia nodded. Xing Rui fiercely stood up and shouted in an excited tone. I'll go with you. Euro. Actually, after thinking about it, this euro, it's not that urgent. Euro. Xing Rui pulled Lin Jia into the golden system spiritual liquid. Then let's continue cultivating. Sitting in the golden system spiritual liquid, Lin Jia sighed in his heart. He simply began to sense the silver and black sword marks within his mind. Although the power of sharpness had long since passed 30%, the power of ice coldness was still a bit short. He closed his eyes and quietly realized. A day later, Xing Rui suddenly scurried out of the gold spiritual liquid and nervously threw his head back and laughed. Ho. I've finally sensed 50% of my gold power. Lin Jia to fight. Lin Jia opened his eyes and instantly sheathed his long sword, and between the flashes of silver light, a style dome swiftly met him. Xing Rui couldn't help but stomp back a few steps, looking at the blood scabs on his arm that had only been knitted once again cracked, and even the wounds expanded a lot. Couldn't help but feel sad. Lin Jia, how much have you realized the power of sharpness in the end? Lin Jia smiled faintly. Only a little higher than you. Xing Rui let out a bitter laugh at his words, and when he saw Lin Jia come out of the golden spiritual liquid, his sad look instantly converged and his expression became flattering. Hey, Lin Jia, where are you planning to go next? Bring me along. To the center ground. Are you going? Xing Rui immediately nodded. I'll go. Then let's go. Lin Jia walked towards the outside of the cave, while Xing Rui followed behind. scurrying to Lin Jia's left in a moment, jumping to Lin Jia's right in a moment, his mouth still not stopping asking, Lin Jia, what are you doing in the center ground? Something came up. Lin Jia's reply remained concise. What's the matter? Is it, hey, that kind of thing? Lin Jia glanced at Xing Rui. What kind of thing? It's euro? Xing Rui gestured with his hands. The kind of thing where you've been bullied and humiliated before. And now that you've accomplished your cultivation, you're rushing to take revenge. Where did you seem to get that stuff from? Lin Jia was a bit speechless. How did the content of these words feel a bit familiar? Who had said it before? In a talk book. Xing Rui said rightfully, these kinds of talk books are hot in our place. So many people are writing them. Euro? And Xing Rui mysteriously came over. Even though we, the Xing San dynasty, write more of them, but when it comes to the origins, it was the Thousand Emperors sect that first started the trend. It's still related to the Thousand Emperors sect? Lin Jia's expression was somewhat surprised. Yes, Xing Rui nodded. If it wasn't for that incident with the Thousand Emperors sect in the past few years, they would only be writing ferociously. Which affair? You don't know? Xing Rui's expression was exaggerated. It's the matter of the Thousand Emperors sect master's death. Euro? That I know. Lin Jia gave Xing Rui a meaningful look. After all, you euro? Xing Rui froze, suddenly remembering that the monarch of his own Xing San dynasty had also died some years ago. And wasn't that the same as the Thousand Emperors sect? Euro? Isn't this just like the Thousand Emperors sect? He coughed and skipped the topic. The golden clouds in the sky slowly faded, and a cloudburst in front of them obscured the scenery inside. The center of the land was actually covered by the mist, which was something Lin Jia did not expect, thinking that the center of the land would be open like the other 5 realms. However, there was very little visibility in the mists, and even 2 people who were next to each other could easily get lost inside. Thinking of this, Lin Jia glanced at Xing Rui next to him without moving, his mood easing slightly. Where in the center ground are you planning to go? Seeing Lin Jia step towards the mists without hesitation, Xing Rui hurriedly followed and asked. Lin Jia spoke in a calm tone. Let's go in first. Euro? Alright. Xing Rui was helpless, but followed closely around Lin Jia, refusing to fall behind in half a step. With the sound of one conversation after another, the 2 figures faded and disappeared into the golden realm after being shrouded by the mists. Mist in the discernibility is really very low. Look around all the churning white mist. Standing in the middle of it, only able to see the surrounding 1 meter of the scene, Lin Jia probed the spiritual power, but found that the spiritual power is also muddy cattle into the sea like, cannot get any feedback. Xing Rui looked left and right, and after realizing that he couldn't discern the direction at all, he couldn't help but regret a bit. Is it too late to go out now? Lin Jia glanced at him and suddenly asked, do you still remember the path you were on just now? Of course. Xing Rui nodded without hesitation. It wasn't just from the back. Then let's try. As soon as the words fell, Xing Rui couldn't wait to take Lin Jia and start returning the same way, and a quarter of an hour later, Xing Rui stared blankly at the surrounding scene that was still filled with white mists and fell into skepticism. Sure enough, Lin Jia touched the spirit bead in the small Qiankuan bag, looked at the surrounding mist that was like substance, and muttered, this is a maze. You still want to come in knowing that? Lin Jia laughed. It's not like we still need to confirm it. Then what next? Xing Rui asked feebly. The big thing is to sit where you are and cultivate. Lin Jia's expression was calm. When the secret realm closes, teleporting out will be it. It seems like this is the only way. Xing Rui scratched his messy hair, helpless in his heart. The surrounding mists were white. Lin Jia looked interested, so he planned to walk around. Where are you going? Wait for me. Seeing Lin Jia making a move, Xing Rui hurriedly got up and followed closely behind. A quarter of an hour later, Xing Rui saw Lin Jia suddenly stop, staring ahead without looking, almost staring the mists out of a flower. So he couldn't help but ask curiously, what do you see? Chapter 56 Unbelievable. Lin Jia shook his head gravely. Xing Rui looked at the sky speechlessly. But euro? Lin Jia suddenly spoke out. I noticed that the mists have some transparent filaments that move around. It seems to represent something. Where? Xing Rui curiously came over and opened his eyes wide. Lin Jia pointed to the mist in front of him. After half a pillar of incense, Xing Rui felt like everywhere he looked was white. The mists gathered, the mists dispersed, and the mists formed a chicken leg. He giggle. Lin Jia looked at Xing Rui, who was already bleary-eyed, and somewhat breathlessly handed over the spirit beads in the small Qiankuan bag. Here, take this and see. Xing Rui instantly took it and wiped his saliva muttering, there's this treasure, didn't take it out earlier. Euro? Looking at Lin Jia's gradually dangerous expression, Xing Rui wisely shut his mouth and put the spirit bead in front of his eyes and began to observe the mist. Strange to say, obviously just now how to see is a white mist scene. With the arrival of the spirit beads, the mist in his eyes suddenly layered up, and among them, suddenly floated through a few extremely thin transparent silk threads. Transparent threads should have been imperceptible in the white mist, but Xing Rui felt that the transparent threads were unusually clear. Just like even if there was a drop of gold system spirit liquid hidden in the river, he could still perceive it very clearly. Xing Rui suddenly froze. Could this be Euro? A special force? Lin Jia nodded. If I'm not wrong, it should be the power of space. The power of space. Xing Rui's expression was a bit incredulous as he looked at the transparent silk threads through the spirit bead again. You said that this is the power of space. What's the problem? Lin Jia glanced at him. No Euro? No. Xing Rui gulped. What should we do next? Follow the transparent silk thread. When you can read it, when you can also leave the mists. Xing Rui's eyes lit up after hearing this. Wouldn't reading it mean that you've comprehended the power of space? Yes. Lin Jia smiled faintly. It's a rare opportunity, so cherish it. Xing Rui immediately nodded his head. His heart couldn't help but look forward to it. After he comprehended the power of space. Spirit stones, beautiful women. Isn't this properly becoming the protagonist in a storybook? After an hour, Xing Rui covered his buzzing head and stopped in pain. I can't. Lin Jia, too dizzy. He shook his head and looked around. The sight of the white mist made him nauseous, and he sat on his butt on the ground as his eyes blinked. Lin Jia coughed lightly. This spirit bead might have some side effects. Xing Rui looked over grudgingly. You didn't say so earlier. Lin Jia had spiritual power and was easily able to detect the transparent silk threads. Unlike Xing Rui, who also had to resort to the spirit bead. But the spirit bead was at best an auxiliary function. And when something went wrong, it was either because I had used it inappropriately, or because I almost ability to realize the power of space. Forget it. To put it nicely, it is not destined with the power of space. Forget it. Lin Jia thought of this, took out a red bead from his small qiankuan bag and handed it to Xing Rui, and began to change the topic. This is for you. Xing Rui's eyes lit up and he grinned. Thanks. After resting for a while, Xing Rui planned to use the spirit bead to study the transparent silk threads again, but before that, he needed some chicken blood for encouragement. Lin Jia, Xing Rui called out. Why is the power of space so hard to perceive? It's already easy. Lin Jia laughed. It's also fortunate that it's in the five elements mysterious realm and that you've met this white mist labyrinth. Otherwise, where would you normally find this kind of materialized spatial power for you to perceive in the outside world? Nope. Xing Rui silently turned his head away. There was poison in the chicken blood, but even if it's easy, getting started takes a lot of work. Lin Jia sighed. This time, the chicken blood was more or less the same, and Xing Rui instantly summoned up his energy and began to feverishly continue searching for its transparent silk threads up. Although the more he thought back, the more he felt that something wasn't quite right with that sentence. Seeing Xing Rui quiet down, Lin Jia also began to probe out his spiritual power, continuing to analyze the meaning of the transparent threads in detail. The Night Spirit Sex Boss had said that after breaking through to the condensing spirit realm, it would be much easier to perceive special powers, and the main reason for this was the appearance of spiritual power. Spiritual power could not only probe the surrounding situation and attack the enemy, but it could also allow cultivators to get closer to the special power when comprehending it, or integrate into it, and personally feel the joy of the special power, and the sadness of the special power. And there were even instances of comprehending it to the depths of their being, and treating themselves as if they were the special power. Lin Jia's spiritual power was of course not so great that he could integrate into it, even if he wanted to. The extremely limited transparent silk threads couldn't. However, the initial sensation was still no problem, and even because of the Silver Moon Sword move and that spatial secret skill he had obtained from the ancient abyssal region's loose cultivator corroborating each other when he was deducing the three forms chop before, his spatial power was already going to be introductory. Transparent threads melted in the white mist. Was Lin Jia's spiritual power one by one to find out? As more and more in-depth and thorough understanding, the mind came ding sound. The power of space is formally introduced to the body of understanding to 10%. Lin Jia opened his eyes. The silver light in his eyes flickered, although in front of him is still a white fog, but in his eyes, a strand of transparent silk threads such as a wooden signpost, clearly pointed out the direction of the fog. Xing Rui suddenly came over to him. You sensed it? Lin Jia did not deny it. Xing Rui's eyes lit up. Can we get out? It should be possible. Lin Jia's tone wasn't quite sure. Then what are you waiting for? Get going. Xing Rui's expression was excited, and the heavens saw pity. He was about to be driven crazy by the mist around him these days. The spirit pearl had long since been returned to Lin Jia, and there was nothing else to do but whine with the power of gold. But what was even more aggravating was that the power of gold couldn't actually hit the mist. Well, originally could not hit. Thinking of this, Xing Rui is even more angry. Obviously Lin Jia has said that the spatial power here is very easy to perceive, but he froze and couldn't perceive it. This is the same as having a delicious chicken leg hanging in front of your eyes but you can't eat it in your mouth. Just like the gold spiritual liquid before. The gold system spiritual liquid was also something that Xing Rui forced himself to start using up only after Lin Jia came. And before that, the gold system spiritual liquid was also something that could be seen but not eaten. There's a lesson from the past. It's fine then. Xing Rui inexplicably balanced himself. Let's go. Lin Jia confirmed the direction and began to lead Xing Rui through the mists. And a day later, looking at Xing Rui's expression that gradually became distrustful, Lin Jia coughed lightly. Made a mistake. Shouldn't have kept my eyes open. After saying that, Lin Jia closed his eyes, ignoring the mist around him, and focused on following the transparent silk threads in midair. Seeing this, Xing Rui could only sigh helplessly and continue to follow Lin Jia. Wow! The white mist in front of his eyes suddenly disappeared, and Xing Rui walked out of the mist somewhat dumbfounded, and looked behind him again before he realized with hindsight that he had really walked out. Chapter 57, Special Power. Out? Xing Rui asked uncertainly. Well, it's out. Lin Jia nodded affirmatively. Xing Rui looked up at the sky. A bright light flashed in his eyes. They were tears. He suddenly jumped up and fiercely hugged towards Lin Jia, his tone excited. Lin Jia, I love you to death. Come give me a kiss. Clank. Lin Jia's face darkened and he instantly drew his cold star sword as a warning. Xing Rui braked in time, slowly pivoting away the sound of the silver-white sword in front of him. His tone cautious. Bro, Brother, calm down. Lin Jia glanced at him before withdrawing his long sword. Seeing this, Xing Rui giggled hee again. Alright, separate here. Lin Jia said indifferently. Don't. Xing Rui wailed. I was wrong, brother. I'll never kiss you again. Lin Jia's expression twitched as he made a gesture to draw his sword. And no more love. Absolutely no more love. Xing Rui instantly backed away, hastily waving his hands. Just kidding. Brother, don't take it seriously. Lin Jia looked at Xing Rui with a look of a living treasure and sighed helplessly. I'm serious. This center land is so big. Let's look for it separately. Maybe you can also meet your own chance. No need, brother. I don't need it. Xing Rui said with a firm face, then revealed a silly smile. Wherever you go, I'll go. That's the greatest chance. Seeing that Lin Jia's expression was different, he promptly shut his mouth. The words of the book are written this way. Cultivating the power of space protagonist to go wherever there is a chance. He followed beside. Not also can easily mix to the chance of it. How do you need to find it yourself? Well, the above words were all lies. The reality was that Xing Rui had been in the mist for a long time, and now had a bit of after effects, feeling like he would get lost even in the center of the land. So he wanted to find someone to go with him. Seeing Xing Rui's resolute expression, Lin Jia didn't refuse in the end, but instead took a big man and continued to start wandering around in the center ground. The center ground, as the most mysterious place of the five elements' mysterious realm, the outermost part of it was the beginning with the power of space. Inside, not to mention, wood power, cloud power, light power, etc. All kinds of strange special power can be seen here. And because of the special geographical location of the reason, here almost do not see a zombie. Unfortunately, both of them walked all the way here, but they did not find the special power that each of them wanted. What are you looking for? Lin Jia asked out loud. Me? Xing Rui was a bit surprised. It's enough that I have the power of gold. Why? Lin Jia looked puzzled. If you only have the power of gold, your martial arts will be single, and your attack methods will be very limited, right? Body technique as well. If you don't cultivate it, you will also fall into a disadvantage in battle. That being said, the more we get to the back, the more difficult it will be to realize the special force. If there are more of them, in the future, we will have to cultivate both this and that. Between the energy involved, it will be easy to grasp the essence of nothing. It would be better to cultivate one at the beginning, saving time and effort. Xing Rui spoke eloquently. Lin Jia was plunged into deep thought by Xing Rui's words. Seeing this, Xing Rui became even more interested. Look. We are only at 10% of the special power right now, and behind the special power, it's the potential, and behind the potential, there's the context. If we cultivate to the back before giving up, doesn't it mean that we have cultivated in front of us for such a period of time for nothing? But if you don't give up, and continue to cultivate, you will find that you need to perceive a very large number of special powers, and the time you spend will therefore increase exponentially. but if you spend more effort, your special powers won't necessarily be able to catch up with those who specialize in one type of special power. Ah, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Indeed. Lin Jia nodded in agreement, after which he suddenly changed his words, but with more special powers cultivated, there are more means of attack, and you'll have more of an advantage in the same class. Xing Rui was obviously a bit disdainful. I have the kung fu to sense other special powers, why don't I use it to cultivate aura and break through my cultivation level? By the time he's well and truly invincible in the same rank, I would have long since broken through to the next realm. What about body techniques? Although body techniques regarding the power of gold are rare, they aren't completely extinct. I can absolutely cultivate these types of body techniques. If I really can't, the big deal is that when Gold Force becomes successful in the future, I'll create a body technique of my own. Wind Force can be used as both a martial art and a body technique, but Gold Force can't be used? I don't believe it. When Lin Jia heard this, a flash of appreciation crossed his eyes. Ambitious. Hi. Xing Rui waved his hand in a stinky manner. As long as you want to, you can do it too. Lin Jia smiled at his words. I have the power of space, so I don't have to bother so much. Xing Rui's high head instantly dropped. This was why the talking books always made the guy who cultivated the power of space the protagonist. When used for offense, the power of space was extremely powerful and undefendable. When used for escape, it was so unpredictable and difficult to track that it was perfect, but it was a pity that he just hadn't realized it. Thinking of this, Xing Rui sighed with a tired heart. Why can't I realize the power of space? It's probably because you don't have spiritual power. Lin Jia smiled without saying anything. Although Xing Rui was chagrined, his mood quickly became optimistic. Lin Jia, where to next? Let's not wander around. Lin Jia mused. Keep your ears open and listen to where there are sounds of fighting. There must be spiritual treasures there. Xing Rui's eyes lit up and he slapped his head. Why didn't I think of that? Go! Robbery is my favorite. After a while, Xing Rui suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Lin Jia slyly. You were able to find the golden spiritual liquid. It must have been because you heard the sounds of the fight. Lin Jia nodded with an unchanged expression. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. What's there to congratulate? The sound of an explosion of spiritual energy suddenly came from the front. Xing Rui instantly stopped talking, and after exchanging glances with Lin Jia, he sidled up his ears and listened. Crackle! Xing Rui's eyes lit up as he drew the long knife at his waist and rushed towards the location of the explosion. Lin Jia cried and laughed as he shook his head, following closely behind. Aha! Look at the knife! Xing Rui had perhaps been holding back for a long time, and it was not easy for him to meet someone at the center of the encounter, so he did not care about any grudges, and rushed forward with his knife. The two people who were fighting felt puzzled and looked at each other, instantly stopping and attacking Xing Rui together. Xing Rui had to dodge backward, his mouth furiously shouting, assholes, actually bullying the few with the many. Lin Jia, come quickly. Hearing that there was still a companion, the two men slowed down their attacks and became cautious. Only then did Lin Jia arrive slowly. Charge! Lin Jia hit them! Xing Rui shouted excitedly when he saw help coming. Lin Jia shook his head helplessly and looked at the two, asking politely, what are you two fighting about? Although this tone was polite, the words that came out were not polite at all, and one cultivator cautiously spoke. A lightning spirit artifact has come out here. Chapter 58 Treasure Map. Forget it then. Lin Jia wasn't too interested and intended to leave, and when he turned around, he suddenly turned back and asked, do you guys know of any spiritual liquids around here? The two of them glanced at each other. One quietly shook his head, while the other said directly, a thunder ladder has appeared here in the past few days, leading straight to the thunder clouds of the sky mountain. Usually there are thunder liquids produced in the depths of the thunder clouds. I didn't go inside, so I don't know if there are any. Lin Jia was surprised in his heart and said gratefully, thanks. After saying that, he took out 5 golden beads from his small Qiankuan bag and was about to hand them to the cultivator who had leaked the information. These beads can sense the power of gold. I hope they are useful to you. The person who spoke was bewildered for a split second. This is euro? Information fee? Xing Rui saw that Lin Jia still had the golden bead and hurriedly stopped it. What does he want with this? He cultivates the power of thunder and lightning, not the power of gold. Give it to me. I'll exchange it for something. The man looked at Xing Rui with intent. The golden beads were indeed useless to him. Xing Rui took out a bottle of medicine. There are 2 thundercloud medicines in there. Trade or not? The man's eyes lit up and he was busy nodding. Exchange, as you wish. Seeing that the two of them had negotiated, Lin Jia naturally had no opinion. After the exchange, Xing Rui inexplicably sensed that something was wrong. Where was it wrong? It seemed like everything was right. It's all Lin Jia's fault. He's been punked by him so much that everything he sees now feels wrong. My name is Yian. I'm a cultivator of the Sunset Cloud sect. Yian joyfully received the Lei Yuan drug, then turned his head to Lin Jia and said, Lin Jia, from the Night Spirit sect. Lin Jia smiled in realization. No wonder the other party would be so quick to say something about Thunder Cloud. The cultivator next to him who was fighting with Yian for the Thunderbolt spiritual artifact came to a sudden realization, and then was a little heartbroken. Blue Star Unsolved Mysteries number 17. Why is the relationship between the Sunset Cloud sect and the Night Spirit sect so good? Xing Rui, however, clearly didn't care about this as he looked around and asked curiously, Yian, where is the thunder ladder you mentioned? How come I don't see it? You might need a spirit pearl. Lin Jia teased. Xing Rui made a move to fight Lin Jia. Yian laughed. The thunder ladder won't appear until night, so you two should wait for a while. Still fighting or not? The neglected cultivator next to him asked with some annoyance. Fight. Yian turned around and continued to compete with that cultivator. Xing Rui watched with some regret, and in the end, it was Yian who lost to the other party by a single move. The stuff belongs to me, the other party said somewhat coldly. Although Yian lost, he was not discouraged, but smiled with a calm mind. It's my skill that is inferior. The other party's face obviously eased up a lot, nodding slightly with Lin Jia and the two of them as a greeting, then waved with Yian and said goodbye. I'll leave first then. Yian nodded with a smile. Seeing the people walking away, Xing Rui exclaimed, you have a good temper. Yian waved his hand busily. He was the one who saw the spirit weapon first, and only because I happened to be in the neighborhood. For the sake of fairness, he purposely proposed a match where the winner gets the spirit weapon. I see, Xing Rui suddenly realized. And then you lost. Yian let out a faintly bitter smile. My strength is still a little bit worse. Let's not talk about this. Are you two planning to go into the thunder clouds? Lin Jia nodded. I want to go in and find out if there's any spirit liquid. Xing Rui sniffed and chimed in. I want to see if Lin Jia can go in and find the spiritual liquid. It always feels like you're reading bad things about me with that. Lin Jia looked at Xing Rui. Xing Rui giggled. You're overthinking it. How could that be? Do you still want the golden beads? Xing Rui instantly set his face straight. Brother, how can I sell the beads? Lin Jia and Yian looked at each other and both burst out laughing. Alright, in all seriousness, Lin Jia coughed lightly. I still have like 7 or 8 of them here. What are you going to trade for them? Spirit stones? No. Crystal cores? Lin Jia shook his head no. Xing Rui scratched his head. I don't have any medicines on me here, but I do have a treasure map. Do you want this? Lin Jia rose a bit of interest. Take it out and take a look. Xing Rui pulled out a rolled-up piece of vellum from his small Qian Koan bag. Here, this is what a friend of mine from the Thousand Emperor sect mortgaged to me. Why is it mortgaged? Yian asked curiously. Xing Rui gritted his teeth a bit when he heard this question. He said he wanted to write a storybook based on me, and he even collected the spirit stones, but in the end, he told me that he couldn't write it, so I asked him for the spirit stones, but he said that he had spent them, and finally took a treasure map with ancestral written on it and mortgaged it to me. Swap it. Lin Jia waved his hand and immediately completed the transaction. Xing Rui somewhat reluctantly glanced at the treasure map that ran into Lin Jia's hands, then joyfully looked at the 8 golden beads in his hands and started giggling. Both of them were very satisfied with the transaction, and Lin Jia took out a few pieces of jerky and handed them to Xing Rui and Yian as a celebration. Why haven't you finished your jerky yet? Xing Rui asked vaguely with jerky stuffed in his mouth. Lin Jia touched the sufficiently stocked jerky and smiled slightly. Because I prepared more. Obviously because you don't know how to roast meat. Xing Rui muttered secretly. The 3 of them filled their stomachs and rested for a while, and after nightfall, the sky turned from clear to cloudy, and a few thunderclouds that covered the sky appeared, and the sound of rumbling lightning came out, and a thunder ladder suddenly poked out from the thunderclouds. Let's go. Yian took the lead to walk up the thunder ladder. Lin Jia and Xing Rui exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The atmosphere in the thundercloud was low, with some airless stuffiness, and Lin Jia felt unexpectedly solid as he stepped on the thundercloud after descending from the thunder ladder. Occasionally, purple lightning struck down in the surroundings, reflecting a white light. Xing Rui looked a little worried. What if that lightning coincidentally strikes my head? Yian smiled. If that happens, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. The power is not to a fatal degree anyway. Xing Rui looked towards the lightning that scurried in all directions in the thunderclouds, always feeling more worried. Where is the thunder liquid? Lin Jia looked around and couldn't help but ask. I didn't see the shadow of the thunder liquid when I was at the periphery. Yian thought for a moment and pointed towards the depths of the thunderclouds. It should be inside. Lin Jia nodded. Then I'll go in. What about you two? There might be a bit more spirit weapons in the depths of the thunderclouds. Yian said. I'll go with you too. Xing Rui was actually a bit of a wimp, but looking at the two of them both planning to go in, he could only harden his heart and agree down. Euro. I'll go as well. The three of them walked towards the depths of the thunderclouds together, and as the light around them became darker and darker, the atmosphere gradually became gloomy. Why do I feel that it's not quite right? Xing Rui said with some caution. Yian was affected and subconsciously lowered his voice as well. I haven't been here yet. I don't quite understand. Chapter 59 God Box. Roar. A beastly roar suddenly emanated from the thunderclouds, and Xing Rui had a jolt, instantly drawing out his long sword, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Where are the rats?" Roar. The zombie's voice was even louder, and between the flashes of thunder and lightning, a thunder-tailed bear fiercely jumped down from the dark clouds, only to see beams of thunder and light wrapped around its body, with strange purple patterns painted on its chest, and its body size was extremely large. Standing in front of the trio, almost blocking all the way to the road. Who are you? Thunder-tailed bear pounded his chest and roared. Lin Jia froze. This zombie could actually speak human language. This thunder-tailed bear is a zombie of the top grade of the third stage. What should we do? How about we slip away? Xing Rui asked with some trepidation. Yian nodded gruffly. We can consider it. Thunder-tailed bear's gaze was like electricity as he suddenly looked over and his voice was like a flood of thunder. What are you and the others sneaking around saying there? Why don't you answer my question? Yian subconsciously pulled Lin Jia and said, Retreat. Lin Jia's expression was slightly condensed as he asked in a low voice. Can you hear Thundertail Bear's voice? Can. Xing Rui took a few steps back without a trace. It roars so loudly. It's not like I'm deaf. It's not that. Lin Jia's guess in his mind became a little more concrete. His tone lowered. It's talking. Speaking human. The two looked over together. Xing Rui glanced at the Thundertail Bear, then back to Lin Jia, scratching his head. You're hallucinating. Lin Jia's tone was certain. It did speak. The first sentence asked who you are, and the second sentence asked why it didn't answer it. Ho 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 ho. Then what is this sentence saying? Yian couldn't help but ask. Lin Jia's tone was serious. It says want to go over there? Play a game first. The thunder-tailed bear's beast mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, accompanied by a body full of thunder and lightning, walking towards the three of them step by step. Anyone who saw this would think it was a predator's pre-battle preparations. Xing Rui took 2 more steps back, his expression bulking. Lin Jia, think clearly, with its mouth sticking out. One of you will be gone. Lin Jia pulled him hard and said under his breath, Trust me, the thunder-tailed bear has no malicious intent. Besides, it's at least a third-ranked zombie. If it really wants to attack, can we escape? Then in that case, Yian and Xing Rui hid behind Lin Jia together, pushing Lin Jia to the front. You take the lead. The Thundertail Bear quickly walked to the three of them with 8 steps. Lightning flashed around them, and Lin Jia felt a little numbness on his arms. Lin Jia replied stiffly, You're asking if we want to go over there? Of course we want to. The Thundertail Bear cocked its head and stared at Lin Jia. Lin Jia probed his spiritual energy out and placed it around vainly, took a deep breath, and said it again. Thunder-tailed Bear nodded, and then roared at the three of them. A gust of wind blew. Lin Jia's body could not help but fall backward, but there were 2 unrighteous things propped up behind him, and he turned his sight to the thunder-tailed bear again. Say it. Speak quickly. Xing Rui hid behind Lin Jia and urged in a whisper. Lin Jia clenched his fists. Why should I pick the game? Can't you do it yourself? Thundertail Bear shook his head honestly, then with his legs stretched out, he sat down on the ground. Yian also poked Lin Jia's hindquarters and said anxiously, You choose. You choose. Lin Jia's temples jumped, wanting to warn the 2 behind him not to move their hands, but with Thundertailed Bear in front of him, he reluctantly held back and said, In that case, let's play rock paper scissors. Roar. It's simple. Lin Jia began to say the rules in a serious manner. Rock. Scissors. Rock wins. Scissors. Scissors. Scissors wins. Cloth. Rock. I win. No. Cloth wins. What? You said you've never played before? That's none of my business. Thundertail Bear scratched his head and looked at Lin Jia. The small movements in the back started again, and Lin Jia expressionlessly stretched out his hand and demonstrated the shape of rock paper scissors. Thundertailed Bear suddenly realized, then fiddled away with his bare paw. It was easy to hold it, easy to open it. It was the scissors. How could they not be set up properly? Start when I say start. 3, 2, start. Lin Jia suddenly came out with the scissors. Thundertailed Bear froze, then stretched out his paw with his hands in a frenzy, the paw still in the shape of a cloth. You lose. Thundertailed Bear let out a low growl of unwillingness. Be faithful. Lin Jia didn't move and glanced at the 2 bloating guys behind him. But since you like playing this game, you can play with these 2 guys behind you. Lin Jia's wind escape technique was instantly activated. His figure abruptly faded, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived behind Thundertailed Bear. His voice was tinged with laughter. I'm going to the back to look for Thunder Liquid. Thundertailed Bear's eyes lit up. His body leaned forward and grabbed a small child with one hand and put it in front of him. Before Xing Rui and Yian could react, they landed in the bear's paw. The two of them looked at each other, unable to help but have helpless eyes, forced to succumb to the bear's authority and settle down. The thunder-tailed bear pointed first at Xingrui and then at Yin, establishing the order of the two. Xingrui had to take a step forward with the same hand and foot, his tone flustered. Yin, how did Lin Jia say the game was to be played? What are the rules? Before Yin had a chance to speak, thunder-tailed bear's huge fist stretched out. Xingrui's hands and feet came out with a fist, and when he saw that it was the same as thunder-tailed bear's, he hurriedly switched to scissors again. Roar! Thunder-tailed bear screamed in excitement, and the bear's paw slapped Xingrui solidly on the shoulder, pushing the man to the back and letting Yin come up. Yin saw this situation. To be honest, in his heart there was some regret, just now focusing on letting Lin Jia cope with the thunder-tailed bear. Said the rules of the game basically didn't listen to much, didn't think that now actually the wind and water turns, to his suffering. Drink! Cloth against fist. Thunder-tailed bear won. Yin stood aside without tears, watching Xingrui confidently come up to perform. Thunder-tailed bear hammered up his chest happily, and Xingrui crouched on the ground, slamming his fist down and falling into autism. On the other hand, Lin Jia walked into the depths of the thunderclouds and began to search for its thunder liquid to come. The light in the cloud was weak, and a thunderbolt suddenly split in front of him. Dazzling white light illuminated the surrounding area for a split second, during which a pool of thunder liquid suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jia's eyes. Found it! Lin Jia was in a slightly happy mood. Stepping into the thunder liquid, tiny arcs of electricity flickered around the pool. He felt slightly numb all over his body, and after he was thoroughly immersed in the thunder liquid, his muscles were even caught in a burst of paralysis, so it was only his body that was stiff. His spiritual energy was still able to function normally. Lin Jia closed his eyes and began to use the thunder liquid as the last type of spiritual liquid to cultivate the second layer of the second variation of the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. The vitality contained in the thunder liquid somehow neutralized the violent nature of the gold spiritual liquid and fire spiritual liquid, and as Lin Jia's body was slowly reborn, the second layer of the second level of the 9 changes of the heavenly god gradually cultivated to perfection. Chapter 60 Unconsensual. While cultivating the second transformation, Lin Jia subconsciously glanced at the third transformation of the 9 transformations of the heavenly god, but the first thing that came to his mind was the words quenching the body with poison. Poison? He silently fumed for a while, once again doubting the future of the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. Time flew by, and when Lin Jia opened his eyes, he was startled by the 2 people squatting in front of him. What are you two doing squatting here if you don't go and look for the spiritual artifact opportunity? Xingrui said quietly. Lost the game, not in the mood. Me too, Yan echoed. Not to euro? Right. Xingrui was suddenly about to come up and yank Lin Jia's collar. What kind of crap game are you thinking of? Lin Jia, why can't I win a single game? Lin Jia's body slumped back and looked at him with a complicated expression. Shutting up. Snort. As soon as he stepped into the pool, the arcs of electricity in the surrounding area instantly surged up. Xingrui was struck stiff. His hair stood on end, and he intermittently begged for help. Save euro? Help! Lin Jia kicked him out. Xingrui lay on the ground, twitching every now and then, tears falling from his heart. Even thunder liquid bullied me. Wa euro? Yin. Lin Jia looked at him. Xingrui lost the game. I can assume that he's simply a vegetable. What about you? Yin let out a bitter smile. I don't know why. In short, that thunder-tailed bear is very evil. The two of us didn't understand the rules at first and lost 2 games, but after that, we always felt our heads suddenly go numb the moment we were about to win, and then when we came back to our senses, the thunder-tailed bear had won. Cheating? Lin Jia rubbed his chin. What? Yin pursued with a puzzled expression. Doing what? Sinning. Lin Jia's expression was serious. It's not scary to lose this game. What's scary is people like you. What's wrong with people like us? Xingrui defiantly braced himself. It's also rare in the world for people like you to be able to lose to this extent in a row, not winning a single game. Seeing that the game initiator had said so, Xingrui and Yin glanced at each other and fell into self-doubt, unanimously thinking, could euro? It really be that I'm too good? Can't even win against a zombie? Rumble. Thunder and lightning resounded in the sky, and the thunder-tailed bear, who had slept for a while, fell down with plenty of spirit, and seeing that the 3 playmates hadn't left yet, he instantly cheered up, waving his fist and about to continue playing the game. Xingrui and Yin winced and both dodged towards the back of the pool. Lin Jia saw that the situation was not good, took a look around, and also planned to instantly bolt. Phew! In the 5 elements mysterious realm, a breeze blew through. The 3 of them coincidentally looked at each other and all let out a sigh of relief. Then one by one, their figures faded, being rejected by the 5 elements mysterious realm. When Lin Jia opened his eyes again, He had already arrived outside the secret realm. It was still that bare hill, and as the dark spatial door slowly shrunk, the cultivators of the Night Spirit sect and Xiantian sect in the Five Elements mysterious realm also arrived outside one by one. Lin Jia swept over to the Xiantian sect's side. His eyes caught a glimpse of Zhang Fangfan's figure that he had inadvertently turned his back on. His heart was amused. And then he met Yang Ruoshi's incessant winking gestures, so he nodded slightly and went back to the Night Spirit sect's crowd, no longer looking over there. Zhang Fangfan sighed in relief. Lin Jia? Zhang Fangfan's heart instantly lifted a breath as he looked in the direction where the voice rang out. Good fellow, still someone from this clan. What's his name? Qi Kong? You wait for me, eh? Lin Jia turned his head and was a bit surprised to see that the person who spoke was actually Qi Kong. You've come to participate in the Five Elements secret realm as well? Qi Kong walked over and nervously scratched his head. Picked in by fluke. I haven't seen you since the end of the Eagle meeting. How have you been doing recently? Lin Jia exchanged pleasantries. Qi Kong smiled. Cultivating in Xiantian sect is quite good. How about you? Me? The Night Spirit sect is also very good. Cultivation speed is fast. Is that so? Qi Kang's eyes lit up. Then there's a chance to spar. Naturally, no problem. Lin Jia agreed. On this side, the two of them were chatting. On the other side, Boss Zhang of the Night Spirit sect counted the heads of the people, and seeing that not a single person was missing, he smiled and touched the flying crane's head, and shouted, Little ones, get on the flying crane and go back to the sect. The crowd answered. I'll leave first then. Lin Jia bid farewell to Qi Kong. Qi Kong nodded his head, not forgetting to remind. Remember to come to Xiantian sect to find me. Okay. Seeing that the Night Spirit sect's cultivators had all boarded their flying cranes, Boss Zhang asked towards the Xiantian sect's place. Boss Yu, have your Xiantian sect's cultivators not finished coming out yet? Boss Yu of the Xiantian sect sniffed and nodded with some worry. There's one missing. There's no need to worry. Boss Zhang comforted. The space door hasn't completely closed yet, so perhaps he landed inside and will come out later. I hope so. Boss Yu sighed. Then said, Boss Zhang will take your clan's little ones and leave first. I'll wait a little longer. Good. We will leave first. Be careful along the way. Boss Zhang nodded and began to command the flying crane back towards the Night Spirit sect. On the back of the flying crane, Ling Xian scratched his head in confusion. The Xiantian sect's people didn't come out in full? Listening to the conversation between the two bosses, that is indeed the case. Ji Xiliang replied. How could there be less people? Ling Xian was puzzled. Ji Xiliang said indifferently. Encountered zombies, or encountered people from other sects. Who knows? Ling Xian slowly widened his eyes. You mean Euro? It's not like the secret realm of the Five Elements is a good place. Ji Xiliang said softly. Although his boss often said that the path of the cultivator was dangerous, but the sect was just too peaceful. Ling Xian's daily routine, apart from cultivation, was to take on a few middling quests and go kill a few zombies to meet the blood. It wasn't that he hadn't looked forward to the outside realm, it was just that the boss said that it was best to go out and practice until he reached the condensation realm, so he had been delayed. But this time, when he participated in the Five Elements secret realm, someone suddenly said that one of the cultivators who went in with you died inside. Ling Xian's first reaction was incredulity, followed by a heart full of trepidation. It turns out that death is actually so close to him. In the sect, the boss often said that although our group has good strength, we are just empty shells, and when it comes to things, we are in turn inferior to some loose cultivators at the refinement realm. GC closed his eyes. Euro? I wasn't too convinced originally. Ling Xian sniffed and pursed his lips. I just didn't expect that death would come so quickly. I originally thought that I would have to wait for the condensation realm before I would meet Euro. Ji Xiliang closed his eyes and said nothing. The sound of their conversation was small. Ling Xian looked around and realized that the cultivators on the flying crane were sitting in groups of 3 or 2 and were having a leisurely laugh. In a trance, he thought of the Xiantian sect next door. They were probably like this when they came, but who would have thought that by the time they returned, one would have disappeared on this domain forever. Ling Xian wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, it was so dry that he couldn't speak. On the flying crane, the 3 members of the cultivation group sat together, and Su Han suddenly came over and asked, Lin Jia, how many % of your sharpness power have you progressed to? Chapter 61, don't regret it. How many % are you? Lin Jia asked rhetorically. Su Han broke his fingers and extended a 50% of cold ice power. Lin Jia nodded slightly. Not bad. What about you? Su Han asked impatiently. Higher than you. Next to him, Yang Yinan couldn't help but ask. How much higher? Lin Jia laughed and gestured a 1. Su Han fell backward powerlessly. 60%. Jiang Zhe was right. Lin Jia, you're a pervert. Lin Jia narrowed his eyes dangerously. Jiang Zhe said that? What else did he say? Su Han coughed. turned around and closed his mouth, pretending not to hear. Seeing Lin Jia looking this way, Yang Yinan quickly waved her hand. I'm in Brother Mu Luo's group. I don't know. Su-han couldn't help but burst out laughing, then hastily stopped it and looked around to see the scenery. Staying on the flying crane is so smooth. Look at that cloud. Does it look like that? What? Like what? Yang Yinan asked cooperatively. Just that euro. Lin Jia shook his head helplessly, no longer paying attention to these two guys who were singing in unison. The sun was slanting in the west, and the group of people quickly returned to the Night Spirit sect, and after saying goodbye to Su-han and Yang Yinan, Lin Jia headed towards his own courtyard, and when he reached the doorway, he saw Yang Yingan's silhouette in a corner next to him. Yang Yingan? Lin Jia shouted tentatively. Yang Yingan's head hung down, then raised his head, seeing that it was Lin Jia, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and suddenly cried out in a sticky voice, Brother! Lin Jia hurriedly walked over, rubbed Yang Yingan's little head, and was about to help her up. Why are you squatting here? Euro? Yang Yingan subconsciously pulled Lin Jia's neck and leaned in his arms, saying in a daze, waiting for you brother, sleepy euro. Saying that, his voice gradually weakened. Lin Jia looked down, but found that Yang Yingan had already closed her eyes and continued to fall asleep. He cried and laughed and touched Yang Yingan's head, and simply picked the person up and put her on the bed in her own room. Euro? Don't go euro. Yang Yingan pulled Lin Jia's hand and murmured somewhat unsteadily. Lin Jia tried to take her hand away, but Yang Yingan's hand gripped tighter, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. Mother, don't go. Father euro. Lin Jia stopped her hand, punishingly trying to scrape her nose. Her hand reached her heel and touched a soft and smooth, but she was a bit intolerant. She just gently touched it, and then carefully pinched her face, and sighed softly. Little one, don't regret it if you get up in the morning. Lin Jia took off his shoes and lay down beside Yang Yingan, letting her hug his neck. As the sky grew dark, he turned his head sideways and looked at Yang Yingan's well-behaved sleeping face. His fingers moved and he couldn't help but touch her head again. Who cares? It's already all adult anyway euro. Lin Jia stared at the mouth of that ruby red. His mind moved. In the end he didn't kiss up, thinking, taking advantage of a person's danger is not much of a skill. You have to make her willing euro. The sky was completely dark. Lin Jia also closed his eyes and fell into sleep. Early in the morning, Yang Yingan's eyelashes fluttered, opened her eyes and saw an extremely close face. Her own hands are still hugging people's necks. She was shocked, panicked. She was about to retreat, but after seeing clearly that it was Lin Jia, she breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. See, Lin Jia closed his eyes. Yang Yingan looked at, cannot help but take back the hand behind the neck, went up to poke Lin Jia face with the fingertips of a small nest. She could not help but smile, and gently poke. Lin Jia grabbed Yang Yingan's hand and put it aside. His voice was slightly low, be good. Lin Jia still had his eyes closed. Yang Yingan was relieved when she saw it. Seeing that her hand had been wrapped around Lin Jia, she carefully struggled up, trying to retrieve her hand. Lin Jia's mind moved, letting her struggle away, then opened her eyes. Euro. Yang Yingan blinked and suddenly leaned back. Lin Jia didn't move, just looked at her fixedly. Seeing this, Yang Yingan's eyes fluttered a little, then carefully placed her hand in Lin Jia's palm, her heart pounding, looking to the side, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Lin Jia shook her hand and let out a low laugh. Yang Yingan, what are you doing? Yang Yingan blushed, seeing Lin Jia's unforgiving behavior. She withdrew her hand in some shame and covered Lin Jia's eyes. No more looking. Lin Jia let Yang Yingan cover her. Her eyelashes swept over her palms, a smile on her lips, and she didn't say anything. Yang Yingan's palm came with an itch. Her face turned even redder, but she just refused to put it down anymore. Instead, she cleared her throat, pretending to be calm and asked, yesterday euro? What happened last night? How to stutter? She was a little chagrined in her heart. Lin Jia asked with a low smile, you don't remember? Yang Yingan subconsciously shook her head, then remembered that she was still covering his eyes, and said with some shame, I euro? I asked you. I don't remember either. The smile at the corner of Lin Jia's mouth widened, and Yang Yingan's heart burst with anger and wanted to come and cover his mouth again. Bad egg Lin Jia. Lin Jia looked at her with a smile. What did you just say? Seeing that she couldn't break free, Yang Yingan couldn't help but close her eyes tightly and tilted her head back, looking like she was bound and determined to be captured. Lin Jia cried and laughed, letting go of her hand, tapping Yang Yingan's forehead as if she was being punished, and sat up. Yang Yingan opened her eyes with tears in her eyes, covering her forehead and looking at him accusingly. Petulant. Lin Jia shook his head helplessly and was about to start putting on his shoes. Brother. Yang Yingan saw Lin Jia about to leave. His expression flustered, subconsciously sitting up and pulling him from behind. Brother, don't go. I was wrong. Euro. Woo. Lin Jia sighed lightly, turned around, touched her head and comforted. I'll go wash up. Yang Yingan raised her head and looked at him pitifully, obviously not believing him. Lin Jia couldn't help but poke Yang Yingan's bulging face and laughed lowly. What for? Pouting. Seeing Lin Jia laughing, Yang Yingan laughed herself. Then as an afterthought, she buried herself in Lin Jia's arms, refusing to answer. Last night you slept outside. I carried you in. Lin Jia whispered. Yang Yingan blinked and raised her head. Lin Jia pinched her face. After that, you pulled me and wouldn't let go, so I had no choice but to sleep next to you. Euro? Well, Yang Yingan's face reddened. I know. No, and still ask me. Lin Jia gasped and laughed. Yang Yingan turned her head, stumbling over her words, her voice low and inaudible. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Euro. Lin Jia thought of the dream words she said at night. Father and mother again. Surely not her own father, but their real parents. Her heart softened, and asked in a low voice, did you have a nightmare last night? Yang Yingan nodded her head slightly and unnoticeably. Lin Jia's eyes were gentle, softly soothing. It's okay, you have me with you. Chapter 62. A chagrined look. Aha! Yang Yingan couldn't help but hug Lin Jia, leaning against his warm embrace and rubbing against him, and suddenly became distressed again. What about later? Euro. In the future too, Lin Jia will honor his word. Of course, Lin Jia affirmed. No matter when, whenever Yang Yingan has a nightmare, come to me. What about after you become a family? Such a thought flashed through Yang Yingan's mind, and without having time to think about it, she threw it to the back of her mind and happily agreed. Good. Only after her mood normalized did the two go to wash up. Lin Jia came out, but found that Yang Yingan looked like she wanted to run away, and couldn't help but let out a low laugh. What? Only now do you feel ashamed? No way. Yang Yingan denied with embarrassment. Then why the chagrined look? Yang Yingan pursed her lips and tried to find an excuse. That Euro? That, oh yeah, I forgot to feed Moo yesterday. Her eyes brightened slightly and she nodded her head as if she was sure, then planned to run away. Brother, I'm leaving first. Lin Jia pulled the person back with a smiley look. You've been hungry for so long, it's not too bad for a while. Yang Yingan lowered his head with a bit of weakness. Let's go. First go to father's place to eat, then you can go back. Yang Yingan was pulled forward by Lin Jia, squirming and agreeing. Okay, Euro. Okay. At the courtyard entrance, seeing the two little ones come in together, still holding hands, Lin Xian was a bit surprised. Met on the road? Yang Yingan wanted to take back her hand, but was held tightly by Lin Jia not to let go. She did not dare to make too much noise. She could only blush and stand aside, not speaking. Lin Jia, on the other hand, smiled and brightly changed the topic. What did father make? It smells so good. It seems to have a bit of a burnt flavor. Lin Xian froze and hurried back to the kitchen. My dish. Only then did Lin Jia pull Yang Yingan to sit down, pinning her hair behind her ear for her, and began to ask about things. Did you go to the secret realm before? Aha. Yang Yingan lay on the table and turned her head to look at him and replied. How was it? Not good. Yang Yingan said sullenly. I had a nightmare. Lin Jia smiled, gently pinched her little face and said, then I'll tell you about my time in the 5 Elements secret realm. Want to hear? Yang Yingan's eyes brightened slightly. Well, Euro. When we went in at first, we were in the fire realm. Euro. When Lin Xian came out, he saw such a joyful scene. He smiled and came out with the dishes. Let's eat first. Okay. The two of them replied obediently. Yang Yingan took a bite of his meal and asked again. Then what? Lin Jia swallowed the food in her mouth. Euro. That Wu Jin pig was interesting. After the gold swallowing beast gave it golden beads, it let us in. Euro. Saying that, Lin Jia put a chopstick of green silk grass in Yang Yingan's bowl. Yang Yingan couldn't help but kick Lin Jia under the table and put the green silk grass back into Lin Jia's bowl. Lin Jia let out a low laugh, then asked in a serious manner, why are you picky about food? Yang Yingan gave him a soft look and put a piece of fatty meat from the plate into Lin Jia's bowl. Lin Jia hurriedly flicked the fatty meat away in disgust, his mouth complaining. Yang Yingan, you've learned the hard way. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian reached over and knocked Lin Jia on the head. Eat properly. No picky eating. Euro. Lin Jia shrunk his head and helplessly rattled the fatty meat in the bowl. Yang Yingan laughed happily from the side. Lin Jia gave her a slanting glance and didn't say anything. After Yang Yingan laughed for a while, she put other dishes from her plate into Lin Jia's bowl. Only then did Lin Jia let out a light hum and withdrew her gaze. Crunch! The courtyard door was opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, bright as the autumn moon. Seeing the three people looking at them, she nodded slightly and greeted them one by one. Father, Lin Jia, Ing Un. The person who came was Yang Ing Un's sister, Yang Ingqiu. Lin Jia poked at the bowl of rice, his appetite fading. Ingqiu is here eat quickly, the food isn't cold yet, Lin Xian said gently. Aha. Yang Ingqiu nodded her head and took a step, gently sitting on Lin Jia's side. Lin Jia's body stiffened slightly and unnoticeably for a moment, then relaxed, pretending that nothing had happened as he continued to eat, just not even glancing to his right between his eyes looking straight ahead. After the meal, Lin Jia was sitting upright. On his left was Yang Ing'an, on his right was Yang Ingqiu, feeling a little guilty. How did he get caught in the middle? Yang Ingqiu did it on purpose, right? She definitely did it on purpose. Father, Lin Jia suddenly spoke out. I realized the power of space. Does the martial arts building have this type of sword technique? Realized it in the 5 elements secret realm? Yes. Lin Xian thought for a moment. You come with me. Lin Jia nodded and got up to follow. Yang Ing'an tilted his head and quietly pulled Lin Jia's sleeve. Lin Jia froze and turned his head to look at Yang Ingqiu, but in the next instant he stopped stiffly, and instead used his eyes to pacify Yang Ing'an, indicating that he would be right back. Yang Ing'an did not say anything, watching Lin Jia and Lin Xian walk into a room, closing the door behind them. His heart suddenly tensed up. Sure enough, they only saw Yang Ingqiu sip her tea and suddenly asked softly, Yang Ing'an, where did you go last night? Yang Ing'an jabbed his finger. Didn't go back last night. Yesterday was the anniversary of my parents' death. I saw that you were in a bad mood, so I let you go back to rest first. I went to look for you in the evening after I finished taking care of things, but I couldn't see anyone. So where the hell did you go? Yang Ing'an lowered his head and hesitated for a long time before saying, in In Lin Jia's room. Yang Ingqiu looked stunned, then looked at Yang Ing'an. His expression condensed, his voice slightly sunken. Yang Ing'an, do you know what you are doing? Yang Ing'an pursed his lips, then said, he is my Lin Jia. He's not your pro Lin Jia. Yang Ing'an stared at the table, her vision blurred, suddenly a little aggrieved. Sister, you rarely accompany me She choked a bit and suppressed her sobs. Lin Jia however but always accompanies me. He I Yang Ingqiu froze slightly, then her eyes turned soft, gently touched Yang Ing'an's head, sighed, her tone guilty. I'm sorry, sister neglected you. Yang Ing'an shook her head and whispered, I know what sister means, but Lin Jia is different. I can feel that he is sincere in treating me, no different from how you treat me, even a little better Since my father and mother left, I have rarely opened my heart to others, and you know that, sister. She tilted her head and suddenly revealed a smile, but he treats me really well. I always feel at peace when I'm by his side. I can't help but want to be pampered Yang Ingqiu looked at this scene, pursed her lips. Some headache, Yang Ing'an. You don't understand what I mean. I'm not talking about this, how Lin Jia treats you. I'm looking at it. I naturally know that he treats you well, but what about you? Do you really know what you are thinking? Yang Ing'an turned her head somewhat blankly. What? Chapter 63, Empty Xian Sword Technique. Yang Ingqiu stroked her forehead and said softly, if Lin Jia had another girl by his side, what would you think? Yang Ing'an froze, the emotions in her heart suddenly became a bit strange, and her tone became fluttering. Then that he would also be so good to other girls? Yang Ingqiu looked at her worriedly and nodded slightly. Yang Ing'an suddenly shook her head. He won't. He said that he will always be with me. Yang Ing'an. Yang Ingqiu's heart was furious. Did you listen to what I said to you? Yang Ing'an's eyes blinked slightly, and she said in a firm tone, Sister, he is my brother. He won't not want me. After saying that, Yang Ing'an no longer paid attention to Yang Ingqiu, but turned around and walked towards the door. Where are you going? I'm going to go back first. Sister with me to talk to father. Seeing Yang Ing'an's figure getting farther and farther away, Yang Ingqiu rubbed her forehead with a headache and sighed helplessly. Yang Ing'an, do you really not understand? Or refuse to understand? On the other side, Lin Jia followed Lin Xian into a room off to the side. A few bookshelves stood on the side of the wall. Lin Xian walked up to him and pulled out a book from the shelf and handed it to Lin Jia. This is a spatial sword technique called the Empyrean sword technique. Lin Xian introduced. There are 3 styles in this sword technique. The first style is leaving the sky, the second style is illusionary sky, and the third style is Xian sky. Lin Jia flipped through the empty Xian sword technique, and after seeing a few words on the first page, his heart jumped. This is a 2-star heavenly grade sword technique? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The empty Xian sword technique doesn't have any fancy involvements with certain characteristics of the condensed spirit realm, but based on the power of space alone, it's worthy of a heavenly grade. The power of space euro 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 euro? Lin Jia muttered out. Although the power of space is immensely powerful, it will also be much more difficult to perceive than other special powers. And on this point, you should also be prepared. Child knows. Lin Jia nodded with a serious expression. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Having harvested a sword skill with extraordinary potential, Lin Jia was in a happy mood. And thinking about Yang Yingan's situation outside the door, he planned to go out. Right, Lin Jia? Lin Xian glanced at the door of the room and suddenly spoke. The five elements mysterious realm is also over. What do you plan to do next? Lin Jia froze and couldn't help but think deeply. He really hadn't had time to think about what was next, so he spoke up and asked, "What does father suggest?" Lin Xian smiled. "How about the bloodshed ancient land? It'll allow you to perceive the tyrannical power as well as refine your spiritual power." Bloodshed ancient land. Lin Jia's eyes lit up, followed by worry. Boss said that there are mostly third-order zombies there euro 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 euro? That's because only cultivators of the God condensation realm can use the blood crystals and the blood zombies to hammer their spiritual power. Lin Xian said, "But you've already initially hammered out your spiritual power through the forging God decision, so it's just right to go now." This wasn't the key, was it? The blood zombie was a third-order zombie. Where would the blood crystals come from if you couldn't beat it? Although Lin Jia thought so in his heart, his mouth said, "I euro 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 euro? Think about it." His heart moved. Lin Xian looked out the door again and said with a smile, "Go out first, just tell me before you go, and also, live within your means." After the father and son pushed the door out, they realized that Yang Yingqiu was the only one sitting at the table. Lin Jia was stunned in his heart and subconsciously asked, "Where is Yang Ying'an?" Yang Yingqiu's gaze lingered on Lin Jia's face for a moment, and as the two of them locked gazes, she faintly said, "Yang Ying'an left beforehand." Lin Jia's heart skipped a beat. A flash of trance flashed in her eyes, followed by an immediate return to her senses. Nodding slightly, "Aha." There were swirls in this woman's eyes, and whenever he locked eyes with her, his thoughts would always be unconsciously drawn in, thinking of what he had heard back then in that dark, borderless place, that gentle, incredible female voice. He didn't move and averted his gaze. To this day he still felt some itchiness in his ears. Obviously it was so long ago, why did he remember it so clearly? Lin Jia forcibly suppressed the already chaotic thoughts in his mind and turned to Lin Xian. "Then father, if there's nothing else I'll leave first." Lin Xian had a smile in his eyes. "Good." Lin Jia turned around and left. Yang Yingqiu gazed at Lin Jia's departing figure for a long time before she lowered her head and sipped her tea. Lin Xian asked with interest, "Why are you suddenly looking at Lin Jia like that? But did you hear what Yang Ying'an said?" Yang Yingqiu shook her head, wanting to speak. "Father, Yang Ying'an she euro 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 euro?" Lin Jia has a measure in his heart. Lin Xian laughed. Yang Yingqiu looked silent. Her voice turned soft. "Lin Jia is also a few years older than Yang Ying'an. What does he know?" Lin Xian sat down and sighed with a smile. "Yingqiu, you're also not a few years older than Lin Jia, so what do you really understand?" Seeing Yang Yingqiu look up with some bewilderment, Lin Xian's expression was gentle, but the words he uttered were straight from the heart. "Done you call him Lin Jia? Lin Jia doesn't react right now. When he comes back to his senses later on, how are you going to explain it? I euro 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 euro?" According to the rumors, Lin Jia is quite close to a little girl from the Fallen Cloud sect. Your mother and I have always refrained from interfering in his emotional affairs, unless it involves the two of you euro 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 euro? Seeing Yang Yingqiu look silent, Lin Xian sighed. "You have a quiet nature and choose to only watch from the sidelines for some things. What about in the future? You just asked Yang Ying'an what she's going to do when Lin Jia has another girl by her side. What about you? What will you think? You have to realize that Lin Jia doesn't follow me in this regard. If what you think in your heart is completely different from what you show on your face, then who will be hurt in the end?" Yang Yingqiu's heart palpitated slightly and she closed her eyes, refusing to think further. Seeing this, Lin Xian sighed. "I really don't have much of a position to say about what's going on between you two, but I'm not only Lin Jia's father, I'm also your father. I really don't want my daughter to regret her feelings in the future. The cause of the feelings is still Lin Jia. I euro 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 euro? Your mother can't let go of her heart either. Father, stop it." A pang of sadness rose in Yang Yingqiu's eyes. "In this life, it's enough for me to just manage the Night Spirit sect for my father." Lin Xian spoke in a low tone. "But in the future, Lin Jia is going to inherit the Night Spirit sect. What should you do then?" Yang Yingqiu lowered her head, fell silent for a moment, closed her eyes, and then said in a low, word-for-word voice, "He's always not so euro 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 euro? Can't even tolerate the assistant that father left him. If euro 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 euro? Big deal." Yang Yingqiu raised her head, a touch of vulnerability showing on her face, her voice incredibly light. "Big deal. I'll just leave." Lin Xian sniffed and sighed lightly. "You euro 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 euro? Made a decision? Aha." Yang Yingqiu's mood gradually quieted down, revealing a smile of relief. Perhaps, this is the choice I should make. No regrets? Yang Yingqiu shook her head, her tone gradually firming up. I don't. Alright, Lin Xian suddenly interrupted, his face suddenly bringing on a smile. Since you have your heart in the right place, then I'm relieved. Chapter 64, Not to be outdone. Yang Yingqiu's words were interrupted, and her firmness leaked out like a punctured balloon, but for some reason, her heart subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Lin Jia left his father's yard, he walked towards Fei Hong Garden. Just when he passed by an ancient tree on the way, he couldn't help but look behind it. Then, Yang Yinggan walked out from behind the tree with an expressionless face. Lin Jia let out a low laugh, walked up and pinched Yang Yinggan's cheeks. What? Didn't you have something to go back to? Why did you hide here and still have a taut face? Yang Yinggan huffed and grabbed Lin Jia's hand. No pinching. Lin Jia's smile deepened in his eyes. His left hand reached up and pinched Yang Yinggan's other cheek. Yang Yinggan is so cute. Why don't you let me pinch her? Yang Yinggan couldn't stop Lin Jia's hand. Her cheeks were pinched a little red. She puffed up her cheeks angrily and tilted her head to look at Lin Jia. Lin Jia couldn't help but laugh, but her hand movements became more unrestrained. After a while, she met Yang Yinggan's gradually dangerous gaze, and only then put down her hand with a sense of satisfaction. Yang Yinggan turned her head in anger, but she didn't realize that Lin Jia's hands didn't retract, but descended, directly pulling her up by the waist. Lin Jia! Yang Yinggan rose up in the air. A burst of panic subconsciously wrapped her arms around Lin Jia's neck and leaned into his arms. Lin Jia let out a low laugh. Send you back. Don't! Yang Yinggan struggled up slightly, her cheeks completely flushed from being pinched just now. It'll be seen. It's okay. Lin Jia smiled. Take the path. Yang Yinggan had no more reason and couldn't break free, so she could only obediently lean on Lin Jia's chest, ready to bury herself in Lin Jia's arms when there were silhouettes around. Lin Jia looked at the little one in his arms, with a smile on his lips and a gentle gaze. He pulled her along the pebble road on the side. Yang Yinggan, on the other hand, quietly leaned on Lin Jia's shoulder, quietly revealing a light smile. Lin Jia, she called out softly, thinking in her heart about what her sister had said earlier, but when the words came to her lips, she hesitated a little. Lin Jia lowered her head and gently touched Yang Yinggan's forehead with her chin, her voice gentle. What's wrong? Yang Yinggan's mood strangely settled down, thinking, so what if he has other girls around him? In his heart, she is always different. She felt it. Yang Yinggan's little head rubbed against Lin Jia's neck, revealing a small dimple beside her cheeks. Well, it's okay. Lin Jia couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Then don't rub it. The hair is very itchy, don't you know? Yang Yinggan's ears reddened, but her face was not willing to show weakness, picking up a strand of hair to deliberately scratch Lin Jia's neck. Humph. I want to rub against you. Lin Jia gestures to throw out Yang Yinggan in his arms. Yang Yinggan tightly embraced Lin Jia, refused to let go. The two people in the path laughing and joking. Light and pleasant atmosphere even from a distance can be felt. Su Xinxiao saw from afar. Her footsteps lurched. After seeing the young man's appearance, she even pursed her lips and turned to leave. Lin Jia, if he had noticed, after realizing that he was already not far from Yang Yinggan's residence in Crimson Garden, he didn't move and stopped, gently touched Yang Yinggan's forehead, and said in a low voice with a smile, It's here. Lin Jia smiled and rubbed her head in passing. Quickly go inside. Mumu was starving to death. Yang Yinggan was dumbfounded and rushed to walk back. Halfway there, she suddenly turned around and ran towards Lin Jia, burying her head in his arms. Although the motion of rushing was loud, Yang Yinggan only leaned in Lin Jia's arms for a split second before looking up. She blinked her eyes and said, Bye Lin Jia. Bye. Lin Jia replied with a smile. Yang Yinggan revealed a bright smile, waved, and briskly went back to her own courtyard. After sending Yang Yinggan back, Lin Jia left the Crimson Garden and walked back to Fei Hong Garden, and coincidentally saw Zhang Jia at the entrance of his own courtyard. Su Xinxiu told me that you'll be back later. Did you meet her? Zhang Jia's tone was puzzled. That's not right. If she had met her, she would have just told her what happened. Why would she need me? But if she didn't meet, how did she know that you were coming back? Lin Jia pinched the bridge of his nose and began to change the topic. What is it? Oh, Zhang Jia came back to his senses. Tomorrow morning, we'll gather at Cloud Cliff, and we have to notify the cultivation group about the third competition. Good. Lin Jia nodded in response and pushed the door towards the courtyard. Seeing that Zhang Jia also wanted to follow, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Is there anything else? Zhang Jia's face suddenly showed a touch of sadness and indignation. I can't even enter your courtyard door now? Cough. Lin Jia stepped aside. I didn't say that. Zhang Jia grabbed Lin Jia's arm and stomped fiercely into the ground. But that's how you acted. Lin Jia rubbed his arm, slightly helpless. Okay, so what exactly is your business? Jiangja sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, sniffing and giving Lin Jia an exasperated look. Why is the jade vine so strong? Isn't it just a plant? Also, why is the jade vine still in hot pursuit after I escaped? Lin Jia coughed lightly. How did he forget about this? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Jiangja come in. That euro knife is still smooth? Jiangja subconsciously nodded his head, suddenly came back to his senses and shouted. I didn't ask you about the small knife. Don't digress. About the jade vine. You must give me an explanation. Lin Jia's face straightened. There are many jade vines in the offshore dense forest. Their strength varies from high to low. And the one I encountered he said with a clear conscience. The strength is okay, the main thing is that the way it attacks is a bit weird. It seems to have the shadow of the darkness force in it. That's why it was recommended to you. As for chasing it, I didn't meet this kind of situation Is that so? Jiangja's eyes were puzzled. And then as if he thought of something, he suddenly realized. Before I went to the offshore dense forest, I had learned about the situation at Boss Li's place. That jade vine I encountered was indeed a bit strange. It didn't attach itself to the ancient tree, but hovered on the ground with a piece of truncated stump next to it. Lin Jia's heart jumped. His face didn't move as he continued to listen. Maybe this jade vine was already strong. It was just attacked by something else, so it's weakened. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone up to attack it. You're the one who's a thing. Lin Jia cursed in his heart, but on his face, he still asked in a warm manner. And then? Jiangja scratched his head and giggled. The harvest was quite a lot. What did you run to question me about after harvesting quite a lot? Lin Jia's eyes narrowed as he placed his hand on his scabbard and asked dangerously. Euro? That euro? That one. Jiangja looked left and right, his eyes fluttering, and suddenly got up. Euro? I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Leave first. After saying that, Jiangja immediately ran towards the courtyard door. Chapter 65 Interconnection. Lin Jia's aura chopped out along with his fingers, and waves of air flew past, slamming the courtyard door shut with a bang, blocking Jiangja's voice shouting outside the courtyard door. Hey, you remember to come to Cloud Cliff tomorrow morning. Lin Jia? Still there? Jiangja hurriedly shrunk his head when he heard the sound of a long sword being sheathed, turning around and slipping away. Lin Jia shook his head helplessly and took out the empty Xian sword technique and started practicing his sword skills. Like most of the sword techniques above the earth grade, the air Xian sword technique also required the power of space. The first style, Leaving the Sky, required the power of space to begin. The second style, Illusion of the Sky, required the power of space to become a minor success. And the third style, Xian Sky, required the power of space to become a minor success. The third style, Xian Kong, required a great accomplishment in spatial power. Lin Jia's spatial power had realized 10% in the white mist labyrinth of the five elements mysterious realm, and the first style, Leaving the Sky, was ready for cultivation. After reading the empty Xian sword technique a few times, he closed his eyes and began to swing his long sword. The power of space was activated, and in Lin Jia's perception, the scenery around him suddenly became very different. The space became layered, with nodes connecting to each other, revealing a crisscrossing web of space. Lin Jia's sword tip slightly trembled. Spatial power transported on the sword abruptly cut out a sword mark, directly in the side of a spatial node, only to see the silver sword mark suddenly faded, disappeared in front of the node, and then suddenly appeared in Lin Jia's back, fiercely chopped to the wall behind him. Lin Jia figure shook, head a little dizzy, cannot help but open his eyes to look at the back. The sword mark, because of the subsequent control of the weak reason, just hanging down on the ground shallow cut a white trace. Although the power is not strong, but that unexpected power of space but also initially revealed its fangs. Lin Jia smiled faintly, slowed down for a while, and continued to start cultivating. Early the next morning, Lin Jia and Jiangja went to Cloud Cliff together. Jiangja looked at Lin Jia's slightly tired face and suddenly said, "You can't euro? At least you shouldn't euro? Lin Jia rubbed his wrist. Speak human. Ahem. I mean, what did you do last night? Is it that obvious? I should abstain next time." Lin Jia said thoughtfully. Jiangja looked over with wide eyes. Swordsmanship is indeed marvelous. Lin Jia sighed. I actually unconsciously indulged myself for a night. Euro? Jiangja turned his head away in dismay. What? Disappointed? Lin Jia glanced over and faintly asked, what did you want to hear? Jiangja looked solemn and immediately shook his head. You're overthinking it. Overthinking what? Suhan arrived from the other side and asked with a spring in his step. Lin Jia glanced at him and couldn't help but ask what Jiangja had in mind. You can't euro? At least you shouldn't euro? What? Suhan was filled with doubt. Cough. I mean, the iceberg melted today? Suhan smiled. That's not so much. I'm just refreshed after showing off properly in front of Lu Jinhua just now. Lu Jinhua silently walked over, her voice ghostly. Amazing. Su-han. 50% of the power of cold ice. Su-han's face was modest. Not bad. Not bad at all. Lu Jinhua gritted her teeth and stared at him, clenching her fists and wanting to punch someone. Su-han hurriedly hid behind Lin Jia and said unkindly, He's more. Lin Jia coughed and pulled Jiang Jia down in front of himself to block him. Not as good as him. Jiang Jia was dumbfounded, and Lu Jinhua glanced at each other, instantly forming an alliance by tacit agreement, turning around and about to punch both Lin Jia and Su-han. The crowd laughed and joked as they walked to the cloud cliff, and when they saw that Yi Qing and Lin Chi had already stood, and Su Xinxiu had also stood next to them, they each collected their expressions and stood in a row. Yi Qing looked at the 5 members in turn, nodded slightly, and praised. The second cultivation group competition is over, and I'm glad that we were able to force our way past Xie Jin's group and Muluo's group, and we're in first place again. The 5 looked at each other and silently puffed out their chests. However, Yi Qing's words changed. The first 2 times were just small fights. This time it's the main course. The third cultivation group match is set to be a zombie decapitation at the wish of Muluo. The members will gather here 2 months later and go to the dense forest together to kill zombies. Which group has a high average of crystal cores will win. Yi Qing smiled faintly. Of course, since your strength has gradually stepped into the right track, and you may have your own arrangement plans, so this group competition does not make the requirement of having to participate. It is all voluntary. Jiang Jia sniffed and raised his hand cheerfully. That means, it's possible not to participate? Yi Qing's eyes looked dangerously at Jiang Jia, who saw this and weakly lowered his hand. When Lin Jia saw this, he let out a low laugh. Jiang Jia's forehead veins collapsed, and he bumped his elbow into Lin Jia, telling him to stop. Yi Qing suddenly asked, Lin Jia, what are your plans? Lin Jia smiled faintly and replied, since the place where I plan to practice is quite far away, the 2 months may be a bit tight, but I will try my best to make it back. Yi Qing nodded, with you as the main focus. Okay, senior sister. Seeing that Yi Qing agreed to Lin Jia's non-participation, a few people looked at each other, each having an idea. After Yi Qing finished the matter, she asked everyone to disperse. Su-han planned to go to the martial arts hall with Lu Jinhua to spar, while Jiang Zhou and Lin Jia were ready to go back to Fei Hongyuan. The moment they were about to leave, Su Xian Xiu, who didn't make a lot of noise, suddenly stopped Lin Jia. Lin Jia, I have something to say to you. She looked at Lin Jia fixedly, her tone carrying some death-like determination. Jiang Jia unkindly laughed in his heart, said that this woman is spicy. You still do not believe. Always let her. See, now you've got your comeuppance. Lu Jinhua and the 2 captains were watching with interest, as if they were watching a good show. On the other hand, Su Han's expression was stunned, glancing at Su Xinxiu. A few fragments flashed through his mind, and his face had an enlightened expression, as if he had thought of something. Let's go! Su Han pulled the gloating Jiang Jia and the watching Lu Jinhua forward, ignoring the yelling of the 2. Yi Qing and Lin Qi exchanged glances and also left afterward, making room for Lin Jia and Su Xinxiu. Su Xinxiu was already so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, but when she saw that Lin Jia was still looking unperturbed, she was suddenly a little discouraged in her heart. Lin Jia, she looked up at him, her voice carrying some apprehension. Were you with that girl yesterday? Lin Jia looked over faintly. No. Then euro? That's good. Su Xinxiu let out a sigh of relief and resumed looking at Lin Jia, her eyes suddenly becoming a little softer. When was it that this thought started to occur? Perhaps it was in the martial arts hall, when the cultivation group had just been formed and she went to provoke Jiang Jia, but Lin Jia stopped Jiang Jia. Or perhaps it was when she was holding her breath and wanted to avoid Jiang Jia to improve her strength, only to hear Lin Jia silently stopping the dejected Jiang Jia. Or perhaps yesterday, when she saw Lin Jia and that girl named Jiang Yingan so close, a sudden surge of sourness in her heart. Chapter 66, Too Selfish. She did not know, but her heart told her. Have any idea? While still have the courage to say it, even if there are other people watching, otherwise wait until later. Even if only she and Lin Jia 2 people left, but also do not have the courage to say it. Lin Jia leaped out. Some things, really want to say out? Even if you already know the answer. Su Xinxiu's complexion stared and her emotions suddenly became agitated. Of course I'm going to say it. Otherwise euro? Otherwise there will be no chance euro? Lin Jia was silent, his eyes flat as he looked at Su Xinxiu. Su Xinxiu took a deep breath. I euro? I like you. A moment of silence came from the surroundings, and then she heard a clean and nice male voice utter extremely cruel words. Sorry, I don't like you. Su Xinxiu knows a burst of sourness. She knows euro? Well, the surrounding atmosphere was surprisingly quiet. Su Shinchio wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, lowered her head and let out a bitter smile. It's me who should say sorry for bothering you. Lin Jia carried out the idea of refusing to the end, not saying a word. Obviously I haven't even spoken a few words with you. Obviously even after being in the same cultivation group for so long, it's not considered familiar. Obviously when I said this I even felt a pang of abruptness. Su Shinchio suddenly raised her head. But even so, I still stopped you and chose to say these words with you Her eyes burned as she looked at Lin Jia, like fireworks that were in full bloom, brilliant and gorgeous, making people wonder how youth is so reckless. I like you. I like you. Her voice is gradually light, like murmuring to the wind, with the most sincere heart of a young girl, and like the plum wine in the summer. Although the entrance is refreshing, but in the aftertaste, it is full of sourness. Lin Jia eyelids slightly drooped, finally just said, sorry. Su Shinchio shook his head. It's me who is too selfish, obviously a crush, but I have to let you know my mind Well now, you know She smiled sparingly, then turned away, her voice growing softer. I had liked you. The young girl's face was brilliant, but tears flowed uncontrollably. She turned her back to the teenager, bathed in the sunrise, and walked towards the distance step by step, her body glowing with light around her, and looking at her back alone, she was full of spontaneity. Lin Jiao welcomed the daylight, squinting his eyes. The figure in front of him was like a shooting star, wonderfully magnificent. But so what? Although the meteor light, but fleeting, as the sun rises, in the end will not leave anything. That is not love. As the sun dipped in the west, Suhan walked through the woods towards a mossy staircase, on which was sitting a young girl. Su Shinchio. Rejected? Suhan sat next to Su Shinchio and asked in a low voice. Su Shinchio glanced at him and did not speak. Suhan smiled a little. Looks like I guessed right. Are you idle? Su Shinchio's voice was slightly cold. Suhan's expression tightened and he no longer messed with her, but sat quietly next to her, his thoughts drifting. Su Shinchio didn't hear any more movement and didn't bother to drive him away, but instead, her eyes were slightly lowered and she continued to be dumbfounded. The surrounding area was quiet for a while. Suhan came back to his senses and suddenly opened his mouth. When Lin Jia and Jiang Jia walk together, when they talk and laugh, they always feel that he has an easygoing attitude. But if you leave Jiang Jia aside and spend time with him alone, you will realize that Lin Jia himself is not easy to approach. Su Shinchio's expression moved slightly, and she turned her head sideways. His nature is actually very cold. Suhan sighed softly. I think that if it wasn't for the karmic tie that is the cultivation group, he probably wouldn't even have much of an impression of us. You don't understand him. Su Shinchio looked at Suhan lightly. He treats people with reticence, but what makes you think that he would treat a person he has known for less than half a year the same way he treats his hairdresser? That's not him. Suhan's expression froze. That's not what I mean. Su Shinchio suddenly stared at Suhan, her vision sharpening. You're jealous. Suhan's face froze. Is it because of the 5 elements secret realm? Finding out that even with the strange encounters, your cultivation and senses still can't surpass him? Or is it that this period of chasing, the widening gap has caused you to begin to doubt your own talent in your mind? Su Shinchio ignored Suhan's ever-changing brilliant expression, but instead faintly retracted her gaze and began to laugh self-deprecatingly. When I was I was also so skeptical that a guy like Jiang Jia, what makes him able to surpass me? But in the end, I realized that someone whose talent is not weaker than yours is actually working harder than you. She muttered. Have you ever seen someone who fought with zombies and took their lives? I originally thought that there wouldn't be such a stupid person on the realm. What kind of cultivator would take his life and fight zombies the hard way? But Lu Jinowa told me that he saw Jiang Jia doing that when he passed by Black Mountain Village once. That's why Lu Jinowa said that he was convinced when Jiang Jia surpassed him. Suhan hung his head and looked at the ground with a complicated expression. And what about me? Su Shinchio's face showed mockery, thinking that I cultivate hard, but my heart is full of distractions, and I even stumble to realize a special power, to people still flying off the handle, still think that's lively and frank, deserve to be disliked. She took a deep breath, and a mist flashed in her eyes. The Lin Jia in your eyes who has a high and cold personality actually sees more thoroughly than anyone else. I lost the battle with Jiang Jia, although you are comforting, but in your heart is afraid to look at the joke. Only Lin Jia, only he stepped aside. Let Jiang Jia come to the ice to release the former suspicion. Since then, that loser with a heart full of sores has known what true gentleness is. Suhan's figure swayed. The shaman's heart had not yet dissipated when he heard a light sob. He turned his head in panic, only to find Su Shinchio hugging her legs in silent tears. Suhan's expression was dumbfounded. His hands were busy pulling out a handkerchief from his arms and handing it over. not too skillfully consoling. Don't euro. Don't cry. Su Shinshio angrily drew away the handkerchief, with a sobbing voice, his voice full of grievances. Obviously I'm the one who lost his love. Why do I have to enlighten you instead? Bastard. Yes, euro. Sorry. Suhan stood up helplessly, his hand raised and hung down in panic. He carefully squatted in front of Su Shinshio. His head was blank. He could only stutter and repeat the words of apology. I'm sorry, euro. Su Shinshio raised her head violently, her eyes reddening as she shouted. Who wants you to say sorry? Suhan was shocked to sit on the ground without noticing, and looked at Su Shinshio somewhat dumbfounded. The more Su Shinshio looked the more angry, took the handkerchief and wiped a pain in the face haphazardly, stood up fiercely and threw it to Suhan vigorously. Asshole. After saying that, Su Shinshio and not relieved kicked Suhan sitting on the ground. Tears a wipe, turned to leave. Suhan looked sideways at Su Shinshio's diminishing back, somewhat dumbfounded. He grasped the handkerchief that had fallen into his hand tightly. Chapter 67, The Process of Grinding. The face of Su Shinshio that had just turned red with anger surfaced in his mind. A sudden red color surfaced on his ears, and his heartbeat slowly became abnormal. Puff, puff. His right hand holding the handkerchief subconsciously covered the location of his heart. His eyes were a bit lax, and he whispered to himself, euro. It's a bit nice to look at. As the breeze blew, Suhan's eyes focused and his expression suddenly froze. Then he lowered his head and silently covered his face. In the Thousand Colors Valley, Lin Jia closed his eyes tightly. The long sword in his hand danced casually, his sword aura sometimes sharp, sometimes cold. He suddenly opened his eyes, his feet stepped forward, the tip of the sword shook slightly with his wrist, and between the flashes of sword marks, a style of silver light abruptly chopped out. Only a flash of silver light was seen in the air, the sword mark glowing with cold aura, like a silent god of death, suddenly appearing on the other side, leaving a white mark on the ground. Lin Jia nodded with satisfaction after seeing the power of the first style of the empty Shin sword technique. In terms of power, it's slightly weaker than the Dome Extreme, but when it comes to real combat, the role that the empty chop can play out is not much better than the three forms chop. After all, this is the power of space that cannot be defended against. Although the cloud pole was steep, it was still traceable, but the departure air chop was different. The godly spatial power could definitely make unprepared opponents suffer a big loss. As Lin Jia thought about this, he couldn't help but look forward to the actual combat of the leaving air chop. Besides, I didn't just gain the leaving air slash this time, I also managed to push the power of ice and cold to 30%, and the power of blistering wind has also progressed, and I've realized it to 25%. However, Lin Jia pondered for a moment, since I've already realized the power of space, should I abandon the wind escape technique and switch to a body technique that contains the power of space? He carefully weighed up the pros and cons. The power of blistering wind has not yet reached a small level of success, and I spent a lot of effort when I sensed it before, but my progress can only be described as average. The power of blistering wind and the power of icy cold and sharpness are basically considered to have been sensed during the same period of time. However, I put most of my energy into the power of sharpness, and the power of ice and cold at least had the silver and black sword marks in my mind to help me out. In my special force perception can still rank a second position. Only left the power of the blistering wind. Moderate speed makes the wind escape method until now has not been a small success. Euro. As the saying goes, you can't chew more than you can chew. Why don't you just give up the power of blistering wind? After all, it already has a better substitute. There's also the power of icy cold and the power of tyranny. The power of icy cold has already reached a small completion. Then after that, I won't bother working on it. And when the power of tyranny is perceived to be 30%, and after the 3 elephant chop and silver moon of the silver moon secret technique are successfully opened, I'll put down the power of tyranny as well. At that time, with the transition of the sword technique with the minor accomplishment of the 3 shape chop and 3 elephant chop, you can focus so on the power of sharpness and the power of space, while slowly mastering the last style of the 4-pole sword technique, Taiji, and while practicing the body technique that contains the power of space. The silver moon can be put on the agenda as well. Euro. Lin Jia's mind was filled with beauty, and before his smile could raise, the shadow of the tyrannical power appeared in front of his eyes, and he couldn't help but get a headache. Euro. Blood Fiend Ancient Land, I hope it's somewhat useful, otherwise the 3 elephant chop and silver moon can't be practiced, then my strength will fall into a blank period. With so many people chasing after me, I can't afford to slack off at this stage. Lin Jia left the Valley of 1,000 Colors, took a look at his identity token, and headed towards the martial arts building. After entering, he flipped through the martial arts stances on the shelves in turn, and finally found a stance about spatial power in one of the corners. Instantaneous walking steps, 2-star Earth grade, 15 clan points. Lin Jia looked at the 24 on the back of the token and sighed in relief. Luckily, it's enough. He paid the score and brought the instantaneous walking steps back to the Thousand Colors Valley and began to cultivate. 12 hours later, Lin Jia walked out. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay longer, but after deducting the 15 points for the instantaneous walking steps from the SEC score, the remaining 9 points were only enough for him to stay in the Thousand Colors Valley once. However, because of the spatial power being enlightened to 10%, instantaneous walking steps was quite smooth to cultivate inside the Thousand Colors Valley. But even if it was smooth again, he couldn't immediately let instantaneous walking steps be put into actual combat. After all, martial arts and stances always needed a process of refining. As Lin Jia thought of this, he headed towards his father's courtyard. Decided? Lin Xian took a sip of tea and asked indifferently. Lin Jia nodded affirmatively. The Blood Fiend ancient land isn't like the offshore dense forest you went to before. It's filled with vicious blood zombies of the 3rd rank and above. And they're all man-eaters. You have to think clearly. Lin Jia took out the spirit bead in the small Qiankuan bag and placed it in front of him. Father, there is an illusion formation in this spirit bead. I tried it out, and by emitting the tyrannical power, I can cover my own aura. So be careful, and it should be fine to go to the Bloodbath ancient land and pick up the pieces. Oh, Lin Xian laughed a little. Lin Jia is well prepared. I'm really worried that if you listen to what I say, you'll get hot-headed and rashly go to the bloodshed ancient land. It won't happen. Lin Jia replied. The child still values his life. If you count this as cherishing your life, then what do those little ones in the sect count as? Cowardly? Lin Xian shook his head in amusement in his heart, but didn't mean to stop Lin Jia. Instead, he spoke out and instructed. Your 10% tyrannical power is still a bit too weak. Before you go to the Blood Fiend ancient land, it's better to make a trip to Xiantian Peak and pick some butterfly lover flowers first. Xiantian Peak? The one behind Xiantian village? Lin Jia's expression was astonished. Lin Xian nodded slightly. The butterfly lover's flower has the effect of concealing the breath around you, and is an essential elixir for your spirit bead to catalyze illusion formations, and it's a 3-star mid-grade. The zombies guarding around it are all 3rd-rank zombies that specialize in illusions but don't have much power in their attacks. If you can pick enough butterfly lovers at Xiantian Peak, then you can give it a try at the bloodshed ancient land. Lin Jiata didn't expect his father to think so thoroughly, but after thinking about the power of his strongest sword move, the 3-shape chop, he was a bit fretful. The 3-shape chop couldn't beat a 3rd-rank zombie. What if I can't get enough butterfly flowers at Xiantian Peak? Lin Xian said indifferently. Then we'll go to the bloodshed ancient land later. Seeing his father's resolute attitude, Lin Jia had no choice but to agree and leave his father's courtyard. But on the way back to Fei Hong Yuan, he said with some reluctance in his heart, the power of sharpness is still one step away from being a great success. In a short period of time, the Taiji is hopeless, but without the Taiji that may cause damage to 3rd-order zombies, and not being able to go to the Bloodbane ancient ground, the power of tyrannical tyranny can't be boosted, and the 3-elephant chopping can't be cultivated. Euro? No, father definitely knows my strength, yet he still lets me go to Xiantian Peak to give it a try. Could there be another way? Lin Jia fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but stop and stared at the wooden door at the entrance of his courtyard for a long time. Suddenly an aura flashed in his mind and his eyes lit up. Spiritual power. He instantly pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. Chapter 68, Sudden Change. Early the next morning, Lin Jia left the Night Spirit sect and drove his car towards Xiantian village. As the original base of the Xiantian sect, Xiantian village was still very prosperous. Only that he didn't know what kind of culture influenced him, but of the cultivators who came and went, every one of them was actually good at illusion formations. Lin Jia looked at a scene in front of him of a young girl being entangled by evil forces. Expressionless, he urged his spirit bead and coldly watched a few big men acting in front of him, only to see the front. The restrained young girl suddenly screamed, even broke free from the stout man's iron hand, full of panic, coincidentally ran towards Lin Jia, while shedding tears, while shouting for help. Lin Jia looked at the young girl, a twist of the delicate posture, really feel intolerant of direct vision, but can put out the illusionary array of cultivators, at least have the strength of the condensed spirit realm. He does not have the strength of the bottom of the hard and fast, can only deal with the way to euphemize some of it. Lin Jia took out a butterfly lover's flower and started to catalyze the spirit bead, only to see the white light of the spirit bead flashing, from which some mist was scattered, which just happened to cover Lin Jia's silhouette. The young girl see in front of the object suddenly disappeared, the pace of an unnoticeable beat, but the face of the pitiful expression does not even change for a moment, and Lin Jia brushed past, calling and ran straight toward the front. Several big men in the back glanced at each other, and one member suddenly spoke out, cursing furiously, "Chase after him, how can we still let him run away?" Several big men laughed, following their own persona. carrying their cutlasses and chasing after the young girl. In their haste, they ignored the mist that had suddenly appeared on the side, as well as Lin Jia, who was hidden in the mist. Lin Jia himself did not expect that the first time the spirit pearl took effect was actually in this kind of scene. Just, what was wrong with these few big men? Thinking that Qi High Realm cultivators were easy to bully and trick, they planned to use the illusion formation to beat their teeth in, but then they realized that not only did they possess spiritual power, but they actually had spiritual treasures such as spirit beads, so they felt that they were not to be messed with. And then they slipped away? Lin Jia shook his head in amusement. Last time he had Yang Yingqiu with him, these guys didn't show much, but now, he's only at the Qi High Realm, and he's alone. He hasn't even entered the Xiantian village yet, and he's already in such a mess. What kind of scene will it be in the village? Lin Jia drove the car into the village. The spirit beads constantly emit a disorienting white fog. He used his spiritual power to control the white fog around himself, all the way safe and sound, until after the return of the white car. Step out of the White Horse residence. A sudden change. The originally lively streets suddenly went cold. The figures of the surrounding cultivators gradually faded one by one. But all of a sudden, Lin Jia was left alone at the entrance of the White Horse residence. The spirit bead in his hand was hot. Lin Jia's expression was slightly condensed, knowing that he was caught in an illusionary formation. The breeze blew by, and several gorgeous auroras suddenly sprang out from the surroundings. And in the flash of light, several images seemed to flash through the auroras. In the images, the silhouette of an imaginary figure gradually solidified, his back graffiti-like filled with the backs of high-rise buildings, and in front of him, he was smiling and chatting about something with a girl next to him. Between turning his head, his gaze inadvertently reflected into the shadow of a teenager. The imaginary figure was slightly stunned, then the painting instantly dissipated with the wind. Lin Jia's heart pounded, the image from earlier still floating in front of his eyes, staring blankly at the aurora in front of him, subconsciously taking a step forward. Ka-ching! It seemed that a mysterious button had been pressed. The surrounding space instantly distorted. A dark crack suddenly appeared. The arc bent just right, reflected in a pale street. Like a sardonic smile, the black crack gradually expanded. Like a vicious beast that chose to devour people suddenly rushed towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia regretted the moment he raised his foot, when he was affected by the surrounding scene and took a step. He had already completely fallen into the illusion. Although the spirit bead was still hot, it could only make the heat of his hand rise a little. The black cracks around him came one after another. Lin Jia took a deep breath and didn't dodge. The scenery of the streets crumbled in pieces like mirrors. The top of his head was covered by darkness, and between the auroras scurrying about, he came back into a field of rambling darkness. When the space shattered, Lin Jia did not feel the fluctuation of the power of space, and the spirit bead was always hot, so he thought that this illusion presented the scenery. But when the movement stopped, he picked up the spirit bead that had cooled down in his hand, and then looked at the boundless darkness around him, and fell into deep thought. Why did I just say that again? Euro. This place is indeed very familiar. Is not the previous life death has been staying in the place, and even hit the yellow sorghum dream after the scenery were illusionary demo out. Lin Jia low laugh, face color but gradually condensed. Is this an illusion? A voice resounded in the black space. Lin Jia's voice was extremely cold. Why don't I know? When did Xiantian village become this scene? This is your heart barrier, which has been galvanized by the illusion. The voice gradually became clearer, only to see a shadowy figure suddenly appear in the black space. Lin Jia stared at the face of the silhouette and said indifferently, "What are you coming out for?" "Coming out to take care of things." The shadowy figure sat in mid-air, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles on his short sleeves before saying, "Don't catalyze the spirit bead. It doesn't have the ability to break the heart barrier. You know that Euro. Lin Jia moved his gaze away and looked elsewhere. Seeing this, the virtual shadow sighed softly. "I know that you've been running away from this matter ever since you met your father at the Night Spirit sect, but now that the heart barrier has been triggered, there's no way for you to escape, so you have to deal with it." Lin Jia lowered his head. "Can't Euro? Put it off for a while? Euro? Lin Jia, don't struggle." The shadow of a low laugh is not to recognize that the past life is only a side effect of the yellow dream. Euro. Lin Jia fiercely looked at the shadow. His tone gradually condensed, asked word by word, "You told me that the past life is just a dream? You told me that everything in your past life was false? You told me that you actually Euro? Not exist?" The false shadow laughed. "Isn't it? Isn't everything you're experiencing right now a reminder that everything in your past life was a figment of your imagination?" Lin Jia's eyes reddened a little. "Shut up. I don't believe it. Don't be a tough talker." The void shadow let out a low sigh. "You can't go out until you break the heart barrier. You can't travel to Xiantian Peak until you're in Xiantian Village. And after you've gone to Xiantian Peak and found a way to deal with the third-order zombies, you'll be able to go to the ancient ground of the bloodshed to hone your strength. Euro? Only to see the virtual shadow and Lin Jia, a mold carved out of the face full of light ridicule. You see, you are now thinking of these things in your mind. What is a past life? It's just a dream. Not worth thinking about. Euro? Don't say it. Lin Jia closed his eyes. It wasn't a dream. The silhouette snorted coldly. Obsessed. Chapter 69, Black Space. Lin Jia's eyes were slightly raised, looking directly at the gaze of the void shadow, looking at the face of his previous life, suddenly whispered, "When you were at the sword graveyard, you saw it, that roiling blood color." Euro? The virtual shadow was shocked, subconsciously shocked, paused for a moment, before asking in a difficult tone, "Lin Jia, you don't tell me. You really think that the sword's blood character's dreama, the meaning of what it represents is yellow? Lian? Euro? Dream 1? I'd rather think so." Lin Jia's gaze was lowered and he said obstinately. The virtual shadow dispersed, looked at Lin Jia for a long time, and suddenly let out a low mocking sound. "Anyway, I'm already dead, and the one who walks outside is you." Euro? He sighed, and his gaze gradually became gentle, as if he was questioning Lin Jia, but also as if he was questioning himself. If you want to solve the heart barrier, you always have to pay some price, even if you can no longer remember anything from your past life in the future. Will you still continue to pursue the matter about the blood words? Lin Jia's face dimmed slightly, and his tone was extremely light. Euro? Can't remember it now. Yes. The virtual shadow laughed to himself and tilted his head slightly, the corners of his eyes slightly moist. Can't remember anymore. The false shadow paused, suddenly looking at Lin Jia with a smile. Let's go. The shadow gradually faded. The smile slowly dissipated in the black space, leaving only an extremely light, almost drowned by the darkness voice. Be well. Euro? Live. As soon as the words fell, a flash of white light appeared behind Lin Jia, only to see the white light rapidly rise, blazing and dazzling, instantly engulfing his figure. And after the white light disappeared, a crystal droplet was left behind in the black space, disintegrating inch by inch with the darkness. Welcome to the Illusory Flower Festival. The already darkened sky was lit up by various colors of spiritual energy, and Lin Jia stood in front of the White Horse residence, sweeping over the enthusiastically celebrating cultivators on the streets, and suddenly let out a light mockery. Look, this is the present world. His smile tightened, his eyes slightly drooping as he turned to leave. Why did the little guy who just arrived leave? You still have the nerve to ask? A voice questioned. The Illusory Flower Festival has been held for 5 years, and finally a young new face has appeared. The little guy came out of the White Horse residence on the front foot, and you used the illusory formation on him on the back foot. What if he got scared? Cough. I observe that this son is calm. Does not look like someone who will be scared by a mere illusion array. Euro? Alright, you just see that this little guy is not at the Qihai realm, so he dares to come to Xiantian village when the Illusory Flower Festival is being held, and you just want to play a trick on him. What? You dare to say that you don't have this in mind? It's not too much to test out a guy who can comprehend spiritual power at the Qihai realm. That said, Euro? The crowd was furious. Who set off the spiritual power fireworks? The old man lazily leaning against the wall spoke. Me. Cough. Euro? It's Uncle Yi. Why is Uncle Yi in the mood to set off spiritual fireworks? Haven't you always found this stuff fancy and meaningless? Uncle Yi's eyelids lifted, seemingly smiling, happy to see a familiar face. Problem? No. The crowd looked at the sky together. The young man who spoke earlier suddenly spoke. This star is quite chic. The crowd silently looked at him. The young man sensed the solidity of the atmosphere and coughed slightly. Actually, upon closer inspection, this star isn't that chic. Euro? Yi Bo waved his hand. Alright, you guys continue to set off the spiritual fireworks, and also, prepare well for tomorrow's illusionary realm competition. The rewards are very generous. Naturally, we came to the Illusory Flower Festival for this reward. Uncle Yi doesn't have to worry. Uncle Yi, take care. Seeing Uncle Yi shaking his head and leaving, the sky suddenly resounded with a bang. The crowd looked at each other. Spiritual energy instantly shot out. Colorful spiritual energy scrambled to light up the black sky. Between the fireworks, Xiantian village was like daytime. Speaking of the Illusory Flower Festival, it would naturally involve the Xiantian village that organizes the Illusory Flower Festival. And regarding the Xiantian village, it would have to remind people of the Xiantian sect. Why did the Xian Heavenly sect leave Xian Heavenly village and move to Songtua mountain in the first place? Do you think? The two cultivators next to Lin Jia chatted idly. It said that it was because the spiritual energy concentration of Xiantian Peak wasn't enough to support the Xiantian sect's daily cultivation, so they found Songtua mountain. which had a high spiritual energy concentration, to use as a base for the resident sect. This I also know, but euro? Only that simple? That cultivator looked skeptical. The first patriarch of the Xian Heavenly clan came out of Xian Heavenly Peak, and his descendants would actually choose to give it up completely? In any case, there's always no problem with setting up Xian Heavenly Peak as a branch location. Perhaps the Xian Heavenly clan doesn't care about that. The other party replied with some hesitation. Or perhaps it's because the Xian Heavenly sect wants to change places to cultivate the cultivator's way after giving up the path of the beasts? After all, a change of place for a change of mood. It feels euro? Very reasonable. The two of them laughed a bit as they talked, and the cultivator then skipped over the topic in passing. Actually, more than why the Xian Heavenly sect moved away, I'm more curious about why the Illusory Flower Festival has to be held in the Xian Heavenly Village in particular? Isn't it because Xian Tian Peak is rich in butterfly flowers? How could it be? This must just be an external rhetoric. That cultivator speculated excitedly. And look, every time the Illusory Flower Festival's final competition is almost more or less the same. It's all about trying to cover up overly strong attribute potentials. Isn't that strange? Potential? Lin Jia raised his eyes slightly, ignoring the illusionary competition going on under the stage, and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. The other party pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. When you say it like that, it seems to be a bit strange, but the illusion realm against the enemy is nothing more than masking the potentials of both sides and forcibly pulling the opponent into a set maze. In this, masking the potential is the foundation, right? Euro? That said, the cultivator frowned. But I always feel that there's something strange somewhere. I always feel that the last course of the competition is plotting something euro. The cultivator's companion laughed, plotting words. Are not all covered up well? Illusory Flower Festival, every session of the last test is to cover up the special momentum, which there is such a blatant. So, it must be that you think too much. Perhaps when I participate in a few more Illusory Flower Festivals, I won't have so many thoughts. The cultivator rubbed his head, then smiled. Let's go underneath to cut through the illusion as well. Just what I was thinking. The companion nodded and stood up to walk down to the audience with the cultivator one after the other. Lin Jia had watched this scene, but he only thought of it as a casual conversation between friends. What made him a little concerned was the potential that the two mentioned when they spoke. According to the sect boss, potential was the advancement of special power, and after the special power had been realized to 10%, one could try to realize a deeper level of potential. However, this kind of thing is generally something that spirit release realm cultivators practice on a daily basis. Lin Jia looked at the cultivators coming and going underneath and fell into a deep thought. Could it be that the cultivators who are cutting the illusions underneath are all at the spirit release realm? Chapter 70, Gazing in Anticipation. Everyone be quiet. A male voice suddenly came from under the audience. This illusion competition is divided into 3 rounds. Cultivators who intend to participate, please gather under the stage. The first round of the competition will begin soon. As soon as the words fell, many people came down from the audience. Lin Jia thought about it and also decided to go and participate to see. After all, they all came. The big deal is that the emphasis is on participation. Alright, the first round of the competition will start in a minute. Please get ready. Only to see that man took out a pair of closed scrolls. After sweeping a glance at the surrounding cultivators, slowly urged the spiritual energy. Will scroll open. As soon as the scrolls were opened, pieces of white mist spread out, slowly drowning the cultivators participating in the illusionary realm competition. And Lin Jia was also one of them. Wow! Lin Jia's eyes turned white, and immediately afterward, he realized that the surrounding area was suddenly surrounded by mountains, water, trees, birds, flowers, and the smell of flowers, all of which were real. The spirit bead in his hand was glowing. He explored a few steps and subconsciously touched the ancient tree beside him, and felt a rough solid feeling in his palm. Is this the illusion? Lin Jia's fingertips moved, and the sharp force instantly struck out, poking at the ancient tree, and the pale bark bloomed into a flower, while the ancient tree itself did not move at all. Not only has it deceived the sense of touch, even the sense is not different, but euro? Where's the spiritual power? Lin Jia released his spiritual power, only to find that it was suppressed and it was extremely difficult to advance. He keenly sensed a ripple in the space, and immediately afterward, a zombie wind tiger suddenly stepped out from between the ancient trees. Third order strength. Lin Jia subconsciously drew out his cold star sword and stared in anticipation. The zombie wind tiger let out a low roar. Its hind feet fiercely stepped, carrying light green wind blades around its body, and swiftly pounced towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's expression changed. Not too skillful instantaneous walking steps immediately run open, quickly backward, while the hand-long sword, sharp force stored in the sword, along with the dome pole instantly chopped out. Zombie wind tiger around the wind blade violently launched, Forward and backward will dome pole stop in the air, with its body around the wind blade reduction. The white sword aura in the air also gradually dim, and then ding sound, was light green wind blade annihilation. Indeed, it's not easy to deal with, Lin Jia thought to himself, but the movement in his hand did not stop. The tip of the sword flickered slightly, and suddenly drew a subtle trace, with a bright silver light. Only a short time ago he learned to leave the air chopping instantly chopped out from the cold star sword. The wind direction in the air was confused for a moment. The zombie wind tiger's hair suddenly stood up, and the body that was advancing violently stopped, and then it was seen that it didn't hesitate to pounce on the ground, and rolled slightly in a lousy manner, and behind it, a silver sword on suddenly appeared. Although the air chop fell short, it carved a deep mark on the ground, and when the zombie wind tiger saw this, its fangs opened wide. The wind changed, and it fiercely bit at Lin Jia. Lin Jia's instantaneous walking step could not dodge in time, subconsciously running up the 9 changes of the heavenly god. In realizing that the zombie wind tiger had no intention of stopping, only then did he suddenly come back to his senses. This was an illusion. The zombie wind tiger instantly pounced Lin Jia to the ground. Its sharp fangs violently pierced into Lin Jia's left arm, and the tiger's head violently flung out. It tore Lin Jia's sleeve apart. Before the pain could be felt on his arm, the surrounding landscape and trees instantly dispersed. The zombie wind tiger melted away with the wind, and when Lin Jia looked up again, the environment in front of him had already turned into a tournament stage. You were eliminated too? The cultivator next to him saw someone waking up. His eyes lit up, but when he realized Lin Jia's spiritual energy fluctuation, he instantly collapsed his face. Chi High Realm a euro? Lin Jia didn't pay attention to it. Instead he stood up and subconsciously touched his arm. The sharpness of being pierced by the zombie wind tiger's fangs was still hovering in his mind, but the sleeve in front of him was clearly intact. The difference between the two caused Lin Jia to have an uncomfortable and strange feeling. Hey, little fellow, go to the audience. You can see clearly there. Seeing Lin Jia's frozen look, the cultivator next to him reminded him in a kind voice. Thanks a lot. Lin Jia came back to his senses and nodded slightly, then turned around and walked towards the audience, only to suddenly stop after a few steps and turn his head to ask, aren't you going? Cough. The man clenched his fist and smiled awkwardly. Euro? I'll go later. Lin Jia nodded and walked towards the audience. The scene seen in the audience was different from the scene seen in the martial arts stage. In the martial arts stage, one could only see a sea of cultivators around them with their eyes closed. On the other hand, in the audience, there was the landscape scene that Lin Jia had seen in the illusion. There were different cultivators standing in the scenery. They were either walking amongst the ancient trees, or standing still and thinking quietly. Occasionally a few third-order zombies appeared, but they were only being led and juggled by the cultivators. Lin Jia looked amused. Compared to his violence, the cultivators under the stage were more inclined to outsmart them, and among them, one of them seemed to have probed something in the scenery, only to see him slightly open his eyes and use his finger as a sword, suddenly striking at a leaf that was flying in the air. The white mist around that cultivator instantly dissipated, and he silently walked over to the man holding the scroll, manifesting his successful breakthrough in the first round of the competition. A quarter of an hour later, the white mist on the field gradually dissipated, and the cultivators shook open their eyes, and after realizing that the original scenery was restored, most of them sighed in frustration and returned to the audience. The surrounding cultivators instantly reduced by 9/10. The man collected the scroll and secretly nodded before saying, next, start the second round of the illusionary realm competition. Everyone please go to the side of the martial arts platform and draw lots to start the one-on-one illusionary realm competition. The difference between the illusion realm contest and the normal contest was huge, only to see that the two cultivators who walked up to the contest platform each sat down, picked up the white orbs that had long been placed on the ground, and closed their eyes, and above the two men, a picture shadow was suddenly projected, only to see two distinct landscapes slowly emerge from it. Lin Jia looked intently at the imaginary shadow in the air, marveling at the wonders of the illusionary realm, and in the process pondering the different uses of spiritual power. In the first round of the environmental competition just now, different cultivators used different methods to break the illusions, and many of the ways enlightened me. And this round of environmental sparring was even more impressive, presenting the use of spiritual power in almost minute detail. It seems like it was a wise choice for me to stay in Xian Heavenly Village for a day and come to this illusory flower festival. In the void in the air, first they were equal and stalemated, then a small bird suddenly flew out of the illusionary realm on the left side and probed into the illusionary realm on the right side. The cultivator on the right side frowned, being dominated by the other side, and then but a moment later, he fell down. The first is only an appetizer. After that, the illusionary realm exchange is even more wonderful, almost real solemn battlefield, blending into one. cannot distinguish which scenery is which illusion of the nesting illusion, as well as the illusionary realm hidden in the killing formation of the real and imaginary formation. The other cultivators in the audience did not feel very well, while falling into confusion. In the end, the scenery of this illusion is how to realize out. On the one hand, after figuring it out, they suddenly realized that the original illusion could still be laid out like this. Chapter 71, The Zombies Figure. But immediately afterward, he fell into the next problem, and week after week, his frowning brows did not slacken. Unlike Lin Jia, because he hadn't studied much about illusions, he had benefited a lot from just watching the use of spiritual power in the exchange of words. The picture presented by the illusion competition hid the killing opportunities. Seeing the cultivators on the martial arts stage cracking the traps of the illusions one by one, it was also considered to be an enjoyable experience for the eyes. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the second round of the illusion competition came to an end, and the man holding the scroll began to announce the third round. Just like what the cultivators in the audience had talked about earlier, this round tested the illusion's power to suppress momentum. Lin Jia could almost be said to have watched the final round of the competition with a bewildered look on his face. Regardless of whether it was potential or illusion, it was still a little too distant for him right now. Not to mention the combination of the two. Lin Jia watched the end of the illusionary realm competition with a clouded expression, then followed the cultivators out of the audience with a dazed look on his face. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, feeling profoundly out of place, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Forget it, don't think about it, go back to the inn to rest for the night," and set off for Xiantian Peak in the morning. As he passed by the trade street, Lin Jia's eyes subconsciously lingered at a corner for a moment. It seems like this is where I was framed by the yellow sorghum dream euro. Then he shook his head in amusement. That's just it. What's the point of considering this now? It's just adding to the worries. In front of his eyes, the scenery of that time seemed to appear. A clean corner, a depressed stall, and an old man half leaning against the wall, resting with his eyes closed. Lin Jia's eyes flashed, and he suddenly came back to his senses, feeling for the spirit bead in his pocket. The spirit bead was cold in his hand, and he let out a slight sigh of relief as he quickly walked towards the inn. After Lin Jia left, two figures suddenly walked out from the corner of the originally silent street. Uncle Yi, the top three of the Illusion Realm competition have been selected. The person who spoke had a respectful expression, and at a glance at his appearance, it was the man with the scroll who had presided over the Illusion Realm competition on the martial arts stage earlier. Uncle Yi nodded slightly. Just bring them up to Xiantian Peak tomorrow. Yes, the man bowed his head and answered. Seeing that Yi Bo had no intention of leaving, he looked puzzled and glanced at the direction Lin Jia had left, suddenly asking in a low voice, Yi Bo, do you want me to take care of that little guy tomorrow? Uncle Yi withdrew his gaze and sighed. No need to test me. It's me who spoke too much. The man immediately admitted his mistake. Yi Bo shook his head and turned around to leave, but when he turned his back to the man, he murmured inadvertently, it's just an acquaintance that I've met once euro. Yi Bo's voice was muffled by the cold wind, and the man scratched his head with a confused expression. Early the next morning, after Lin Jia finished packing, he left the city towards Xiantian Peak. The peak was lush with ancient trees, and as the slope got steeper, zombies gradually appeared. Lower third rank, white-striped monkey. Lin Jia's expression was slightly condensed as he stared intently at the uninvited guest that suddenly appeared in front of him. The white-striped monkey hung from the ancient tree, laughed twice at Lin Jia, then its pupils changed, reflecting rippling white marks. This is a spiritual attack. Lin Jia, after the baptism of yesterday's illusory flower festival, didn't retreat in the face of the white-striped monkey's attack. Instead, he condensed his spiritual energy into a spike and fiercely stabbed at the white stripe in the air. Put! The white-striped monkey's eyes widened, and its body hanging from the tree involuntarily twitched. Lin Jia saw this, his eyes flashed, and his cold star sword slanted slightly, abruptly chopping out a silver-colored sword on. As soon as the silver-colored sword blade was detached from the tip of the sword, it attacked the white monkey like a flying star. The white-striped monkey saw this scene, face showed humanized disdain, but did not expect the silver sword on flying in mid-air, suddenly disappeared. The white-striped monkey looked stunned, puzzled, scratching his head. Before he could react, behind him suddenly cracked open a black slit, during which a silver sword on suddenly sprang out, directly hitting its neck. The hair on the white-striped monkey's body instantly exploded, and before it could turn its head, the leaving air chop that carried 10% of the power of space instantly pierced into its hair. In the nick of time, the white stripes in the white-striped monkey's fur suddenly emitted light, and while the spiritual energy shone, a white shield was formed at its neck, which managed to block the silver sword aura for a moment. Even if it was just a moment, it was enough for the white-striped monkey to react, only to see its arm flinging, its body immediately swinging away from the branch. jumping to another ancient tree, while the air departure chop was a click, cutting off the branch and a few white hairs. Seeing this, Lin Jia felt some regret in his heart. The power of the air chop was still a little weak. Otherwise, even if there was a white shield, the space sword skill would have broken it directly without giving the white monkey time to react. But unfortunately, it was just a little weaker, which led to the white monkey getting back half of its life. The white-striped monkey came back from the dead. Its pupils stared at Lin Jia, bared its teeth, and the white stripes formed by its spiritual power increased its strength and attacked towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia did not flash or avoid, using his spiritual power to receive them one by one, occasionally supplemented with sword techniques, causing some not-so-small trouble to the tree branches stepped on by the white-striped monkey. One person and one zombie fought for a long time, but Lin Jia did not lose the battle against the white-striped monkey of the lower third rank. One must know that he was only in the middle stage of the Qi realm right now. Having said that, Lin Jia was still having a hard time in his sword techniques, except for the space chop, which contained the power of space. The dome pole and other means could hardly attack the white-striped monkey. As the fighting time grew longer, both sides began to gasp for air in small increments. Zombies would rarely fight to the death in a sparring match, unless they had a grudge or a steady diet. Lin Jia stared at the white-striped monkey whose eyes were already bloodshot and subconsciously became cautious. Spiritual power is about to run out. Right, but it hasn't retreated yet. It has an undercard? The white-striped monkey jumped and leaped between the different ancient trees, the white ripples wrapping around Lin Jia like hawk ants, while the claws that were tightly made for posing suddenly explored, stabbing a pale claw mark in the air to come. Although Lin Jia was vigilant and kept the white ripple monkeys from getting close to him for half a day, there wasn't much he could do against long-range attacks. Seeing that the human under the trees seemed to be exhausted, and was even more stretched against the pale scratch, the white-striped monkey suddenly lurched, stopped on a tree branch, and began to activate the white stripes on its fur, only to see a flash of white light in its reddish eyes, attacking a mental fluctuation that barely showed traces, and then flinging out claw marks almost without stopping. Following closely behind, the figure of the cultivator at the bottom, who was wielding a long sword, suddenly stumbled, and the white scratches, which could not enter his body, took advantage of the situation to close in, and cut his arm with a piercing sound. White-striped monkey bloodshot eyes slightly excited up, but saw the other side suddenly raised his head. It's subconsciously a retreat, but after seeing the other side is full of confused eyes, suddenly ho-ho a laugh, swinging branches erect sharp claws, violently rushed down. Chapter 72 White-striped monkey. The spirit bead placed in front of his chest emitted a cool aura, clearing and dispersing the cryptic mental attack as soon as it reached his mind. Lin Jia, on the other hand, proceeded to act out the situation, and after receiving a white claw mark hard, he saw the white-striped monkey attacking as expected. He staggered a turn, the long sword in his hand cut a messy trace in the air. The white-striped monkey saw this, even more excited. Sharp claws violently probed out, straight to Lin Jia's throat, and Lin Jia's eyes do not flash not to avoid. Suddenly run the 9 changes of the god of heaven. See the white-striped monkey in the near figure suddenly paused for a moment. The tip of the sword slightly point, away from the air chop instantly cleaved, abruptly appeared in the back of the white-striped monkey. In the moment of its stagnation violently stabbed into the body. The white-striped monkey's figure froze. The ferocious emotion in its reddish eyes had yet to dissipate before it was stumbled by the sudden attack, and the spatial power contained in the departure slash instantly erupted. Even if the white stripes on its body were immediately transported, it couldn't block the power of the departure air chop, only to see the white-striped monkey struggling futilely in the air for a few moments before several blood splatters suddenly rose from its back. Between the white hair fluttering, a sharp weapon flashing with silver light instantly appeared in the eyes of the white-striped monkey. The domineering and blazing 3-colored sword mark fell from the sky, killing the white-striped monkey's way of life. The white-striped monkey's paw bounced feebly on the ground. Its reddish eyes had lost their spirit. Its body grew cold, and the ground swooned with the color of blood, drawing the final chapter for the life of the third-ranked zombie. Only then did Lin Jia take a breath. The tip of his sword slightly picked, and after finding the crystal core of the white-striped monkey, he immediately utilized the instantaneous walking steps and turned around to leave. As the sky grew dark, Lin Jia found an ancient tree and started to rest, because when he fought with the white-striped monkey, he was mostly using his spiritual power, so he didn't consume too much of his spiritual power. Because of his spiritual power, his head was slightly swollen because of the confrontation, but compared to the pain he felt when he cultivated the forging spirit decree, it was just a minor inconvenience. If I've consumed too much spiritual energy, I can use the forging spirit decree to refine it. Even though he thought so, Lin Jia still honestly operated the spiritual power recovery technique in the original spiritual power rough technique that he had exchanged for. Although the forging spirit decision was good, it was not suitable for practicing in the wild. After all, There were too many uncertainties, and it would be troublesome to encounter danger. After feeling that the spiritual energy in his mind was slightly enriched, Lin Jia slowed down and began to recall the battle with the white-striped monkey. The departure/and instantaneous walking step proficiency has risen, and the spiritual energy is able to use attack spells in a rough manner. As for strength, Dome Extreme and 3 forms chop were really worse against a third-rank zombie. Lin Jia began to think, is it again a matter of speed not being able to keep up with the attacks? The fact that I can deal with a second-rank upper-grade zombie in the middle stage of the Chi-Si realm is largely due to the successful cultivation of the second change of the 9 changes of the Heavenly God. And of course, there's also the reason for the spiritual power. However, the God condensation realm is different from the Chi-Si realm. If you really want to fight against it, you either need to cultivate the third variation of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God ahead of time or raise your spiritual power. Otherwise, even if you succeed in cultivating the 3 elephant chopping, you won't necessarily be able to pose a threat to a third-order zombie. But the requirement to cultivate the third variation of the 9 changes of the Heavenly God is extremely strange. It actually requires the use of poison to quench the body. Thinking of this, Lin Jia's expression was stunned. Then he shook his head helplessly. It's only been a little while, and you're thinking of challenging over a great rank. This is clearly something that should be considered at the late stage of the Chi-Si realm. At this stage, it's better to strive to kill a few more third-rank zombies and collect the butterfly lover's flower is the focus. Lin Jia slightly closed his eyes and began to continue recovering his mental power. And in the meantime, he simulated the departure chop in his mind in an attempt to improve his spatial power. After all, although the dome pole couldn't cause any damage, the departure chop could. If you wait for the power of space to become a small success. Phantom air chop. As the sky dawned, Lin Jia opened his eyes somewhat helplessly. The spatial power was worthy of being one of the most difficult special powers to comprehend. This night, even though the void chop was no longer visible in his mind, the spatial power still didn't have the slightest bit of progress. It was indeed tenacious. Lin Jia jumped down from the ancient tree, patted the dust on his body, casually used the dried meat in the small Qiankuan bag to solve the problem of his stomach, and then continued to move forward on top of Xiantian Peak. Which one to choose for the next third-order zombie? His spiritual power probed out, and after observing for a while, he suddenly headed in one direction. But in an instant, the figure of a zombie appeared in front of him. He saw that the other party was 3 feet long, covered in dark green leather armor, with sharp pincers. It was the third-order lower-grade zombie by Devil Scorpion. Lin Jia didn't have any nonsense. Once he glanced at the bimbo scorpion, he drew out his cold star sword, flicked his wrist, and between the overflowing of spiritual energy, he chopped out the dome extreme. Dust flew up from the ground, and the Beyblade scorpion quickly avoided it, staring at the uninvited guest with cold eyes, and letting out a sharp hissing sound. Its scorpion tail violently stabbed, and a green light instantly shot out from the tip of its tail, pointing straight at Lin Jia. Lin Jia's heart jumped. He didn't expect the speed of this green light to be so fast. He immediately started his instantaneous walking steps. His figure flashed, and he managed to move away only when the green light was approaching his eyes. The green light faded quite a bit before it flew backwards, but the corrosive poison emitted from it had already stuck to Lin Jia. Lin Jia sensed a burning intense pain coming from his chest, and said that it was not good, and immediately swallowed an antidote drug. But the antidote drug is only a 2-star drug. Against the third-order zombie, poison is inevitably somewhat unable to do. The bi-devil scorpion's pincers made a clicking sound, slowly approaching Lin Jia. Seeing this, Lin Jia immediately condensed his spiritual energy into a spike and violently attacked the bi-devil scorpion, and the long sword in his hand also followed closely behind, splitting out an air chop. With a flash of silver light, he swiftly jumped in front of the bi-devil scorpion. The small eyeballs of the bi-demon scorpion turned slightly, and was about to defend, when a shocking sound suddenly came from his mind. The scorpion body couldn't help but stumble a little bit, and the air departure chop took the opportunity to quickly stab at the bi-demon scorpion, and with a pft sound, a bloody hole was broken on its back. Hiss! The dark green color on the back of the bi-devil scorpion suddenly flashed, and the bloody hole was quickly stopped, and its tiny eyes stared tightly at Lin Jia, letting out a hoarse cry. Then the scorpion tail flung violently, and another green light slowly condensed. Lin Jia was alert this time, and when he realized that the tail of the bi-devil scorpion was slightly trembling, he left to chop out an air chop, and the air chop flashed with a flash of silver light, hitting the tail of the scorpion directly. The eyes of the blue devil scorpion flashed with fear. Not wanting to be attacked by the air chop, the scorpion body slightly shifted. The scorpion tail on the shaky green light will be dispersed down. Its mouthpiece issued a click 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 sound. A flash of dark green spiritual energy, 6 feet alternating, instantly approached Lin Jia. Lin Jia did not want to be close to him. Instantaneous walking steps was activated. and he was trying to avoid it, when a blazing pain suddenly came out from his chest, and his voice couldn't help but pause for a moment. His heart tightened, and he realized that the bi-devil scorpion had already raised its pincers and forced them towards Lin Jia's eyes, and the silver light at the tip was shining, comparable to a murder weapon. At the critical moment, Lin Jia was too late to dodge. Chapter 73, Field Cultivation. Subconsciously running up the Heavenly God 9 transformations, trying to fight for a ray of life. While the hand action is not slow, the cold star soared in the air, between the dome pole eruption, can block the scorpion pincers smashed. Bi-devil scorpion immediately returned to his senses, annoyed by his momentary hesitation just now. Although the scorpion pincers were blocked, he saw its mouthpiece slightly open, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of dark green fog, directly pressing Lin Jia's face. Lin Jia had already held his breath extremely quickly, but he still inhaled quite a bit of the poisonous mist. He looked grave, his hand exerted force, his long sword violently swung away from the scorpion pincers, and he quickly retreated. The bi-demon scorpion stared at Lin Jia, who was staggering in the distance, making a hoarse sound of triumph, its pincers clicking as it approached Lin Jia once again. Lin Jia barely stabilized his body, and when he saw the bi-demon scorpion approaching again, he couldn't help but curse and immediately activated the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God. The 9 transformations of the Heavenly God did make the bi-demon scorpion's pace stagnate, but it would only enrage the bi-demon scorpion because of the excessive difference in their strength. However, Lin Jia breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Instantaneous walking steps attached to his feet and immediately ran. Seeing the prey trying to escape, the bi-devil scorpion's eyes flashed with disdain, but its body followed closely behind. But as time passed, the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God and the pestering spiritual power kept alternately hindering it, surprisingly allowing the prey to find a glimmer of life. The bi-demon scorpion was annoyed in its heart. Looking at the figure in front of him that was still running happily, there was a pang of skepticism in his heart. Even if he couldn't catch up, how come the poison didn't work anymore? Ancient trees gradually become scarce. The surroundings suddenly gathered a burst of mist, and not far away, the fog filled the room, but also directly shrouded the boundary there. Bi-devil scorpion saw, eyes flashed a trace of fear, not to avoid the night as long. Scorpion tail slightly stand, venom cohesion. Another green light shot out, directly hit Lin Jia behind. Lin Jia tried his best to run the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God, barely suppressing the toxicity in his body, but he didn't have the energy to dodge the attack from behind. This time, the green light hit Lin Jia's back, and before the bi-devil scorpion had time to be happy, it saw that the figure in front of it suddenly increased its speed violently, and then stumbled and fell into the dense fog not far away. The speed of the blue devil scorpion slowed down, stopped in front of the fog staring at the inside, trying to force the fog to hand over their prey. But unfortunately, the fog is senseless, and even slightly dispersed towards the outside. Bi-devil scorpion saw the situation, immediately back, avoid the fog, but refused to give up. But instead, the back of the flash of dark green spiritual power, while recovering from injuries, while crouching in place to stare at the fog's every move up, Lin Jia planted himself on the ground and saw that the bi-devil scorpion at the back didn't come after him, and he couldn't care less about the dense fog around him, but immediately sat up and operated the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God. The 9 transformations of the Heavenly God was a body refining technique of unknown grade, harsh requirements, and mutilations. The first transformation was cultivated successfully only by relying on his mother. As for the second transformation, the first layer needed to collect 9 different kinds of spirit medicines, while the second layer had to quench the body in 3 kinds of spirit liquids that still had special powers. The former Lin Jia had half gathered and half collected and also cultivated, while the latter happened to have entered the 5 elements mysterious realm, which wasn't too difficult either. As for the third change, when he saw the word poison, Lin Jia was full of question marks. He thought that the cultivation of the 9 changes of the Heavenly God would end here, but he didn't expect that the third change of the 9 changes of the Heavenly God would react because of the poison of the bi-devil scorpion. Lin Jia closed his eyes, sweating profusely as he operated the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God. The third transformation should have broken through to the condensing spirit realm to be able to cultivate it, but now in order to contain the toxins in his body, he had to force it to operate, only to see that on his body, a few blood vessels burst at first because they could not withstand the overbearing nature of the body refining technique, dying on the power suit and haloing out a blood-red color. After an incense stick burned, Lin Jia opened his eyes and gasped weakly. The poison of the bi-devil scorpion did not dissipate, it was just barely suppressed with the 9 transformations of the Heavenly God. If he wanted to completely eliminate the toxicity, he would have to wait until he broke through the condensed spirit realm and run the third transformation. This result was not considered good nor bad, but at the very least, his life had been preserved for the time being. Lin Jia wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Since breaking through the Chi Si realm and entering the sect, how long had it been since he had felt this exciting sensation of stepping on the edge of death? However, if he were to do it all over again, Lin Jia would never mess with the bi-demon scorpion. It didn't matter in the beginning, but now he wanted to save his life for other things, such as Euro. Lin Jia suppressed the few images of girls that flashed through his mind, stood up and carefully observed the surrounding fog. After probing his spiritual power out, he notably detected a hint of abnormality. This thick fog actually reacted to spiritual power. The fog that he had encountered in the center of the five elements mysterious realm before had countless spatial threads hidden around it, more like a labyrinth. This fog, on the other hand, didn't do anything with space, merely confusing the line of sight, more like it was blocking, or protecting something. The fog slowly drifted along with the fluctuation of Lin Jia's probing spiritual power, and actually formed a path in front of his eyes. Lin Jia was surprised in his heart, and took a tentative step forward. The fog seemed to emit a cheerful sound, and as he didn't sense any malice, he wasn't too sure about stepping onto the path. Half a quarter of an hour later, Lin Jia looked at the pale and towering fruit trees in front of him, a little stunned. Really, there is a great opportunity between death? He had only escaped from the bi-devil scorpion over there, and this side had sent him a heavenly treasure. As far as he knows, this fruit tree is a 3-star top-grade chaos spirit fruit, which can be called a huge hidden mushroom. Not only is it rare and precious, but it can also enhance a cultivator's spiritual power. Lin Jia stared blankly at the white fruit on the tree, and before he could react, a pain suddenly came from the top of his head when the leaves of the tree clattered. Agu! Lin Jia covered his head and caught the culprit that suddenly smashed down from the fruit tree. Speechless in his heart for a moment, after feeling the gentle breath emanating from the ancient tree following the thick fog, he immediately accepted this precious chaos spirit fruit with joy. Thanks for the hospitality. Lin Jia sat down under the tree and finished the chaos spirit fruit in 3 or 2 batches, then closed his eyes and began to run the forging god decision to refine it. On the other hand, by the side of the thick fog, a man suddenly took out a scroll, and after flipping it open, it showed a picture of a teenager sitting under an ancient tree, and there was a fruit kernel by the side of that teenager. He frowned and subconsciously shook the scroll. Then 3 other images appeared on it in turn. All of them were also cultivators. Some found spiritual grass, some found precious stones, and some were even worse, only an empty space where spiritual aura was gathered. The man was a bit speechless after looking at them. Thanks to you 3 being the winners of the illusionary realm competition. Look at what this found. And look at that little guy who came in by mistake. What he found is the most precious fruit tree contained in this dense fog. Or the fruit tree took the initiative to invite people to come Euro. So, the fruit tree still favors young cultivators with high talent Euro. Why don't we invite more young talents to the next illusory flower festival? Especially such ones who have sensed spiritual power without reaching the god condensation realm? Chapter 74, Second Attack. After thinking for a while, the man still shook his head. How rare it is to be able to realize the spiritual power in advance. Not to mention that like him, he also understands some knowledge of the illusionary realm. It's just a matter of fate. Or look at the destiny. After all, this baby in the fog is not something that was cultivated in a formal way Euro. After a long time, the man stared at the ancient tree and the scroll and sighed. Uncle Yi let me not take care of him before. I thought it was because Uncle Yi and he were not familiar with each other, but it turned out to be another arrangement. I don't believe that the fruit tree that has been sleeping for so many years suddenly woke up in these few days, and happened to notice that the little guy's spiritual power was accidental. I'm afraid that Yi Bo has reminded it Euro. However, for this kind of talent, not to mention Uncle Yi, I also cherish the talent. A flash of appreciation crossed the man's eyes after he sensed the bi-demon scorpion guarding the other side of the thick fog. Strong strength. Just don't know if you're interested in illusions. After all, illusions aren't very practical in a real battle Euro. As the sky grew dark, Lin Jia exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. The fog around him emitted a freckling wave. He smiled and said softly, I'm leaving, goodbye. The fruit tree shook its leaves, making a clattering sound, as if saying goodbye. Seeing this, Lin Jia smiled and nodded his head, then followed the path that was vacated by the dense fog and walked out. Just out of the fog, in front of the eyes of a scorpion pincer, Lin Jia expected. Instantly the long sword out, the tip of the sword white light flashes. The dome contains a sharp force straight scorpion pincer. The 2 collision issued a clank sound. A little test. A zombie immediately pull away from the distance. Just launched an attack as the head of the blue devil scorpion, but this time is different from the past. Lin Jia sneered. Some refinement of the spiritual power suddenly condensed into a sharp blade, fiercely stabbed at the blue devil scorpion, and the hand is not slow, away from the air chopping the silver light flashes, followed by the spiritual power after the attack to the blue devil scorpion. The young scorpion issued an ear-piercing hissing sound, Scorpion tail trembled. Green light instantly condensed and shot at Lin Jia, but it was too late. Before the green light touched Lin Jia, its body suddenly trembled. Its eyes were plunged into chaos, and then leaving the air chop suddenly appeared, abruptly chopping at Bianc Scorpion's head. The bi-devil scorpion instantly woke up. After noticing the slightly cool sticky feeling on the top of its head, it became furious. Its mouth slightly opened, and the dark green aerosol spat out in a desperate manner, and even instantly touched Lin Jia's body. Relying on his 9 transformations of the heavenly god, Lin Jia ignored the poison of the bi-devil scorpion, and with a slight trace of his longsword, he made a second attack with a leaving air chop, while his spiritual power spread out. Although the bi-devil scorpion was a third-stage zombie, its spiritual power was much worse than the white-striped monkey at the beginning. Before Lin Jia had gotten the chaos spirit fruit, his spiritual power was able to fight with it. What's more, after refining the chaos spirit fruit, his spiritual power was even stronger, and he almost attacked the bi-devil scorpion without any power to fight back. The most powerful thing about the bi-devil scorpion was its poison. Even the current Lin Jia couldn't completely solve it, but as long as it could be suppressed, it would be enough. Lin Jia thought as he swung out another Rikong chop. 10% of the spatial power had already inflicted a considerable amount of damage on the Beyblade scorpion. Not to mention that there was more than one Rikong chop, only to see the bloody hole on the bi-demon scorpion's head getting bigger and bigger. It hissed and wanted to smash out its twin pincers, but before it could realize its intention, a shocking dizziness came from its mind. The Beyblade scorpion's body swayed. The sharp air chop took advantage of the situation and immediately stabbed at its blood hole. The Beyblade scorpion's injuries were compounded by the poisonous mist, and in the end, it was actually rubbed to death by Lin Jia with the air chop. Seeing the bi-devil scorpion fall to the ground in a bloody mess, Lin Jia then breathed a sigh of relief, took its zombie crystal core, immediately left the fog, and found a slightly quiet place to start operating the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. The toxins in his body accumulated more and more. Lin Jia opened his eyes, sighed, and looked sad. I hope that when I break through to the god condensation realm, the third change of the 9 changes of the heavenly god will be able to successfully refine these poisons. Otherwise, we'll have to turn to Father for help. The sky was still dark. Lin Jia looked around and finally remembered the proper business of Xiantian Peak. Now that my spiritual power is paired with the leaving air chop, I'm barely able to kill a zombie of the lower 3rd rank, so it should be possible to start collecting butterfly lovers' flowers. He jumped down from the ancient tree and dispersed his spiritual power, and after a long time, his eyes lit up and he rushed in a direction. Halfway up the mountainside of Xiantian Peak, 2 different spiritual forces exchanged blows, stirring up a layer of hidden ripples in the air. Lin Jia's afterglow glimpsed the trembling body of the zombie on the opposite side of the mountain, and in his heart, he was certain that the spiritual attack pressed down even more violently. The head of the zombie was shaken by Lin Jia's sudden surge of spiritual attack pressure. Breathless, before he could react, a flash of silver light appeared in front of his eyes instantly, only to see a flash of the air chop. Plop sound immediately pierced into the zombie's head. The zombie's body stiffened slightly, and then shook his body, collapsed helplessly on the ground. Oh euro. Lin Jia let out a sigh of relief, picked away the zombie's crystal core, walked to a corner and squatted down, and began to pick the already ripe butterfly flower. There are 3 of them here, plus the ones I picked earlier. Almost a dozen or so, close to 20. It should be enough to go to the bloodshed ancient land. Lin Jia muttered to himself. Ever since he had killed the bi-demon scorpion that day, he had been searching for the butterfly flower at Xiantian Peak for the past few days. 3rd stage zombies were not easy to deal with. Either they knew how to make spiritual attacks or they had lethal means of attack, but Lin Jia happened to be able to cope with both. The former has the spirit bead as a safeguard, while the latter can gain an advantage purely based on its spiritual power. And if not, escaping is not a problem. However, because only the air chop could do effective output on the 3rd order zombies, after a few bitter battles, Lin Jia was also a bit exhausted. After this battle, feeling that the butterfly lovers had collected enough, he planned to leave Xiantian Peak, go to Xiantian village to recuperate a bit, and then set off for the Blood Fiend ancient land. After making a decision in his heart, Lin Jia left Xiantian Peak without stopping, and after walking into Xiantian village, he immediately booked an inn, laid down on the bed, and began to huff and puff. He was indeed tired. The next morning, after Lin Jia finished packing, he rented a car at the White Horse residence and then planned to leave. On the way, he passed by a bazaar, and because the illusory flower festival was about to end, there were extraordinarily more cultivators here. There was a lot of shouting and selling around. Lin Jia looked curiously, and after realizing that most of the items were related to the illusory realm, he shook his head imperceptibly. After having decided to specialize in the power of sharpness and the power of space, his curiosity about other things faded. Big sale on the complete book of basic illusions, rarely seen in 100 years. Don't miss it if you walk by. This cultivator, interested? Come take a look. Lin Jia couldn't help but be attracted by a shouting voice. The content is a bit familiar. Seems like I've heard it somewhere before? He scratched his head in confusion, and suddenly his heart stirred as he looked around and subconsciously touched the spirit bead in his bosom. Chapter 75 is lost in contemplation. The temperature of the spirit bead that hadn't fully heated up immediately cooled down. Lin Jia only felt slightly cool in his hand, so he let out a slight sigh of relief. The city center was crowded with people, and the people coming and going around were all cultivators participating in the illusory flower festival. Lin Jia took a suspicious look, tightened his grip on the car keys, and decided to leave immediately. After all, he had a foretaste of the Xiantian village, so it was better to be careful. Seeing Lin Jia leaving in a hurry, a stall owner sighed unnoticeably. He turned over the scroll in his hand, seeing that Lin Jia had already immediately driven to the village entrance. He shook his head helplessly. This little guy, why is he so vigilant? That, stall owner, are you selling this basic illusion book? A man suddenly walked up in front of the stall, his eyes glowing as he reached out to take the book. Not for sale. The stall owner immediately pulled down his face and expressionlessly blocked the other person's hand with a scroll, then immediately put away the basic illusion book. Seeing that the stall owner had taken away the book, the other party could only snappily withdraw his hand, but still asked, then, stall owner, what about the other things? The stall owner lightly grunted, closed the rough cloth on the stall and said with his head slightly raised, closing the stall. Seeing this state of affairs, that cultivator only said that he was unlucky and left with a regretful face. On the other hand, Lin Jia drove his car day and night, finally arriving at the bloodshed ancient city 3 days later. It always feels like the cultivators in the blood-fiend ancient land have become a lot more numerous recently. Is it just me? Lin Jia was in the inn, eating the few small dishes he had just ordered, and perked up his ears in the process. What month is it now? His companion asked. March. It's normal. The zombie tide is coming soon. Another batch of newborn blood zombies will appear in the blood-fiend ancient land. What's the principle of this? It's said to have something to do with the deeper parts of the blood-fiend ancient land. Anyway, you just have to remember that every year before the zombie tide, there will be more blood zombies in the blood-fiend ancient land. The sound of the conversation over there stopped, and Lin Jia took a bite of his food and fell into deep thought. The annual zombie tide? Every year? After Lin Jia stepped into the blood-fiend ancient land, he felt a noticeable difference. The air seemed to be filled with a faint blood aura, and the surrounding land glowed a ruddy color after being exposed to the sun, reflecting the deserted and uninhabited environment. It was clearly a sunny day at midday, but it always made people feel a chill down their spine, which was inexplicably a bit weird. Lin Jia shook the goosebumps on his body, utilizing his instantaneous walking steps to start rushing towards the inside of the bloodshed ancient land. The blood zombies in his father's words were not seen on the outside, but after walking a little further in, the silhouettes of a few cultivators sparsely appeared in the surroundings as well. A sound of fighting came from far ahead, and Lin Jia's gaze lit up as he felt his way along the surrounding dirt slopes. Ugh, bad luck. Another bean-sized blood crystal. What's the use? In the blood-fiend ancient land, after two middle-aged cultivators combined their efforts to kill the blood zombie in front of them, they looked at a bright, red-colored crystal left on the ground and began to complain. His companion nodded and said somewhat helplessly, this should be a juvenile blood zombie. It was caught by the two of us before it had met any other kindred. Otherwise, with the strength of this blood zombie, after devouring a few of its kindred, the blood crystals wouldn't be so small. Wasted effort. The companion also sighed, this month's harvest is too small. I decided to leave first, go to other places to make a living, and come back after a few months when the blood zombie is almost raised. What about you? Me? The other party sheathed his sword and hesitated for a moment before saying, although this blood crystal is a bit small, it can still be sold for a good price. Right, the companion denied. It's your first year doing this, you don't understand. The price difference between blood crystals of different sizes is very large. Even if you work your ass off to hunt blood zombies this month and get twice as many blood crystals as in previous months, but with this size, you'll end up getting less than 1/3 as many spirit stones as you did before. The other party was astonished and blurted out, no way, the difference is so much? He looked at his companion with some skepticism in his eyes. It's not you euro? Seeing that he didn't believe it, the companion didn't have the intention of explaining more, but just faintly said, believe it or not, I'll leave first. Seeing that cultivator stalled in place, the companion's figure that had already left suddenly stopped. One last thing, these months there are very many firstborn blood zombies. You'd better be careful, otherwise don't say blood crystals. Life is gone euro? When the cultivator heard this, he saw that his companion left without hesitation, and his face showed a struggle. But after thinking for a long time, he still gritted his teeth and decided to stay in the blood fiend ancient land to hunt blood zombies. While picking up the blood crystals on the ground, he muttered to himself, with so many primordial blood zombies, it's clearly a good opportunity to earn spirit stones, even if the blood crystals are smaller. So what? I don't believe that no one will still take this. Lin Jia witnessed this scene from the shadows, and his figure hidden behind the dirt slope quietly retreated, while pondering in his mind what he had just heard. There are a lot of blood zombies? Looks like we need to be a little more careful. Although he held such thoughts, when a blood zombie truly appeared in front of him, Lin Jia still instantly drew his longsword to meet it. Lin Jia's pace was a little bit. His instantaneous walking steps rapidly operated, and in his swift figure, he immediately approached the blood zombie that was wandering around. The tip of his sword was slightly bright, spiritual energy with the air chop, only to see the silver light in the air flashed, and then the air chop appeared behind the blood zombie in an instant. Between the silver light flashing, chopped down, the blood mist on the blood zombie's body dimmed slightly, and only then did it notice Lin Jia's figure. It violently screamed out, invisible spiritual ripples instantly radiating out, forming waves of sharp spiritual attacks. Lin Jia did not dodge. The spiritual energy in his mind quickly dispersed, forming a solid shield in front of his body, tightly blocking all of the blood zombie's spiritual attacks. After seeing the blood zombie launched spiritual attacks, his breath was a bit depressed, his eyes narrowed, his long sword slightly flung, taking advantage of the situation to cut out a air chop, and after the air chop, the spiritual energy condensed into a sharp blade, fiercely stabbed at the blood zombie. Tyrannical and filled with bloody gas yell by the blood zombie roar, about to stab into the blood zombie body of the air chopping uncontrollably slow for a moment, but before the blood zombie complacent, a hidden but sharp spiritual blade suddenly pierced into its mind, only to see the blood zombie's body full of blood mist involuntarily shook. The air departure chop instantly chopped up, poo bared sound, its blood mist faded a little more. The blood zombie fell into the wind. Lin Jia saw the situation is to increase the strength, spiritual attacks and the air chopping non-stop attack, forcing the blood zombie step by step back, almost breathless. But even so, wait until the spiritual power consumption of half. He noticed that the blood vampire's blood mist has become thin. Lin Jia's instantaneous walking step was activated. Another spiritual attack was sent out, while the cold star sword slightly trembled, and between the flashes of silver light, an off-air chop instantly slashed out. Chapter 76 Shadow of the Blood Zombie. The blood zombie was hit by the air departure chop. The figure that had already been dispersed finally completely dissipated, like a balloon that had been punctured. The blood mist exploded and sprinkled on the ground, and on the ground, ding sound, leaving a crystal like a red onyx. Like a crystal, Lin Jia slightly gasped for breath, only relying on the off-air chop to kill the third-order zombies. It was indeed too reluctant. Especially the blood zombies, this kind of creatures whose whole body was covered with blood mist and almost had no fatal weaknesses. It was even more difficult to deal with. But fortunately, he was still more powerful, and stood at the end of the day. He walked to the front, picked up the ground of the blood crystal, carefully placed in the sun to observe, although it is the color of blood, but look quite clean and pure. Father said that the blood crystal, how to use it? Directly use spiritual power to touch and absorb it? Lin Jia looked around. The scenery was pale, at a glance. In addition to himself, he could hardly see the figure of the second living being. He was relieved, carefully probed out his spiritual power, and touched towards the blood crystal. Who hiss? When the spiritual power and the blood crystal came into contact, a strange sound seemed to come from it. Lin Jia closed his eyes tightly and carefully began to experience it. As soon as the blood crystal path came into contact with the spiritual power, it was like oil meeting water, instantly boiling up. The blood crystal was filled with a crystal clear blood filament, and the spiritual power sensed it and exuded the instinct of wanting to devour it. Lin Jia's heart slightly moved. Control of the spiritual power began to capture the blood crystal and the blood filaments. Although the blood filaments naughty, but encountered such as the predator general spiritual power, or obediently cast down, blood filaments by the spiritual power wrapped, like a mud cow into the sea, was absorbed by the spiritual power. And as the blood filaments and the blood crystal gradually decreased, the blood crystal also became translucent white. After a moment, Lin Jia let out a breath and opened his eyes. An extremely thin red thread flashed across his pupils. Then it was covered down by black and hidden in the darkness. Spiritual power seems to have grown a lot. Lin Jia looked at the blood crystal in his hand that had dulled down and become translucent white, and subconsciously pinched it, seeing it crumble like dust. He casually twisted his fingertips and thought for a moment. It's not obvious. Is it because this blood crystal is too small? He looked towards the depths of the blood fiend ancient land, a vague excitement flashing in his eyes. It seems that choosing the blood fiend ancient land was indeed a wise choice. If there are enough blood crystals, it's not impossible for the increased spiritual power to exceed that of the chaos spirit fruit. Since that's the case, let's continue hunting. Lin Jia's figure flickered slightly, the power of space contained in his instantaneous walking steps, holding the cold star sword as he continued to head deeper into the blood-fiend ancient land. After the burning of an incense stick, a shadow of a blood zombie suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Jia saw this and licked the corner of his mouth. His long sword flashed with silver light and instantly met him. In the blood-fiend ancient land, a battle was suddenly fought and ended quietly as the sun slanted in the west. 3 days later, in a cave, a teenager held a blood crystal in his palm, his eyes tightly closed. Next to him, there were translucent white blood crystals scattered all over the ground. This person was none other than Lin Jia, only to see Lin Jia's body beside the mist steam vaguely show the color of blood. With the blood crystal in his hand gradually pale, he abruptly opened his eyes, obviously pure black pupils, but suddenly showed a touch of red color. Reflected on his face, there was a kind of indescribable zombie strange. These past few days have been spent hunting blood zombies, and after so many times of refining the instantaneous walking steps and the leading air chop, the spatial power has finally grown, and has been raised to 1/12%, and I absorbed all the blood crystals together this time. Not only did my spiritual power grow, but my tyrannical power also sensed up to 15%. But for some reason, it always feels a bit strange. Lin Jia observed his surroundings and found that the scenery around him was haloed with a strange blood color, but after blinking his eyes, he felt that it was just an illusion. It's just that, it's probably the after effects of the growth of the tyrannical power. Lin Jia shook his head slightly and stood up, intending to start practicing sword techniques. The long sword was sheathed, and the silver-white blade reflected Lin Jia's face as he subconsciously swept over the reflection on it, suddenly pausing for a split second and narrowing his eyes. What's with this smear of blood color? Lin Jia stared at the extremely conspicuous smear of blood color in his eyes, his expression serious. Sure enough, isn't there always all sorts of aftermaths to spiritual power that you cultivate on your own? He crossed his fingers over the crimson pupil reflected in the sword and pondered for a moment before suddenly sitting down, placing the long sword on his lap and starting to run the forging spirit decree with his eyes closed, only to see his mind suddenly appeared a hammer shadow, violently smashed to the disc-sitting spiritual power villain. His mind came from a loud noise. The villain instantly dissipated, then slowly gathered up. The hammer saw the situation. Stored up strength in the villain condensed at the moment instantly smashed down again. Lin Jia only felt a tremor in his ears, until the hammer shadow gradually trembled, and the spiritual power villain also trembled and solidified again before stopping. He opened his eyes and his sight slowly moved downward, looking for the silver-white sword that could reflect his face. The cold star sword was smooth and sharp, etching the surrounding scenery onto the sword body without a single trace, only to see that the bloodshot eyes were extremely dazzling amongst the gray. Lin Jia's heart skipped a beat and subconsciously touched his eyes. Dazed, is it an illusion? It always feels like this blood color not only didn't dissipate, but also has less impurities. It has solidified quite a bit. What's going on? Is the forging spirit decision quenching up the spiritual power to be indistinguishable from the enemy? Lin Jia was helpless in his heart and sighed. It's just that, this blood color hasn't found any side effects for the current me yet. Let's take one step at a time. He stood up and stepped on the translucent white blood crystal next to him, then walked towards the entrance of the cave. His feet lifted up and only a streak of dull dust remained on the ground. Outside the cave, the fishy smell in the air became even thicker, and at first glance, Lin Jia smelled it, and the emotions in his mind were suddenly a little riotous, and the blood light in his eyes was great, and between the slight lifting of his long sword, he almost wanted to chop out a few sword trails regardless, and use it to vent the tyranny in his heart. He looked startled and suppressed his movements. Before he could react to what was going on, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a large group of blood zombies hovering beside the cave. Lin Jia's heart was cold. Instantaneous walking steps was activated, and he immediately retreated into the cave, seeing that the large group of blood zombies didn't seem to notice his figure before wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and letting out a sigh of relief. Finished? How did so many blood zombies gather at the entrance of the cave? Lin Jia frowned tightly and was about to think of a countermeasure when a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Kill them all, kill them all. Shut up. Lin Jia let out a low roar and forcefully suppressed the ringing in his head with his mental power, but woe betide him. Before he could deal with this sudden tyrannical emotion, the cave entrance suddenly drifted with the figure of a blood zombie. Lin Jia's heart tightened, immediately looked around, but realized that when he retreated into the cave just now, he was leaning against a dead end, which just happened to seal his retreat. Seeing the blood zombie in front of him slowly turned his head. Chapter 77, More Secrecy. At the critical moment, everything is like a slow playback. He suddenly had a flash of light, quickly took out the spirit beads and a butterfly flower in the small Qiankuan bag, and the tyrannical power was catalyzed together with the spiritual power running 1,000 pounds a moment. In the blood zombies look over the previous second, scattered around the body of the highly confusing blood mist, shrouded itself. Blood zombie at first glance to see the cave dead end suddenly appeared a touch of blood color, puzzled tilted his head, seemingly did not expect here there is a fellow plan. Its body full of blood mist turned in a different direction, then ignored Lin Jia and wandered towards the inside of the cave. Seeing the blood zombie lowered its head to check the pile of dust on the floor of the cave, Lin Jia's thumping sound of the heart slowly calmed down. After a sigh of relief, he moved his body, and tried to walk behind the blood zombie. Blood zombie suddenly raised his head, did not pay attention to Lin Jia, but straight toward the cave entrance. Lin Jia see, the heart has some guesses, and then do not move to follow the blood zombie behind, also came to the cave outside. As expected, when the blood zombie group outside saw Lin Jia's figure full of blood mist, they all ignored it and didn't pay too much attention to it. Lin Jia let out a small breath, finally letting go of his lifted heart. It's good that the blood mist produced by the spirit bead and the tyrannical power is useful. He took a few tentative steps and was relieved after realizing that the blood zombies around him really seemed to treat him as a fellow clan member. The shape of the blood mist shrouded around him was still a little different from some of the blood zombies next to him, and after noticing this, Lin Jia began to quietly mobilize his spiritual power to fine-tune the blood mist around him, and a moment later, he looked at himself and the other blood zombies with almost the exact same shape, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Hoo-hoo! Strange wind sounds came from the air, and along with it, there was also sharp mental energy. Lin Jia subconsciously laid down a defense in his mind, and before he could react, he noticed that the blood zombies around him turned their heads in unison, and then gathered towards one place. Lin Jia froze, hesitated for a moment, then slightly gritted his teeth and mixed in the blood zombie group to follow. The destination wasn't far away, and after descending the sandy slope, Lin Jia saw a blood zombie leader that was almost twice as swollen as the other blood zombies staying there. On its body made up of blood mist, a pair of blood-red eyes were extremely conspicuous, full of tyranny and killing, sweeping over the blood zombies gathered in twos and threes. Almost substantial pressure spread down, shocking the blood zombies. Blood mist shook in unison. Lin Jia hid in the group of blood zombies. When he saw that the blood zombie leader didn't seem to stay too much on himself, he was relieved inwardly, but before his thoughts could fall, he met the blood-colored eyes of the blood zombie leader. Lin Jia's heart trembled and he subconsciously lowered his body. Seeing that his pressure was useful, the blood zombie leader nodded in satisfaction and then looked away. Lin Jia's lifted heart dropped by half. Ho ho! After the blood zombie chief finished patrolling the surrounding blood zombies, he suddenly raised his voice to the sky. Then his spiritual power spread out, and his tyrannical power violently stirred out the surrounding blood zombies. Subconsciously dry chaos for a moment. See, blood zombie leader really did not care about the meaning. Some blood zombies will look around, look at the right eye, suddenly let out a scream, and then the body shape fluttering fiercely towards the other side of the attack. Lin Jia's right hand subconsciously touched the hilt of the sword, but the afterglow saw the blood zombie leader who was sitting and watching the show, paused for a moment, the spiritual power to catalyze the spirit beads, so that the blood mist around the body looks a little more stealthy. The effect was still there, only to see the surrounding blood zombies all subconsciously avoided Lin Jia, and Lin Jia saw this, also did not move to move his figure, try to make himself less noticeable in a melee of blood zombies. The blood zombie leader did not notice Lin Jia's movement for the time being, so Lin Jia was at ease, quietly watching the surrounding blood zombie fighting. Some of the blood zombies stopped halfway through the fight, while others were a little more explosive in temper. Between the jumping of their bodies, their strong spiritual power forced their opponents to retreat step by step, and the blood mist almost dissipated. Blood zombie leader saw, also did not want to care about the meaning, but instead issued a ho-ho sound, as if in praise. Occupy the advantage of the blood zombie. See, blood fog more and more dense. Spiritual attack is even more rampant. The head of the weak blood zombie ultimately cannot beat the overly powerful opponents. Only to hear a bang sound, the blood fog exploded, only to leave a blood crystal on the ground. The winning blood zombie grinned, blood mist wrapped blood crystal, and then enjoy the shake. The blood zombie leader's ruddy eyes moved, and his spiritual power spread out, looking at the winner as if he was talking about something. Lin Jia saw this situation again and was really puzzled, but his spiritual power radiated out and he couldn't touch any message until the victorious blood zombie's figure suddenly grew. Then after the tyrannical power filled with the smell of blood emanated out, the crimson color in his eyes jumped uncontrollably, and the tyrannical power in his mind that had been forcibly suppressed suddenly sprang out, and then he heard a few fragmented words. Strong get stronger blood crystal devour them. Lin Jia's expression hidden in the blood mist froze, slowing down the mental power that suppressed the tyrannical power within his mind. Devour euro. Kill euro. Kill. The surrounding atmosphere was suddenly somewhat condensed. The air was filled with killing molecules that drummed up the hearts of the people, and the blood fog on the blood zombies' bodies trembled uncontrollably as they stared at each other. Seeing this situation, Lin Jia's heart jumped, subconsciously retreating further, but ultimately it was a little too late, only to see the blood zombie leader issued a ho-ho laughter. The air seems to come from an explosion. Killing instantly ignited. Blood zombies face grim, madly began to kill each other. The surrounding tyrannical force was clearer than ever before. Lin Jia was in the middle of it. The tyrannical force in his mind was gradually being pulled, and he felt that his emotions were a little uncontrollable. Lin Jia dodged the blood bullets that suddenly brushed his shoulders, swept over the attacking blood zombies. The red color in his gaze flourished, and with a cold smile, his spiritual power was like a sharp blade that violently stabbed at the blood zombies. The leader of the blood zombies saw that the blood zombie group was in disarray. Ho-ho laughed out, and then his figure faded slightly, disappearing here. The blood zombie fighting with Lin Jia was poked and prodded by the spiritual attack like spikes. The blood mist dimmed a lot, but it did not know the meaning of retreating. It was still tenaciously attacking towards Lin Jia. Seeing this, Lin Jia's expression sank slightly, and his grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, not pulling it out. He swept over the place where the blood zombie leader had just stood, not daring to be careless, still attacking the blood zombie with his spiritual power. The blood zombie roared out furiously, and the blood mist on his body suddenly detached from a part of it, gathering into a blood ball and violently attacking towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia slowed down for a moment, and when he retreated again with the instantaneous walking steps, he was already splattered by the flying blood balls, and the drops of blood mist were like magma, falling on his body and quickly corroding his flesh and blood. Lin Jia hissed lightly, his eyes rose a few points of annoyance, also no longer care about the blood zombie leader in the end whether it disappeared or not, but directly drew out the cold star sword covered in blood mist, between the flashes of silver light, away from the air chopping abruptly toward the blood zombie attack. Chapter 78 Strange Zombie Fae. Blood zombie originally dimmed a lot of the body is because of the sudden attack from the air chop and pause for a moment. Silver light and blood fog entangled. This is an even match scene, but because of the sudden attack on the spiritual power and the situation is clear, only to see the blood fog alight. The blood zombie steeply exploded. A blood crystal splash out. The blood zombies died one after another. The riot also gradually calmed down. Did not have time to dissipate the blood mist condensed in the air for a long time. From a distance, this place is a reddish color. Lin Jia caught the blood crystals in the air and subconsciously licked his dry lips, tasting a few hints of blood flavor. He dispersed his spiritual power to wrap the blood crystals and absorb them, and then when he looked at the blood zombies around him, a few smudges of greed arose in his blood-colored eyes. There aren't this many blood zombies in other places, and that blood-colored leader isn't there either. Next, if I'm careful, I can totally get more blood crystals before the butterfly flower runs out. The crimson color between Lin Jia's eyes deepened a bit as he thought of this. Although the side effects of the blood crystal are a bit greater, it's completely risky just based on the fact that it can boost mental power. I was able to realize the power of space in the 5 elements mysterious realm because of my spiritual power. Furthermore, the tyrannical power within my mind indirectly promotes the efficiency of absorbing blood crystals because it's being pressed by my spiritual power at all times. Lin Jia crushed the pale blood crystal in his hand and let out a low laugh. Even if the blood crystal isn't as simple as it currently appears, so what? Things in this world are inherently dependent on misfortune and blessings. Being secure is naturally a choice, but being overly secure isn't a form of cowardice. This is the realm of cultivators, and being comfortable is always an appearance. Besides, compared to flashy talent, perhaps chance is the right path to enhance strength. His body was hidden in a blood mist. The surrounding blood color lined his handsome face a bit pale, and his crimson eyes dotted over it, revealing a strange zombie alien to him. Unfortunately, the body is the spirit beads emitted by the blood fog block. Far away, only thought it was another blood zombie standing in place to rest. Just 5 days later, the ancient land of the bloodbath has not seen the figure of human cultivators. Only countless tyrannical and crazy blood zombies remain. Under the setting sun, behind a sandy slope, 2 groups of blood mist-like creatures are fighting. A blood zombie hissed and shouted out, violently rushed toward the opponent, and its opponent, although hidden in the blood mist, the body shape between the walk, but showed a show of no panic, only to see that the group of blood mist suddenly gathered in front of the body in the shape of a blood sword, only to see the silver light of the blood sword flashed, but also in the air to open up a deep black cracks. Blood zombie's body subconsciously trembled a little, looking at so silver light, subconsciously like backward, but this backward just hit the sword awnings. It turns out that it does not know when behind a black crack, in which the silver light suddenly chopped out. Plop sound, stabbed into the blood zombie body. Blood fog steeply burst open. Crystal clear blood crystals fell to the ground, rolled to that mass of blood fog body, issued a crisp ringing sound. The mass of blood mist suddenly lightened, revealing a blurry figure. Then the blood mist suddenly thickened, blocking the view inside. Linjia took out the penultimate third butterfly lover's flower and continued to urge the blood mist to block his figure. Seeing the butterfly lover's flower soothe the bottom, he picked up the blood crystals on the ground and had a mind to leave. Ho! An extremely sharp cry came from the air. Linjia was startled in his heart. Subconsciously turning back, he saw a blood zombie that was rushing towards a certain location appear around him. This scenario was DJVU. Linjia stared for a moment and suddenly turned his head away. A loud noise violently exploded in Linjia's ears, and a sharp stabbing pain came from Linjia's head. He stifled a grunt, and a stream of blood flowed out of the side of his mouth uncontrollably. Before he could react, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. Linjia's heart sank as he subconsciously gripped the scabbard of his sword. Ho! Ho! Only to see the blood zombie leader staring intently at Linjia, letting out a warning-like cry. Linjia's expression was grave, and he faintly and unnoticeably leaked out a bit of tyrannical power before catching the other party's meaning. Set euro. Set euro. Do not kill euro. One person and one zombie confronted each other for a long time. Seeing the tyranny in the blood zombie leader's ruddy eyes gradually flourish, Linjia pursed his lips tightly, and finally had the sense to walk towards the gathering point. Only then did the blood zombie leader withdraw his stupid desire to attack, and began to observe the other blood zombies. The blood zombies gathered this time were even more than last time. Linjia's eyes were lowered, not moving, observing the surrounding area. After noticing that the blood mist on many blood zombies was not yet condensed, a thought flashed through his mind. There are a lot more newborn blood zombies. The blood zombie leader swept through all the blood zombies before finally stopping at Linjia. It let out another ho-ho sound, and Linjia had no choice but to release a little more of his tyrannical power. Kill euro. Kill euro. Go euro. It seemed that because of the reason that he had just suffered a little injury, the message Linjia received was intermittent, and he could barely piece together the complete meaning. While he listened in a daze, the blood zombie leader acted as if his words were already finished, and turned to start urging the tyrannical power, provoking the surrounding blood zombies to kill. Linjia's heart flashed with a touch of helplessness, seeing the surrounding blood zombies began to mingle. In order to minimize his presence, he still searched for a newborn blood zombie with a slightly fainter blood mist to start. In spite of this, he could still notice that the leader of the blood zombies was paying attention to himself, if at all. In front of the blood zombie leader, Linjia did not dare to use the long sword, even issued a spiritual attack is also tied, so the newborn blood zombie in front of him was only forced by the spiritual attack to pause for a moment, and then violently rushed over, hissed out sharply. However, all of a sudden, he regretted a little. Without the support of the off-air chop and instantaneous walking steps, his strength was still too much inferior to that of a real third-rank zombie. The battle was almost a one-sided trend. Linjia dodged the blood zombie's attacks in a sorry state, and the mental power in his mind was somewhat stretched. Seeing the newborn blood zombie's body split into two, a blood ball suddenly attacked. Linjia let out a low curse, had to loosen the restriction on the tyrannical power in his mind. The red light in his eyes bloomed, his fingertips condensed, and a blood mango fiercely chopped out. The blood ball burst in the air. The body of the newborn blood zombie shook. Linjia saw that the tyrannical power seemed to have a bonus in the blood zombie. His complexion moved, his footsteps slightly shifted, along with the sharp spiritual attack. Another finger poked out, at the same time towards the blood zombie pressure. The newborn blood zombie was still too tender after all. One person and one zombie fought for a while, or Linjia won the battle. He took a breath, immediately picked up the blood crystal on the ground. Also do not care about the blood zombie leader on the side watching. The spiritual power slightly scattered. Immediately the blood crystal package began to absorb the blood inside the silk tube. After one was used up, Linjia took out another blood crystal from the small dry koan pouch, until the dried up spiritual energy slowly filled up. He was relieved and had some sense of security. Chapter 79 Tyrannical Power. I didn't expect that the first time the blood hidden sword technique came into play would be in a place like this. Linjia sighed helplessly. It's also thanks to the fact that the power of tyranny has a strange suppression power over blood zombies. Otherwise with a blood return like mine that I can barely send out with my fingers, I definitely wouldn't be able to defeat a third-order blood zombie. The surrounding blood zombie melee slowly stopped. Linjia subconsciously glanced at the blood zombie leader with his afterglow. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have the intention to leave, his heart began to make a mistake. Why isn't this thing leaving? Last time, it didn't just leave. The blood zombie chief's red-colored eyes suddenly looked over and touched Lin Jia's line of sight. Lin Jia's heart flinched and instantly withdrew his gaze. The blood-colored leader stared at Lin Jia for a moment, then turned his head to look at the other blood zombies, and he was slightly relieved in his heart, before he noticed a few touches of cold sweat rising on his forehead. After refining the chaos spirit fruit, my spiritual power is quite a bit higher than a cultivator at the early stage of the condensation realm, and after absorbing the blood crystals in those few days when I first arrived, I'm barely on par with an ordinary third-stage middle-grade zombie, and this blood zombie leader, Lin Jia secretly gritted his teeth, to be able to crush my spiritual power, that definitely has the strength of an upper third rank. The evening sunlight on the sky gradually dissipated, and the sky gradually darkened, while the blood chief still had no intention of leaving. Lin Jia saw the situation, the pace of the slight shift, want to quietly retreat, but not yet walked a few steps. A spiritual power-like substance suddenly pointed over. Blood zombie leader's red-colored eyes in the darkness is divided into eye-catching, staring straight over, seems to be in the threat. Lin Jia's footsteps stiffened for a moment, only after a long time did he slightly move back a step, no longer moving. Seeing this, the blood zombie leader then withdrew his gaze. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. Lin Jia pinched his tiger's mouth, forced himself to calm down, and began to think about countermeasures, but the more he thought about it, the more hopeful he felt. That's a third-order upper-grade blood zombie. What am I going to fight with? The spirit bead needs the butterfly lover's flower to catalyze the blood mist, but I only have one plant left. When the butterfly lover's flower runs out, the blood mist dissipates. It senses my true colors, and with so many blood zombies surrounding it, I definitely won't be able to escape. Lin Jia looked annoyed. The red color between his eyes flashed abruptly, and tyrannical thoughts gradually grew in his mind, urging him to want to destroy everything around him. Kill them, kill them, kill them and you won't be troubled. Kill them, do it. Lin Jia took a deep breath, barely using his spiritual power to push down the tyrannical power, trying to calm down, but the demon that had been let out of its cage could no longer be shut back in, and a whisper resounded in his head, and then the voice grew louder and louder, shaking his mind. In his ruddy pupils, he inadvertently glanced at the Scarlet Chief, and the thoughts in his mind became progressively more extreme, and he only felt that the blood mist was becoming more and more detestable. Lin Jia's heart was ruthless. Using his finger as a sword, he violently stabbed his arm. The intense pain suppressed the emotions in his mind. His eyes regained clarity. Unconscionable. Lin Jia mocked silently. It's only a 15% of tyrannical power euro. His expression suddenly lurched, as if he had thought of something. When I just fought against that newborn blood zombie, the tyrannical power was able to suppress the blood zombie euro. Lin Jia touched the small Qiankuan pouch on his waist. I've collected quite a few blood crystals in the past few days, and I've hardly used them. Blood crystals can both enhance my spiritual power and sense the tyrannical power. If I absorb all these blood crystals, I might still have a chance of survival. However, if this is done, everything will be out of control. I can suppress the tyrannical power once with pain, but I can't do it every time. Lin Jia's fingers paused, hesitating. Let's see first. This butterfly flower can still maintain the blood mist dispersed by the spirit bead for half a day. After half a day, if the blood zombie leader still doesn't have any intention of leaving, then I'll start absorbing the blood crystals. Lin Jia let go of the small Qiankuan bag, clenched his fists, and made his decision. The next morning, Lin Jia stared expressionlessly at the motionless blood mist figure, his eyes gradually condensing. The efficacy of the butterfly flower was about to expire. He took out the last one and renewed it, followed by the blood crystal. Lin Jia slightly closed his eyes. His spiritual power wrapped around the blood crystal and began to absorb it. 1, 2 euro. Countless gray blood crystals turned into dust at Lin Jia's fingertips and dissipated with the wind. The figure of the blood zombie leader moved and glanced at Lin Jia before withdrawing his gaze. 160% euro. 17% euro. The sun slanted in the west. Lin Jia's hand that touched towards the small Qiankuan bag was empty for an instant, then stopped. He slowly opened his eyes. The black color in his eyes completely disappeared, covered by the red color all over. The tyrannical power in it flashed, suddenly staring at a blood zombie next to him. The figure of the blood mist faded, then rushed over, only to see Lin Jia's fingertips violently probing, almost doubled in size. The blood return suddenly stabbed out. That blood zombie felt the tyrannical power in it, uncontrollably stiffened, then was crushed by the extremely powerful blood return and violent spiritual power. Lin Jia absorbed the blood crystals in the air and once again attacked towards another target. The blood zombie leader stared at Lin Jia for a long time before finally making a decision and walking over. Ho euro. Lin Jia's expression did not change as his tyrannical power was unreservedly sent out, violently attacking the blood zombie leader. the blood zombie leader was provoked. His crimson-colored eyes were red, his spiritual power pressed down unreasonably, and his roar was even louder. Ho ho ho! Going underground? What kind of thing are you? Who wants to go with you? Lin Jia laughed coldly, and the spiritual power that touched the border of the upper third rank suddenly attacked and violently stabbed at the blood zombie leader. The blood zombie leader didn't flash or avoid. His spiritual power met him. Both sides had a face-to-face in the air. Lin Jia's face turned white. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ho! Ho ho ho! Not going to Euro? Die! The blood zombie leader's revealed red eyes were full of tyranny, staring tightly at Lin Jia, gradually surfacing with killing intent. Lin Jia's alarm bells rang loudly. The back of his spine chilled, and his tyrannical power was instantly suppressed, barely calming down. While weighing whether he could beat the blood zombie leader with all his cards, he observed the surrounding area, and after realizing that there were quite a few blood zombies around that were attracted by the commotion and looked over, he took a deep breath and slowly nodded to the blood zombie leader. Ho! The blood zombie leader swept a glance at the surrounding blood zombies and let out a low roar. Then his body slightly moved and took Lin Jia away. One person and one zombie walked towards the depths of the blood fiend ancient land. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the group of blood zombies, Lin Jia stared at the back of the blood zombie leader, and the red color between his eyes once again flourished. A silver light flashed in the air, fiercely stabbed into the back of the blood zombie leader. The blood zombie leader was caught off guard, but was attacked squarely. It roared lowly, instantly turned around, staring at Lin Jia's gaze full of tyranny and anger. Lin Jia's blood mist around him shook, then slowly dispersed. Seeing the efficacy of the spirit beads disappeared, he simply no longer hid. The cold star sword instantly drew a harsh arc in the air, and with the tip of the sword flung out, fiercely chopped at the blood zombie leader. Chapter 80, Caught in the Crisis. The blood zombie leader's figure violently scattered. The turbid blood mist condensed into a blood ball suddenly smashed towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia saw the situation. Instantaneous walking step in the foot, trying to dodge, but the gap between the two strength is too large. The blood ball still coldly hit in front of Lin Jia's chest. Lin Jia throat sweet, spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing Lin Jia full of woeful figure, blood zombie leader issued ho-ho piercing laughter. Lin Jia wiped his mouth with his cuff, his face hidden in the darkness. The corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up a cold smile. The blood zombie leader's back suddenly exploded. His body lurched, and almost in shock and anger, he looked at Lin Jia, but only saw a remnant of a shadow. Lin Jia urged the sharp force that was buried in the back of the blood zombie leader while approaching towards it. His expression flashed with a touch of viciousness. The pain in his chest made the tyrannical force in his mind more and more exuberant. While the long sword in his hand was crossed, the crimson almost dripping blood slowly coalesced on the sword, only to see two colors flashing on it, one silver and one black. Then the blood-colored sword ons flourished, fiercely chopping at the blood zombie leader. Obviously can avoid this attack but the blood zombie leader paced stalemate only between. Actually feel was fixed in place. The three-colored sword almost to be covered by the color of blood abruptly attacked. Even the blood zombie leader pierced through. The blood zombie leader was driven by the three-colored sword on involuntarily retreated a few steps. The body slightly bowed. The body of the blood mist visible to the naked eye faded a lot. Did it work? Lin Jia's hand holding the hilt of the sword was filled with sweat as he stared at the figure of the blood zombie leader with a deadly stare. Tick! The red mist that had almost condensed into water droplets fell from the blood zombie leader onto the ground, only to see its blood-colored eyes lift slightly as it looked at Lin Jia, and a hard and ear-piercing laugh escaped from its mouth. Then the blood mist instantly condensed into a hand, and slowly but firmly drew out the three-colored sword aura that was wreaking havoc on his chest. Lin Jia's heart tightened, and with his feet on the ground, he turned and ran. The midday sun was a bit poisonous. In the blood fiend ancient land, a cultivator with a wretched figure was running desperately, while behind him, an extremely huge blood mist figure was in hot pursuit, and as soon as the blood light was condensed, a crimson-colored blood ball suddenly smashed over. Lin Jia felt the blazing heat of his back. His tensed spirit was relieved, and at the moment before the blood ball was about to touch his back, instantaneous walking step was activated, and he was able to avoid it. Blood zombie leader see long time can't take Lin Jia down. Red eyes are full of anger, can't help but let out a sharp growl. The body's blood mist like poisonous snakes spread out. Seems to be slow but actually fast towards Lin Jia overlay. Lin Jia's mind was tingling from the blood zombie leader's spiritual attack. His head was dizzy, his body couldn't help but stagger, and before he could react, his side was surrounded by blood-colored fog. His face was pale, barely able to carry over the blood zombie leader's spiritual attack. He glimpsed the thick blood fog around him, and his heart couldn't help but flooded with a few threads of coolness. Am I really going to be planted here? The blood zombie leader's eerie laughter resounded in the scattered blood mist, and several blood-colored shadows provocatively probed out, hovering in the air, foolishly ready to stab down at any time. Lin Jia's heart was on fire. Affected by the tyrannical power of 23%, he wanted to attack out regardless. But on the other hand, because of the death alarm bells ringing loudly, his mind in crisis had to forcefully calm down and think of countermeasures. The 3-shape chop was incorporated by me into the power of space, and barely had the shadow of a silver moon. But even so, the blood zombie leader who took this blow strongly didn't show any sign of decadence. Creatures like blood zombies are still a little too difficult to deal with. Covered in blood mist, no weaknesses in sight. If this time the confrontation is against other zombies, maybe we can still find a few chances by relying on this style. The tyrannical power in his mind began to boil up again. Between the riots, there seemed to be a hint of agitation coming from it. Lin Jia subconsciously suppressed it, but staring at the blood shadows waving in the air, his mind suddenly flashed with an aura. No! He recalled the previous scene. The most fundamental reason why the blood zombie died was that the blood mist on its body collapsed, and without support, it would naturally dissipate. According to reason, keeping the blood mist on the body always thick should be the way of survival of the blood zombie, which is like it. Actually dispersing the blood mist. His jaw tightened. The rest of the light swept around the blood mist that was covered tightly. Gripping the hand of the long sword is a little white. If I mean, what if the blood zombie leader isn't as subdued as it appears to be, but is instead strong on the outside? Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes were deep. Between the slight picking of the long sword, the power of ice and cold and the power of sharpness that had already reached a small degree of success suddenly appeared on the body of the sword. A silver and a black circled in the head. A flash of blood suddenly climbed up. Lin Jia's long sword instantly chopped out. The 3 sword-ons fused into one, like a swimming dragon, abruptly attacking the blood shadow in the air. An indistinct ho-ho sound came from the blood mist, only to see the swimming dragon transformed from the 3-shaped chop fiercely biting the blood shadow, and the bloody eyes at the head of the dragon opened up in an instant, shooting towards the blood mist. The ho-ho sound in the blood mist seems to be smaller, but immediately after the blood mist surging, countless blood shadows such as the devil's hand generally toward the air swimming dragon probing, such as Tarsa's ants, stabbed into the swimming dragon body. Swimming dragon originally free figure was restrained, between the blood mist shrouding it, struggling helplessly twice. The blood eyes on the dragon's head dimmed, and then it was covered by countless blood mists like chicken blood, suffocating and dying. The rich color of blood in the air seemed to condense into drops of blood. The bright red blood shadow slowly circled in mid-air, and then the vortex condensed, like a wide-open demon's mouth, with hideous fangs, and pressed towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's face was cold. Subconsciously using his hand to wipe it, he saw the color of blood all over his palm. Lin Jia's mind exploded. His tyrannical power was stimulated to become even more crazy. The bloodshot eyes on his face were so deep that they could barely reflect the shadow of the blood mist. He suddenly took a deep breath. The pungent smell of blood filled his nose, but his mental power abruptly loosened, completely releasing the shackles on the tyrannical power. The blood shadow in midair violently overlapped down. The sharp fangs had pierced Lin Jia's neck. Blood dripped down and fell at his feet, reflecting the blood-colored eyes that were full of excitement hidden in the blood mist. But then, the blood light flashed, and the emotions in the blood-colored eyes were suddenly filled with panic, only to see that in the pair of blood-colored eyes in the blood mist, an even brighter red blood eye slowly emerged in between. Lin Jia's blood-colored eye was crimson as he slowly raised his head and stared at the dense blood mist in front of him, suddenly evoking a cold smile. His right hand loosened, and the cold star sword fell to the ground with a ding sound, and then his palm was slightly lifted, holding it towards the blood shadow wrapped around his neck, only to see the blood shadow panic struggle up. Blood mist splash. Will palm cut out a wound? But the palm is not the slightest bit moved, slowly but firmly covered in the blood shadow body. Slightly force. The blood shadow will be like a red-colored snake, quickly dried down. Chapter 81 Absorbing blood crystals. Blood dripped down and smashed on the silver-white sword, making a crisp snap sound. The blood shadow in midair paused for a moment, and then, as if angered, violently pressed down towards Lin Jia with a tide of red blood. However, Lin Jia did not dodge, raised his eyes to look at the blood shadow. There seems to be excitement flashed. He drew out his waist scabbard and threw it aside, and then his body slightly bowed. Under the feet of the silver light flashed, the body abruptly popped up, actually straight towards the blood shadow in midair rushed to. The two collided. Lin Jia was covered in wounds, blood scattered all over the place. The blood shadow was like a viper covering Lin Jia's body. A bite down. In addition to the blood, all the fuzzy flesh. But he didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. The hands that clasped the blood shadow fiercely exerted force, and actually tore a piece of mouth out of the blood shadow. He casually grabbed the blood shadow at his waist and tore it violently, then grinned and actually stepped into the blood mist. The blood mist violently surged up. Inside came the furious ho-ho sound. The blood shadow in midair chaotically rushed. Blood light diffusion. The ground accumulates a puddle of the color of blood. After a while, the blood shadow of the charge slowed down. The ground modeled blood will be cold star sword coated with a full body mess. And above, the blood fog violently trembled. Suddenly faded down. The sunlight once again sprinkled on the ground. A figure suddenly fell from the air, smashed full of blood splattered all over the place. Then, with a ding sound, the blood mist in midair dispersed, and a stumbling blood crystal fell. Cough. Lin Jia violently propped himself up and spat out a mouthful of dark green blood. His body's qi and blood were churning. The pungent rusty smell stimulated his spirit and made his head spin. He staggered to his feet and walked to the blood crystal, half-crouched and directly began to absorb the blood crystal. The blood strands in the blood crystal slowly disappeared until they all became pale before Lin Jia tilted his head inside. He opened his eyes. The tyrannical power in his blood-colored eyes all but disappeared, and his pupils reflected in the sunlight, surprisingly appearing somewhat crystal clear. This is my tyrannical power. Lin Jia laughed freely. So what if the three forms chop is not powerful enough? Having the tyrannical power to overcome you is enough. As he laughed, Lin Jia's body swayed, and in an instant, he fell into a pool of blood. Unconscious, the teenager was covered by the color of blood, almost unable to see the shadow of a person. While the cold star sword fell aside, the silver light of the sword body that wasn't covered by the blood flickered slightly, and before it could emit its light, it was abruptly covered down by a flash of blood. In the sky, I don't know when is already hung up a round of silver moon. Lin Jia stifled a grunt, some of the strength to try to hold up his body, but not yet stabilized in midair. The body suddenly came from a burst of pain that pierced into the bone marrow. The whole person fell into a pool of blood again with a thump. You woke up? There was a voice in the air. Lin Jia thought he was hallucinating. How could there be someone in the middle of the night? He rubbed his distended head and turned his head carelessly, and a bloody figure was reflected in his eyes. His face froze, and not caring about his body invaded by poison, he immediately staggered to his feet. Already can't even maintain the blood mist? That blood-colored figure's entire body was covered by the blood mist, only revealing two reddish eyes on his face, and those eyes reflected Lin Jia's wretched figure, which was stained with the color of blood. As he slowly uttered a voice, this was clearly another blood zombie. Lin Jia subconsciously operated his tyrannical power, which had already reached 25% after the refining of the blood crystals earlier. So when he started to perform it, some blood mist gushed out uncontrollably from around his body. The blood zombie, seeing this condition, nodded imperceptibly, then glanced at the blood all over the ground, as well as the long swords scattered beside him, and said, "Don't eat people in the future. Do you hear me?" Lin Jia froze in his heart, staring at the blood zombie for a moment. Seeing that its eyes were full of seriousness, his heart was slightly relieved, but on his face, he nodded stiffly. That blood zombie satisfied up, then said to Lin Jia, Go back to the underground with me. You're not fit to stay here anymore. Euro. Lin Jia estimated for a moment. Not long ago when fighting with that blood zombie leader, between the spiritual power exchanges, he also figured out the strength of the other party. But this blood zombie, why did the spiritual power with tyrannical power spread out, but could not get any feedback? Oh, God! Lin Jia's mind shook, and he instantly withdrew his spiritual power. Why don't you speak? That blood zombie looked at Lin Jia with some doubt, then seemed to think of something, and his voice carried some comfort. It's alright, the ground is more suitable for recuperating. You don't have to worry. Lin Jia pondered over the spiritual power that was like a sea of ocean, and a wave of despair welled up in his heart. This spiritual power is of the 4th rank, isn't it? It's definitely reached the 4th rank. That blood zombie leader's spiritual energy was about the same as mine right now, but it was the size of a small pool of water. How did this one become an ocean of water? He did not move and looked around. After realizing that this place was a bit excessively silent, his heart burst with sadness. It's true that woes don't come singly. Lin Jia did not answer for a long time. The blood zombie was stunned for a moment, between the blood mist, subconsciously about to float over to probe for information. Lin Jia's heart tightened, immediately backed up, and then nodded his head. Sure enough, see Lin Jia nodded. Blood zombie will be blood fog collected back. Blood eyes look at Lin Jia satisfied up. After you get there, cultivate well and don't waste your talent. Got it? Lin Jia was forced to follow the blood zombie towards the depths of the blood fiend ancient land, and his afterglow glanced at the sword and scabbard on the ground, immediately retracting his gaze, tears streaming down his heart. He taught the tyrannical force a hard lesson in his mind. I let you come out to deal with the blood zombie leader. Who told you to throw the sword away? Su Chao practicing boxing is full of muscles. Are you full of them as well? Don't even think about the blood hidden sword technique. That's a sword technique. Euro. Remember? Seeing the blood zombie turn his head to ask again, Lin Jia followed behind and nodded carelessly. One person and one zombie walked towards the depths of the blood fiend ancient land, and on the way, there were occasional blood zombies of the upper third rank who came to report the situation with this blood zombie. My lord, no breakthrough blood zombies were found. What about the ones that have produced a spirit? Not seen either. The blood zombie then sent the other party away. Lin Jia was still immersed in the sadness of losing the cold star sword, and listening to this conversation in his ears, he pondered for a while, then became even more distraught. So am I being noticed because I'm too strong? Or is it because my spiritual intelligence is too high that I was noticed? Or both? Seeing that the scenery around him was becoming more and more silent, Lin Jia's thoughts of escaping in his heart came alive again. Almost there, the blood zombie suddenly spoke out, interrupting Lin Jia's power buildup. Lin Jia thought of the other party's strength, let out a breath and silently followed. The blood zombie led Lin Jia towards an ordinary cave. Lin Jia looked around. This cave was not spacious, just an ordinary scenery. He looked at the blood zombie again. Chapter 82, Remote Places. Only to see the blood zombie touch the stone wall. Then his figure shook, the blood mist covered it, slowly corroded a door. The blood zombie took the lead and walked in, then turned his head to look at Lin Jia. Come in. Lin Jia slowly took a few steps forward, not very willingly. The blood zombie seemed to see this. The blood mist suddenly waved. It brought Lin Jia in. Then the door on the stone wall corroded by the blood mist slowly recovered. Lin Jia stared for a moment and covered his hand. When the blood zombie saw this scene, a hint of a smile flashed in his blood eyes. This door is specially made by the chief. Only we blood zombies can enter and exit. When your strength stabilizes, if you want to go out, you can apply with the chief. Lin Jia silently looked over. His mouth slightly moved, then closed again. Almost forgot. He is not the other party's kinsman. It is better to be mute in silence. The blood zombie saw that Lin Jia didn't say anything, and didn't care, but brought him towards the depths again. Lin Jia always observed the surrounding, did not expect the underground space is actually so big, and the road 7 turns, like a labyrinth. If a little inattentive, dizzy, directly will forget the exit just now. Unfortunately, Lin Jia know the power of space. The blood zombie leading the way suddenly spoke out. In front of you is where you'll stay later. I'll send you here. I'll go back and hand over to the chief first. Lin Jia's heart tightened and he slowly nodded his head. When the blood zombie saw this, the blood mist swayed and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Lin Jia stayed alone. His heart chilled a little when he saw a blood-colored figure that was too obvious not too far away. And between the operation of his tyrannical power, the blood mist that surged out became a little more aggressive. One of the blood zombies over there are almost all of the third order strength, all the way down. The weakest seems to be Lin Jia's blood zombie is too malnourished. But fortunately, those guys didn't seem to pay much attention to Lin Jia. Even if there were occasional blood zombies who saw and noticed Lin Jia's aura, they didn't bother. It seems that the blood mist in my surroundings has almost reached the point where it can be mistaken for the real thing. Lin Jia silently sighed. But it makes sense. After all, these blood zombies and the power of tyranny are already inextricably linked, and I'm considered to be of the same origin as them when I emanate the power of tyranny. Lin Jia moved a little farther away from the group of blood zombies, found a remote place, and began to sit down to nurse his wounds, thinking to himself, fighting against the blood zombie leader before was still a bit too forced. Although I destroyed the other party by relying on the tyrannical power to restrain the blood zombies, I not only lost my longsword, even the toxins that had been suppressed by the 9 changes of the heavenly god before also came out together. Lin Jia slightly operated the 9 transformations of the heavenly god, then quickly stopped and took a look at the blood zombie group in the distance. Seeing that they were still busy with their own business, he continued to start operating the 9 transformations of the heavenly god. After a while, the blood zombie group still didn't move much. He saw this and finally sighed in relief and began to suppress the toxins spreading out from his body. A day later, Lin Jia turned awake. The sound of fighting came from the front. He squinted his eyes and looked. He saw 2 blood zombies were fighting in a clearing. Beside them, surrounded by quite a number of blood zombies as if they were joining in the fun. And vaguely, there were also some intermittent words passing through from over there. Lin Jia concentrated on listening. Fight euro 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 euro. Fight euro 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 euro. Win euro 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 euro. Win euro 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 euro. Challenge euro 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 euro. New euro 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 euro. Euro 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 euro. Add euro 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 euro. Plus gas euro 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 euro. Lin Jia keenly captured certain words. I silently stood up, holding the surrounding stone wall toward the distance. Blood zombie group was busy watching the crowd, but did not pay much attention to the flickering figure behind him, so the blood shadow was safely far away from there. The clamor faded away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Underground daily darkness. Lin Jia, although because of the cultivator, can see the surrounding scenery, but inevitably still a little uncomfortable. So when found at the front of the emanation of some light, then carefully walked over. the light gradually appeared. It turned out to be a few pieces of jade that were emitting a warm glow. Lin Jia was stunned and walked forward to observe it carefully. Isn't this a spirit-containing stone? Seeing the fluctuation of spiritual energy or 2-star top grade, how could it be randomly scattered here? Right, this is surrounded by zombies of the upper 3rd rank and blood zombies. It's normal that they don't want this. Lin Jia picked up the Yunlin stone on the ground. His heart that was made cloudy by the blood zombies finally cleared up. Do you like it? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Jia's heart tightened. He turned to look at the other side. The one who spoke was another blood zombie. It stared at the containment stone in Lin Jia's hand, and then looked at Lin Jia, making a vague sound. Lin Jia did not want to speak. That blood zombie stared at Lin Jia for a moment, then nodded to itself. New to to light There was no problem explaining it this way, so Lin Jia's mouth closed even more tightly. Seeing that Lin Jia did not want to go, the blood zombie seemed to be interested, and began to speak intermittently again. Why Don't look Add it. You also Don't like Fighting? Boring They Don't listen Stay Fight The more Lin Jia listened to the more wrong. See, the blood zombie said vigorously. Want to take the opportunity to slip away. Blood zombie has been watching Lin Jia. See him wanna go. Tone a little anxious. Say Light Go Lin Jia froze, lifted up the Yunling stone in his hand. The blood zombie saw this, nodded, then pointed to the side and walked towards there. While walking, but also turned his head to look at Lin Jia. Lin Jia hesitated for a moment and followed. That blood zombie was obviously happy. Looked at Lin Jia, and began to talk again. Fighting Boredom Looking for a Lin Jia's head was a little swollen. This blood zombie words not only more. Down through the article, almost nothing valuable information. All in the lyrical sum of its own feelings. Look out. It has not been so free to speak once in a long time. Go to To Lin Jia's eyes lit up as he looked around. But the surroundings were pitch black. Where was the shadow of the Yunlin stone? His bloodshot eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the blood zombie, seemingly asking for an explanation. This That This Way. Lin Jia looked at the blood zombie with a tired heart, really not understanding what the other party was saying. The blood zombie seemed to have noticed this as well, blinking in embarrassment before walking over to the stone wall. The blood mist condensed into claws and violently stabbed inside. The stone wall shook and debris fell down, and some light was faintly emitted from inside. Lin Jia's heart moved. The tyrannical power was transported in his fingertips, and he violently stabbed at the stone wall next to him, only to see a crater poking out on the stone wall between the scattering of the rubble. Inside Inside Seemingly afraid of Lin Jia do not believe. Blood zombie and surge up the body of the blood mist. In front of the body condensed into a larger claw marks. Once again stabbed at the stone wall. The stone wall was corroded by the blood mist. Clattering fell some stones, during which a few pieces of not very obvious Yunlin stone sandwiched between. Together with the fall on the ground, blood zombie picked up the spirit stone, excitedly handed to Lin Jia in front of. Blood eyes bright crystal, hidden in the show. Chapter 83, The Soldier's Risky Moves. Lin Jia was speechless for a moment, and lazily ignored it, continuing to utilize his tyrannical power in stabbing towards the stone wall again. Blood zombie see Lin Jia ignore. Some bored, blood fog condensation, and then smashed towards the stone wall. A turbulence around, the top of the head fell a few pieces of debris. Lin Jia suspected that the other side in a deliberate revenge, but unfortunately there is no evidence. A few steps to avoid smashing down the debris. See blood zombie eyes full of innocence. Shook his head, continue to mind the stone wall. Blood zombie see Lin Jia did not go, also no longer attacked the stone wall, but the blood eyes excitedly staring at Lin Jia, began to gibberish continue to talk. At first, Lin Jia could still hear a few words of boredom and fighting, but after the emergence of the spirit stone in the stone wall, he could no longer care about the blood zombie beside him, and his eyes were filled with the stone wall. Fighting Every time Clang! A sound interrupted the blood zombie's voice. Lin Jia stared at the head-sized stone that had been mined out with great difficulty. His heart thumping, he felt the aura of spiritual power in it. Lin Jia used his finger as a sword and slowly began to cut the stone, while the blood zombies on the side were also excited to come over. The hard stone was cut by the tyrannical power. and a silver-white light slowly filled this dark space. Seeing that it was silver-white, the blood zombie got up with some regret. Lin Jia's expression was diametrically opposite. If not for the fact that his entire face was covered in blood mist, he was afraid that his grin could slant to another stone wall. Crystals, 3-star medium grade. Carry it around for a long period of time. Not only can it harbor mental energy, but when necessary, it can also keep the mind clear. Another treasure. If he had brought the crystal stone with him when dealing with the blood zombie leader, he wouldn't have been disliked by the other party's spiritual attack, causing his mind to be confused and failing to escape from the place filled with blood mist in time. Otherwise, afterward, it wouldn't be so bad that he would let out his tyrannical power completely and soldier on against the blood zombie leader. However, it was not too late to get it now. Although the tyrannical power could no longer be suppressed, but with the crystals, it was at least possible to keep the mind clear and calm at critical moments, and not do things in a completely reckless manner. Go Euro. Lin Jia is the intention. See, the blood zombie turned is planning to leave. The bottom of his feet immediately wiped the oil, spiritual power hidden in the tyrannical power, abruptly holding the crystal stone to leave this place, leaving the blood zombie alone to stay in the original place. A few gravel rolled, inexplicably seem a little bleak, until the blood zombie is far enough away. Lin Jia slowed down, although he would like to let the blood zombie to take to another hidden crystal stone wall, but before that, he is more worried about his ears. Just now, listening to the blood zombie stumbled for so long, most of the content is actually repeated, upside down. Blood zombie talk and talk, actually still excited, half do not feel bored. Of course, more excessive is, said so long. Lin Jia still did not understand the blood zombie want to express what, even with the meaning of the blood zombie words more and more repetitive, the tone of voice slightly raised, back and forth like in the chanting. Lin Jia seriously suspected that this was a new spiritual attack method. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, and after moving away from the blood zombie, he finally cleared the air. Although this underground is a bit dangerous, there are quite a few spiritual treasures. Lin Jia sighed as he looked at the containment spirit stones and crystals. It's just that although the treasures are good, in the end, it's still necessary to have the appropriate strength to be considered safe. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to keep the treasures, even my life will be in danger. Lin Jia pressed his temples with a headache. It's just that I even lost my cold star sword. How should I defend myself when I'm in the midst of the blood zombie horde? The three forms chop is considered completely ruined. The blood hidden sword technique is still somewhat hopeful, although it is a sword technique. Without the long sword, the power will be greatly reduced, but at least the tyrannical power has some restraints on the blood zombies, so it is considered to be a 2-for-2 match. The first style of the blood hidden sword technique is blood return, and the second style is blood hidden. My tyrannical power has already sensed 25% of it, so when I step into a small success and cultivate blood hidden successfully, perhaps I can be safer in this underground Euro. He leaned against the wall inside, but who would have thought that the tyrannical power, which was originally the most difficult to comprehend, would have become my lifesaver by now. Since things had come to this point, Lin Jia didn't think much more about it. Instead, he took the crystal, closed his eyes, and started to realize the tyrannical power. Previously, when he was on the ground, he had absorbed quite a few blood crystals, but because of the reason of time urgency, he didn't care to deeply realize the tyrannical power, and used it to grow his spiritual power. But now that he happened to have the crystals, he could let go of it and realize it. Blood crystals can enhance the spiritual power of the treasure, and hidden mushrooms, chaos spirit fruit and so on different. It has extremely obvious side effects. For example, in the absorption of blood crystal inside the blood, there will always be a spirit of negative emotions out of the mess. If the cultivator relied on his own will to carry through this type of tyrannical force, then the absorbed spiritual power would stabilize. Whereas if his will was not strong and he fell into a funk, the consequences would be hard to predict. However, this side effect was half good news for Lin Jia. After all, the tyrannical power would appear very clearly in his mind, and with the spiritual power, it would be very easy to realize it. However, this was after all considered something that was obtained without effort. Although a brain was absorbed by Lin Jia, because of the short time and lack of control, the tyrannical power would always go out of control from time to time. Positive and negative emotions were both emotions that belonged to him. When they were unanimous, they were naturally at peace with each other, but when they calmed down, if they let the negative emotions get the upper hand, it was a hidden danger, especially for a swordsman like Lin Jia who needed to be calm at all times. After all, it wasn't like he was a reckless man. Fortunately, just now in the ground found crystals. With it as a guarantee, Lin Jia can let go of his hands to realize the tyrannical power. Just because of the absorption of blood crystals, the spiritual power is a bit weak. Simply do not do anything. directly with the forging god decision to start cultivating it. Lin Jia had made a decision, so he condensed into a hammer in his mind and began to quench his spiritual power and the blood-colored tyrannical power. He hadn't used the forging spirit decision before. Firstly because time was running out and he had to be busy dealing with the blood zombie leader, and secondly because he had concerns about the negative effects of the tyrannical power. However, after completely letting go of the tyrannical power when he fought against the blood zombie leader before, Lin Jia also realized that although the tyrannical power would always affect his emotions, but after all, it was his own thing, not because it had a negative effect on the wholesale denial. Instead, he had to accept it with a calm mind and learn to control it, just like a double-edged sword. Not good enough to naturally injure himself, but good enough to be used. It was also not a sharp weapon. So when he figured out these, naturally on the tyrannical force has no resistance to the heart, the body to realize, but also much smoother. Killing, destruction, extreme negative emotions lingered in Lin Jia's mind. He quietly sensed it, plunged into it, listening to the blossoming of death. Chapter 84, Finding Sanity. The mental power gradually solidified as the hammer struck, and the bright red color of blood became more and more dense and deep. Time gradually passed, and Lin Jia's mind had been completely filled with tyranny, a realm composed entirely of blood. Blurred blood shadows held crimson long swords, wars, killings, followed by a great cleansing. Countless figures collapsed and died one by one, with unwillingness, with anger, deeply rooted into Lin Jia's mind. Right at this moment, the crystal in Lin Jia's palm suddenly trembled. A clear light flashed away, then a cool breath immediately filled his mind, dispelling those overly extreme negative emotions, allowing him to regain his sanity. Lin Jia's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. His surroundings were still dark, with only the few spirit-containing stones beside him glowing faintly. He swept over his surroundings, as if he was in a different world. Is it just a dream? Lin Jia murmured. The blood-colored long sword. It was the scene inside the sword graveyard, and now it has appeared again. What exactly is the relationship between you and the yellow sorghum dream? What happened in the beginning? The surroundings were silent. No one could answer his question. Lin Jia came back to his senses, suppressing the thoughts in his heart and regaining his composure. He looked at the crystal in his hand and realized that it had dimmed, and by the looks of it, it was no longer working. Lin Jia stood up, his blood mist dispersing, and decided to look for another crystal stone. Previously, when he sensed the power of tyranny, because he was too engrossed, he almost fell inside and couldn't get out. Fortunately, he had the crystal to protect him, but it was precisely because he was too oblivious in his realization that he was able to enter the dream about the blood sword. Obviously it's only a dream, right? Lin Jia's complexion was somewhat silent. But why? It actually made me so forgetful? He wanted to find a crystal and go back in to take a look. Although the idea was beautiful, the reality was diametrically opposite. Lin Jia looked at the wall that had already been dug up by himself and fell into self-doubt. It's already been a few days. Why haven't I even dug up an imminent spirit stone? Not to mention the crystals. Lin Jia suspected that some blood zombies had moved. Ho! Go! There were suddenly blood zombies in the surroundings, and one head was extremely purposeful as it walked towards Lin Jia, and spoke some ambiguous words. Lin Jia looked at the head of blood zombie, a touch of doubt leaking out of his blood eyes. Go Go That blood zombie waved the blood mist on his body. Seeing that Lin Jia was still puzzled, he was anxious to come and pull Lin Jia. Lin Jia saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he could only sigh helplessly and nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Only then did the blood zombie take back the blood mist and began to lead the way ahead. One person and one blood zombie turned a few corners and arrived at their destination, the place where the blood zombies gathered. The blood zombie brought Lin Jia to it and then left on his own. Lin Jia looked at the large swath of blood in front of him. His footsteps paused, tempted to turn his head and run. Then he looked around and found that there didn't seem to be any blood zombies paying attention to him, so he planned to wipe his feet. New. A blood zombie suddenly floated over, hurriedly coming over to greet him. Lin Jia felt this overly familiar spiritual fluctuation. His footsteps lurched, and some cracks appeared on his face. How is that talkative blood zombie? You Don't see Where? Attending Boredom Seeing the chatty blood zombies start discussing themselves again, Lin Jia drew the corners of his mouth, but seeing that the blood zombies around him didn't seem to pay too much attention to the blood mist around him, he was relieved and stayed at ease. His biggest worry was that the blood zombies would find out about his cultivator's stance, but since there was no more of this backlash, he was interested to see what this group of blood zombies planned to do. Light! You Like! The talkative blood zombie suddenly got excited and pointed at the group of blood zombies standing together and shouted at Lin Jia. Lin Jia rubbed his ears. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual power had improved due to the forging spirit decision, he wouldn't have been able to block this blood zombie's unintentional spiritual attack. He looked there. Many blood zombies surrounded together. Seems to be arguing about something. Half a day did not argue the result. A blood zombie suddenly angry, took out a red jade stone want to smash each other. Chatty blood zombie glimpsed red. Instantly excited, pulling Lin Jia to go over to join in the fun. Lin Jia didn't move to avoid the other party's blood mist and followed behind. Fight euro 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 euro. Fight. Win euro 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 euro. Go. Euro 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 euro. No euro 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 euro. Go. Euro 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 euro. Go euro 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 euro. Although this group of blood zombies are all the top grade of the third order, it is still very difficult to communicate, and because of the reason that the temperament is not very good, half a day did not get through, so they intend to solve the problem by force. But after the chatterbox blood zombie came over, the chaotic situation was obviously stopped, only to hear it pointing to the red jade and said, Red euro 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 euro? I want euro 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 euro? A blood zombie replied, Fight euro 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 euro? Awesome euro 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 euro? There! The talkative blood zombie got excited. I'll go. I'll go. Several blood zombies heard this and started to chime in with their words. Right euro 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 euro? Red stone euro 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 euro? Go euro 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 euro? Not euro 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 euro? Fighting euro 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 euro? Red euro 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 euro? Yes. Euro 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 euro? Fight. The blood zombies were about to start bickering again. The chatterbox blood zombies saw this and rushed out to persuade. Fighting euro 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 euro? Boring euro 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 euro? Red euro 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 euro? Good. Lin Jia looked at the chatty blood zombie so skillful and tireless, even a little excited to communicate with other blood zombies. The heart produced a touch of doubt. This should not be practiced when talking to me, right? After a long time, seeing that these blood zombies had finally finished communicating and reached an agreement, Lin Jia also rubbed his distended head and let out a sigh of relief. God knows how painful it was to have to listen to their stumbling discussions in order to get useful information. Just a few words, the blood zombies actually managed to discuss for half an hour, and they were bound to tie up knots at key points. He was so angry that he almost didn't catch his breath. Fortunately, the end. Talkative blood zombie also looked a little overwhelmed, but it quickly recovered its spirit, began to introduce Lin Jia with great interest. New to euro 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 euro? Like euro 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 euro? Like. The other few blood zombies saw this and looked over curiously. Lin Jia silently retreated 2 steps, indicating that he couldn't afford these gazes. Ding! A loud bang suddenly came from the front. Then several blood zombies lit up from there. Looking at the mental fluctuations, they were clearly fourth-order blood zombies. Lin Jia's expression stared, subconsciously hiding behind the talkative blood zombies. Don't euro 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 euro? Don't be nervous euro 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 euro? Seeing this, the talkative blood zombie was not very skillful and comforting. Euro 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 euro? Breakthrough euro 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 euro? No euro 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 euro? It's okay euro 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 euro? A few head of the third order upper class and the breath of the more powerful blood zombie walked out. The fourth order blood zombie saw the situation, scanned around the other blood zombies a glance. Majestic opening, just a few of you? This head of the fourth order blood zombie's speaking voice is obviously a lot more fluent. Chatterbox blood zombie heard. Red eyes showed a touch of obvious envy. Night euro 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 euro? Awesome euro 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 euro? Lin Jia was inwardly speechless for a while. One after another, several more blood zombies came out from the surrounding area, and when the fourth-rank blood zombies saw this, they nodded their heads and then asked the blood zombies next to them to take them away. After the several third-order upper-grade blood zombies left, the fourth-order blood zombie looked at the blood zombie group and opened his mouth to announce, "The battle euro 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 euro? Begin!" Chapter 85 is pretty weird. Boring euro 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 euro? Boring. The talkative blood zombie repeated the word, and when it saw the blood zombies around it start to walk around, it helplessly drifted towards a target, leaving Lin Jia alone to stand in a daze. You, newcomer? A fourth-ranked blood zombie suddenly scurried over and asked out loud. Lin Jia subconsciously took 2 steps back and did not reply. It doesn't look like it. The fourth-order blood zombie stared at Lin Jia and suddenly came closer to sniff. You also like to eat people? Euro 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 euro? Lin Jia didn't know how to answer. He had obviously changed out of the previous tattered and torn blood-carrying power suit, and in order to avoid having an odor, he also had the luxury of simply rinsing it with the water that was carried in the small Chinkuan bag, all of which were like this, and could still be smelled? Another fourth-order blood zombie noticed the situation here and shot his gaze over. So the fourth-order blood zombie beside Lin Jia coughed lightly and said to Lin Jia, "Don't eat people in the future. Do you hear me?" Lin Jia said, "I didn't eat people in the first place. You're the one who eats people, right?" The fourth-rank blood zombie seemed to be very interested in Lin Jia, and stayed on the side, observing Lin Jia vigorously, only to see a slightly larger blood zombie surrounded by a vague figure covered by blood mist. A moment to look left, a moment to look right. This situation, if placed on the ground, not to say oozing, but also quite bizarre, thanks to Lin Jia's thick skin, against the gaze of the fourth-ranked blood zombies, he had braced himself as if nothing had happened. You're not quite the same as them. The fourth-order blood zombie suddenly stopped, his tone puzzled. You're not afraid of me. Lin Jia treated himself as if he hadn't heard anything, his blood eyes turned slightly, looking at the surrounding blood zombies that had already started fighting. Not only that, you're Euro? The fourth-ranked blood zombie pointed at Lin Jia's eyes, and then pointed at the other blood zombies. This one is also different from them. You're redder and a bit clearer than theirs. You're smarter than them. It said the last sentence with certainty. Lin Jia had to turn his gaze to it, his eyes leaking some caution, as if asking, what do you want? The fourth-rank blood zombie seemed to laugh a little. The chief should be very interested in you Euro. At this moment, a third-rank upper-grade blood zombie suddenly walked over, only to see it open its mouth to Lin Jia. Pick Euro. Challenge Euro. The fourth-rank blood zombie glanced at it with some displeasure in its eyes before sighing at Lin Jia. That's why I said that you are different from them. Euro. Challenge Euro. Challenge Euro. The third-order upper-grade blood zombie repeated mechanically. Seeing this, Lin Jia's expression stared and he weighed up in his mind whether he could beat the other party with his current strength. The fourth-rank blood zombie glanced at Lin Jia and suddenly said to the third-rank upper-grade blood zombie, next time, challenge next time. For Euro. Why? This one is new. The third-order blood zombie turned around and left, his mouth still mechanically repeating, the newcomer Euro. Newly arrived Euro. Only after seeing it leave did the fourth-rank blood zombie look at Lin Jia. Raise your strength properly. Don't die so early. Lin Jia bowed his head. The fourth-rank blood zombie seemed to smile. Cheer up. I'll be waiting for you at the chief's place, if I can see it. After saying that it turned around and left. Lin Jia stared at the other party's back for a moment and withdrew his gaze, worrying about his future. What kind of fellow was that alpha? Would a normal alpha be born to this kind of blood zombie with an obviously unsound mind? I wonder if it recognizes the night spirit sect Euro. Bang! Stab! Click! The sounds of the surrounding fight gradually weakened. The victorious blood zombies stood at the end of the line, and the defeated blood zombies transformed into blood crystals and became part of each other. Lin Jia's heart chilled. This was not the way a race should survive at all. Facing the death of their fellow racemates, they were accustomed to it the entire time. It was more like raising parasites than fighting. The battle was over. The third-rank blood zombies were missing a small half, and the fourth-rank blood zombies left. After the talkative blood zombie won the battle, he came to Lin Jia's side and said excitedly, Red Euro. Looking for Euro. Red. The blood zombies that had originally agreed to go looking for the red jade stone, when they actually gathered, there were only 4 left, and with Lin Jia, there were exactly 5. They left the blood zombie gathering place and started to rush. Lin Jia followed behind, growing more and more silent. No loss, no surprise, like nothing happened. The spirit of this group of blood zombies is even more crippled than I thought. What's going on with those fourth-order blood zombies? Did they devour enough of their own kind to perfect their spirituality? Or is it Euro, with other methods? Half a day later, the blood zombies leading the way stopped. 5 clusters of blood mist shrunk in the corner and were blocked by a blue-white centipede that was huffing and puffing. A blood zombie saw this and lifted up the blood mist and rushed up. The other few days were excited to see someone taking the lead. They all got excited, and followed and attacked towards the blue-white centipede, leaving Lin Jia alone to fall behind. Lin Jia looked at the blue-white centipede that was obviously annoyed after being woken up, and fell into a deep thought. It seems that he is only in the middle stage of Qi High Realm. Why would he come to challenge this zombie that has already entered the threshold of the 4th stage? Although the blue-white centipede has reached the 4th stage, but at the same time against 4 blood zombies, inevitably still at a disadvantage. After all, blood zombies, such creatures, are covered in blood mist. No fatal weaknesses not to mention, but also specialize in spiritual attacks. Blue-white centipede stepped back, actually had the intention to escape. Seeing this, Lin Jia's heart moved. His spiritual power was instantly sent out, and the 9 transformations of the heavenly god also secretly operated, joining the battle. Hiss! The blue-white centipede's body suddenly shook, and when it came back to its senses, it was extremely annoyed, its eyes staring sinisterly at the 4 blood zombies in front of it, and it didn't have any thoughts of escaping. Instead, its mouthparts opened wide, and it directly bit on it. The 9 changes of the heavenly god was of little use against the blood zombies. but against normal creatures like the blue-eyed centipede, it was still very convenient to provoke them. Seeing that the Heavenly God 9 transformations were effective, Lin Jia hid behind the 4 blood zombies and secretly increased his strength. The turquoise-eyed centipede's gaze slanted, and suddenly it was on Lin Jia. It let out a threatening low hiss, but before it could make a move, the blood zombies that were not afraid of death to the side tore into it, and as the blood mist filled the air, it began to corrode the turquoise-eyed centipede's shell. Lin Jia suddenly realized the benefits of animal taming. No wonder it was so popular back then. However, those cultivators were not able to tame the blood zombies, and other zombies could not attack the enemy without any regard for their lives. After all, if I remember correctly, this blue-eyed centipede is also poisonous. Thinking of this, Lin Jia was more at ease hiding behind the 4 blood zombies. Seeing that he couldn't break free from the blood zombies and Lin Jia was fooling around, he was furious and his liver ached. His sinister gaze flashed, and between its wide-open mouth parts, he swiftly bit at a blood zombie. But he didn't expect that the blood mist of that blood zombie to immediately disperse and actually filled into the mouth of the turquoise-eyed centipede. The turquoise-eyed centipede perceived the pain. The scornful look flashed, instantly sprayed the blood zombie to one side, and then the huge body rumbling rotation, violently slammed into the blood zombie. Chapter 86, Blazing Breath. The blood zombies were momentarily inattentive, and were actually attacked by the beauteous centipede, and the blood mist of the blood zombie that was used as a target shallowed down quite a bit. But before the beauteous centipede could counterattack further, an extremely covert spiritual attack suddenly came from midair. The turquoise-eyed centipede's expression was confused. Its mind shook violently, dizziness up. Then, the air pressed a burst of extremely horrible zombie breath. It smelled at first. Its expression suddenly became hasty, subconsciously began to beg for mercy. The horrible zombie breath only appeared for a moment, and then immediately disappeared. The blue-eyed centipede shook its head from the mental attack to change over. Remembering the humiliating performance just now, suddenly a little angry, seeing the surrounding blood zombies are still tirelessly attacking it, and the culprit didn't know where to hide. It was in a fury of emotions, and between its mouth parts wide open, it violently let out a sharp hissing sound. Quite a lot of debris on the stone wall was shaken and fell down. Lin Jia's figure hiding in the shadows had to be revealed, and he started to dodge the debris in a sorry state. The blue-eyed centipede saw Lin Jia come out. A hint of triumph flashed in his eyes, and then alternated between his feet, not caring about the bloody back bitten by the blood zombie, actually directly towards Lin Jia running wildly. Lin Jia secretly said that it was not good, glanced at the 4 blood zombies on its back, carefully guided up the power of space, instantaneous walking steps to perform, managed to dodge the blue-eyed centipede's charge. One blood zombie seemed to have sensed something and raised its head, but when the turquoise-eyed centipede underneath it saw that it didn't attack Lin Jia, and that there were blood zombies on its back tearing at it, it suddenly went berserk and violently slammed into the stone wall to the side, causing the blood zombies to make a close contact with the stone wall. The blood zombies instantly forgot about Lin Jia. After being aroused by the blue-eyed centipede, the blood mist drifted away. Some formed sharp blood claws, some filled with strange blood mist, while some red eyes. The horrible spiritual fluctuations instantly launched, straight toward the blue-eyed centipede attack. The blue-eyed centipede let out a mournful cry, and the blood zombies even took advantage of the situation to swarm up, trying to kill it. Seeing that the situation had finally stabilized, Lin Jia was also relieved and stopped using the 9 transformations of the heavenly god and the instantaneous walking steps. In the end, the blue-eyed centipede was still unable to defeat the siege of the 4 blood zombies and lost the battle. But before it died, it suddenly exploded, and at the cost of mutilating its own hindquarters, it actually pulled a blood zombie to die with it. So after the dust settled, only the remnants of the blue-eyed centipede's body and a blood crystal with a flashing red light remained on the ground. Red euro 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 euro? Red euro 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 euro? The talkative blood zombie got excited and immediately rushed towards the blood crystal, and the other 2 blood zombies, seeing this, didn't care about their own weak blood mist, also reached forward to fight for it. You are the first to find the red jade before infighting. Lin Jia watched from the sidelines, but he couldn't stop it, so he gave up on himself and came to the front of the blue-eyed centipede, and began to quietly search for the zombie crystal cores. His tyrannical power was running, directly piercing through the head of the turquoise-eyed centipede, and between the flow of blood plasma, a dark green crystal core was silently turned out. A blood zombie fought for the blood crystal, nearly lost his life again, and in the end, the talkative blood zombie was a little stronger and captured the blood crystal. Red euro 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 euro? Red. Although the talkative blood zombie also coveted the weak blood zombie's blood crystals, it still preferred exploring a bit more than fighting, so it promptly withdrew its hand, allowing the other blood zombie to continue to lead the way. Searching for the red jade, the melee temporarily came to an end. Lin Jia followed behind the 3 blood zombies, staring at the overly weak blood zombie. his mind turning with a plan. The 4 clusters of blood mist passed through the bodies of the turquoisite centipedes and moved forward along the stone wall, but all of a sudden, a few faint lights appeared in front of them. The ground was scattered with some debris, interspersed with a few jade stones emitting a faint glow. The chatterbox blood zombie saw it and excitedly said, "Red, red, inside euro, red." It quickly floated to the front, picked up a few light red jade, satisfied with the recovery of the blood mist, but then, it suddenly saw it disgusted with the jade thrown out, full of complaints. "Not euro, not red." Lin Jia stepped on the jade that rolled in front of him, and his spiritual power probed out to observe it for a while, and found that it was filled with a fiery breath, and by the looks of it, it was of the fire attribute. No wonder the blood zombie didn't want it. The other 2 blood zombies also spread out, began to look for jade on the ground. The deeper they leaned, the bigger the jade was. The 3 blood zombies only focused on the red color. Lin Jia wasn't that obsessive. He was more interested in that weak blood zombie than the fact that he couldn't find a jade with the right attribute in half a day. Half an hour later, the 3 blood zombies were completely separated. The weak blood zombie squatted next to the stone wall, carefully rummaging through the rubble. Just at this moment, a red jade suddenly rolled over. The blood zombie's eyes lit up. The blood mist subconsciously reached over. Red jade suddenly burst open. Inside popped out a silver and black intersecting sword marks. Light flourished. A touch of not quite obvious red appeared in the sword between the marks. And then the 3 shaped chopping violently. Pooh bared a sound. Deep in blood zombie's blood fog in the body. The blood zombie let out a sharp cry. The illusory blood mist was dispersed for a split second, and before it had time to coalesce, a few mental spikes suddenly pierced into its mind. In the shadows, a blurred blood-colored figure slowly appeared, which was set with 2 crystal-clear eyes like red onyx. In between, reflecting the illusory and wretched figure of the blood zombie. Blood zombie struggled to stand up, extremely angry. Blood fog violently cohesion up, in front of the body to form a huge red fireball, abruptly towards Lin Jia smashed. Lin Jia saw this situation, instantaneous walking step running open, not even close to avoiding this blow, then tyrannical power in the hands, instantly condensed into a half-crescent-shaped zombie heterogeneous sword, toward the blood zombie chopped. A huge explosion sounded among the rubble. The blood zombie's body was struck by the red-colored sword on, and the originally weak blood mist was even more powerless to scatter out. As the dust fell, in the rubble, a crystal-clear blood crystal was glittering. Lin Jia revealed a low smile, hidden in the blood mist. Undetectable. He picked up the blood crystal. Instantaneous walking steps were transported under his feet, and he immediately left this place. A moment later, the rubble area suddenly began to shake. On the stone walls, countless stones fell uncontrollably, smashing on the ground, and between the rubble flying and bouncing, a few jades occasionally exploded out. Lin Jia's heart tightened. His spatial power immediately mobilized, narrowly avoiding a boulder that suddenly smashed down from the air. What's going on? The rubble area is collapsing? A silver light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Lin Jia's heart jumped when he caught a glimpse of it. Instantaneous walking step was activated and he immediately appeared in front of the white light. Reaching out and grabbing it, he caught a silver white and translucent jade stone. It's actually a spatial attribute jade. What is this place? Lin Jia stared at the silver white jade stone in his hand in confusion for a long time, and it was only after a long time that he came to his senses. There's actually this kind of treasure. Doesn't that mean that euro? Chapter 87, stopping at the right moment. Lin Jia looked around. The rubble area is still in turmoil. Countless flying stones splashing, dust flying, as if each has become the shape of the spiritual treasure. He saw a stone vaguely haloed a touch of white, immediately rushed over, but in mid-air, the ground suddenly came a rumbling sound, and then a large zombie drilled out, and violently gripped the stone, seeing that the stone is about to reach, but suddenly killed an uninvited guest. Lin Jia was caught off guard. A breath almost did not gasp. But in the zombie's strength, he immediately backed up, and the other side to maintain a safe enough distance. One person and one zombie's line of sight met in mid-air, and only when he saw the zombie's tail flick and turn away did Lin Jia's tense expression relax. There should be a third-order upper grade. He didn't dare to be sure. After staying with the blood zombie for a long time, I almost thought that a zombie of this rank was nothing more than that, but my real strength is only in the middle of the Qi realm. Lin Jia sighed helplessly. While exercising his instantaneous walking steps to avoid the boulders in the air, he rushed towards the outside of the rubble area, and silently recited, "Don't be greedy, stop when you see something good, stop when it's appropriate, and go is the best strategy." Along the way, all kinds of third-order zombies jumped out, and occasionally there were a few fourth-order infestations, but fortunately they were all too busy fighting for the treasures in the stone to pay attention to Lin Jia, which allowed Lin Jia to safely leave the rubble area, and find a remote place to stop. The strength is still a bit too weak. He sighed. I was able to fight against the third-rank upper-grade blood zombies because my spiritual power is almost equal to theirs, and I have a tyrannical power that is close to a minor accomplishment to restrain it. But against other zombies it's different. Even if my spiritual power can give me a slight advantage, but without the long sword, the power of the dome pole and the 3-shape chop will be greatly reduced. And if my spiritual power can't kill the other party, then I'll be the one to die. He took out the blood crystals, slightly closed his eyes and started to absorb them. Originally I wanted to wait for the crystals, now it seems that I really overthought it. If I increase my strength a little bit more, the chances of surviving will be a little bit more. With my life secured, only then will I have the effort to think about other things. Otherwise, with my life gone, any more doubts will only become dust. The blood filaments and the blood crystals were absorbed by Lin Jia bit by bit. As the blood light in his eyes grew, the tyrannical power in his mind gradually coalesced, and there was a breakthrough as the red light solidified. Minor accomplishment. Lin Jia exhaled a breath, then took out the jade with spatial attribute that he had just obtained, and continued to start feeling. The progress of the spatial power was going to be slightly more difficult. Ever since he realized the spatial power in the 5 elements mysterious realm, he had been using the instantaneous walking steps and the departure slash, and even though his proficiency had increased, the perception of spatial power had remained unchanged. However, this time with the spatial jade stone, the accumulated experience came in handy. As the silver light slowly flowed, the spatial power also finally increased steadily from 10% to 15%. 3 days later, Lin Jia carefully traveled through the rocks and returned to the rubble area. The sound of the collapse here had long since stopped, and those who stayed were zombies who weren't strong enough to come and pick up the pieces. Of course Lin Jia didn't come for the treasures, he was eyeing the zombies. The tyrannical power had reached a small success. The 3-elephant chopping could finally start practicing, and there were just the right targets here that could be used to sharpen his strength. So he came over to take a look. Of course, not because this was the safest way to return to the blood zombie gathering place. However, Lin Jia only stepped into the gravel area. There was a zombie staring at him, only to see a flash of green light in the shadows above his head. A black shadow suddenly swooped down, sharp claws with zombie wind, violently grabbing at Lin Jia. Lin Jia's expression remained unchanged. His spiritual power instantly condensed into a sharp blade, abruptly stabbing at the zombie above his head, and his foot movements were not slow. His spatial power was running, and he used instantaneous walking steps to distance himself from the other party. Zombie at first received the attack of spiritual power. The figure in the air could not help but stumble. Through the ground a few fine broken jade hair of the faint light, Lin Jia saw its full appearance. Is along about a meter of the 3rd order of the middle grade zombie, green bat. 3rd order middle grade is okay. Lin Jia slightly relieved, and then coldly smiled. The body of the spiritual energy rapidly running. Finger as a sword. Fiercely chopped out a 3-color sword marks. Silver light sharp, black light cold, blood light tyrannical. The 3 rays of light intertwined with each other, and then fused into one, only to see the air suddenly light upsurge. A swimming dragon silhouette flickered, and then violently rushed towards the green bat. The spiritual energy fluctuated violently, and resounded with a huge explosion sound. Lin Jia also didn't expect the movement of the 3-elephant chop would be so big. He couldn't help but smack his lips secretly, but after noticing the breath of life that was imprinted on the stone wall that still existed, he smiled helplessly. It seemed that he still had to rely on his spiritual power. The rubble on the stone wall collapsed. The green bat violently rushed out, letting out a sharp cry. The ripples in the air showed slightly. Before reaching Lin Jia's side, a sharp blade suddenly appeared beside the green bat, with a piercing sound, suddenly stabbed into its head. If you can't suppress it by force, you can't suppress it by mental power. Seeing that the green bat had fallen into a daze again, Lin Jia let out a low grunt, and the 3-elephant chop was once again condensed on his fingertips, chopping at the other party. Bang! Bang bang! The green bat was slapped into the stone wall by the 3-elephant chop again and again, and whenever it intended to build up its strength, Lin Jia would always use just the right amount of spiritual power to cut off its attacks, and a few times down the line, the green bat's breath couldn't help but wither. Lin Jia was self-conscious that the 3-elephant chop was almost skilled, and he no longer dawdled. And between the spiritual power running, another 3-colored sword on abruptly chopped out, and the spiritual power also poured out, and it condensed into a huge transparent sharp blade in front of the green bat's neck. Stab! The green bat finally couldn't resist. Blood spurted out in the air. Its wings trembled feebly, then it collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, spilling a trail of blood on the rubble. Lin Jia sighed in relief, and between the operation of his sharpness power, he directly chopped off the green bat's head, and after finding its crystal core, he immediately turned around and left. As the 3-elephant chop was an advancement of the 3-shape chop and belonged to the 3-star sword skill, the consumption of spiritual energy naturally increased exponentially. so it was just like that, but obviously can cause fatal damage to the green bat, but because of the reason that there is no long sword in hand, the power is greatly reduced. In the end, or rely on the reason that the spiritual attack in the side to assist, only to solve the green bat, and the ground is so dangerous, not only the rubble area, other places will also appear. Lin Jia cannot fight against the zombies, so at present, it seems that the blood zombies gathered in the place of the most safe. After all, blood zombies in the encounter with other races, it is easy to trigger the reckless mentality that do not want to die. When facing the same race, the attack is quite restrained, and there are still blood crystals to be taken after winning. Thinking like this, Lin Jia barely got comforted, and then sighed heartily. Obviously the blood zombies are the culprits who brought him to the ground. Right, why do we have to rely on them now instead? Chapter 88 Exchange of Information. A few days later, Lin Jia finally saw red light ahead. There was no need to worry about other zombies anymore. So at a glance, blood zombies and all, it was actually quite good. However, his lifted heart hadn't been completely put down when an uninvited guest suddenly blocked his way. Challenge Euro 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 Euro? Challenge Euro 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 Euro? Newcomer Euro 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 Euro? Not new Euro 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 Euro? Challenge Euro 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 Euro? Challenge. A blood zombie stopped in front of Lin Jia, mechanically repeating the words in its mouth. Lin Jia was tempted to turn his head and run, but the blood zombies not far away looked like they had found something hilarious to watch and immediately came together, surrounding the blood zombie and Lin Jia, who was unable to avoid it. Then let's fight, he murmured inwardly, only to see the blood zombie's blood mist suddenly dispersed, condensing into a blood claw in front of his body, violently probing towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia's gaze was deep, not containing any fear. The tyrannical power was transported in his palm. As the red light gathered, a blood ball instantly condensed, and in the nick of time, it was thrown out, right in front of the blood claw. Just see the blood ball at first touch the blood claw, will suddenly burst open, blood light slightly swing between, instantly shattered the blood zombie condensed blood claw. Seeing this, the blood zombie issued a sharp and ear-piercing hissing sound, and between the flow of blood mist, violently rushed towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia was planning to perform the instantaneous walking step. The afterglow glimpsed the surrounding blood zombies. Hard stop. See the blood zombies attacked. Immediately mobilized the tyrannical power. The blood mist will be condensed in front of the body. Formed a crescent-shaped sword awnings. Blood mist collision. Or blood zombie is better. Lin Jia could not help but retreat a few steps. The body of chi and blood turbulence. Some difficult. Blood zombie see this. Is the momentum is not spared. Blood claw cohesion. Again attack. Lin Jia blood eyes in a flash of silver light. Spiritual spikes violently probed. In the blood claw probed in front of the body of a moment. Can hit the blood zombie, only to see the blood zombie figure a stagger. Action slowed down. Lin Jia saw the situation. Tyrannical power immediately condensed in front of the body. Blood light flashes. A blood ball again cohesion. Violently launched. Hit the blood zombie in front of the chest. Only to see 30% of the tyrannical power contained in the blood hide. With a boom sound, the blood chi stirred between the blood zombie will be lifted flying out. Lin Jia slowed down a breath. Then again condensed a style of blood hidden. Wrist wave. Instantly towards the blood zombie smashed. Blood zombie has been illusory a lot of figure again by the blood Tibetan hit. More transparent. Lin Jia see this. The spiritual power of the sharp blade once again stabbed at the blood zombie. With a half crescent shaped zombie heterogeneous blood color once again chopped. Blood zombie figure a stiff. By the blood returned to the end. Condensed in the blood mist around Lin Jia slowly floating. Picked up the blood crystal on the ground. Lin Jia blood eyes swept around. Many blood zombies subconsciously backed up a few steps, avoiding Lin Jia's eyes. He was stunned in his heart and did not think carefully. Seeing the blood zombie group scattering a path, he chose to leave. Only after Lin Jia's silhouette was invisible did the blood zombies talk to each other. And vaguely, words such as breakthrough and fourth stage appeared extremely frequently. Ever since that time when he used the blood hidden sword technique to solve a third-ranked blood zombie, Lin Jia didn't mind coming to this side of the blood zombie group to wander around. However, this group of blood zombies seemed to be a bit afraid of Lin Jia, and when they saw him coming over, each one of them hid faster than a mouse. Lin Jia also did not expect that he would have the day that he would be feared by the blood zombies. Think about it, when he dealt with a newborn blood zombie, he had to use his full strength Euro 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 Euro? Light Euro 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 Euro? Light Euro 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 Euro? What are you doing? A blood zombie suddenly rushed over from the side, excitedly striking up a conversation with Lin Jia. This guy is exactly that chatty blood zombie. Lin Jia did not see it in the rubble area afterward, but also because it had an accident. Did not think that he was overthinking it. Don Euro 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 Euro? Challenge Euro 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 Euro? Be careful Euro 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 Euro? Euro 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 Euro? Be afraid Euro. When the surrounding blood zombies saw a guy running in front of Lin Jia, they all started to noisily remind them. The talkative blood zombie turned his head to look at them with some confusion. His eyes puzzled. Fear Euro. What? Light? Lin Jia inwardly grunted and laughed, ignoring the group of blood zombies, but directly turned to leave. Consumptive blood zombies see this, also do not care, and other blood zombies to exchange information, chased Lin Jia and ran over, but also muttered, strange Euro, light Euro, not afraid. Seeing that it was far enough away from the blood zombie group, Lin Jia's fingers moved slightly, and the tyrannical power was slightly dispersed, trying to start communicating with the chattering blood zombie. Challenge? The talkative blood zombie froze, then immediately shook his head. Boring Euro, boring Euro, light Euro, don't. Lin Jia pointed to the blood zombie group in the distance, then drew a blood zombie silhouette larger than it in the air. Euro. Challenge? The talkative blood zombie plausibly gestured a few times in the air. Red Euro, red Euro. Fourth order. The talkative blood zombie's eyes lit up with excitement. Fourth order Euro. Breakthrough Euro. Red Euro. Great. Lin Jia was a bit tired and directly asked, when will the fourth order come? Talkative blood zombie puzzled, scratching his head. Blood mist subconsciously balled up. After thinking for a while, the blood mist twisted and turned between, suddenly embarrassed. A few black lines appeared on Lin Jia's forehead and stopped communicating. This side and the chatty blood zombie didn't get any words out, and the blood zombie group over there were all avoiding him. Lin Jia pondered in place for a while and decided to go to a place according to his memory. After shaking off the talkative blood zombies, he walked along the stone wall towards a remote corner. If I remember correctly, that fourth-ranked blood zombie came out from here in the first place. Lin Jia groped a wall, trying to find a switch or something. What did it do in the first place? Corrode the wall with blood mist? But the blood mist around me is camouflaged. It doesn't work. Lin Jia diffused some blood mist and stared at the motionless wall in front of him, falling into skepticism. Or is there some other action that I didn't see? Boom! Lin Jia was startled and instantly backed away, swearing that he had just done nothing. The wall trembled and suddenly opened. Then two blood-colored figures came out from there. Lin Jia said it was not good. He turned around like he was running, but he was still a step too late. He was caught by that fourth-ranked blood zombie. How did you run here? Lost? This blood zombie was the same fourth-ranked blood zombie that had brought Lin Jia to the bottom of the earth in the first place, and it blocked in front of Lin Jia with a somewhat puzzled expression. Then, as if it had thought of something, a cold light flashed in the fourth-ranked blood zombie's blood eyes. Don't tell me that you want to eat people. Lin Jia hurriedly shook his head. This was a great injustice. Only then did the fourth-order blood zombie slow down, pulling Lin Jia and the other blood zombie towards the ground. Are you still adapting to living in the underground? It feels like your strength has grown a lot. The fourth-ranked blood zombie asked with concern. Lin Jia still shook his head, then pointed upwards, his eyes leaking some longing. No way. The fourth-ranked blood zombie refused. The chief said that those of your rank can't stay above. It will disturb the order. Blood zombies still spoke of order? Lin Jia crowed in his heart. But Euro? The fourth-ranked blood zombie glanced at Lin Jia and suddenly opened his mouth. If you break through the fourth rank, after you meet the chief, you can talk to the chief about the reason, and maybe you can go up to take a look. Chapter 89, Mental Fluctuations. Lin Jia hung his head. He didn't really want to meet the so-called chief. Alright, here it is. After the fourth-ranked blood zombie placed the other blood zombie, he turned his head to Lin Jia and said, be good and stay here. Don't run around anymore. If you meet any other bad-tempered fourth-rank blood zombies, don't blame me for not reminding you if you get eaten. Lin Jia nodded helplessly and agreed. Only then did the fourth-order blood zombie leave in satisfaction. The chatterbox blood zombie saw the fourth-order blood zombie leave, and only then did he come over, and then pointed at the third-order blood zombie that had come over with Lin Jia, and stumbled and said, New Euro? New one. Yeah, are you going to challenge it? Lin Jia glanced at the talkative blood zombie and casually asked. The talkative blood zombie immediately shook his head. Challenge Euro? Boring. It has red blood crystals. Lin Jia followed the temptation. The talkative blood zombie froze, wrinkled its blood mist and thought for a moment, then refused with difficulty. Light Euro? Same Euro? No challenge. Lin Jia laughed lowly in his heart for a moment, then whirled toward the blood zombie group and randomly picked a head of blood zombies to issue a challenge. You're it. The blood zombie that was picked immediately went from shivering to vicious, and between the blood mist emanations, it violently attacked towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia launched a spiritual attack while urging his tyrannical power to condense into a blood stash, and between the blood chi surges, he swiftly chopped at the blood zombie. the blood zombie's body fell out uncontrollably, and the blood mist smashed on the ground, becoming quite illusory again. The talkative blood zombie looked at this scene dumbfounded, slowed down for a while, before stumbling to the blood zombie next to him, said, "The new euro? Don't euro? Learn." The blood zombie next to him nodded with difficulty. Lin Jia and blood zombie battle quickly into the end. Lin Jia, because of the heart of the gas, moved to especially relentless, blood zombie blood mist scattered basically not appearance, with another type of blood Tibetan chopped out, blood mist bang sound, instantly dispersed. Lin Jia let out a breath, blood eyes to the other blood zombies around. Next, you. In addition to the blood zombie that was hit by Lin Jia's finger, the other blood zombies immediately dispersed, but all of a sudden, there were only 2 living beings left in the large open space. Time flew by, and at the corner of a stone wall, a massive blood mist was undulating with regularity. At this time, the far side suddenly came a burst of spiritual fluctuations, only to see a blood zombie stumbled and rushed over, shouting in panic, "No euro? Not good euro? Light euro? Fourth order euro? Lin Jia turned from his senses and looked at the talkative blood zombie, distilling the key point, fourth order? The talkative blood zombie nodded violently. Lin Jia's complexion condensed, since a few days ago when he killed a few more blood zombies out of anger. He hadn't even gone to the blood zombie group recently. How did the fourth order blood zombies find their way up? Quickly euro? Light euro? Go! The talkative blood zombie saw that Lin Jia did not move, and the blood mist on his body moved anxiously. Lin Jia came back to his senses and suddenly opened his mouth and refused. No go! No euro? No! The talkative blood zombie suddenly panicked. Coming euro? Coming! The words just fell. The far side lit up a mass of blood color. The figure was extremely huge. The blood mist was thick. From the spiritual fluctuations, it was a fourth order blood zombie. Before the figure of the blood zombie arrived, the words had already reached Lin Jia's ears. You, follow me. The talkative blood zombie had already shrunk aside in fear. Lin Jia calmed his nervous heart and negotiated in a calm tone. Wait a moment, I'm about to finish digesting. He revealed half a blood crystal to the other party. The fourth-ranked blood zombie figure edged in, stared at Lin Jia for a moment, then looked at the consumptive blood zombie on the side, then nodded slightly. Good. When he was in the sect, the boss had once said that there were 2 types of spiritual power to sense special powers. One was to vainly surround the special powers and observe them. The other was to melt the spiritual power in it, completely devoting oneself to it, treating oneself as if they were like them to physically comprehend the special powers. The latter's progress was deeper, but correspondingly, it was also more dangerous. Many cultivators were just too involved in comprehending special powers, and their not-so-strong spiritual power was completely trapped in it, resulting in their inability to wake up. However, Lin Jia had to do this now. The place he was going to be taken to later was definitely full of fourth-order blood zombies. Third-order blood zombies were not very intelligent, so they could still be fooled, but the fourth-order blood zombies are not the same. Those with ordinary people in general communication is enough to make Lin Jia heart alarmed. He was relying on the tyrannical power of the disguise. If a little bit exposed some horsefeet, the consequences are absolutely unpredictable. What's more, in the mouth of a fourth-order blood zombie, there was also a legendary leader. Lin Jia didn't dare to gamble. His appearance could be concealed by the blood mist congealed by the tyrannical power, but not his mental power. If the other party noticed a hint of something wrong, he just didn't have enough to give away even if he had 9 lives. Therefore, he would rather completely plunge his consciousness into the tyrannical power than never put his spiritual power outside in a big way. Lin Jia took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The blood crystals he had won from the battles in the past few days were all taken out, and as the blood mist around his body undulated, his mental energy was completely covered by blood filaments. Relying on the hazy memories of that previous time, his mind slowly sank into silence, and he fell into a blood color. The blood crystals in front of Lin Jia turned into dust and fell to the ground, and the blood mist around him became deeper and denser. Seeing this, the fourth-ranked blood zombie asked out loud, "Is it done?" Lin Jia's eyes suddenly opened, staring at the fourth-order blood zombie. His blood eyes revealed a faintly unrecognizable doubt, and he looked to the side at the talkative blood zombie. The talkative blood zombie's originally surprised look subconsciously retreated a few steps after noticing Lin Jia's aura, and shivered a little. Light euro? Light euro? Scary. Lin Jia stood up. When the talkative blood zombie saw this, it even cowered and balled up, retreating backwards. Looks like it's okay. The fourth-order blood zombie ignored the talkative blood zombie, but instead sized up Lin Jia, nodded in satisfaction, and took the lead in drifting towards the front. Let's go. Lin Jia hesitated for a while, A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and seeing the talkative blood zombie with a trembling look, he shook his head to himself, then followed. The two clusters of blood zombies traveled along the stone wall, and only after walking for a whole day did the fourth-order blood zombie in front of them stop and turn their heads to Lin Jia. We've arrived. Lin Jia blinked and looked around curiously. The stone walls here were polished extremely smooth, with a few glowing white beads set in between, shining on Lin Jia and reflecting a black shadow in front of him. He looked at the black mirror on the ground that followed his piece of movement and cocked his head strangely. That's him? A blood zombie suddenly came forward. Yes. The fourth-ranked blood zombie replied respectfully. The blood zombie nodded, then said to Lin Jia, "Follow me, the chief wants to see you." Lin Jia's blood eyes moved away from the ground to look at it, and after a long pause, he reluctantly followed. The further in, the smoother the stone walls became, and the pale stones were polished into a specific shape, placed in a staggered and orderly manner in this one open space, like a courtyard. Chapter 90, Something Strange. The blood zombie led Lin Jia across an arch bridge, next to which were placed several lion-like stone sculptures, and when Lin Jia saw them, he subconsciously reached out and touched them. "Don't move!" The blood zombie stopped with a stern voice. "That's the chief's thing. Don't yell at him." A mellow male voice suddenly sounded. The blood zombie hurriedly bowed and replied with a respectful expression. "Yes." An extremely solid white shadow floated over from not far away. His face was etched with several deep wrinkles. His eye sockets were sunken in, and he showed some solemnity when he had a stern face. Only when his eyes drifted to Lin Jia, his expression was inexplicably a bit trance-like. "It's really like Euro. Lin Jia looked at him curiously, sending out a message of inquiry. "Like who?" The man looked back and let out a low sigh. "A Euro? Deceased person." "A deceased person?" Lin Jia cocked his head, his blood eyes somewhat puzzled. "What is a deceased person?" The blood zombie looked at Lin Jia with some trepidation, burying his head deeper. No blood zombie had yet dared to speak to the chief like this. "No blood zombie has ever dared to talk to me like this." The man gave Lin Jia a meaningful look, his tone somewhat strange. "Why? Because they are all afraid of you?" Lin Jia glanced at the blood zombies on the side and asked out loud. The man was stunned, and suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was dry and somewhat eerie, reflecting on his stiff face, showing some hideous ghastliness. "Have you thought of something happy?" Lin Jia's words interrupted the man. The man did not get angry. The gloom on his face even dispersed quite a bit, only to hear him say softly, "Thinking of sad things, HM?" Lin Jia tilted his head in confusion. "Strange, why poke at your pain and laugh instead?" The man smiled and sighed. "You still know about pain feet?" Lin Jia was inexplicably proud. "I still know a lot more." The man looked at Lin Jia, his eyes slowly becoming gentle. "Come, follow me." "Ha?" Lin Jia hesitated. "But I have to go see the chief." The blood zombie next to him reminded in an extremely low voice. "This person in front of you is the chief." Lin Jia froze and stared at the man for a moment. "What? Don't I look like it?" the man asked with a smile. Lin Jia nodded honestly and gestured a few times in the air with the blood mist around his body. "I thought Euro would be a big zombie." After hearing this, the man couldn't help but laugh, his smile inexplicably somewhat unrestrained. "You thought you were a big zombie?" Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes humanely flashed with a flash of disgust. I'm not like them. You are indeed different from them." The man nodded in agreement. "Then you want to come with me?" "Yes." Lin Jia happily agreed. Seeing Lin Jia walk over, the man smiled and teased. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" Lin Jia looked at him and then at the blood zombie that was punished on the side, thought for a moment and shook his head. "You're different. You won't eat people." The man laughed lowly twice. "Why?" Lin Jia pointed to his head. "It told me so." "Did it?" The man slowly floated. "You can eat it instead." Lin Jia immediately shook his head. "I'm not going to eat it." "Is it telling you again? Not Euro? Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, suddenly frowning in thought. "I can't eat it. It's too complicated. Don't want to." Lin Jia shook off the blood mist and stopped thinking, instead pursuing another matter. "What about you? You haven't told me yet. What does deceased person mean?" "Deceased person a Euro? The man's expression revealed some frustration. "It refers to people from the past." Lin Jia paused for a moment and looked at the man, his voice suddenly a little small. "Chief, you seem to be very sad Euro? The man laughed a little, put away that look, and turned to say, "I'm not called chief. My name is Euro? Lu Zhong." "Lu Zhong?" Lin Jia cocked his head and muttered. Euro? Lu Zhong. "What about you? Do you have a name?" Lu Zhong asked with a smile. "If you don't, I'll help you get one." Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, and he paused in place to think, and after a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, pointing at his head. His name is Lin Jia." "Your name is Lin Jia?" His name is Lin Jia. Lin Jia subconsciously retorted. Then his expression suddenly became a bit confused. I seem to be called Lin Jia as well. Lu Zhong was puzzled. Did his memory tell you that? Yes? Lin Jia got uncertain and started to get tangled up again. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Lu Zhong laughed a bit and turned around to walk forward. It's just a title. What can it mean? Lin Jia was stunned, his mouth subconsciously repeating Lu Zhong's words. Then his head suddenly flickered, seeming to have figured something out. He was somewhat inexplicably happy, and looking at Lu Zhong's gradually fading figure, he hurriedly chased after him. Lu Zhong, wait for me. Lu Zhong smiled and shook his head. What a child. The two of them walked through the stone wall and came to a stone room. Seeing Lin Jia curiously looking east and west, Lu Zhong gently looked on. What is this? Lin Jia pointed to some spirit stones scattered on the ground and inquired curiously. This is a formation. Formation? Lin Jia inexplicably marveled. Do you want to learn it? I'll teach you, Lu Zhong asked with a smile. Lin Jia subconsciously shook his head. It's not powerful. Don't learn it. Then do you have something you want to learn? Lu Zhong asked with interest. Lin Jia was stunned. His blood mist twisted into a ball with effort, and he began to think. That That thing I remember In the middle of the day, the blood mist slackened feebly, and Lin Jia leaned against the wall and slid down, his tone depressed. I can't think of it. Lu Zhong smiled and comforted. Then wait until you think of it and then talk to me. Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes lit up and her tone was cheerful. Good. Lu Zhong had been watching Lin Jia all along, and when he saw that he was quiet, he suddenly exclaimed, it's really peculiar. I didn't expect that an existence like you would be born among the blood zombies. Lin Jia tilted his head to look at him. Lu Zhong's eyes were slightly downcast, and he said in a low voice, blood zombies are formed by such negative emotions as tyranny and killing, and it is basically impossible for them to produce a sound spiritual intelligence. However, the fourth order they, Lu Zhong laughed a little, just a bunch of things surviving on the remnants of their memory fragments. It's more correct to describe them as instincts than spiritual intelligence. Memory fragments Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes were confused. However, you are different from them. Lu Zhong sighed. You have your own likes and dislikes. You will be curious. You will think. In you, I can't see the shadow of a blood zombie. You are more like a brand new species. It's obviously made up of tyranny, but I can't see any paranoia in your blood eyes. It's too clear. Lin Jia didn't quite get it, just cocked his head and looked at him curiously. Lu Zhong smiled. That's just it. Why should I talk to you about this Lin Jia stayed here temporarily. Chapter 91, Caught in a Dilemma. Lu Zhong wasn't often here. He would occasionally go out, only because he was worried about Lin Jia, and every time he went out, he would have the fourth-ranked blood zombies accompany him. The corner of the stone-walled courtyard revealed the figures of several blood zombies. Young chief, where do you want to go today? A fourth-ranked blood zombie respectfully inquired. Lin Jia's blood eyes looked around and asked curiously, where would you guys usually go to play? The blood zombie bowed its head and said, stay around here, or go to other places. Where are the other places? Lu Zhong's place? Lin Jia couldn't help but look over. Can I go over there? I want to see Lu Zhong. No. A blood zombie blocked in front of Lin Jia, calling out in a loud voice. The chief said it's too dangerous there. Can't take you. Little chief. There. Then where can I go? Lin Jia stared at the blood zombie, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. If you guys keep stopping me at every turn like this, when Lu Zhong comes back, I'm going to sue. This The several blood zombies looked at each other, caught in a dilemma. Lu Zhong asked you guys to play with me, but he didn't ask you to be my roadblock. Seeing that Lin Jia seemed to be a bit angry, a blood zombie said tentatively, then where do you want to go, little chief? How should I know? Lin Jia shook off the blood mist in anger and turned his head away. Not going to play. A few blood zombies saw this and stopped Lin Jia in a bit of a panic. Little chief, don't be angry. Really, there's nothing to play with in this neighborhood. The chief did not allow you to go to the ground. Yes, otherwise we would have taken you to the ground to play. It's fun there. There are even people there. A blood zombie sucked in its saliva, and when Lin Jia looked over, it hurriedly shook its head seriously. You can't eat people. The chief doesn't allow cannibalism. People What does it look like? Lin Jia asked curiously. It's It's the kind The hard to eat and the good to eat kind Don't Don't say this. Another head of blood zombies hurriedly pulled back the blood zombie who spoke. The chief said that we can't teach the little chief strange things. Several blood zombies rushed to change the topic, and a blood zombie came up with a plan. Why don't we take the little chief to the mine there? There is red color there. The little chief should like the red color. Red color? I don't like red. Lin Jia shook his head no. Then is there any other place around? Hurry up and think again. Little chief wait. We'll think of something soon. Seeing that the blood zombies fell into deep thought after saying that, Lin Jia helplessly began to wait up, and after a moment, they still didn't move. He couldn't help but open his mouth. People euro. Actually, the mines are quite good. Right. You'll know if you go and take a look. Little chief, the mines are really good. Yeah, just go to the mining area. The people and stuff really aren't fun. Lin Jia was caught up in a panicked cacophony before he was pushed towards the mines by several blood zombies. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. But I really don't like the color red. Which blood zombie doesn't like the color red? You'll definitely like it. Little chieftain. Lin Jia was pushed towards the front by a few blood zombies, and after a long time, seeing that he hadn't arrived at his destination yet, the emotions in his bloodshot eyes grew a little impatient, and in his heart, he began to think of the wording of his complaint. These few blood zombies are masculine. Do not take him to the real fun place, just know to fool him. Words are not clear euro. Arrived. Little chief, right in front. Lin Jia coldly looked over and was about to say don't waste your efforts, there's no chance anymore, but he was somewhat shocked and stunned after seeing the scenery there. What's that? A large area of glowing light yellowish crystals, condensed all kinds of strange zombies, and among them, some of them were complete with blood and flesh. The pale atmosphere came out, and it seemed that the solemn atmosphere of that time could still be felt, and some of them only had skeletons left, one nailed in the crystal, their empty eyes full of stubbornness. Not too tasty. A blood zombie smacked its lips and sighed. Lin Jia didn't pay attention to it, but slowly touched it between the blood mist tossing and turning. The crystal stone was cold in his hand. His emotions settled down and he exhaled a breath. Little chief, the blood zombie called out carefully. Do you like this? Shall we move it back for you? Lin Jia took a few steps back and looked the crystal stone up and down before shaking his head. It's too big. Is there a small one inside? The blood zombie hurriedly replied. This is the only one left over here. If you like it, we'll go look for it inside. No more? Lin Jia's tone was a little disappointed. Then he came back to his senses and asked curiously, is there anything else? I want to take a look. Of course there is. Little chief, come inside. There's red inside. Lin Jia sniffed and followed with half-smiled eyes. After Lu Zhong returned to the room, he looked at the floor that was filled with all sorts of oddly shaped crystals, and his figure paused for a moment. Chief, a blood zombie warily revealed its head. It's what little chief wants. Lu Zhong nodded indifferently. Guess what? You guys don't have the guts either. Lu Zhong. Seeing Lu Zhong return, Lin Jia held up the crystal stone and said excitedly, look, so many beautiful stones. Lu Zhong shook his head somewhat helplessly. You learned to move stones in the few days I was away? How could that be? Lin Jia quickly retorted. Seeing Lu Zhong's disbelief, he ran over and brought the crystal stone in his hand to him, proudly saying, and this? What is this? Lu Zhong took the crystal stone and asked out loud. You. Lin Jia stood up his chest. I carved it. Lu Zhong stared at the crystal stone whose shape could not be seen and fell into deep thought. So this was the image he had in the little guy's mind? Seeing Lu Zhong looking at it for a bit too long, Lin Jia was rarely embarrassed. Actually euro? Actually haven't finished carving. Lu Zhong sniffed and sighed with relief in his heart. It's still euro? It's still pretty. Keep carving. Lu Zhong was worried about hitting the little guy's self-confidence, and his words were very encouraging. Yes. Lin Jia cheered up. Then I'll carve another one. No way. Seeing Lin Jia's doubtful look, Lu Zhong educated in a long and serious tone. Carve this one and then carve the others. You can't do things halfway. Got it? But, Lin Jia became agonized. But I don't know how to carve you. He gestured twice in the air, somewhat disheveled. That's okay. Lu Zhong smiled up. I'll teach you. A moment later, Lu Zhong looked at the crystal stone that was already out of shape and fell into deep thought. What to do, Lu Zhong? It's even uglier. Never mind. Lu Zhong's palms closed together, and with a slight force, the crystal stone turned into dust, and after eliminating the black history, he said as if nothing had happened. Carve another one. Carve something else. Euro? Okay. Lin Jia answered with some hesitation. Then what to carve? What do you want to carve? Lin Jia was in deep thought. What did he want to carve? Simpler, otherwise it would be ugly. Better looking, otherwise no one would want it. Smaller, to be a gift. Chapter 92, The Great Ball of Blood. A present? A rabbit. His eyes lit up. Carve a rabbit. Lu Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled. I can teach you this one. The rabbit. 3 days later, Lin Jia stared intently at the crystal stone in his hand and polished it carefully. There was dust scattered around it, the traces of failure. Lin Jia blew a breath towards the crystal stone and smiled as he looked at the crystal clear, lifelike cute rabbit. Buzz! The formation on the ground suddenly lit up. Lin Jia was startled and hurriedly backed away, only to see a shadow projected out between the slightly dimmed light. It was an old man with a somewhat serious demeanor, and when he saw Lin Jia, he asked in a warm voice, "Little fellow, you are Lin Jia, right?" Lin Jia hesitantly nodded his head. "Don't be afraid, I'm Lu Zhong's friend." "Is Lu Zhong there? I have something to find him." "Lu Zhong? He went out," Lin Jia added. "Went out yesterday." "Went out?" The old man frowned slightly, then calmed down and inquired, "Do you know where he went?" "It seems like he went underground," Lin Jia answered hesitantly, "before Lu Zhong would go underground." "Then can you trouble the little one to relay a message to him for me? Just say euro. Wei Cheng has had an accident." When the old man said this, his expression was inexplicably a bit heavy. Lin Jia subconsciously straightened up, and after noticing the seriousness in the old man's tone, he nodded gravely before immediately saying, "Then I'll go find Lu Zhong now." After speaking, without waiting for the old man's response, he placed the rabbit crystal stone on the table, then turned around and ran towards the door. The old man didn't expect Lin Jia to be so active, and was a bit surprised. "I really didn't expect that what Lu Zhong said was actually true, that such an alternative would appear among the blood zombies." Slightly sighing, the old man remembered the main thing. "Wei Cheng euro. A hint of a sigh appeared on his face, and the color of sadness flickered in his deep eyes. "Where is Lu Zhong?" Lin Jia casually pulled a blood zombie and asked out loud. The blood zombie replied, "Little chief, the chief is underground. You know, the formation in the house is lit up. Someone is looking for Lu Zhong. Take me there." Lin Jia saw that the blood zombie had no intention of leading the way, so he spoke out to explain. The blood zombie was a little hesitant. "Little chief, it's too dangerous down there. The chief won't let you go. It's Lu Zhong's friend. It's very urgent. You first take me to the bottom of the ground, then tell Lu Zhong that I'm not going in." Lin Jia's tone was anxious. "The chief's friend euro. The blood mist on the blood zombie's body tumbled for a while, and finally decided to lead the way ahead. The two masses of blood mist traveled down the stone wall, and the surroundings grew darker and darker. The front suddenly opened up and there was a bright light coming from the color of blood. "Young chief, wait here, I'll go in and inform." Lin Jia nodded. "Just say it's about Wei Cheng." "Yes," the blood zombie respectfully answered. Seeing the blood zombie go in, Lin Jia's blood eyes lifted slightly, looking at the surrounding scenery with some curiosity, only to see a few large blood spheres hanging high in the midair in front of him. As his breath slowly rose and fell, a few images were revealed vaguely inside, which were filled with zombie figures. With the picture slightly turned, between the dense forest sparse, there is a city slowly revealed. The red light on the blood sphere suddenly dimmed, then the shadow of a stone house appeared, and Lin Jia's eyes went dark, blocked by a figure. It was Lu Zhong. What happened to Wei Cheng? Lu Zhong's face had some rare anxiety. Lin Jia looked stunned, then hurriedly replied. The formation in the house lit up. The old man inside said that something happened to Wei Cheng. He didn't say anything specific, he only asked me to relay it to you. Lu Zhong nodded, then grabbed Lin Jia. His figure faded, and he returned to the house. Lin Jia only felt that his eyes went black for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he saw the naive crystal rabbit on the table. Lu Zhong didn't care about Lin Jia, but looked at the old man's figure in the formation with a grave expression and asked in a low tone, "What happened to Wei Cheng?" Something happened. The old man's blurred figure gradually became clearer and said in a low voice. Lin Jia stood by the side. Some strange words occasionally came from his ears, such as backlash, blood sins, secret realm or something else. He couldn't quite understand, so he didn't intend to pay any attention to it, and instead he only admired the cute rabbit in his hand. He was in such a hurry just now that he didn't even have time to look at it in detail. The conversations beside the formation gradually diminished, only to hear Lu Zhong finally say, "I'll be right over." Lin Jia sharply raised his head and looked towards Lu Zhong, only to see the formation dim and go out, while Lu Zhong on the side pinched the bridge of his nose tiredly and sighed. "Are you leaving?" Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. Lu Zhong nodded. "There are some urgent matters. I have to leave for a trip." "Then euro. When will you be back?" Lu Zhong looked at Lin Jia and did not speak. Lin Jia blinked. "Then euro. Will you still come back to see me?" Instead of saying this, he held up the rabbit in his hand and proudly showed off. "The rabbit is carved. Isn't it pretty?" "Great," Lu Zhong genuinely complimented. Lin Jia smiled. The two were silent for a while, and Lu Zhong suddenly said, "When you go outside, bring a few more blood zombies to protect yourself." Lin Jia looked up at him, paused for a moment, and said nothing, just nodded. Lu Zhong looked at Lin Jia. The emotions in his eyes suddenly went into a bit of a trance, and subconsciously took a few steps forward, murmuring, "Child euro 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 euro?" His voice grew lighter, and the two words disappeared into the air extremely quickly, almost imperceptible, while the pained emotions in his eyes shook with his thoughts as he met Lin Jia's bewildered eyes and came back to his senses. Lu Zhong let out a self-deprecating bitter smile, shook his head, and turned to leave. "Let's go." Lu Zhong's illusory figure faded and disappeared in the room. Lin Jia didn't say anything the whole time, seeing Lu Zhong leave, staring at the mid-air for a moment. She suddenly put away the rabbit crystals in her hand and walked towards the outside. There were blood zombies guarding the doorway, and when they saw Lin Jia come out, they bowed respectfully. "Little chief." Lin Jia's blood eyes swept over, his translucent pupils reflected in the moment, inexplicably somewhat deep. "I want to go underground." Before the chief left, he had already closed the door to the underground euro. Lin Jia lowered his eyes and suddenly asked, "After you guys come here, do you feel like you forgot something?" Several blood zombies looked at each other for a few moments and all shook their heads. A fourth-ranked blood zombie said, "Little chief, you are different from us. Our memories are tattered and our consciousness is intermittent. Perhaps one moment everything is as usual, the next moment perhaps we will suddenly lose our sanity and fall into madness." Lin Jia frowned. "Why haven't I seen any?" They were all dealt with by the chief. The blood zombie's blood mist curved deeper. It was the first time Lin Jia had heard such a thing. Euro. Lu Zhong said that your spirits are crippled and your memory fragments are incomplete. But the blood zombies I've seen these days are almost indistinguishable from normal people. Why is that? Chapter 93, Control. The blood zombie let out a low laugh. A group of tattered souls deep in tyranny and killing, unwilling to hide in this blood-colored turbidity, wanting to break free but holding on to a not-so-clear past, wanting to sink, but holding on once again because of that ridiculous stubbornness. While being complacent due to the identity of a blood zombie, they are also confused about their past and future, muddledly living on the realm, like a group of walking corpses. Euro. Lin Jia was stunned for a moment. "You still euro? Remember? You mean my memories?" That blood zombie blood mist suddenly began to tumble. Killing, boundless killing, blood flowers flooded the earth. The culprit was even more terrifying than the blood zombie. "I was so deep in the corpses that I couldn't see the clear sky. And euro? And euro? The blood zombie suddenly covered his head humanely, his blood-colored pupils dilated, and roared out in pain. I don't remember. Ah!" Lin Jia was shocked in his heart, and before he could react, the several blood zombies next to him immediately restrained it and pressed it to the ground. A blood zombie respectfully said, "Young chief, later on, other blood zombies will come to follow you. Please wait for a moment. We need to dispose of it first." "Dispose euro? Dispose of it?" That blood zombie laughed a little. "Scared, little chief? Actually, this kind of situation is very common. The little chieftain will get used to it after seeing it more often in the future." It kicked the blood zombie that was pressed on the ground and fell into a frenzy. Its tone mocking. "Can't you be a blood zombie properly? Have to touch the forbidden area in the mind. Also don't see if you are still a human being. Euro? The blood zombie that fell into madness was pressed by them to leave. The blood fog dragged on the ground, like a shocking blood scar. At the end of the blood scar, the blood mist suddenly began to struggle violently. It roared hoarsely and looked back with difficulty. Finally, at the last second, blood-colored eyes appeared in Lin Jia's eyes. Those eyes were full of madness, and between the blood-color tumbling, they suddenly sank in unison, and under the illumination of the shimmering light on the stone wall, it was like shedding tears. "I hate euro. Lin Jia subconsciously retreated a step. His nose did not come to be a little sour. His heart suddenly surged a deep sadness. He covered his chest. Inside, a bright red heart is beating violently. Fluttering sound came, shocked his mind drowsy, almost to recognize where he is. When he raised his eyes again, the blood zombie had already disappeared. "What was I thinking?" Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes were filled with helplessness and his tone was empty. "What have I forgotten? Why is it so sad?" He blinked with some difficulty, and only then did he feel that at some point his face had become full of wetness. Little chief? The voices around him seemed to float in the air, illusory and unable to find their shadows. Lin Jia staggered back a step, and when he saw blood mist coming together, he immediately pushed it away, yelling with his mouth, "Go away!" The surrounding blood zombies paused for a split second and tacitly stepped aside. Lin Jia saw the blood color in front of him recede, revealing a white expanse, and between the blood mist rolling around, he immediately walked towards the front. His footsteps stumbled, but due to being hidden in the blood mist, it was not very obvious. The stone wall was slightly cool. The sweat on his palms slowly dissipated. Lin Jia hid in a corner, slowly shrinking his body. No blood zombies came to disturb him. 3 days later, Lin Jia stopped a figure of a blood zombie. His tone was cold, take me to the ground. That blood zombie was a little hesitant. Little chief, euro. Lin Jia's complexion was cold. The blood mist rolled over, directly stabbing towards the blood zombie. Little chief. Seeing this, the surrounding blood zombies immediately stopped Lin Jia. Lin Jia took a deep breath, easing the tyrannical emotions in his heart, and said in a deep voice, take me to the ground. This time, no blood zombie dared to refuse. It was noon on the ground, and the hot sunlight sprinkled down, making it seem a bit blinding. Seeing that the destination had been reached, the blood zombie leading the way was about to bow and retire. Little chief, the ground has arrived. I'll go back first. Will Lu Zhong blame you guys when he comes back? We may not necessarily survive until then. That blood zombie lowered his head and laughed a little. Maybe before that, it won't be able to hold on and self-destruct. Lin Jia raised his head to meet the sun and squinted his eyes. Don't consider making a mess up there? The blood zombie shook his head. Little chief, you underestimate the chief's control over us. We are attached to this body shell, and have long since not considered living beings anymore. Seeing Lin Jia's silence, the blood zombie took a few steps backward and bowed respectfully. Please continue to live with your sanity, and if you can, take our share with you. Lin Jia's figure greeted the sun, appearing somewhat illusory. The blood zombie stood back, looking fixedly, for a long time, only to see the figure in front of him nodded his head in a faintly unnoticeable manner. The blood zombie smiled as if relieved, and bowed once more before turning around. Walking towards the ground, Lin Jia shifted his gaze towards the sky and walked towards the front. The two blood mists were in the same place, but at this moment, they turned their backs on each other and went their separate ways. In the Blood Fury ancient land, a group of blood zombies waddled past, and a moment later, the shadows of a slope revealed the figure of a middle-aged cultivator. Luckily, I have a secret treasure to hide my figure, or else I would have really planted myself here. The middle-aged cultivator furrowed his brows and murmured with some regret, but after following them for so long, this group of blood zombies didn't even have a single head to fall behind. If I had known, I would have left with my friends and come back a few months later. Middle-aged cultivator waist of the long sword suddenly trembled lightly. He looked back, subconsciously rubbed the hilt of the sword. The mood eases up, not really no harvest. Not also picked up this sword well. I do not know which unlucky ghost euro. Ding ding ding. The long sword suddenly violent trembling up. The middle-aged cultivator heart tightened. Immediately hold the long sword to prevent it from breaking free. The sun in the sky was covered by cloudy clouds at some point. He looked around and inexplicably felt a bit chilly, so he subconsciously got up and wanted to leave. This place is getting more and more evil. Forget it, it's better to leave the bloodshed ancient land first. The middle-aged cultivator hugged his long sword and bowed to leave. Suddenly, the winds around him were fierce, and the longsword trembled violently as it violently broke free from his arms and landed on the ground with a ding sound. The middle-aged cultivator was startled and looked around, but didn't find anything wrong, so he picked up the long sword that fell on the ground, while muttering to himself, "It's really evil today, and the longsword isn't at peace." After complaining a few times, the middle-aged cultivator stood up, and the moment he looked up, a blood color suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Ah! The middle-aged cultivator slipped on the soles of his feet and sat down on the ground with a hair. Looking at a blood zombie that suddenly appeared in front of him, his soul nearly floated out from the shock. He trembled and pointed at the blood zombie, swallowed his saliva. His voice was extremely disembodied. You euro? You euro? Third order, not fourth order. The middle-aged cultivator's pupils instantly dilated, grasping the long sword and rolling to escape. Chapter 94, Xianqing Token. The blood zombie's figure faded and suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator's escaping figure lurched, could stop in front of the blood zombie, and then he saw the blood zombie lifting the blood mist. The middle-aged cultivator's heart alarm bells rang loudly, but his body shape did not move. Stiff as a piece of dead wood, blood mist covered down. The middle-aged cultivator did not feel the pain, but feel the arms suddenly empty. Subconsciously looked to his arms. The long sword has disappeared. He was stunned to look at the blood zombie in front of him, and is seeing the long sword held in his hand. The long sword trembled lightly in the blood mist, emitting a pleasant ringing sound. The middle-aged cultivator gulped violently. Could it be that the blood zombie now already knew how to use weapons? That blood zombie lowered his head and stroked the longsword in his arms. Then his blood eyes slightly raised. His gaze deeply looked at the middle-aged cultivator. His voice low and hoarse, "This is my longsword." After the words, he no longer paid attention to the middle-aged cultivator's shocked figure. The blood mist faded and he turned to leave. The middle-aged cultivator looked at the place where the blood zombie left with a dumbfounded expression. The blood zombie can already talk now? The sky had already cleared. The sunlight was shining on the middle-aged cultivator, but it didn't allow him to feel a trace of warmth. He shivered and immediately transported his body and fled towards the outside of the blood fiend ancient land. Outside the Night Spirit sect, a black-robed figure hurriedly rushed towards the sect's gate. When the cultivator standing guard at the entrance saw it, his expression flinched and stopped the black-robed figure. "Please show the sect's token." The black-robed figure took a step, and then pulled out a green token from his pocket. The word Lin Jia was engraved on the front of the token. Seeing this, the sentry cultivator let out a sigh of relief, and then looked at Lin Jia, who was hidden under the hood, with a puzzled tone. "If you are a disciple of this sect, why are you still hiding your face when you enter the sect? But have you encountered some kind of pursuit outside? If it is the other party who is at fault, please speak out. The sect will definitely seek justice for you. Many thanks. It has nothing to do with the other party. It's just a personal reason." Lin Jia lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "If there is nothing else, may I go in first?" The standing cultivator froze, then nodded and stepped aside. Lin Jia pulled the hood on his head, hiding his face in the shadows as he skipped past the cultivator and walked towards the sect's door. A black robe was indeed extremely conspicuous amongst the sect disciples dressed in light blue standardized power suits. As Lin Jia walked along, from time to time, people looked over, looking at this strange cultivator clad in black robes with puzzled expressions. Lin Jia pursed his lips and circled around to the path. Lin Jia stopped when he heard a familiar voice. Jiangja did not quite dare to believe, walked a few steps forward. He originally looked at the figure somewhat familiar, so he subconsciously followed a few steps, but the more he observed from behind, the more he felt that the black-robed figure and Lin Jia overlapped. He was still not daring to believe it, so he tentatively called out. Who would have thought that the black-robed figure actually stopped? "It's me." Lin Jia turned around and replied in a low voice. "How do you euro?" Jiangja swept the black robe on Lin Jia up and down with a puzzled expression. "Your euro? Comprehending the power of darkness?" Lin Jia slightly shook his head, then his palm reached out and raised the hood on his head, and the shimmering light spilled down, revealing a strange set of blood eyes inside. Jiangja met the blood eyes and stared round. "You euro? You euro? How did you become like this?" Lin Jia's blood eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. "There was some accident, and I was planning to go to my father." Jiangja couldn't help but look again. "It's actually turned the color of blood. What about the other places? Is there any discomfort?" "Not for now." Lin Jia shook his head slightly. After Jiangja slowed down, he smacked his lips twice. "Not to mention, your bloodshot eyes reflecting on your face is still strange." "Well, euro? It's a bit like the legend. The god that manipulates war and compels people." "God?" Lin Jia lost his smile. "It's more accurate to say devil. Where is it like a devil?" Jiangja retorted. "Don't think that just because you have a blood-eyed look, you'll be mistaken for a devil. If you don't believe me, go walk around the sect and see which one of them would mistake you for a devil." "Boring." Lin Jia pulled down his hood, blocking the slightly raised corners of his mouth, and uttered a farewell. "No more. I'll leave first." "Ro, quickly go and let uncle take a look. Don't really do anything." Lin Jia nodded and turned to leave. Jiangja looked at Lin Jia's back that was gradually moving away and couldn't help but rub his hands together. "No way. I can't be the only one who knows about his blood eyes. Gotta find someone to share it with." Euro? Who to find?" He swept his eyes over the surroundings, and after seeing the words Crimson Garden engraved on the stone monument in the distance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Yin gone. On the other hand, Lin Jia rushed to his father's courtyard, pushed the door in, and the first thing that caught his eyes was a beautiful woman sitting at the table, which was Yang Yingqiu. "Lin Jia?" Yang Yingqiu looked at Lin Jia dressed in black robes. Her expression revealed some doubts, her tone inquiring. "I'm looking for father." Lin Jia paused in place, without the intention of raising the hood on top of his head. Euro? "Father is cooking dinner." Yang Yingqiu rose and stood, her tone light. Lin Jia nodded slightly, and was about to head inside. "Let's eat." Lin Jia came just in time? "When did you come back?" Lin Xian walked out with 2 plates of dishes, and after placing them on the table, he suddenly noticed the black robe Lin Jia was wearing, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. "What's Lin Jia doing dressed like that? Being chased by someone?" Lin Jia moved his fingers, still removing the hood at the bottom of his head, revealing a pair of translucent bloodshot eyes. "How did it come to be like this?" The one who asked was Yang Yingqiu. Her tone was slightly nervous, but after seeing her father's darkly amused gaze, her heart was stunned and she subconsciously pursed her lips before going to look at Lin Jia's expression. "After absorbing the blood crystals in the blood fiend ancient land, I became like this." Lin Jia lowered his eyes and whispered to his father. Lin Xian smiled. "It's not a problem. Let's eat first." Lin Jia let out a breath and looked up at his father. "I've eaten." Always letting Qiu eat first. After all, Lin Xian had a meaningful look on his face. "Later on, your bloodshot eyes still need to be handled by Yingqiu." Yang Yingqiu seemed to realize something. He raised his head, his mouth slightly open, but when he met his father's gaze, He ended up not being able to say anything. He just sighed and took a seat at the table. Lin Jia saw this scene, and suddenly spoke out. There is no need to force it, there are always other ways. Oh, Lin Jia knows which method Ying Qiu is going to use? And you're in a hurry to refuse? Lin Xian asked with a low smile. Father, Lin Jia's tone was deliberate. This blood eye doesn't really affect anything for me. It's fine to not deal with it. Why bother her? Yang Yingqiu suddenly raised her head, looked at Lin Jia fixedly. Her tone was a bit low. No trouble, even if father doesn't say it. If I see it, I will do it. Lin Jia lowered his bloodshot eyes and slightly inclined his head. Then Thanks in advance. Chapter 95, Tyrannical Power. Yang Yingqiu pursed her lips and withdrew her gaze. The atmosphere between the two was suddenly silent, and when Lin Xian saw this, he laughed and sighed. Lin Jia, this is where you're wrong, not knowing what happened in the first place yet. What do I need to know? Lin Jia looked at Lin Xian. Father, please speak. It's not necessary. Yang Yingqiu suddenly put down her chopsticks and stood up. I'm done eating. I can start. Lin Jia was silent for a moment, and suddenly spoke out. There's still no need to bother. Yang Yingqiu looked deeply at Lin Jia, then withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, turned around and left. The wind blew Lin Jia's black robe with a rattling sound, and Lin Jia twisted his fingertips without speaking. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he also just laughed and shook his head. The two of you aren't usually this childish looking. Why are you so stubborn when it comes to each other's affairs? Father, what was that matter? Lin Jia changed the topic. Lin Xian snorted lightly. Now you know to ask? What did you do long ago? Lin Jia was a bit helpless. How do I know? In her How do you not know? Lin Xian looked over, his tone teasing. You're clearly ignoring it on purpose, deliberately suppressing it. Lin Jia pressed his forehead inside helplessly. So father, what is it exactly? Lin Xian let out a laugh. This is something that only your mother and Ying Qiu themselves know about, and your mother won't tell me. So if you want to know, you can only go and ask Ying Qiu about it. Ask her what exactly happened in the first place. But father, you don't look like you don't know. Lin Jia's gaze scrutinized. I guessed. Lin Xian spread his hands. It's not complicated. If you're capable, you can guess too. Lin Jia stared at his father for a long time. Seeing that he never let up, he finally sighed helplessly. Father, have pity on your son. What can I guess? Lin Xian let out a laugh. When you refused Ying Qiu just now, you were decisive. Now you know to beg? Lin Jia sniffed. His headache grew, so he simply stopped thinking about it and asked, Father, could it be that the treatment of the bloodshot eyes can only go her way? Is there any other way that I can say? Lin Xian laughed. You're doing this because your spiritual power was impacted by the tyrannical power. It just didn't slow down for a while. It's also very simple to resolve. Just neutralize the tyrannical power in your mind. How to neutralize it? Lin Jia frowned. Go to the cultivation room inside the house. There's a day stone for condensing the spirit in there. Let's see if you can resolve it on your own. Lin Xian pointed inside. Seeing this, Lin Jia could only nod helplessly and head inside. Seeing Lin Jia go in, Lin Xian looked outside the courtyard and suddenly let out a low laugh. Making a scene? Think I'll sit back and do nothing like your mother? See how I'll handle it. Outside the door, Yang Yingqiu, who had intended to leave, suddenly saw the figure of Yang Yinggan, who had hurriedly arrived. Sister? Yang Ying'an's expression was stunned. Then she asked hurriedly, Sister is leaving? Have you seen Lin Jia? It seems like something happened to him. Yang Yingqiu let out a faintly unnoticeable low hum and suddenly asked, Where did you get the news from? Did he tell you? Lin Jia is at father's place? Yang Ying'an's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked. Yang Yingqiu nodded. Yang Ying'an let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Yang Yingqiu's calm demeanor, he suddenly asked tentatively, You and Lin Jia had a fight? You can go in if you want to find him. I still have things to do. Yang Ying'an saw Yang Yingqiu's look of refusal and laughed. Sister, you don't even call him Lin Jia anymore, and you still say you're not angry. Yang Ying'an, your idol? Yang Yingqiu narrowed her eyes. Sister only dares to put on a serious face to me. Do you dare to do the same to Lin Jia? The smile at the corner of Yang Ying'an's mouth grew even bigger. Yang Yingqiu felt something strange in her heart and couldn't help but emphasize. He's not your Lin Jia. Yang Ying'an tilted her head to look at her. Sister, you usually don't pay attention to this. Yang Yingqiu took a deep breath. Yang Ying'an saw the good, but her mouth muttered in a small voice. Right, sister, how could you be angry with Lin Jia? Not to mention how he is. Just with sister's character. Words are not necessarily willing to say a few words to him. Right, two guys with zero communication, and still have a fight? Yang Ying'an strange pursued, but saw Yang Yingqiu more and more dangerous look. Lightly coughed and changed the topic. I just came back from the Valley of 1,000 Colors. Met Jiang Zhe. He told me about Lin Jia's bloodshot eyes. I'm a little worried. Came over to take a look. he's okay? Yang Yingqiu's tone was hard. Fine. That's good. Yang Ying'an exhaled a breath, tilted her head and smiled. Sister, also don't gamble with him. Lin Jia he euro still cares about you. Yang Yingqiu raised her eyes and let out a light laugh. Yang Ying'an, why do you need to lie? In order to excuse him? Yang Ying'an shook her head. There is no lie. Sister, you don't often get along with him. Some things are not clear to Lin Jia's nature. If he really doesn't care about a person, his attitude is often light and indifferent, which is like to you, neither in nor out, ambiguous in an intermediate position, and refuse to talk to you, but also do not want to fall out with you. Too strange. Yang Yingqiu pursed her lips. Yang Ying'an, don't lie. Sister. Yang Ying'an was full of helplessness. When have I ever lied? Yang Yingqiu fell silent. Besides, he's not close to sister. Isn't it because sister is deliberately distancing herself from him? Yang Ying'an looked at her. When we met for the first time at the clan. Sister, you were very polite to Lin Jia, weren't you? And after that, when we met at father's place, when did you greet him genuinely? You were always so distant to him, and you have to blame Lin Jia for making a scene with you. If it was me, I would have made a scene too. Yang Yingqiu was a bit helpless. Yang Ying'an, your tendency in these words is too obvious and unconvincing. Yang Ying'an swung his head to the side and puffed up his cheeks. Your lordship is really troublesome. Yang Yingqiu lightly laughed and shook his head, then rubbed Yang Ying'an's head. If you're worried about him, go in and take a look. I euro. You accompany me. Yang Ying'an pulled Yang Yingqiu's hand, tone pleading. See Yang Yingqiu look a little shaken, eyes slightly bright, pampered as if shook Yang Yingqiu's hand. Sister, euro. In the cultivation room, Lin Jia sat on the bed made of day stone and concentrated on cultivation. At this moment, the door to the cultivation room creaked, and someone pushed the door in. Lin Jia thought it was his father, so he ignored it, but when the footsteps gradually approached, and his nose caught a touch of light fragrance, he suddenly opened his eyes, only to see the day in front of the stone bed. Is standing fixedly a figure? Gaze upward. First reflected in Lin Jia's eyes is that pair of slightly soft eyes. The person is Yang Yingqiu. What are you doing here? Lin Jia's throat not slightly moved, swallowed this not so friendly words, but slightly hesitant voice. You euro. Chapter 96 Silver and Black Sword Marks. Don't move, Yang Yingqiu softly said. Then, only to see her pull a few strands of hair behind her ear, then her white fingers smoothly rested on Lin Jia's shoulder, her body slightly bent, slowly leaning towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia looked at Yang Yingqiu's face, which was getting closer and closer. Then his forehead was hot. He met with Yang Yingqiu's forehead. The distance between the two of them was so close that he could even see Yang Yingqiu's fluttering eyelashes. Lin Jia was dumbfounded for a moment, and then immediately returned to his senses. His hand propped up on the daytime stone bed to retreat, but the next moment, he heard Yang Yingqiu whispered, "Close your eyes." Perhaps this voice is too soft, perhaps the distance between the two is too close. Lin Jia against Yang Yingqiu's pair of clear eyes, the heart cannot help but soften. Clearly behind the hand has been clenched into a fist, face but drooped eyes, obediently closed his eyes. Seeing this, Yang Yingqiu smiled shallowly, then also closed her eyes, her forehead pressed against her forehead, radiating her spiritual power. Her spiritual energy followed a path in the underworld and came to a chaos. Then the spiritual energy condensed into a small person in space. Yang Yingqiu was in the middle of it, and her perceptions were misty. She stood in place and whispered to the mist, "Lin Jia euro." The mist slightly trembled and slowly dispersed. The scene hidden behind the mist gradually became clear, only to see a silver and black sword mark dragging a tail of small colorful swords hidden underneath the chaos. A few light clusters floated on the left side, and a virtual shadow stood on the right side. That silhouette was entangled by a foggy blood color. Through the gaps, one could occasionally see the white shimmering light that the silhouette originally emanated. Only in a blur, one could not see the silhouette's expression. Lin Jia? Yang Yingqiu's footsteps shifted slightly, leaning towards the silhouette. The silver and black sword mark at the bottom saw the outsider's presumptuous movement and lightly trembled. The tip of the sword turned as if it was going to point at Yang Yingqiu, but in the next second it was held back and fixed in place. How euro become like this? Yang Yingqiu caressed to the blurred face of the shadow. His expression revealed a touch of heartache. The void shadow did not reply, but also did not avoid Yang Yingqiu's fingers. It was clearly cold chaos, but when her hand caressed the false shadow's face, Lin Jia unexpectedly felt a touch of coveted warmth. He trembled slightly, the emotions in his heart spurting out uncontrollably. His fingers curved, wanting to keep this touch of gentleness, but he was worried that everything was a mirror, and in the end, he just stood fixedly in place, as a puppeteer. Lin Jia euro? Yang Yingqiu murmured out. Lin Jia's heart trembled, raised his eyes to look at her, but his eyes were hidden in a fog of blood, almost unable to capture her figure. He pursed his lips. His heart became more and more confused. Sure enough, everything is an illusion. The surrounding blood mist trembled, and then instantly set aside. The blood mist melted in the chaos. Suddenly a light in front of his eyes, Yang Yingqiu face printed in it, appeared extremely dazzling, only to see her eyes soft, with a light smile at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lin Jia fixedly, then her figure moved slightly, giving Lin Jia a warm hug. It's okay. Lin Jia's eyes were sour. The hand that was helplessly placed on his side moved, wanting to hug back, but in the next moment, the warmth in his arms disappeared, only to see Yang Yingqiu's figure faint slightly, then disappeared into the chaos. Lin Jia pursed his lips tightly as the chaos around him instantly shattered. In the cultivation room, Lin Jia didn't know when he had already laid down on the daystone bed, while on one side, Yang Yingqiu's figure was close to him, and the two of them touched each other's foreheads, emitting a faint light. Wow! The light dispersed. Yang Yingqiu opened her eyes. The scene in front of her eyes immediately became clear. Lin Jia's face was close at hand, sleeping him, without the backdrop of calm eyes. His handsome face showed a touch of tenderness. She propped up her body. Her fingers brushed over Lin Jia's tightly closed eyes, and lowered her head and smiled softly. Yang Yingqiu got up and left the daystone bed, intending to leave. When the soles of her feet touched the ground, her head was a little dizzy. Her right hand subconsciously propped up on the daystone bed, pondering in her heart, it seems to be an overuse of spiritual energy. After a slight reprieve, she intended to get up, but in the next moment, the right hand propped on the daystone bed was suddenly covered with a touch of warmth. Yang Yingqiu was shocked in her heart and subconsciously turned back. Are you this gentle to anyone? Lin Jia sat on the daystone bed, his jaw tight, holding Yang Yingqiu's right hand tightly. Lin Jia? Yang Yingqiu was stunned for a moment. It was you that time too, wasn't it? In Xiantian village. Lin Jia stared at her closely, as if asking for an explanation. Yang Yingqiu smiled somewhat helplessly. I'm sorry, it was originally because of me that you were implicated, because I was the last person to see you, so in order to wake you up, I could only use my spiritual power as a deed to pull you. If it made you feel uncomfortable, then I apologize to you. Who wants to hear you say that? Lin Jia lowered her eyes and held Yang Yingqiu's hand tighter. Yang Yingqiu's right hand moved and didn't break free. She softly said, Lin Jia, let go first. Lin Jia stared at her closely without saying anything. Yang Yingqiu sighed. This time it was me who was impulsive. You and I's spiritual power deed originally originated from an accident. In the future, let's pretend that nothing has happened. If you won't do it, it's okay to let Father completely help us to lift it now. It's just that you haven't yet broken through to the God condensation realm. Enough. Lin Jia's eyes were deep, staring at Yang Yingqiu. There seemed to be anger flashing inside, but looking at Yang Yingqiu's blank expression, he took a deep breath and held back the emotions in his heart. Firstly, I've never blamed you. Second, don't mention the matter of the spirit deed to me again. Third, Lin Jia's throat knots moved slightly and he said word by word, don't be so gentle with anyone, even me. Yang Yingqiu is still the first time to see Lin Jia really angry, as if just now. The meaning of pulling away from the relationship in her words is a little too heavy. A little bit hurt his heart, but he both do not want to let himself close. Then pulling away is the best choice. But this kind of words, even if the tone is soft, cannot avoid the hurtful spikes inside. She didn't quite hear what Lin Jia said afterward, but she saw Lin Jia staring at herself, so she followed her memory and lowered her head to give a lightum. Lin Jia let out a breath. His head tilted to one side, loosened his grip on Yang Yingqiu's right hand, went down from the other side of the daytime stone bed, and when he stood still, he softly said, I'm sorry, it was me who was rude. After saying that, he stopped stopping and walked straight to the door of the cultivation room to leave the place. Yang Yingqiu looked at her right hand. Although Lin Jia's grip was tight, he didn't use too much force. It was just that there was some redness on his fingers, which was more like warmth than heat. Her expression subconsciously drifted off, and when she came back to her senses, she somewhat sheepishly put her right hand behind her back. Why are you holding my hand? Yang Yingqiu stood in front of the daystone bed for a moment before walking towards the outside of the cultivation room. Sister, you came out. Yang Yingqiu sat in the living room, her teal eyes looking at Yang Yingqiu, her tone light and pleasant. Chapter 97, Not Moving. Where's Lin Jia? Yang Yingqiu didn't see Lin Jia's figure in the living room and asked somewhat strangely. Yang Yingqiu tilted her head. The corner of her mouth revealed a light smile. Lin Jia just came out of the cultivation room. He had something to find Zhang Jia, so he left first. Yang Yingqiu nodded, sat down on a chair on one side, poured a cup of tea, and when she looked up again, she found that Yang Yinggan had been staring at herself, and in that smile, there seemed to be some snickering. What's wrong? Yang Yingqiu asked softly after taking a sip of tea. Sister, your face seems a bit red? Yang Yingqiu subconsciously touched her face, but when she realized that it was her right hand that she raised, She put it down with some hesitation. Sister, your face is even redder. Oh. Yang Yingqiu ignored the strange emotions inside and lightly reprimanded. Yang Yingan, don't talk nonsense. Sister is dishonest. Yang Yingan lightly grunted, then moved his head forward and asked with some curiosity. Sister, what happened between you and Lin Jia in there? Helping him with his blood mist, wasn't it you who asked me to go? Yang Yingqiu asked rhetorically as her expression returned to lightness. Just like that? Naturally. Yang Yingqiu's expression was calm. Spiritual power was something that only the condensing spirit realm would initially understand. And the spiritual pact was even more complicated. She only knew about it from her mother. Yang Yingan had only just broken through to the Sea of Qi realm, and wouldn't have known about the trickiness in it. Seeing that she couldn't see anything on Yang Yingqiu's face, Yang Yingan withdrew her gaze with some regret. Seeing that Yang Yingqiu was slightly and unnoticeably relieved, Yang Yingan suddenly voiced out and asked, Sister, what do you think of Lin Jia in your heart? Why are you asking this question? Yang Yingqiu's movement of putting down her teacup paused for a split second. Yang Ying'an smiled and said, Curious. Yang Yingqiu gazed slightly, pondered for a while, and said with deliberation, Before that incident in Xiantian village happened, I had always felt that Lin Jia was just a child, and that many emotions he would put on his face were somewhat pure. But after that, when I saw it again in the sect, Lin Jia was completely different. His strength progressed extremely fast. When Yi Qing told me that there was him in the cultivation group, I was still a bit surprised, but on second thought, Lin Jia is after all his mother's child. If he really worked hard, he wouldn't be able to differentiate himself from others much. On the other hand, it's Lin Jia's personality. He's become able to hide his emotions, and he's usually cold and unmoving towards people and things. Yi Qing always complains to me that she can barely see the impulsiveness and fervor of his age in Lin Jia. He's too calm, and in her cultivation group, Lin Qi is consistently cold. Suhan cultivates the power of cold ice and isn't a seedling for picking fights. Lu Jinhua doesn't make any trouble, and Su Xinqiu's temper is still being suppressed by Zhang Zhe, which leads to a lack of a hot cultivation atmosphere in the group, and it's somewhat cold. Sister. The smile in Yang Ying'an's eyes deepened. Sister knows so much about the cultivation group Lin Jia is in. Ha! Yang Yingqiu glanced at Yang Yingan. I know every group very well. Yang Yingan laughed a little and did not reply. However, Yang Yingqiu suddenly sighed. I still don't understand him. He always seems to be on the defensive and refuses to show a bit of his true emotions in front of me. I can't see through him. Then, does sister want to know what Lin Jia really thinks about you? I can help you inquire. Oh. Yang Ying'an smiled mischievously. Yang Yingqiu shook her head helplessly. Lin Jia spoiling you is not for you to use to get words out. Yang Ying'an spread her hands. But there's no way. I'm curious. It's not like you refused to tell me what happened in the cultivation room. Sister, as you wish. If you can ask from Lin Jia, Yang Yingqiu said indifferently, not caring. Yang Ying'an looked at Yang Yingqiu's expression, and the idea that she was just talking casually suddenly ignited a fighting spirit in her heart. Sister, I'm serious. Yang Yingqiu shook her head helplessly, not wanting to pay attention. Lin Jia left his father's courtyard with hurried steps and headed towards Fei Hong Garden, and on the way, he happened to meet Zhang Zhe. Lin Jia, you're fine. Zhang Zhe scanned up and down. Seeing that Lin Jia had already removed his black robe attire, he couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. Lin Jia nodded slightly. That's good. Zhang Zhe laughed, then started squeezing his eyebrows. By the way, why aren't you with Yang Yingan? Lin Jia glanced at him, not bothering to speak. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe tentatively asked, in a bad mood? Change the topic. Lin Jia's tone was cold. Fine. Zhang Zhe regretfully withdrew his gaze, and the two of them walked towards Fei Hong Garden together. Wasn't it said to behead the zombies? Lin Jia suddenly voiced out. What? The third group competition hasn't started yet? It's delayed by half a month. Cousin said that this zombie tide is a good opportunity to exercise, and wanted to put this group competition on top of that. Zhang Zhe explained. Seeing Lin Jia pondering, he smiled. You just happened to come back, but it's just in time for this group competition. Aha. Zhang Zhe looked at Lin Jia, somewhat puzzled. Why do you feel like you're not excited? At least symbolize your excitement. What about the zombie tide? There will definitely be a lot to gain after attending. Lin Jia suddenly sighed and rubbed his forehead. I'm a bit tired. I can't raise my spirits for a while. You were the one comforting me before. Now it's my turn too. Zhang Zhe laughed, then patted Lin Jia's shoulder in an encouraging tone. It's okay. I have your brother here. Cry if you want to. I definitely won't treat this as your black history and flip it out to mock you later. Lin Jia cried and laughed as he shook his head, but his mood eased, then exhaled a breath and smiled. It's not so much that I'm going to cry. You're thinking too much. That's good. Zhang Zhe's expression brightened up again, then advised in a serious tone. Your character has become more and more introverted since you started to cultivate seriously. This is not good. One day you won't be able to hold it together. Look, there are some hints of it now. Lin Jia was helpless in his heart. When did he actually have to be lectured by Jiang Jia? He said, it has nothing to do with this. It's because of the bloodshed ancient land. Oh, Jiang Jia looked over. How so? The bloodshed ancient land. Lin Jia sighed. The atmosphere of that place is too depressing. I stayed there for almost 2 months, and my spirit was affected again. So I kind of didn't slow down. What are the results of the cultivation? Jiang Jia asked curiously. How can I say? Lin Jia's footsteps slightly paused, his tone deliberate. It is a treasure place for cultivation. Just euro. First the mind has to be firm. The evaluation is not very positive. Jiang Jia summarized pertinently. Lin Jia smiled a little. Why do you say that? You mentioned heart and mind. Jiang Jia turned his head to look at Lin Jia. His eyes were serious. In this world, how many people can be called firm of heart? Can you? You can't.